Behold, a flourishing and prosperous immortal realm. Seated near the threshold of his humble shop, Qin Yang gazed wistfully at the ethereal trails of cultivators streaking across the firmament, a deep longing etched upon his countenance. Presently, he dusted off his posterior, retreated indoors, and made his way to his designated workspace. The so-called workspace comprised a mahogany desk, meticulously cleared for the creation of rudimentary talismans. Retrieving a blank talisman paper, Qin Yang grasped a talisman brush crafted from the tail hairs of a three-tailed wolf. He channeled his true essence, and as a wisp of luminous white emanated from the brush's tip, he delicately traced patterns onto the paper. Moments later, beads of perspiration dotted Qin Yang's brow. Upon lifting the brush, the majority of the talisman paper bore intricate, complete pathways, save for the central void. From the precise cutting of the talisman paper, the sketching of fundamental patterns, the immersion in spiritual elixirs, and the stabilization of the pathways, the foundation of a fire-attributed talisman was laid. Alas, it could not yet be deemed a true talisman. Only the touch of a genuine talisman master, who could imbue the crucial core with life, would elevate it to such status. Of course, a true talisman master would never squander their essence and time on such preliminary tasks. Hence, the sale of these basic talismans constituted a lucrative commodity within Qin Yang's sundry shop. Priced at 5 first-grade spirit stones apiece, Qin Yang, by compressing costs, eked out a profit of 2 stones, barely escaping the label of a menial laborer. After dedicating 3 hours to crafting 10 basic fire-attributed talismans, Qin Yang laid down his brush, a sigh escaping his lips. He reminisced about his transdimensional arrival. Upon confirming the irrefutable reality of his transmigration and discovering the Qiankun pouch at his waist, he erupted in joyous exclamations. He had traversed directly from the immensely popular virtual game First Grade Immortal, assuming the persona of his in-game avatar. Though not among the supreme immortal venerables of that boundless virtual world, he was a veritable titan of wealth. Any rare material, precious magical artifact, or extraordinary cultivation technique could be readily procured through him. Moreover, he possessed a vast collection of treasured secret arts, divine abilities, and esoteric scriptures. Surely, invincibility was within his grasp. Celestial phenomenon embodiment, true dragon prajna art, heaven-inquiring sword cannon, 3 treasures glazed lantern, yin yang dharma vase. Alas, they were all gone. A minor deviation had occurred. While he had indeed transmigrated with his virtual game character, it was with his newly created low-level account. The Qiankun pouch had been reduced to a rudimentary storage bag, containing naught but a change of worn clothing. Even the garments were merely a set of threadbare, excessively laundered Taoist robes. The pendulum swing from euphoria to despair nearly brought him tears. Fortunately, he had arrived just as the boundless Tao Academy was undertaking a grand development project in Qinglin City. Joining the influx, and with a touch of ingenuity and a willingness to endure hardship, he had secured a humble abode and a small storefront within a year and a half, with the shop in front and living quarters in the back. He christened the shop Worry Relief Sundries. Its wares consisted of unremarkable items. Even the semi-finished basic talismans were considered the shop's prized possessions. Over the past year, he had thoroughly integrated himself into this world. As Qin Yang sat lost in thought, a rhythmic, muffled knocking reverberated from the back door. The sound, a sequence of long and short taps, persisted for several seconds. Qin Yang snapped to attention, a radiant smile illuminating his face. Ah, a client has arrived. This code, crafted by Qin Yang using Morse code, was known only to his trusted, long-term clients. Unbeknownst to them, the translated code meant bandit. Securing the front of the shop, he proceeded to the rear to unlock the back door. Instantly, a pungent aroma of blood assailed his nostrils. A towering figure, nearly 7 feet tall, strode in, bearing 2 hefty black leather sacks in his hands. "Boss Qin, this batch requires expedited processing," the burly man declared. His thick brows furrowed, and a murderous glint flickered in his eyes. With each exhalation, wisps of white vapor billowed from his nostrils, and his entire being exuded an aura of ferocity. "Expedited service incurs double the price. I am cognizant of the regulations. Here are 400 first-grade spirit stones. The man's expression remained unchanged as he opened a small pouch, revealing a collection of white crystals, each the size of a fingernail. Qin Yang did not rush to accept the payment. He crouched down before the two black leather sacks and unfastened them, revealing the bodies of two individuals, an elderly man, appearing to be in his 50s or 60s, and another, seemingly in his 40s, with a pale, clean-shaven face. High risk, great difficulty. Triple the price, Qin Yang casually added after a brief examination. Boss Qin, triple the price is excessive. The man's face darkened, his breathing became labored, and his skin flushed as if ablaze. His stature seemed to swell by several inches. Huh! Qin Yang remained unmoved, a cold smile playing on his lips. Excessive? I alleviate worries with transparent pricing. These two are genuine foundation-establishing cultivators, not mere kin-nurturing novices. Furthermore, you presume you have stripped them clean, waiting until their vital aura has dissipated before bringing them here, as if I am oblivious? And the garments they wear are not ordinary silk, but celestial silk woven with the 18-hook method. Moreover, this fellow is of considerable age, yet bears no beard. Need I elaborate on their origins? In an instant, the man deflated like a punctured balloon, rapidly reverting to his original form. A sheepish grin spread across his face as he gave a thumbs up. Boss Qin, your insight is unparalleled. Triple the price it is. However, they must be disposed of today. With that, the man dutifully handed over an additional 600 first-grade spirit stones. After the man departed, Qin Yang retrieved a small cloth packet and sprinkled the yellow powder within across the backyard, paying particular attention to the two corpses. The acrid stench of blood dissipated, replaced by a faint, ethereal mist emanating from a porcelain vial. With these precautions taken, Qin Yang fully opened the black sacks and gazed upon the two bodies, a melancholic sigh escaping his lips. The Worry Relief Sundry Shop, ostensibly a general store indistinguishable from the countless others in Qinglin City, barely scraped by. The worry relief aspect, however, pertained to the disposal of corpses. Upon his arrival last year, driven by gnawing hunger, his initial earnings stemmed from the handling of corpses. At the time, a plague had ravaged the western district of the city, claiming numerous lives. The bodies, of course, could not remain within the city walls. However, such tasks were beneath the notice of true cultivators. The city guard, fearing contagion, offered payment to have the bodies transported outside the city for cremation and burial. The task fell upon the residents of the western district, confined within its boundaries. Those willing to accept the task would receive payment and, if spared from infection, would be released from the district's lockdown. Qin Yang had accepted the task. Fortified by his storage bag and rudimentary medical knowledge, he had miraculously avoided infection. Upon completing the task, the Western District's lockdown was lifted, and Qin Yang used the funds to acquire a house and open the Worry Relief Sundry Shop. The Worry Relief aspect remained the same: corpse disposal. However, the nature of the business had grown increasingly peculiar. By now, it primarily involved assisting others in covering their tracks. Virtually none of the corpses brought for disposal had died of natural causes. It was evident that they had perished in conflicts or even been victims of double crossings. After all, this was a world where the immortal path flourished. Tracing the cause of death back to a specific conflict was not insurmountable. 1,000 methods existed to discern the manner of death caused by various magical artifacts, techniques, and methods. Even if the bodies were discovered in the wilderness, Qin Yang could, through subtle clues and diverse means, trace their demise back to their assailant, narrowing the search to an extremely limited group. Before him, Qin Yang cast a cursory glance at the two unfortunate souls, quickly discerning that they had engaged in a fierce struggle to the bitter end, resulting in mutual destruction, only to be subsequently scavenged by another. Had it not been for this, how could two foundation-building cultivators possibly perish in the most desolate part of Qinglin City? It is worth noting that the western side of the city had always been sparsely populated with cultivators, and following last year's epidemic, the strongest. Remaining here could barely reach the 6th or 7th level of Qi, nurturing an extraordinary feat indeed. Yet it mattered not who had approached Qin Yang's purpose was to alleviate the burdens of others. By intervening, he ensured that no one could trace back to him, thus sparing his clients from undue worry. Setting up a table, and placing an incense burner upon it. Qin Yang ignited 3 sticks of incense and inserted them into the burner, bowing respectfully to the 2 figures before him. Esteemed elders, if you seek vengeance, let it be upon those who wronged you. Do not direct your wrath towards me. My humble offering shall at least grant you peace in your eternal rest, sparing you from becoming carrion for the beasts beyond the city. Since you have departed, may you find solace. Should fortune smile upon me, and I unearth something of value, I shall prepare for you a fragrant offering, at least 3 portions, sufficient for a year of your enjoyment. Muttering these words, Qin Yang slowly extended a hand towards the elder's lifeless form. The moment his hand made contact with the corpse, a wisp of white mist emanated from his injury, resembling a spectral hand that reached forth to grasp the body. In an instant, the misty hand retreated, cradling a gentle sphere of white light. As the ethereal hand melded into Qin Yang's own, the luminous orb dissipated, revealing a blue-covered tome cloaked in a faint glow. "Ah, a skill book has manifested," Qin Yang remarked nonchalantly, tossing it into his storage pouch before reaching for the middle-aged man's remains. Once more, the spectral hand appeared, and upon retrieving yet another orb of light, it too vanished to unveil a blood jade, 2 fingers wide, exuding a smooth and lustrous surface. Its crimson hue reminiscent of fresh blood, sending a shiver down one's spine. Qin Yang raised an eyebrow, rubbing the blood jade thoughtfully, a hint of surprise flickering across his features. To his astonishment, he had indeed stumbled upon something remarkable. Unexpectedly, there truly exists a remarkable treasure, a precious gem. Qin Yang rubbed the blood jade in his hands, an involuntary smile gracing his lips. The blood jade was warm to the touch, translucent yet not overly so, and upon closer inspection, one could discern delicate patterns within, resembling intertwined blood vessels, akin to capillaries coursing through the human body. Holding it in his grasp brought a gentle warmth that spread throughout him, instilling a sense of comfort. Those knowledgeable would recognize this as jade called yuhan, traditionally placed in a deceased's mouth at burial, also referred to as yuchan, symbolizing the cicada's emergence from its underground slumber, signifying rebirth with the changing seasons. Of course, its significance is primarily symbolic. Yuhan bears an ominous connotation, as it signifies sealing the last breath of the deceased. While this item holds little monetary value, the piece in Qin Yang and Apos' possession, though classified as yuhan, is vastly different. It is auspicious jade, a true gem among gems. Unable to suppress his glee, Qin Yang retrieved a sandalwood box to store it away. When the ghost market opened in a few days, he would surely sell it for a handsome price, enough to sustain him for 3 years. After a moment, Qin Yang took out the skill book he had just uncovered. It was a blue-covered skill book, an item of little value, which he had previously overlooked. He had opened it multiple times, only to find it filled with trivial skills. Skills such as unlocking doors and playing the suono were the most common, lacking depth and intrigue, while others were bizarre, like identifying 18 treasures. In a historical world, one could easily become a renowned brothel owner, unearthing talent and establishing a first-class establishment. But alas, this was a world of immortals. Long ago, Qin Yang had lost interest in white and blue skill books, for they rarely contained anything of worth. However, this time felt different. Surely, these 2 were cultivators of foundational significance, and it was unlikely that they would yield mere locksmithing skills. Upon closer inspection, he read the 4 prominent characters on the cover, initial understanding of talismans. After further scrutiny, he confirmed it was indeed talismans, rather than seals. With a moment's contemplation, Qin Yang tapped the blue book against his forehead, producing a crisp sound as the book disintegrated into motes of light and entered his mind. Moments later, he opened his eyes, a glimmer of delight and surprise lighting his face. It truly was a talisman, distinct from seals and inks. Seals were commonly encountered, while ink talismans were rare, especially in Qinglin City, where he had never even heard of them. The even rarer pill scripts were merely mentioned in this book, lacking any substantial content. There were 36 types of seals and 9 types of ink talismans, all foundational. However, merely gaining access to these indicates that the old man was no ordinary figure. After his initial joy, Qin Yang sighed inwardly. This transaction might prove more challenging than anticipated. Indeed, foundational cultivators were never simple. Although it was a low-level skill, he possessed abilities, the most basic of which was looting, colloquially known as corpse touching. Over the past year, He had developed numerous applications for this skill. Looting from corpses was the most fundamental capability, and he later discovered that even those who had died from plague would have their resentment dissipated after being looted, rendering them mere ordinary corpses, devoid of any chance of reanimation. Further experimentation revealed that any precautions taken by the deceased to prevent tracking would also be nullified by this skill, which was why his business had thrived over the past year. Yet now, with a skill book and a piece of blood jade in hand, Qin Yang realized that these two individuals, even if transformed into the most ordinary corpses, would be impervious to secret tracking methods. Those behind them might resort to the most basic clues to uncover the truth. Alas, money would not be easy to obtain, nor would the skill book be readily accessible. Shaking his head with a sigh, Qin Yang retrieved two coffins made of golden silk nanmu from a nearby room. The coffins shimmered in the sunlight, exuding a faint, elegant fragrance, crafted from the finest materials. In his past life, a single coffin could have been used to create a fortune, but here, it would fetch at most 2 first-grade spirit stones, with one stone merely covering the artisan and Oppo's fee. With a gentle touch, he laid the 2 bodies into the coffins. Following the looting, their previously contorted features returned to serenity, the sin of blood vanished, and the aura of death dissipated, as if they had been absolved by a virtuous monk, leaving behind nothing but their physical forms. After sealing the coffins and storing them in his spatial bag, Qin Yang returned indoors, applying clay to his face, dripping essence into his eyes. Changing into a new outfit and donning a wig, transforming his appearance in an instant, reducing his height by 3 inches, as if he had become an entirely different person. His complexion turned sallow, eyes clouded, and with a slight hunch to his posture, his white hair emitted a somber aura, making him resemble a feeble old man on the brink of death, severing all ties to Qin Yang. This was the result of the skills he had developed over the year: disguise, body shrinking, and the ability to mask his presence with incense, all combined to ensure that even familiar faces would fail to recognize him. Exiting through a concealed side door, he blended seamlessly into the bustling streets of the city's western district, where the throngs of people made him utterly unremarkable. Following the main road, he exited Qinglin City, where the landscape lay barren and desolate. In the distance, mountains loomed, shrouded in mist. Qin Yang walked a short distance along the road, then veered off onto a rugged path. After about half an hour, he reached a dark forest enveloping the ridge, steeped in silence. A row of crows perched upon the gnarled branches of withered trees, their piercing gazes fixated on him. These were the crows that inhabited the mass grave outside Qinglin City. Scavengers of carrion, seldom aggressive towards humans. Seeing them today brought a smile to Qin Yang's lips. His skill in incense-making had evidently improved, as he had successfully disguised his presence even from these crows. Muttering a phrase, "Do not disturb the deceased," he ignited a stick of incense and held it before him. Instantly, the crows turned away, losing interest in him. Continuing along the narrow path, he encountered a dense thicket, shrouded in mist, where numerous dilapidated graves stood, and the mournful wails of spirits echoed faintly. As Qin Yang advanced, incense in hand, shadowy figures flickered in the distance. Yet none paid him any mind. However, midway through his journey, he suddenly paused. He recalled a time long past when a military leader had once proclaimed, "When the camellias bloom in full, come to marry me. I will wait beneath the 3 immortals' mountain." A peculiar singing voice drifted towards him from afar. Initially faint as a whisper, indistinct yet palpable. Within moments, it became clear and audible. The sorrowful tone of a woman resonating with an intensity that felt like needles piercing his skull, burrowing into his mind. Then, in just a heartbeat, this lament was accompanied by the haunting sounds of suona, gongs, and flutes, all imbued with an eerie quality that sent shivers down his spine, causing the atmospheric tension to rise sharply. The corners of Qin Yang's eyes twitched, and he inwardly lamented. He knew this transaction would be fraught with difficulty. Looting from corpses naturally demanded that one ensure the deceased were buried peacefully, granting them assurance for their afterlife, while earning a modest fee for his troubles. This had been his guiding principle. The bodies he had previously dealt with were far less complicated. Finding a burial spot sufficed. However, with these 2 clients, a careless burial might lead to them being traced or unearthed in no time. In this secluded vicinity of Qinglin City lies the infamous Inhua Ghost Tomb, a desolate realm where life does not thrive, a veritable paradise for the departed. This necropolis, existing for millennia, is the most fitting resting place for these 2 new clients. an absolute sanctuary where no one would dare to intrude, not even those who dispose of bodies, for they would instinctively steer clear of this locale. However, there are, of course, drawbacks, as is evident in the current situation. Qin Yang gazed into the distance, the theatrical tones becoming increasingly discernible, the sounds of gongs, drums, and flutes merging seamlessly with the performance. Were one to rely solely on the auditory experience, they might easily mistake it for a renowned theatrical troupe warming up their voices. Yet, amidst the surrounding mist, the once apparent phantoms had vanished entirely. These specters, whether endowed with intelligence or not, possessed an uncanny ability to sense danger akin to that of wild beasts. Standing motionless, Qin Yang understood well that from the moment he heard the theatrical tones, escape was no longer an option. He knew that unless he dispatched the apparitions that had come his way, he could never hope to leave. Although he found himself at the periphery of the Inwago's tomb, crossing this threshold meant he was irrevocably ensnared. Moments later, through the fog, he beheld spectral figures drifting forth, a procession of red-clad spirits, each wielding musical instruments. At first glance, they resembled a wedding entourage, yet the music bore no trace of jubilation, instead resonating with a haunting sorrow. Leading the ensemble were 8 bearers, lifting a grand crimson coffin, while a cadre of similarly garbed specters trailed behind, their faces pallid and adorned with eerie, rigid smiles, cradling wooden boxes tied with red flowers. Qin Yang, holding an incense stick, remained still as he observed the spectral procession glide past him, none of the apparitions casting even a glance in his direction. However, when the wedding party had drifted by, one spirit brandishing a placard let out a piercing shriek. "The bride returns home." At that moment, Qin Yang felt a sudden vertigo, and in the blink of an eye, he found himself confined within a cramped space. Upon touching his surroundings, he realized he was sealed within the grand crimson coffin. Lying still, he could faintly hear the cacophony of drums and theatrical voices from outside. Confirming his predicament, he settled into silence, one hand resting on his storage pouch, contemplating the contents within. Before long, the spectral procession continued its ethereal journey, the mist ahead seemingly parting as if by an unseen hand, revealing an ancient and opulent manor, adorned with red bricks and azure tiles, complete with pavilions and terraces. Before the estate stood a towering archway, inscribed with the words "De Fei Tomb." Upon entering, the clamor intensified. Inside, the atmosphere was festive, with red fabrics adorning the ground and windows, and circular tables draped in crimson cloth, filled with guests whose faces were ashen, their smiles frozen in place. At the center of the tables rested an incense burner, encircled by the gory heads of 3 sacrificial beasts, while the goblets overflowed with a dark, ink-like liquid, infused with ominous energy. As the wedding party returned, a gnarled spirit clad in official garb raised his hands in greeting and proclaimed loudly, "The auspicious hour has arrived. Let us enter the bridal chamber." With that proclamation, the guests began to feast and drink, while the 8 bearers floated the grand coffin toward the rear courtyard. Once the coffin was lowered into the festive bridal chamber, Qin Yang effortlessly pushed the lid aside. As he emerged, he beheld the celebratory room, where a woman draped in red sat upon a large bed. Her delicate features and bright eyes sparkled with life, presenting an image of an elegant noblewoman. However, as Qin Yang took in the sight, for words flashed in his mind, 9 twists and turns. In that moment, he couldn't help but grimace, feeling the sting of loss as he recalled the 23 incense sticks that had been consumed. The western outskirts of Qinglin City harbored a chaotic burial ground, with tombs dating back thousands of years, teeming with spirits. The practitioners adept at summoning and nurturing these apparitions were numerous, making the incense a rare commodity. Each stick of incense, from the sourcing of materials to the meticulous crafting and curing, required at least a month to produce. Priced at an unyielding 100 spiritual stones each, they were the pinnacle offerings found in general stores. In the blink of an eye, Qin Yang had lost over 2,000 spiritual stones, leaving him in anguish. Calculating the losses, it was as if an entire month's profits had evaporated. Coupled with the rare Bodhi incense mixed in, he lamented the loss of nearly 40 days' worth of earnings. Now, gazing at the throng of spirits sprawled on the ground, Qin Yang felt a surge of anger, wishing he could obliterate them all. Alas, such thoughts were mere fantasies. Though the incense was beneficial to the spirits, these were evidently impoverished wraiths, likely unfamiliar with such luxury. They would not comprehend that indulging too deeply could render them senseless, akin to inebriation. Furthermore, the Bodhi incense, when combined, would amplify the effects of the spiritual incense, yet the intoxication would be even more profound. Had it not been for the time required for the incense to take effect, he would not have found himself in this situation, waiting for the spirits to lower their guard before daring to use it. Despite the substantial investment, the potential rewards were equally significant. The season of harvest had arrived, and Qin Yang smiled inwardly as he walked through the courtyard, collecting the storage pouches from each spirit. Upon opening a few, he couldn't help but scoff. Truly a gathering of impoverished souls. The contents of the storage pouches yielded nothing but low-grade spiritual stones and inferior herbs, all sourced from the vicinity of the Yinhua ghost tomb, fit only for growth in the dense, ghostly atmosphere, valued at no more than a handful of spiritual stones. In total, their worth barely exceeded that of the pouches themselves. Having lost interest, Qin Yang gathered everything and retrieved a dusty urn from his own storage pouch. Though seemingly inconspicuous, this urn was indeed a genuine mid-grade magical artifact, the finest item in Qin Yang's possession. The item previously obtained was a relic known as the Ashen Altar of the Ancient Ghost. Apart from serving as a vessel for ghostly entities, it holds no other purpose. There was a time I wandered through the chaotic burial grounds, capturing some spectral souls, but alas, the value of these souls was too meager to warrant the effort. To capture more formidable spirits, one must venture into the realm of the Yinhua ghost tomb, a perilous endeavor fraught with danger. Consequently, the altar has remained stowed away in my storage bag, gathering dust. Who would have thought it would prove so valuable this time? Low-level ghost soldiers fetch an average of 51 spirit coins, mid-level ghost soldiers around 200, and high-level ones approximately 500. As I collected the ghost soldiers, tossing them into the altar, I recited incantations, and after calculating the total worth of the gathered specters, I could not suppress a broad smile. This was quite the windfall. Turning to the back courtyard, I cast a wistful glance at the female ghost peacefully slumbering on the bed, a sigh escaping my lips. Unfortunately, she has already reached the ghost soldier realm. Once awakened, the altar would likely be unable to contain her. Furthermore, with over 200 varying strength ghost soldiers within, she could easily break free, and I would be left in dire straits. A ghost soldier of her caliber, with such exceptional potential akin to the living, would command at least 3,000 spirit coins. Such a pity. While lamenting this loss, I took the liberty of removing the female ghost's storage bag, as delicate as a finely embroidered pouch, and left a note on the table before departing without a backward glance. One must know when to hold back to prolong life. Greed can indeed be fatal. Exiting the estate, I noticed several lowly spirits sprawled unconscious on the ground. Their strength was too inadequate to concern myself with any further collection. Lighting an incense stick, I enveloped myself in its fragrant smoke and strode purposefully into the outside world. Before long, a thin mist swirled, obscuring the estate until it vanished from sight, replaced by an eerie, ancient tomb, flanked by stone beasts guarding either side. The entrance to the tomb gaped open, and after traversing a lengthy corridor, I finally emerged back onto the surface. At that moment, I glanced back to see a small archway atop the tomb bearing the inscription Defei's tomb. Defei? I paused in contemplation, realizing there were no mortal kingdoms within 3,000 miles of Qinglin City. Whose consort could this Defei be? This fleeting thought dissipated as I hastened my departure, casually selecting a patch of earth at the edge of the Yinhua ghost tomb to inter my previous 2 clients. After completing this task, I quickly left the Yinhua ghost tomb and made my way back to Qinglin City via a narrow path. This time, I did not head directly to the western part of the city, but detoured southward, arriving at a secluded coffin shop. Old Black Ghost, time to collect. I called out softly, prompting an elderly man clad in funeral garments to emerge from the back, his presence shrouded in an aura of despair, making him appear nothing like a living being. However, I was fully aware of the rumors surrounding him. It was said he had maintained this morose appearance for decades, having donned his burial attire and prepared his coffin long ago, awaiting his final breath. Yet, decades later, he remained unchanged, and the townsfolk had grown accustomed to his presence. I sought out this old ghost because he specialized in the trade of spectral entities, possessing a solid reputation. Given that I had a substantial quantity to sell this time, I felt more secure dealing with him rather than others, for once those ghost soldiers awakened, it would spell trouble. I casually placed the ashen altar on the table, stepping back to indicate he should examine it. The old ghost rested his hand upon the altar, and within moments, his lethargic eyelids shot open, revealing a piercing gaze directed at me, a sinister smile creeping across his lips. A grand transaction indeed. Let us negotiate. There were 163 low-level ghost soldiers, 32 mid-level, and 9 high-level, totaling 18,001 spirit coins, along with a complimentary piece of advice. Deal, I replied, finding the price reasonable, as even the old ghost needed to profit. His advice was simple: do not return to the Inhuai ghost tomb, otherwise your demise will be quite unsightly. A peculiar smile danced upon the old ghost's face, sending a chill down my spine. Speak plainly, old black ghost. He remained silent, merely rubbing his fingers together while gazing at me. I felt a scowl form on my face, retrieving 101 spirit coins, then hesitatingly adding 900 more into his palm. This old ghost was a shrewd trader, having donned his funeral attire for decades and remaining alive. He was undoubtedly well informed regarding spectral matters. If he sensed something, it would be prudent to satisfy him fully, ensuring he would share information willingly. Indeed, as he pocketed the spirit stones, the wrinkles on his face seemed to ease, and his gloomy demeanor lightened somewhat. You are a man of principle. I shall not beat around the bush. With so many ghost soldiers, the only place nearby Qinglin City aside from the Inhuai ghost tomb that could harbor them is within its depths. All these ghost soldiers have succumbed to slumber, likely due to your generous offering of spirit incense to inebriate them. However, I noticed some of these spirits bore clothing and distinctive markings, indicating they belong to the subordinate of the Dole Ghost King residing in the Inhuai ghost tomb. You have effectively wiped out an entire stronghold of theirs. While this may be manageable outside, once you step into the tomb, heh. I chuckled awkwardly, clasping my hands in gratitude before turning to leave. At last, I understood the origin of the name Defei. That unsatisfied female ghost was indeed a consort, and a ghost king's consort at that. Disrupting the lair of a ghost king's consort was far more severe than simply dismantling a stronghold. If old black ghost were to learn the truth, he might very well sell this information for a handsome sum. Fortuitously, my caution had prevailed. I had disguised myself for this transaction. Otherwise, I would need to flee immediately. A ghost king, one who dares claim such a title, would surpass me by at least 2 major realms. Even a mere utterance could obliterate me multiple times over. Following the side path, I hastened back to the western part of the city. Disposing of my clothing and the wig that had concealed my identity, I reverted to my true form, standing taller and straighter than before. After a refreshing wash and change of attire, I transformed back into the youthful proprietor of the sundry shop. As luck would have it, I arrived just in time for opening hours. I swung open the front door to find the street nearly deserted, save for the innkeeper of the tavern across the way, seated at his entrance, sipping from a purple clay teapot, seemingly lost in thought. "Ah, Boss Qin, you're opening quite early today," he called out, leaning back to bask in the sun. This innkeeper, surnamed Li and boasting the formidable name Li Gang, was a jovial, rotund fellow, albeit notoriously frugal, embodying the archetype of a miser. Yet, his business acumen was sharp, and despite the remote location, his tavern consistently thrived. "Li Gang, what brings you such leisure today? Not preparing for the day's business?" I inquired, noting the absence of patrons. "Preparing? Huh. Did you not hear the screams from last night? It was horrendous. If we have business today, it would truly be a miracle. Most folks are avoiding this place altogether. Who would venture to save a couple of coins in such a dismal locale? Indeed, I was quite exhausted from crafting talismans last night and retired early." "What transpired?" I inquired casually. "The bandits from the 3 mountains were eradicated overnight. Not a single soul left alive. It was said the scene was a veritable river of blood, with the overseers tortured to death, their screams akin to swine being slaughtered, audible even from several streets away. And the city guards?" A sudden jolt coursed through Qin Yang's heart as he contemplated the 3 mountains near Qinglin City, renowned for their bountiful resources and relatively few beasts. Although danger lurked, practitioners in the Qi nourishing stage could still venture forth, gathering spiritual herbs and seeking resources. Spanning hundreds of miles, these mountains could sustain numerous cultivators. Those who frequented the mountains in search of resources were colloquially known as running the 3 mountains. However, the routes from the western side of the city had been monopolized by a faction known as the 3 Mountains Gang. Any resources unearthed in that region had to be sold to them. Otherwise, survival in the western part of the city became untenable. Unfortunately, the very person who had sought his counsel the previous day was a liaison between him and the 3 Mountains Gang, specifically the gang's 3rd leader. The increasingly peculiar nature of his consultations this past year could be attributed to the gang's overwhelming workload. Initially, He had merely assisted in dealing with corpses that had died from plagues or unusual poisons, tasks considered risky but manageable. Now, he found himself relegated to the role of a cleanup expert for the gang. It was undeniable that money held great sway with the Three Mountains gang's demise. The cause was undoubtedly linked to the two clients from the previous day. While the gang was not particularly formidable, its leaders were at the pinnacle of the Qi nourishing stage. Rumors suggested that there were others behind them. The abrupt downfall of the gang, without any semblance of concealment, indicated that they had angered someone beyond their means or had come into possession of information they should not have. Lost in thought, Qin Yang barely noticed Manager Li continuing his monologue. What does the city defense team even care? Do you know who was responsible? It was the people from the Wanyong merchant house in the north. The Three Mountains gang acted recklessly, taking what did not belong to them, and they met their demise as a result. Not even the city lord dares to provoke the Wanyong merchant house. Li lamented the tragic fate of the gang's third leader, who had met a gruesome end, being dismembered into hundreds of pieces. It seemed the Wanyong merchant house regarded him as nothing more than a mere brute, leading to his demise right at their doorstep. Is that it? Has it all ended? Li scoffed. The people from the Wanyong merchant house haven't left yet. 2 disciples from the Wuliang Dao Academy have arrived, and it seems the 2 factions nearly came to blows. Who would dare to intervene? The Three Mountains gang's territory is now sealed off, with corpses still left unattended within. Let us consider ourselves unfortunate, Li sighed, calculating the losses. With their interference, few dare to venture to the western city today. Business has plummeted, and for small-time merchants like us, what else can we do but accept our misfortune? I've lost at least 300 to 400 spirit stones today. With a dry chuckle, Qin Yang turned and returned to the shop. Upon reflection, a nagging curiosity took root within him. What had led those 2 clients to engage in a mutually destructive conflict? If it were something trivial, would the Wanyong merchant house and the disciples from the Wuliang Dao Academy have been so anxious? It was no wonder that the foolish brute had been so eager. They must have stumbled upon something valuable. With no customers in sight, Qin Yang decided to hang a sign and retreat to the backyard to experiment with a newly acquired skill book, Fundamentals of Talismans. While he had previously amassed a modest collection of skill books, most had been mundane, lockpicking techniques, soup recipes, and barbecue seasonings. The best among them was the Qinglin technique, a lower-tier method within the 4 major classifications of cultivation techniques. Yet, it was well-rounded and could solidify his foundation, making it easier to transition to superior methods later on. Finally, he had unearthed the skill book Fundamentals of Talismans. Whether for personal use or for profit, this elevated his standing significantly. Previously, creating talismans had been limited to basic designs, lacking the crucial core. Over the past year, he had attempted to produce complete talismans, but the success rate had been dismally low, and he lacked the capital for extensive practice. Thus, he had set it aside. Now that he had obtained this skill book, he was eager to produce a batch of talismans. Selling them or equipping himself could significantly boost his combat capabilities. Had he possessed 100 or so talismans during his time in the Inhuaigo's tomb, he could have vanquished those ghostly wedding attendants with ease. Avoiding the need to expend spirit incense, he retrieved a stack of basic talismans, primarily composed of the popular 5 elements talismans, along with travel talismans like the wind-running talisman. A thick bundle of talismans lay on the table, each 2 inches wide and 5 inches long, densely inscribed with runes and talismanic pathways. Yet, the central position, the critical core, remained empty. Strength derives from the core, he mused, acknowledging that while this saying might be somewhat exaggerated, the potency of a talisman indeed relied heavily on its core. The difference in cores could determine whether a talisman was of low, medium, or even high quality. With a brush dipped in ink, Qin Yang began to inscribe. As if guided by instinct, his focus sharpened, and as he wrote, a brilliant white light burst forth from his pen, imbued with spiritual energy, gliding across the talisman paper. In mere moments, he lifted his pen, revealing a simple red rune glowing at the core. The red light radiated outward, illuminating the entire talisman, causing all other runes and pathways to shine in unison, enveloping the talisman in a warm red glow. After a brief moment, the brilliance faded, leaving the talisman unchanged in appearance but imbued with a newfound resonance, offering a faint warmth upon touch. After a moment of assessment, a trace of surprise crossed Qin Yang's face. A medium-grade talisman. Even the most basic burning talisman possessed strength far surpassing his own full-powered strike. More importantly, it dealt sustained damage, a quality that would challenge even low-grade magical artifacts to withstand. Is this merely the preliminary stage? Surely, this cannot be. He marveled. A medium-grade talisman represented the pinnacle within the qi-nourishing stage. High-grade talismans exceeded that limit, rivaling the might of a foundational cultivator's strike. Encouraged by his unexpected success, Qin Yang set to work, filling the cores of the basic talismans. While crafting the basic talismans had been arduous, the process of filling the cores was surprisingly minimal in consumption, albeit significantly more challenging, tenfold, at least, and it was no wonder that talisman masters were so rare. In just 3 hours, Qin Yang crafted a variety of talismans, including burning talismans, fireball talismans, small rain talismans, wind-running talismans, small earthen wall talismans, small golden spear talismans, and small withered wood talismans, successfully filling the cores of all the basic talismans available in his shop. In total, over 100 basic talismans transformed into medium-grade talismans, with one fortunate talisman achieving high-grade status. This high-grade talisman, a small rain talisman, was intended for irrigating spiritual fields. However, its creation had nearly drained him of all his true essence. With a reluctant sigh, Qin Yang stored the high-grade small rain talisman, initially intending to further study the ink talismans, but fatigue set in, just as he was about to sit down and meditate to recover his true essence. The door to the grocery store exploded into shards with a resounding crash. Amid the flying debris, a massive foot descended slowly into the shop. As Qin Yang raised his gaze, his brows slightly furrowed. The newcomer was clad in a deep blue long robe, appearing to be in his 20s and exuding an air of competence. At his waist, a belt adorned with a green gemstone boasted intricate inscriptions, indicating it was a storage belt far superior to the rudimentary storage pouch Qin Yang possessed. A fleeting glance caught a symbol of 10,000 embroidered on the cuff of the stranger's sleeve. "Are you the shopkeeper? Have you dealt with corpses before?" The youth waved a hand before his nose, as if detecting an unpleasant odor. His face contorted in distaste. "Indeed, a collector of corpses. You look as if you've come from the grave yourself." With that, he turned on his heel to leave, followed by 2 lackeys who entered behind him. One of them, equally disdainful, cast a scornful glance at Qin Yang, his tone dripping with arrogance. "You're fortunate, aren't you? With that feeble appearance. You must have never encountered someone of such stature before. I bet you're too stunned to speak. Listen up, this is Manager Qiu from the Wanyong Trading Company, and he has a task for you, 301 spirit stones. Let us not waste time. Manager Qiu's time is precious." As the words fell, the lackey stood beside Qin Yang, ready to forcefully escort him if he dared to refuse. "What are you dawdling for? Is 301 spirit stones enough to leave you dumbfounded? Enough chatter. This fellow's aura barely reaches the 2nd level of qi cultivation. It's understandable he hasn't encountered such a large sum before." The other lackey chimed in with a scoff. With one on each side, they grasped Qin Yang's shoulders and began to lead him outside. Qin Yang shifted his gaze but remained silent, allowing them to pull him out of the shop. Upon stepping outside, he noticed 7 others waiting, all of whom had previously worked in corpse collection within the western part of the city. Seeing this, Qin Yang couldn't help but smile bitterly. Just moments ago, he had thought that the disciples from Wuliang Academy wouldn't trace him, as those in the know were dead, and the clients had been buried in the Inhuaigo's tomb, a place nearly impossible for the living to access. He imagined that the deranged Fei was in no condition to pursue anyone. Yet, to his surprise, Wanyong Trading had not investigated, but had rather brazenly summoned all who had previously engaged in corpse collection from the western area. It was hard to believe they merely sought to collect corpses. However, it was a relief that he had not fully recovered his true essence. They perceived him as weak. The less attention paid to him, the better. In the midst of the other corpse collectors, he appeared particularly inconspicuous. His complexion was somewhat pale, as if he hadn't seen sunlight in ages, and he appeared somewhat emaciated. Coupled with his weak spiritual energy, he was undoubtedly the weakest among the group. The other collectors paid him no mind. The least among them had at least reached the 4th level of qi cultivation. Thus, as Qin Yang lingered behind, he became practically invisible. Narrowing his eyes, he remained silent at the back of the group. He recognized the other collectors, but they did not know him in his current guise. Each time he assisted others, he had disguised himself with a different appearance. Since he began his cleansing work, the only individual who had seen his true form had met a tragic end. Now, no one could suspect that he was the renowned master of cleansing from the western part of the city. After walking a short distance, another corpse collector joined the group, a pockmarked face belonging to someone at the 4th level of qi cultivation. Yet unlike most collectors, he was quite talkative. After greeting the others, he turned his attention to Qin Yang, who lingered at the back. With a sly glint in his eyes, he lowered his voice conspiratorially. Hey, you're new? Aren't you? I carried corpses for a few days during last year's plague, but then I stopped. Qin Yang casually replied, just a bit of experience. To his surprise, the overly eager fellow responded as if he understood everything. No need to say more, I get it. I've been a newcomer myself, I recognize that mindset, pretending to be a veteran to avoid being bullied. Don't worry, I'm a warm-hearted person and won't take advantage of you. In our line of work, we're often met with disdain, and we earn our keep through hard work. We need to look out for one another to avoid untimely deaths. Do you know where we're headed this time? I don't know, Qin Yang feigned ignorance. Bowing slightly, I knew you wouldn't. As a newcomer, it's normal not to understand the rules and lack information. Only those who grasp the rules and are well-informed can make a profit. Do you know how much I'll earn this time? The pockmarked face gestured with his fingers, indicating a sum. You're impressive, I'm only at that amount. Qin Yang mimicked his gesture, then pointed to himself, indicating it was a smaller share. You have great potential. Quite bold. The pockmarked fellow beamed, patting Qin Yang on the shoulder. Let me tell you, this is a major deal. Wanyong Trading Company is throwing money around like it's nothing. Why do you think the northern part of the city is the most prosperous? It's not just because the three mountains are right outside the north gate. No, it's because of the Wanyong Trading Company, which has everything you could need. The branch here in Qinglin City is quite powerful, reputed to be even stronger than Wuliang Academy. Otherwise, why do you think those two inner disciples from Wuliang Academy didn't dare to confront us directly yesterday? As he spoke with growing enthusiasm, he suddenly remembered that they were in the presence of important figures. Glancing up, he saw one of the lackeys looking back at him with an expression that seemed to say, "You have good taste," and he gestured for the pockmarked fellow to continue. This encouragement only spurred him on. Do you know where we're going to collect corpses? The Three Mountains gang is brazen. They tasted the forbidden fruit and dared to engage in black market dealings. A few days ago, an inner disciple from Wuliang Academy, what was his name? Oh yes, by Yunfei, the scholar, tried to steal from Master Tong of Wanyong Trading Company. You probably don't know Master Tong, do you? He is a master of talismans who was invited here as a guest expert for a hefty sum. His skills are exceptional, and that disciple was no match for him. Unfortunately, Master Tong was ambushed and gravely injured, allowing those rogues to take advantage of the situation. What corpses are we collecting? Are you foolish? Wanyong Trading Company is benevolent. Last year, during the plague, they were worried about an outbreak again, so they're sending us to collect the corpses of those ruffians to prevent further harm to others. Once we arrive, do your job well, and keep your mouth shut. Follow my lead. If we perform well this time, we might just find ourselves working with Wanyong Trading Company for good, and then we'll be prosperous. The pockmarked fellow spoke with unbridled enthusiasm, utterly lost in his own thoughts. Qin Yang chuckled lightly, choosing not to engage. He mused quietly about the naivety of this fellow. Would they truly offer such a sum merely for corpse collection? Why gather so many collectors if it were just a simple task? This wasn't a matter of covering up traces, it was purely about collecting corpses, a task entirely different from Qin Yang's expertise in alleviating worries. With just a shout, one could easily find 10 laborers willing to undertake such a low-skill job for a mere 10 spirit stones. However, Qin Yang kept these thoughts to himself, remaining silent while pondering what exactly Wanyong Trading Company was seeking with such fanfare. The company was extravagantly wealthy. Even a mere lackey could easily squeeze out a decent amount of profit. Their merchandise was said to include many valuable items, with high-level techniques and elixirs for foundational cultivators not even qualifying for auction. What could be so significant to warrant such attention? Was it perhaps a rare treasure? As I pondered aimlessly, half an hour passed, and I arrived at the entrance of the Sand Mountain gang. What met my eyes was a shattered gate, behind which lay a heap of mangled flesh scattered upon the bluestone slabs, the air thick with a ghastly stench of blood. The atmosphere was heavy with lingering resentment and malevolence, causing the eyes of the corpse collectors outside to twitch uncontrollably. Indeed, it seemed the end had come. The Sand Mountain gang had suffered a loss of no less than 100 souls, all perished within. Just peering through the entrance, one could easily spot over 20 corpses in the courtyard alone, not to mention the horrors that lay beyond. All right, you may enter and collect the bodies. A young servant called out in a high-pitched voice. A group of collectors exchanged glances, hesitating until a pockmarked-faced man boldly stepped forward and strode into the courtyard. While others approached with trepidation, Qin Yang was quite certain that no spirits haunted this place, if such entities were significant. The unscrupulous members of the Sand Mountain gang would hardly allow their own to linger as ghosts. The crowd surged forward, entering the courtyard, where they began to lift the bodies and gather dismembered limbs. Qin Yang, however, retrieved his tools and commenced his grim task of collecting the remains of the unfortunate giant, whose death had been particularly gruesome, his body brutally torn apart, even his head split in twain. He carefully placed the giant's remains into a bag, and by the time the others had nearly finished clearing the front yard, Qin Yang moved deeper into the throng, discreetly slipping his hand into the bag to activate his skill. In an instant, a faint orb of light materialized in his palm. Upon inspection, he noticed a white halo enveloping it. Without a second thought, he turned and pressed it against his forehead. Yet, at that moment, Qin Yang's steps faltered slightly, his expression one of astonishment. Wait, this ISNTA skill book? Qin Yang's expression was somewhat peculiar. Initially, he had merely intended to experiment, curious to see if the clumsy giant, having shattered so completely, could yield anything of value. To his surprise, it was indeed possible to extract something. Yet what materialized was not a skill book or any tangible object, but rather 3 fragments of a map. These pieces appeared as though they had been randomly torn from a larger map, and the details imprinted upon them were astonishingly vivid in his mind. However, as these 3 disjointed fragments were not contiguous, their significance remained elusive. Suddenly, a fleeting spark of inspiration flickered in his mind, only to vanish before he could grasp its meaning. Without further contemplation, the group began to move from the front courtyard to the rear. At that moment, a young attendant arrived, casually uttering a statement. When collecting the corpses, be sure to thoroughly inspect for anything unusual. If anything useful is found, the finder will receive triple the reward, while others will receive double. The attendant lingered at a distance, observing the group as they entered the inner courtyard. With this remark, Qin Yang's previously vague intuition sharpened into clarity. Yet, there was no time to ponder further. He considered the possibility that if the clumsy giant had yielded map fragments, others might have similar treasures. Joining the others in collecting the corpses, he noted that aside from the lesser minions, the higher-ranking individuals were often found in a state of dismemberment. As the pace of the collection hastened, it became increasingly evident that those of greater status within the Three Mountains gang had met more gruesome ends. Those of even modest rank were often left in pieces, making it difficult to assemble their remains. Hey, you there, the newcomer, a pockmarked face called out, currently engaged in his own task. Can't you see the obvious? As a new recruit, you must learn the ropes. I can see you're somewhat clumsy, and that won't change overnight, but surely you can work diligently? What do you mean? Qin Yang replied, somewhat bewildered. Are you suggesting I should piece together the corpses alone? The pockmarked face glared at him, clearly displeased, nodding in acknowledgement. Qin Yang remained silent and proceeded to assemble the scattered limbs, just as he was contemplating how to seize an opportunity to gather more fragments. The pockmarked face offered him a chance. You keep working on that. I'll fetch more from the back. All right, go ahead, Qin Yang responded. The pockmarked face swiftly disappeared, leaving Qin Yang to continue his grim task. This individual sought to shirk responsibility, but Qin Yang remembered his own early days, during which he had done every unpleasant job imaginable. Besides, there were more vulnerable newcomers present. It would be unkind to exploit them. As he silently assisted, piecing together the remains, the pockmarked face's eyes gleamed with a thought. Kid, you keep working on that. There should be more to collect from the back. I'll go see what else is there. Good, go ahead, Qin Yang nodded. With the pockmarked face gone, Qin Yang seized the moment. Once the coast was clear, he discreetly activated his skill among the corpses, summoning a series of 12 small, glowing orbs. Crushing each orb, he felt the fragmented map in his mind begin to coalesce. Each orb contained at least 3 pieces, with some holding as many as 5. In an instant, over 40 fragments flooded his consciousness, allowing the map to take shape. Within moments, only 5 locations remained unfilled, and the essence of the map began to reveal itself. The map was exquisitely detailed, showcasing mountains, rivers, and architectural structures with remarkable clarity. These buildings appeared as if they had been meticulously printed onto the map after being scaled down. Yet, despite the vivid imagery, Qin Yang was unable to discern its location, only certain that it was not near Qinglin City, as the distinctive 3 mountains were absent. While he pondered the implications, the pockmarked face returned slowly from behind. See, I told you there would be more. This one is in worse shape. His head is shattered into pieces. Are all the corpses here? Qin Yang inquired casually. Yes, they're all here. The rest are inside searching for valuables. Everyone wants that bounty, but they should take a good look in the mirror first. Even the experts from Wanyong Commercial House couldn't find anything. What do they expect to uncover? The pockmarked face scoffed dismissively, his expression one of frustration. From his demeanor, Qin Yang surmised he had likely been shooed away by those inside to perform menial labor. Why don't you check ahead? I'll handle things here. Not bad. You're learning to think ahead. All right, I'll check up front, the pockmarked face replied, a smile spreading across his features as he bounded away. Turning his attention back to the most gruesome corpse before him, Qin Yang activated his skill once more, and indeed, another small orb of white light appeared. Upon shattering it, the remaining gaps in the map swiftly filled in. Yet, even then, the precise location remained elusive. However, he could sense that the treasures marked on this map were extraordinary, particularly the structures that seemed to be impressively crafted, far surpassing those of Qinglin City. The rivers and mountains exhibited a harmonious flow, their contours reminiscent of sacred pathways. Suddenly, Qin Yang recalled legends of true masters capable of moving mountains and filling seas, altering the very veins of the earth. Everything upon the land could be orchestrated at their whim. This sensation echoed the reality he now faced. In that moment, he grasped the fragment of inspiration he had been chasing. This was precisely what the disciples of Wanyong Commercial House and Wuliang Dao Academy sought. The destination indicated by the map undoubtedly concealed treasures of immense value. Yet, for now, it was merely a map. This explained why the two factions had not clashed the previous day. The true treasures remained elusive, compelling them to act with caution. Yet, the intense scrutiny and brutal interrogations aimed at the Three Mountains gang suggested that the map had not yet fallen into their hands. An hour later, the pockmarked face returned, his expression long and silent as he joined in the grim task. Before long, "Hey, kid, take a look at this tattoo. Doesn't it resemble a palace?" He mused, holding up a severed leg, examining the tattoo etched upon it. But upon seeing it, Qin Yang's gaze sharpened with realization. The rogues of the Three Mountains gang had tattooed the map onto their own skin. No wonder the fragments he had uncovered were in such disarray. Upon inspecting another corpse, he noticed a tattoo of a green dragon on its back, beneath which the dragon's claws grasped a mountain encircled by a river, another fragment of the map. In that instant, Qin Yang felt a chill run through him. This was disastrous. He had been ensnared by the Three Mountains gang's machinations. Having been half-forced into this situation, he had sensed trouble from the start, but never had he anticipated the gravity of the predicament unfolding. Observing the ruthless tactics of Wanyong Commercial House, it was clear that this map held profound significance. Those present who had glimpsed these tattoos were likely doomed to a fate where they could earn a living but not enjoy it. The only viable course of action was to flee this place at once, for that offered a glimmer of hope. With a swift mental shift, Qin Yang clenched his jaw, resolutely dismissing the notion of escape. The reason for my immediate following was not merely to ascertain certain matters for myself. More importantly, I had observed that the steward Qiu was not only a foundational cultivator, but also one who had not just recently ascended to this level. He appeared to be at least in the mid-foundational stage. His abundant spiritual energy indicated he possessed no fewer than 4 exceptional magical artifacts. What stood out even more was the steward's demeanor, which was not one of arrogance, but rather an indifferent nonchalance, as if he would not be bothered even if he were to crush Qin Yang on the spot. Qin Yang understood that confronting him directly would be akin to a head-on clash. Given that he had only cultivated to the 6th layer, the outcome would surely be dire. Just last year, when I first arrived here, I had been so famished that I resorted to scavenging corpses for sustenance. I would not recklessly seek death by challenging someone I knew I could not defeat. Now, having discovered the hidden fragments of the map concealed within these tattoos, Qin Yang realized the gravity of the situation. Considering the guards outside, even the lowly servants were at least at the 6th layer of cultivation. Reflecting on the individuals he had encountered upon entering, he recalled seeing 2 foundational cultivators, and with the influence of the Wanyong Commercial House, the pressure became suffocating. This was not a society governed by law. The corpses of the Sand Mountain gang lay starkly before him. As Qin Yang's mind raced, contemplating an escape route, a sudden shriek interrupted his thoughts. "I and Oppos, V found it," shouted the pockmarked-faced man, his voice akin to someone electrified, altering in pitch. Within moments, a lackluster servant sauntered in, casually inquiring, "What have you discovered?" "Look here, the tattoos on this architectural complex, and this tattoo on the arm of this person, aren't they perfectly aligned? This tattoo must have been done recently. The craftsmanship is impressive, almost undetectable. However, after the body has been left overnight, The difference between this new tattoo and the older ones becomes slightly apparent. I assure you, with my experience in dealing with corpses, I cannot be mistaken. The man prattled on excitedly. Wait a moment. The servant's eyes sharpened, his earlier lethargy vanishing as he sprang to life. He dashed out, while the pockmarked-faced man grinned widely, nearly splitting his face in two with glee as he clapped Qin Yang on the shoulder. Fear not, young lad. If this proves useful, I shall claim the credit and ensure you receive your due. The 100 spirit stones previously promised need not be given. Consider it a reward from me. No need to thank me. Ha ha ha. Ah, yes, thank you. Thank you indeed, Qin Yang replied with a forced grin, internally seething with the desire to strangle him. Just when he was pondering how to extricate himself from this predicament, this buffoon had muddled everything. If the Wanong commercial house failed to control these people and set guards, he would offer his head as a night pot. Soon after, Steward Chiu entered from outside. The pockmarked-faced man, with a fawning demeanor, quickly relayed his discovery in a few hurried words. Chiu's eyes sparkled momentarily with joy as he disregarded the gruesomeness of the dismembered remains, delicately brushing his fingers over the tattoos, his body trembling slightly with excitement. Finally, we have found it. The scoundrels of the Sand Mountain Gang. No wonder they destroyed the map. They aimed to prevent anyone from obtaining the complete version, fragmenting it into tattoos inked on different individuals. These ruffians are indeed ruthless. Knowing they would not survive, they clung to the lie that the map was destroyed, refusing to divulge the truth about the tattoos. Casting a glance at the dismembered remains, Chiu's expression darkened. It was no wonder that yesterday, when the Sand Mountain Gang witnessed their companions' gruesome deaths, they had tightened their lips. They had long since resolved to take their secrets to the grave, resulting in even greater losses for our Wanyong commercial house. Well done. This discovery holds great value, Chiu said with a hint of a smile, patting the pockmarked-faced man's shoulder. I can assure you, I will double your reward, while the others will receive a twofold increase. Your current task is to piece together this map. Should you succeed, I will further double your compensation. Rest assured, Steward Chiu, we excel at this sort of task. We will not disappoint. The pockmarked-faced man exclaimed, practically floating with elation. The prospect of doubling their rewards made even the envious onlookers among the corpse collectors gaze eagerly at the pile of bodies, itching to dive in. However, Chiu's smile bore a hint of coldness as he surveyed the room. To be frank, this map is of immense importance to the Wanyong commercial house, and I cannot place my trust in you all. With his words, Chiu unleashed a formidable aura, pressing down upon them. The collective bodies of the dozen or so individuals trembled as if a mountain had suddenly descended upon them. A late-stage foundational cultivator, with a mere flick of his hand. 10 silver serpents shot out, coiling around their necks and snapping shut, forming a deadly silver ring that ensnared them all. This device, known as a trick, was a contraption crafted by a master of mechanisms. If it detected any true essence power within close proximity, it would explode. Only the unique key could unlock it, and it would constrict a little more each day. For an ordinary person, within a week, it would lead to a slow and agonizing demise. Observing the pale faces and trembling forms of the terrified crowd, Chiu nodded in satisfaction, a smile re-emerging. This item is far too crucial to be taken lightly, especially given past incidents. However, should you complete the task, your rewards will be further multiplied. The Wanyong commercial house will not shortchange those who loyally assist us. This served as a warning. With the trick in place, even if they escaped today, their fate was sealed. Their only path to survival was to diligently fulfill their duties and reap lucrative rewards. A stick to drive a carrot. Such tactics were indeed effective. Rest assured, we harbor no ulterior motives. They clamored, trembling with fear yet their eyes glimmering with the prospect of spirit stones, eager to piece together the map. Satisfied, Steward Chiu departed, leaving the corpse collectors to their tasks, seemingly unperturbed. A frenzied urgency gripped the group as they began their work, while Qin Yang quietly chuckled to himself, recognizing the vast disparity in power. There was no capacity for resistance. Moreover, these fools could not possibly think that once the secret was divulged, they would be able to walk away freely with their earnings, unscathed. Tonight, escape was imperative, otherwise, there would be no second chance. Feeling the constricting trick around his neck, Qin Yang surveyed the heap of bodies and suddenly conceived a daring idea. With no one from the Wanyong commercial house in sight, save for 2 servants stationed at the entrance, there was no one to oversee the corpse collectors. Thus, they naturally assumed that the trick around their necks was merely a precautionary measure, posing no real threat to their lives. It was not long before they carelessly began to disarray the carefully arranged corpses once again. Moments ago, a few gravediggers, initially disdainful of menial tasks, have now each retrieved their tools and begun the meticulous search for tattoos on the corpses, carefully peeling away the selected tattooed skin. These rascals, while appearing unimpressive at first glance, exhibit a remarkable dedication to their craft, transforming the act of skinning, drying, and shaping into an art form. Coupled with the application of tanning agents, the pieces of tattooed human skin emerge resembling ancient maps, their clarity surprisingly enhanced compared to their original state on the corpses. However, after a few glances, Qin Yang lost interest. The clarity of these human skin maps was rather poor, only just skimming the threshold of high definition, in stark contrast to the vivid, Blu-ray clarity of the map etched in his mind. The disparity was substantial. Yet, in that moment, Qin Yang had little inclination to ponder such matters. The grotesque corpses, now even more disheveled post-peeling, seemed to exude disorder. A shout from a pockmarked face signaled a group of individuals entering the room to piece together the map, leaving Qin Yang alone to continue his grim task of collecting bodies. Silent and focused, he searched for a relatively intact corpse resembling his own to stash into a storage bag he carried. Time passed swiftly, and as night fell, an eager group, having assembled only half of the map, reluctantly set it aside and settled down to rest in the expansive confines of the Sanshan Gang, which remained unoccupied. Once everyone had chosen their rooms, Qin Yang discreetly selected an adjacent chamber. He placed a specially crafted calming incense in a burner by the door to ordinary mortals. Its potency was akin to a sedative, while for those cultivating their qi, it merely served to soothe the mind. This formula, however, differed slightly from standard calming incense. As the fragrance wafted and coiled, it hung in the air, gradually spreading along the walls, enveloping the room in a shroud of indistinct mist. Upon closing the door, and as snores filled the air, signaling that all had succumbed to slumber, Qin Yang lifted his robe to reveal dozens of storage bags densely attached within. Most of these bags contained spoils from previous encounters with malevolent spirits, with a few belonging to Qin Yang himself. He retrieved 4 talismans, placing them on the walls of the room. Instantly, a faint ripple of energy coursed through the space, muffling the sounds outside to an almost imperceptible whisper, rendering the interior completely soundproof to any outside listener. This talisman, known as the Autumn Cicada, symbolized the sorrowful lament of the cicada in its final moments, functioning as a silencing charm. When applied directly to a person, any sound emanating from them would dissipate. This was a luxury item available to those within the Sanshan. As each talisman was valued at several hundred spirit stones, Qin Yang had previously remained unaware of the talisman's alternate uses until he studied the text Introduction to Talismanry. While the Autumn Cicada was a low-tier talisman, it was not without its flaws. Its activation inevitably generated energy fluctuations, akin to a guiding light for many entities. However, when activated in reverse along the talisman pathway, the energy would not release explosively, merely adhering to the wall, effectively trapping sound within, providing the utmost concealment without residual energy traces. Once Qin Yang confirmed everything was in order, he placed a hand on a storage bag, and with a thought, a small cloth pouch materialized in his grasp. Upon opening it, he discovered a collection of slender tools. These had been acquired after mastering the skill of lock-picking, but he had yet to employ them until now. Gently tracing the peculiar silver ring around his neck, Qin Yang slowly closed his eyes to attune himself before selecting a fine needle from the pouch, tapping it lightly against the silver ring. The delicate sound of tinkling resonated as he silently concentrated. After a moment, he opened his eyes, producing 3 silver mirrors to observe the ring. The ring appeared as an interlinked series of iron circles, each crafted with intricate precision resembling chain mail, a marvel of high craftsmanship. After a brief examination, Qin Yang procured a small needle and deftly pricked the ring at a specific point. Instantly, a small hole emerged, akin to a keyhole. Seeing this, a smile crept across Qin Yang's face as he wiped the beads of sweat from his brow. The peculiar silver ring, being acutely sensitive to true essence, was undoubtedly a marvel of mechanical ingenuity, a showcase piece for those adept in the arts of mechanism. Essentially, it comprised 36 interlocking locks, each harboring a mechanism that gradually reduced the distance between them. Beyond the risk of explosion, it was simply a lock. Out of the 36 locks, only one possessed a keyhole, and therein lay the challenge. The mechanism was minuscule, demanding precision lest he trigger a catastrophic outcome, potentially constricting his neck. Listening intently, visualizing the structure, and pinpointing the keyhole's location, Qin Yang felt he was nearing a resolution. The silver ring earned its moniker of peculiar due to its critical component, a diminutive variant of the 7-star lock, requiring simultaneous activation of 7 key points for unlocking. With mirrors positioned, he utilized the fine needle, spoon, and platinum wire, meticulously inserting them into the keyhole while subtly adjusting their angles. After a cup of tea's worth of time, beads of sweat streamed down Qin Yang's face, his body frozen in place, his breathing stilled. Holding his breath, he made another delicate movement with his fingers. A soft click resonated as the silver ring split open, hanging limply around his neck like a lifeless silver serpent. Removing the peculiar ring, Qin Yang sat back, gasping for breath, a smile gracing his lips. Unexpectedly, his life was saved by the very skill he had once regarded with disdain, lockpicking. He resolved to offer thanks to the thief who had imparted this knowledge. This lockpicking manual was gifted by a notorious thief who, 6 months prior, had inexplicably infiltrated the Sanshan gang's treasury without detection. The gang's defenses proved futile against him, especially the locks, which became merely decorative in his hands. However, his overconfidence led to folly. While pilfering, he inadvertently opened a treasure chest containing a blood orchid. In a moment of carelessness, he inhaled its intoxicating aroma, succumbing to an endless slumber within the treasury. The scent of the blood orchid, if unaddressed, would render him eternally asleep, and thus, this thief languished for a month in the vault, ultimately succumbing to starvation, having only cultivated to the 5th layer of qi. When the members of the Sanshan gang finally opened the treasure vault again, they were met with the grotesque sight of a decomposed thief, hardly recognizable as human. This individual seemed to possess some sort of background, prompting the Sanshan gang to invite Qin Yang to cleanse the situation. Observing the peculiar items laid out before him, Qin Yang felt a pang of regret. He had previously been fervently seeking valuable resources for cultivation, yet now his life depended on these trivial skills. In addition to lockpicking, he soon realized he would need to employ yet another trivial skill. He retrieved a corpse that had been conveniently available. Noting its youthful appearance, barely in its 20s, its physique resembling his own, and aside from the absence of a skull, the body was not lacking in any significant parts. "Apologies, my friend," he murmured. "You have already departed this world, and I have no intention of joining you just yet. I must borrow your form, should I manage to escape. I vow to avenge you. If I cannot confront those responsible, I shall scatter maps of their treasure across the streets, infuriating them. Of course, should fortune smile upon me and I acquire some celestial treasure, I shall seize their hoard, leaving them in a frenzy, driven to madness." Qin Yang lit 3 incense sticks before the corpse, inhaling deeply before commencing his work. He proceeded to manipulate the corpse's joints and acupoints, massaging from the feet up to the sacrum, his hands moving with precision as he shook the lumbar vertebrae. Suddenly, a cacophony of cracking bones erupted as he pushed along the spine, gently tapping the forehead as he reached the cervical vertebrae. In an instant, the corpse appeared to awaken, exhaling a cloud of blackened, deathly aura, tinged with malice and resentment. The once rigid body transformed, the ashen complexion regaining a semblance of life, as if it had just recently succumbed. This technique, employed by those who retrieve the dead, involved manipulating the body to dispel the lingering deathly energy, granting a temporary reprieve from decomposition. However, this state would not endure indefinitely. The body would eventually revert to its original condition. Yet, the duration of this temporary revival was sufficient for the task at hand, allowing for the completion of necessary arrangements before interment. Now, the aim was to make the corpse resemble him as closely as possible. Qin Yang adorned the lifeless figure with the peculiar items from the table, fastening them around its neck, effectively transforming them into a silver ring that encircled the throat. He then clothed the body in his own attire, making subtle adjustments with the skills of disguise to ensure a convincing appearance. After a brief examination, he was satisfied, save for the difference in facial features. The body could easily be mistaken for his own. Meanwhile, in the stillness of the night in Qinglin City, an unsettling tension had settled. A cloaked figure, clad in black, stealthily navigated the shadows, slipping into the Sanshan gang's courtyard. With a fluid motion, they contorted against the wall, resembling a serpent as they scaled the structure. Silent as a whisper, the intruder crawled towards the rear courtyard, casting a glance at the pile of dismembered corpses in the center, their gaze fixating on a particular tattoo adorning one of the bodies. A glimmer of recognition sparked in the intruder's eyes before they pressed on, skirting along the edges towards the quarters where the gatherers of the dead rested. Within mere moments, the figure emerged from the first room, swiftly making their way into the second. Meanwhile, across the way, within a residence diagonally opposite the Sanshan gang, the steward of the Wanyong Trading Company sat across from a pale, beardless young man. Are you certain this is without issue? It is imperative to seal the information tightly, the young man remarked, a frown creasing his brow, displaying his discontent. No. This current situation is optimal. Outsiders will believe we have gleaned nothing. Those roughnecks, despite their stench of death, have executed their tasks proficiently. I scrutinized the map they assembled, and it is quite commendable. Aside from attracting numerous guests from our trading company to assist, this is the best outcome we could hope for. Is the tattooed map viable? The young man expressed further discontent. While it lacks the precision of the original, it is sufficiently accurate to guide us. Ultimately, we are destined for the place where the Zishu Daojun met his end. No matter how detailed the map, it will ultimately rely on our strength, the steward replied. Let us hope for no missteps. Our intel states that the Zixiao Daojun traversed the Dead Sea with a premier treasure in hand alongside the Zixiao Dao scripture. The path ahead is clear. You know what must be done, the young man stated, sipping his tea with a steely gaze. The Zixiao Dao scripture. The steward gasped, his expression one of shock. Is that not a mere legend? Was it not said to be lost to time? It has not been lost, merely rendered incomplete. Even in its fragmented state, it remains a top-tier technique that we have never encountered. The hierarchy of texts ranges from scripture to method and technique. We have only glimpsed the upper echelons of method. This may be our singular opportunity to witness the profound intricacies of scripture. I understand. You need not worry, the steward reassured, suppressing his astonishment as his eyes flickered. I am thoroughly prepared. My current demeanor is merely to avoid drawing attention. By tomorrow, once the map is assembled, those gatherers of the dead and any servants who have been privy to this matter will be silenced forever. This information shall not escape. Simultaneously, within the Sanshan gang, the cloaked figure had silently infiltrated a dozen rooms and was swiftly approaching Qin Yang and Appo's quarters, slithering along the ground like a shadowy serpent. The intruder arrived at Qin Yang's door, producing a ribbon that coiled around their wrist, as if alive, and slipped through the crack beneath the door. Inside, Qin Yang was lost in contemplation, pondering how to escape now that he had secured a substitute. Just as he was deep in thought, he noticed the black ribbon creeping through the door, winding its way upward and deftly disengaging the door latch, all without making a sound. Qin Yang observed this spectacle, a smile creeping onto his face. Fortune had favored him, though his luck had been rather dismal of late. At this critical juncture, a hero had appeared to lend a hand. Just moments ago, he had been mulling over his escape, and now, with the arrival of this thief, he could create a ruckus, amplifying the chaos, rendering his own escape significantly easier. How fortuitous, Qin Yang mused as he watched the latch slowly open. With his disguise complete and the substitute in place, he was merely a step away from fleeing, and now, this little thief had come to provide assistance. Surely, they could not be anything but a benefactor. The intruder outside, unaware of the sounds within, likely presumed that all inside were sound asleep. As the door creaked open, Qin Yang swiftly tore down the autumn cicada talismans affixed to the walls. Though they had lost their efficacy, he tucked them into a storage pouch, ensuring no traces remained. After a moment's hesitation, he retrieved another storage bag, placing within it his tools for handling corpses, several top-grade spirit stones, a tattered garment, and a collection of miscellaneous items, which he then secured to the waist of the substitute. Having completed these tasks, Qin Yang seated himself in a chair, shrouded in darkness, quietly observing as the door creaked open. The faint sound of the door opening echoed as it revealed a slight gap, through which a shadow glided across the floor, only for the door to swiftly close once more. Once inside, the shadow slowly rose, and at that moment, the figure in black suddenly spotted Qin Yang seated in the corner, his eyes wide, wearing a semblance of a smile. The figure in black froze in place, glancing at the substitute leaning against the wall and then at the peculiar item around its neck, which elicited a faint smile from him. The two stared at one another for an extended period, until the figure in black could no longer contain himself and spoke in a hoarse whisper. The flood has washed away the Dragon King's temple. I did not know there were fellow practitioners here. I apologize for breaking the rules. Please allow me to send you a message via a dock, and in return, I shall send a ship free of charge as compensation. He gestured with his hand, indicating the absence of a finger, and then began to retreat, prepared to escape at any moment. His words were the jargon of thieves. Should there be fellow practitioners present, others could not enter until he departed, lest they all be exposed. The so-called dock was a place to receive messages, and the ship's message referred to valuable information. This retreat indicated a concession, a mutual understanding that benefited all. To an outsider, the meaning of his words and actions would be unclear, but Qin Yang, having mingled among the underbelly of Qinglin City for a year and witnessed much, comprehended the nuances perfectly. As the figure in black approached the door, Qin Yang suddenly let out a soft laugh. Your mind works quickly. I shall leave, and you may stay, if you are unsatisfied. I can send you 2 messages later. Rising to his feet, a surge of true essence emanated from him, as though in response to this energy. The peculiar item around the substitute's neck began to rotate slowly, as if awakening. Do not act impulsively. This benefits neither of us. The figure in black exclaimed, alarmed, for he recognized the item. If it detonated, experts from the Wanong merchants would soon arrive. Have you caught a whiff of the calming incense? The figure in black retreated another step, as the ribbons entwined around his wrist began to slip through the door's crack. Ready to flee. Outside, the calming incense enveloped the area, while another variation lingered within, and should both be inhaled simultaneously. Their effects would amplify tenfold, far superior to any mediocre incense, lacking the overtly sweet aroma. The figure in black halted his actions, startled, as he sensed an unexpected heaviness in his head and a wave of fatigue wash over him, rendering him almost lethargic, as if he longed to close his eyes and drift into slumber. Alas, I have stumbled into a trap. This person was formidable, possessing the awareness to discern his plight. How had he managed to infiltrate the ranks of the corpse collectors, brazenly attempting to steal the map? My friend, I concede. We are both after the map. I have it in hand, including the unassembled fragments. Let us leave this place and discuss matters later. This situation serves no one well. The figure in black produced the assembled piece of the human skin map, signaling to Qin Yang that he too held a significant bargaining chip. Qin Yang nodded, a radiant smile gracing his lips. You have obtained the map? That is splendid news. As the figure in black stepped outside, Qin Yang followed closely behind. Just as they reached the threshold, the figure paused. Brother, could you provide me with the antidote first? I am on the verge of collapse. I can offer you half of the map. Very well, Qin Yang replied, tossing a black pill to the figure in black. In turn, the figure presented the half of the human skin map. Upon receiving their respective items, the figure in black inhaled the pill and swallowed it whole. However, at that precise moment, the ribbons around his wrist shot forth, aiming to ensnare Qin Yang. With a grin, Qin Yang flicked his wrist, unleashing 5 burning talismans and 5 fireball talismans that simultaneously soared forth. The fireballs erupted, shattering the walls, while the burning talismans ignited everything around them and within the room. The awakening item began to spin rapidly before it detonated, reducing the substitute to mere fragments. By the heavens! The figure in black exclaimed in a mix of shock and fury, his voice no longer the raspy tone, but rather the sharper pitch of youth. As the ribbon sought to ensnare him, Qin Yang shouted, "The map is yours." In the same breath, he hurled the half of the human skin map into the flames while activating wind and autumn cicada talismans to retreat swiftly. The figure in black, enraged yet unwilling to let the map perish, redirected the ribbons midair to retrieve the map. In the blink of an eye, Qin Yang had vanished from sight. Outside the Sand Mountain gang, a commanding voice echoed as a figure soared through the air on a flying sword. The figure in black looked up, his teeth nearly grinding to dust in frustration. The newcomer was not an ordinary Foundation establishment practitioner, but rather Steward Chio, a late-stage Foundation establishment expert, armed to the teeth with multiple magical artifacts. Confronting him directly would spell disaster. Moreover, as Steward Chio soared toward him with remarkable speed, the figure in black realized escape was becoming increasingly unlikely. Simultaneously, as the explosion resonated, the slumbering corpse collectors surged forth. The map is missing. A shriek erupted from their ranks, reaching Steward Chio even before his arrival, turning his face a ghastly shade of green. You little thief, are you seeking death? Before he even arrived, his furious bellow reached the figure in black, who stood out as a clear target amidst the chaos. In an instant, a flash of sword lights sliced through the air, carving a brilliant green line as it raced toward the figure in black. Terrified, the figure in black rolled aside just in time, and the sword light pierced through, leaving him trembling in fear as he glanced back. Behind him, a vast swath of destruction stretched for dozens of feet, with buildings and walls cleaved in two as if by an immense blade. You little thief, this isn't over. The figure in black roared in anger, turning to flee. At that moment, the corpse collectors charged forth, their shouts echoing through the air. Though their individual strength was lacking, Not a single one among them had reached the 7th layer of Qi refinement, yet their survival in this line of work indicated they possessed their own skills. Now that the figure in black had stolen the map, he had effectively severed their means of income. To obstruct a person's means of livelihood is akin to murdering their parents, not to mention these collectors of corpses, whose lives presently rest precariously in the hands of others. When all is well between us, matters seem manageable. However, now, having only just discovered the map by day, by night, thieves emerge to pilfer it. Who knows? Perhaps Manager Qiao might perceive it as a betrayal and resort to executing them in a fit of rage? A throng of over a dozen surged toward the figure clad in black, but upon grasping its arm, they found it as slippery as an oiled serpent, effortlessly wriggling from their grasp. In a fluid motion, it appeared to lose all rigidity, landing upon the ground and, with a swift twist of its waist, it burst forth from the crowd. None among the dozen could seize hold of this elusive entity. Once free from the throng, the figure in black produced the half-map, its eyes filled with anguish, silently vowing vengeance. When I find the scoundrel who deceived me, I'll ensure he is stripped of his powers, castrated, and fed 2 pounds of aphrodisiac powder, selling him to the nefarious sects as a plaything. He shall know a fate worse than death. As Manager Qiao approached, the figure gritted its teeth, exhaling a surge of true essence that shattered the map into numerous fragments, scattering them in all directions. Several pieces hurtled directly toward the inferno. This was a tactic learned from Qin Yang. Indeed, Manager Qiao was taken aback, too preoccupied with the fragments plunging into the flames to pursue the figure in black, hastily reaching out with his essence to retrieve the pieces as they threatened to vanish into the fire. Meanwhile, upon escaping, the figure in black cast a glance over its shoulder, its heart sinking. Manager Qiao's prowess was formidable, his movements far too swift, leaving no time for the figure to evade capture. With gritted teeth and a heart heavy with loss, it hurled the remaining fragments in every direction, the crumpled pieces resembling arrows launched into the night. Having accomplished this, the figure in black vanished into the labyrinthine architecture of the city. Manager Qiao, soaring through the air on his sword, bore a grim expression, observing the lights flickering to life in the nearby residences. He abandoned the pursuit of the figure and hurried to gather the scattered map fragments. After a brief period, the fragments were collected and hastily assembled, confirming that none were missing, prompting a silent sigh of relief from Manager Qiao. A young attendant approached, bowing submissively. What news? Have we uncovered the truth? Indeed. The little thief infiltrated at the 4th watch of the night. It remains a mystery how he obtained his information, but he entered the quarters of the corpse collectors and made off with the map. Unfortunately, his luck ran out when he encountered that newcomer. I observed incense meant for calming the spirit. It appears the newcomer, being timid, could not sleep and fortuitously discovered the thief. Alas, that newcomer met an untimely demise. Or we might have extracted further details. Enough of that. Dispose of all the corpse collectors and, under the guise of the fire, incinerate the entire residence. Manager Qiao commanded, his countenance dark, dismissing the notion of any leaks among the corpse collectors. The attendant bowed and retreated, and soon thereafter, a series of explosions erupted from within the residence, followed by flames consuming the entire structure. In another part of the city, the figure in black emerged from a dried well, pulling away the black cloth shrouding its face, and with a swift motion, transformed into a plump, fair-skinned young man, appearing rather familiar. However, the young man furrowed his brow, trembling with rage. What an unfortunate turn of events. After tirelessly hunting game, I have been thwarted. You shall remember this, little thief. I shall not let this go unpunished. The sacred ground of the Zishu Taoist has slipped through my fingers, a monumental opportunity lost. I will have my revenge. The young man quaked with indignation, his ample form quivering. After a short while, having changed into a different set of clothes, he was unrecognizable from the agile, slender thief he had once been. Elsewhere, at the intersection of the western and southern parts of the city, Qin Yang had also arrived at his other modest residence, changing his attire and lightly pinching his cheeks and nose. With a series of audible cracks, his height altered slightly, and his appearance transformed, enhanced by a subtle disguise, rendering him a young man resembling the previous figure, yet with a more earnest visage. Dressed anew and lighting a lamp, he noticed that the neighboring residence had also illuminated, prompting him to step outside. As he exited, he encountered several individuals who had emerged, observing the distant inferno clearly from their vantage point, with many fearing that the flames might spread to the wooden structures within the city. Brother Wang, you too have been roused. A kindly-faced uncle greeted him. Uncle Li, where has the fire ignited? It seems to be from the direction of the Sanshan gang. Those wretched souls never find peace even in death, Uncle Lee lamented, shaking his head. Uncle Lee, you should return to sleep. The flames appear to be diminishing, and there is no cause for alarm. This is merely retribution against those who have wronged them, Qin Yang reassured him. Indeed, it seems so. Brother Wang, you should retire early. After all, you have work awaiting you in the morning. Certainly, Qin Yang replied with a smile, turning back to close the door. Settling into bed and drifting into slumber. The previous owner of this small courtyard, surnamed Wang, had perished during last year's plague. Qin Yang had laid him to rest. And later, upon acquiring the skill of disguise, had assumed a new identity. He often meandered about in this guise during idle moments, initially thinking it prudent to have a backup for unforeseen circumstances. Little did he anticipate that within a year, it would indeed be put to use. In Qinglin City, specifically the Western District, it had been ages since such commotion had occurred. At the break of dawn, the guards of the Wanong Trading Company surged from the bustling northern sector into the impoverished Western District. Manager Chiao stood in the center of the main street. His expression dark, his hawkish gaze scanning the crowd, suspicious of all that passed. While the fragments of the human skin map had been recovered, upon attempting to reassemble them, it became evident that several edges did not align perfectly. Although the missing sections were minor, who could ascertain whether those gaps concealed crucial information? Regrettably, the corpse collectors had all perished, and the remains of the Sanshan gang had been reduced to ash in the fire. With no recourse, Manager Chiao's ire would inevitably fall upon the little thief. Who could say if that thief had left behind a covert hint, akin to strands of thick noodles? In the face of such a blunder, someone must bear the blame. Otherwise, Manager Chiao would be unable to escape the repercussions. Thus, the Wanyong Trading Company not only dispatched its guards, but also showered the area with coins, employing local strongmen to seek out any suspicious individuals. Publicly, they claimed that a thief had made off with their new merchandise. In no time, the city was abuzz with rumors. Yet, for Qin Yang, it bore little consequence. Early in the morning, local toughs knocked on his door, casually inquiring about the situation. Upon recognizing Brother Wang as a straightforward child from the area, they lost interest in him. Amused, Qin Yang waved off the local ruffians and ventured out to observe the unfolding chaos, gradually making his way to the southern district. His alias in the western district's grocery store would likely be rendered useless for the time being, and as he contemplated the map residing in his mind, an insatiable itch stirred within him. Moreover, the near brush with death fueled a desire for vengeance that could not be ignored. Confronting the Wanyong Trading Company head-on is utterly inconceivable. The most prudent course of action is to blend into the surroundings of the map, seize the treasures therein, and leave those ruffians, after exhausting their efforts and facing innumerable trials, with naught to show for it, driving them to the brink of madness. Alas, this remains mere contemplation. Currently, I am only at the 6th level of Qi cultivation. Previously, I was so impoverished that I couldn't even afford basic Qi nourishing elixirs. In such a weakened state, venturing forth would be tantamount to delivering myself as a sacrifice. Qin Yang sighed heavily, shaking his head, and after patting his waist pouch, he felt a surge of confidence. It is imperative to head south to the city, purchase elixirs to enhance my cultivation, and acquire weaponry to fortify myself. This is the crux of the matter. The chaotic scene in the western part of the city is best avoided for now. It is regrettable that the rascals of the Sanshan gang have met their demise. My business of alleviating worries has been disrupted, and my stable means of scavenging has been severed. Once, I looked down upon those minor skills and trivial knowledge. Yet now I have come to realize that even the smallest skills can be life-saving, though the paths to them have vanished. Each time I ponder this, a sense of regret washes over me. Upon arriving in the southern part of the city, I recalled a small shop where illicit goods were traded. The shop was tucked away in a remote corner, devoid of any wandering souls. As I stepped inside, I noticed a lethargic young man behind the counter who barely lifted his gaze. "Are you buying?" he mumbled, seemingly lacking any enthusiasm. With a chuckle, I placed all the unprocessed storage bags I had previously neglected onto the table. "Can you handle this?" I inquired. The young man's demeanor instantly changed. He straightened his back and stared at me wide-eyed. "Friend, you can't possibly. Can you handle it?" I reiterated. "Yes," he stammered, his eyes glinting with intrigue. "Over 100 storage bags? When did Qinglin City acquire such a deranged thief? With such skill, why steal lowly storage bags? Let us tally the price. The market value for these low-grade storage bags is 501 spirit stones each. These seem to be in decent condition. I'll offer you 400 each." That totals 128 bags, which comes to 51,200. How does that sound? No issues there, I replied. He quickly counted 512 third-grade spirit stones, handing them to me in a small cloth pouch. I opened it to find a collection of spirit stones. Each cut to the size of a fingernail, their color a shade whiter than first-grade stones, yet exuding a rich spiritual energy that I could sense without even touching them. After securing the pouch, I turned to leave. Just as I exited, I noticed a familiar little rotund figure stepping inside. Instinctively, I glanced back and saw the chubby man making a peculiar hand gesture towards the shopkeeper. I had seen that gesture just last night. It was a way of announcing one's identity, incomprehensible to the untrained eye. Squinting slightly, I scrutinized the chubby man, realizing he was entirely different from the wiry little pickpocket I had encountered before. How could he know that gesture? In Qinglin City, anyone who dared to steal and remained alive had to possess genuine skills. Few had seen their true faces, and those who did would identify one another through such gestures. While others were oblivious, I was acutely aware that the original owner of that gesture had long since perished, and I was the one who buried him. The skill of lock-picking had been acquired from that very thief. Others might not know he was dead, but I most certainly did. Encountering two imposters of that thief in such a short span of time could not be mere coincidence. If they were unaware of the original owner's demise, would they dare to be so brazen? As I distanced myself, the chubby man continued to watch my retreating figure, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. This fellow has disguised himself, he thought. That gait and silhouette look strikingly familiar. Who is he? After briefly assessing, he turned his gaze back to the shopkeeper, casually inquiring. What did he sell? I don't know. He seems to be a newcomer with quite a stash, replied the shopkeeper, a subtle smile suggesting he had just made a considerable profit. The chubby man, not in a hurry to transact, handed over 5 third-grade spirit stones, stating, You know the rules. This matter must remain confidential. The shopkeeper accepted the spirit stones with a nonchalant expression. I understand. My apologies for the oversight. The chubby man replied soberly, offering another 5 stones. 128 low-grade storage bags, the shopkeeper muttered under his breath. The chubby man's eyelids twitched in surprise. How many people has he robbed? Moments later, the transaction was completed, and as he stepped outside, he followed the path I had taken. Upon reaching the corner of the street, his peripheral vision caught sight of a small cloth pouch discarded in the rubbish. Picking it up, he discovered a note inside. Upon opening it, his expression shifted dramatically. Does my junior brother's identity hold any value? The note bore a simple message. The handwriting so ordinary that it offered no insight into the writer's character. Additionally, a crude smiley face was drawn beneath the text, sending chills down the chubby man's spine. Holding the note, his arm trembled, his face paling. A master. I have encountered a true expert. This operation is flawlessly executed. The note's handwriting is so unremarkable that anyone on the street could replicate it, devoid of any charm or uniqueness. Judging a person by their writing, I can't fathom who they truly are. And that insipid smiley face sends a shiver down my spine. As he pocketed the note and examined the cloth pouch, his expression grew increasingly grave. He recognized it as a common, unremarkable pouch, found only in that obscure shop dealing in illicit goods, so ordinary that it would attract no attention if discarded. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon him. Of course, it must have been that disguised fellow. No wonder he seemed familiar. He had been tailing me all along, deliberately seeking me out and predicting my route to arrive here first, ensuring I wouldn't suspect he was tracking me. How could an ordinary person sell 128 low-grade storage bags in one go? This must be the brother of that deceased thief. It has to be him. Absolutely. He had always prided himself as a paragon of talent in this trade, unmatched amongst his peers. Little did he know, he had been followed for so long. Completely oblivious, only feeling a faint sense of DJVU. I must have passed by him on multiple occasions without realizing it. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, the chubby man felt a chill, as if stripped bare and exposed, all his secrets laid bare before this stranger, no concealment whatsoever. For someone like him, reaching this juncture signified his demise. Clutching the pouch, he stood at the alley's mouth, his complexion fluctuating between ashen and pale. After a brief moment of resolve, he gritted his teeth. If death is inevitable, then this individual has revealed themselves intentionally, indicating there is room for negotiation. Muttering to himself, the chubby man inhaled deeply and strode forth, tracing the path left by me. In less than half an hour, the chubby boy managed to track down Qin Yang's figure. To his surprise, Qin Yang entered the branch of the Wanyong commercial house. The chubby boy was momentarily taken aback. After crouching outside and peeping for a while, he felt an overwhelming sense of admiration. This was the pinnacle of thievery. There was no concealment whatsoever. Not only did he dare to patronize the Wanong commercial house, the most extravagant establishment in Qinglin City, but he also spent money without a hint of hesitation. In such a short time, he had already spent at least 300 third-grade spirit stones. Even the manager of this branch was astonished and sent someone to provide personalized shopping guidance. 300 third-grade spirit stones amounted to 30,000 first-grade spirit stones. To reach such a level of thievery meant that even if the Wanong commercial house were to be robbed at that moment, they would never suspect him. Truly remarkable. As the chubby boy crouched outside, his heart surged with emotions, feeling as if he had been reborn. It was the first time he realized that being a thief could be so audacious. Just then, he saw Qin Yang emerge from the Wanong commercial house, his expression as gloomy as a stormy sea, striding straight down the main road. The chubby boy's eyes flickered. It seemed that Qin Yang had cast a calm glance in his direction, leading him to believe he had been discovered. However, that was not the case at all. Qin Yang truly did not notice the chubby boy. His calm demeanor masked a heart bleeding from the loss of over 300 third-grade spirit stones. He had earned only a little less than 630 spirit stones in total, and having spent half of it in one go was indeed painful. As for why he had come to the Wanong commercial house, it was simply out of necessity. Other places had medicinal pills of varying quality, sometimes mixed with useless ones. As for magical artifacts, the selection was limited, prices high, and quality unreliable. One could not be certain that they wouldn't fail at a critical moment. With no other options, he had to purchase from the Wanong commercial house, where the quality of medicinal pills was assured. Besides the Qi nourishing pills suitable for the Qi nourishing stage, they also sold the superior Huangya pills, which were available only at this establishment. A bottle of Huangya pills cost 40 third-grade spirit stones, quite expensive. As for magical artifacts, he looked down on the low-grade ones. And the starting price for mid-grade artifacts was 130 spirit stones, with decent ones ranging from 300 to 400 spirit stones, far beyond his means. Ultimately, he could only afford 5 bottles of Huangya pills along with a heap of the finest materials for crafting talismans. The reason for the shopkeeper's enthusiastic reception was merely that they regarded him as a genuine talisman master. It was rumored that the talisman master residing in the Wanong commercial house had recently passed away, and they were now troubled about their supply. After all, anyone willing to buy such a large quantity of top-quality materials could not possibly be a novice in talisman crafting. With a bundle of materials in hand, Qin Yang made a detour back to Brother Wang's courtyard, preparing to craft some talismans and also create some newly learned ink talismans for future needs. Just then, a knock echoed from outside the door. Upon opening it, he was surprised to find the familiar chubby boy standing there. "Big brother, I was wrong. I shouldn't have used your junior brother's name. Please forgive me. I have long yearned to join the sect but have been unable to find the entrance." It was a moment of confusion. The chubby boy rushed in, speaking rapidly, leaving Qin Yang bewildered. What was happening? Reflecting on the earlier encounter with that notorious thief, he realized there might indeed be a sect behind it. No wonder he had sensed something unusual. "Come inside," Qin Yang said, maintaining a composed expression while an idea suddenly sparked in his mind. Once the chubby boy entered, Qin Yang led him toward a side room. A large lock hung on the door. Qin Yang brushed his hand across the lock, and with a gentle grasp, it unexpectedly clicked open. He tossed the lock aside and stepped inside. A glimmer of understanding flashed across the chubby boy's face. He had always heard that in their sect, all locks were keyless, and now he witnessed its truth. "Brother, your skill must be the legendary white horse hand," he marveled, truly impressive, like a fleeting shadow. Unfazed, Qin Yang entered the small room, opened the fire pit's access point, and with a swift motion, his body seemed to lose all rigidity, shrinking in size as he slipped through the narrow opening. The chubby boy's eyes lit up, and he followed suit. Once inside, the chubby boy discovered that the underground space was nearly the same size as the courtyard above, fully equipped, though the exit was merely a foot wide. "Big brother, my name is Zhang Jingyi." The chubby boy began to introduce himself, but Qin Yang raised a hand to halt him, then calmly sat in a chair, sipping tea while observing Zhang Jingyi. "Let us discuss matters. Last night, it was you who had dealings with the Sand Mountain gang, wasn't it? What do you know about the map?" Qin Yang sat casually, sipping tea and posing questions with a nonchalant demeanor. However, Zhang Jingyi increasingly felt that Qin Yang was inscrutable. The mere fact that he was aware of this matter confirmed Zhang's suspicion that Qin had been observing him for quite some time, while he himself had remained oblivious. The last shred of hope in his heart was extinguished. He resigned himself to sitting there and divulging what he knew. Senior brother, I only stumbled upon the information regarding the place where the Lord of Zixiao attained enlightenment. Who would have thought the map would be destroyed by the Sanshan gang? Now, the number of people aware of it is likely on the rise, and the Wuliang Dao Institute will undoubtedly dispatch experts. I am aware of this. The Sanshan gang members tore the map to shreds and affixed it to their bodies. The human skin map still exists. So let us set aside the matter of the map for now. Is that all you know? Qin Yang's tone hinted at disdain as he set his tea down on the table. Zhang Jingyi sensed the implication, feeling a twinge of urgency. Was this a slight against his capabilities? Could it be that this information had become common knowledge? Surely there is more. Besides the renowned treasure of the Lord of Zixiao, the multi-treasure heavenly wheel, it is highly likely that a portion of the Zixiao Dao scripture's inheritance also remains there. This is an unparalleled divine skill. While others may be ignorant, I am aware that the Lord of Zixiao named himself thus because of this half of the Zixiao Dao scripture. Qin Yang remained composed, though a storm surged within him. The note he had previously left was merely a casual act. He had not anticipated the unfolding events. He initially believed this chubby fellow was connected to the thief from last night, only to discover that the chubby one was indeed that very thief. How had he conjured such fears? The thief's backing was formidable. There was indeed a sect behind him. He had not heard of the Lord of Zixiao before, but he was familiar with the term Dao Jun. This designation was not merely a title of realm, but a respectful appellation for certain powerful individuals. Zixiao was a title, while Dao Jun was an honorific. The strength of this Lord of Zixiao was unknown, yet there was a tale he had heard while in the city. It spoke of a chasm, unfathomably deep, stretching for thousands of miles to the north of Qinglin City, where the winds howled incessantly and countless poisons resided within. Specters had been seen drifting through it, wailing and rolling in despair, and it was said that this abyss connected to the fabled netherworld. This chasm, known as the One-Blade Gorge, was said to have been created thousands of years ago when two Dao Jun engaged in battle, with one of them cleaving the chasm with a single stroke. Many had thought themselves capable and attempted to fly over it, only to be swept away by the sinister winds, never to return. Since then, the north and south had been forced to take long detours. Even so, legends claimed that the One-Blade Gorge was merely an aftermath of their clash. The Lord of Zixiao, possessing the highest tier of Dao scripture, was undoubtedly more powerful than those two Dao Jun. Even the formidable Wuliang Dao Institute near Qinglin City had never been known to harbor top-tier titled experts. Their strongest members were far from attaining such a rank. Qin Yang's heart raced. The place of enlightenment meant that the Lord of Zixiao had passed away. His hands itched with the desire to touch the remains of the Lord of Zixiao. Although his skills in corpse probing were somewhat unreliable, the probability of discovering a skill book was significantly higher if the deceased had been adept at something in life. He had previously concluded that most individuals lacking exceptional talent could not yield skill books, but if they had a specialty, the chances were greatly increased. Much like when he had unearthed a secret recipe for cooking. If the Lord of Zixiao had taken pride in obtaining the Zixiao Dao scripture, the likelihood of uncovering the most cherished aspect of his life was substantial. The Zixiao Dao scripture, an epitome among scriptures, was a tantalizing prospect. As these thoughts surged through his mind, Qin Yang found it increasingly difficult to maintain composure. The map that danced in his mind made it nearly impossible for him to restrain his legs. He sat there, his gaze flickering restlessly. Senior brother? The chubby fellow looked worried. Qin Yang snapped back to reality, casting a warm smile at Zhang Jingyi. Zhang Jingyi, would you be interested in joining me for a venture? Senior brother, please do not jest. We lack a map and have no idea where the Lord of Zixiao's place of enlightenment lies. Moreover, with the Wanyong Trading Company and Wuliang Dao Institute both intervening, our strength is insufficient to seize the opportunity. To be frank, Qin Yang contemplated briefly before resolutely deciding, I cannot navigate this murky water alone. Although your strength is modest, having seen your cunning yesterday and your impressive ability to alter your appearance, you would be of great assistance. I possess a map. I am merely uncertain of how prepared the Wanyong Trading Company and Wuliang Dao Institute are. I will inform the elders of my sect. They may not arrive in time, and if all else fails, I shall have to find someone to accompany me. Senior brother, I am willing to dedicate my life for our sect, even unto death. Zhang Jingyi's eyes sparkled as he pledged his loyalty. Do not be ridiculous. You know the circumstances of our sect. What merit do you have to warrant being brought along? What contribution have you made? Qin Yang chuckled. Zhang Jingyi felt a bit embarrassed and forced a laugh. I understand that our sect has peculiar rules, and there is no such thing as free benefits. However, if I contribute now, should it not still be timely? As he spoke, the chubby fellow retrieved several thin tomes and 3 jade slips from his storage bag, finally gritting his teeth and removing the black silk band wrapped around his arm. "Senior brother, please take these without hesitation." Qin Yang's eyes glinted at the chubby fellow's black silk band. Though not of high grade, it was a useful magical tool, remarkably versatile. However, if he took it, it would be challenging to deceive the chubby fellow later on. The lad was currently overzealous, and should Qin Yang act too harshly, it might lead to complications. He glanced over the tomes, all containing various techniques and secrets of low tier. One even resembled a familiar technique for shrinking bones, quite similar to what he practiced. The 3 jade slips included a secret technique called Thousand Silk Venomous Hands, a technique for concealing spiritual fluctuations named Concealment Technique, and finally, the flawless transformation technique used by the chubby fellow, known as shape transformation. Among them, only the shape transformation technique was of considerable rank. It was not merely a disguise but a method derived from the demon clan, capable of altering one's form and even adjusting facial features to a certain extent. Far superior to mere disguise. Very well, I shall accept these 2 secret techniques. You should go and gather information, Qin Yang decided, taking the concealment technique and shape transformation. Seeing the chubby fellow grinning foolishly, a thought crossed Qin Yang's mind. According to sect rules, he could not take without giving. This is a portion of the map. I shall let you see it first. With that, Qin Yang drew a picture of a mountainous region surrounded by 2 rivers before the chubby fellow. Upon seeing it, Zhang Jingyi's heart steadied. It was indeed a fragment of the human skin map he had previously encountered, even if he could not recall the details. He recognized it at a glance. "Senior brother, rest assured, I shall go and gather information immediately." Zhang Jingyi, thoroughly convinced by Qin Yang's fabricated identity, dashed off like a bolt of lightning, eager to collect intelligence. Qin Yang stroked his chin, pondering the chubby fellow's thoughts. Was he truly being outmaneuvered? After much contemplation, even if it feels like a trap, at this stage, it ultimately benefits him. The rotund fellow is blissfully unaware of the existence of a more detailed and complete map. Thus, having acquired news of the Zishu Dao Jun and the Zishu Dao Sutra, it has proven to be worth the investment. Collaborating with the chubby one to navigate through murky waters is not entirely unacceptable. Nestled within Brother Wang's abode, Qin Yang secluded himself, abstaining from food, and dedicated each day to consuming Huang Yadan to enhance his cultivation. The only truly effective elixir during the Qi nourishing phase is the Qi nourishing pill. While inferior concoctions barely qualify as pills, merely resembling ordinary tablets, the finest Qi nourishing elixir is Huang Yadan, which significantly accelerates the process of cultivation. In reputable sects or among the affluent, the journey from Qi nourishing to foundation establishment is termed a 100-day foundation, implying that one can transition from the first layer of Qi nourishing to establishing a Dao foundation in merely 100 days. There has long been a debate in the cultivation world regarding whether the Qi nourishing phase before establishing a Dao foundation should be regarded as a realm. In ancient times, the initial stage for cultivators was the establishment of the Dao foundation, with the cultivation journey commencing only thereafter. However, for reasons unknown, human constitution has diminished over time, leading to the present majority being ordinary mortals, thus introducing the Qi nourishing phase as a distinct realm. Regrettably, most loose cultivators spend an inordinate amount of time in the Qi nourishing phase. Without superior techniques, the journey to establish a foundation becomes exceedingly arduous, necessitating assistance from elixirs. With 30 Huangyadan in a bottle, if one were to ration it to 1 per day, a bottle would last a month. A bottle of 40 pieces costs 3 tiered spirit stones, which translates to 4,001 tiered spirit stones. Qin Yang's previous unique business of alleviating worries was highly skilled and singular, charging merely 2 to 301 tiered spirit stones per service. Now, however, Qin Yang had loosened his consumption of Huangyadan, finishing a bottle in at most 3 days. In just 3 to 4 days, he would expend 4,000 spirit stones, accumulating tens of thousands in a month. Who among the loose cultivators could afford such indulgence? This explains why everyone strives to join a sect. Even the most mediocre sects offer some free supply of elixirs. Having finally earned some money, Qin Yang no longer felt pained by the expenditure and freely consumed Huangyadan. The results were indeed remarkable. Within a day, he advanced to the 7th layer of Qi nourishing. The disparity in resources is indeed profound. 10 days swiftly passed. And as Qin Yang gazed at the empty bottle before him, he sighed in contemplation. The rotund fellow had vanished for 10 days. And while the Wanyong commerce had shifted from overt to covert actions, he had heard rumors of an unexpected surge in disciples at the Wuliang Academy. During these 10 days, he too had successfully advanced to the 9th layer of Qi nourishing, with the next step being the establishment of his Tao foundation. The choice of technique for foundation establishment is irrevocable. It is akin to determining one's future path, even if one later changes techniques, if they do not align. The cultivation may prove not only futile but even detrimental, potentially leading to madness. Furthermore, the quality of the established Tao foundation directly influences how far one can progress, which is intrinsically tied to the cultivation technique. Why do prominent sects consistently boast a wealth of talent? It is because they possess a vast array of high-tier techniques, resulting in the Tao foundations they establish being significantly superior to those of loose cultivators. The stronger the sect, the greater the likelihood of exceptional talents emerging within its ranks. Previously ignorant of the existence of a Tao Sutra, now that he is aware, failing to strive for it would surely lead to future regret. With his cultivation temporarily stagnant, Qin Yang resumed his research on talismans. Having procured a substantial amount of materials, he set about crafting all 36 types of talismans he had previously learned in one go, producing as many as he could. Lacking magical artifacts, superior techniques, or secret arts, he had no choice but to rely on talismans to overwhelm his foes with wealth. Upon completing the talismans, Qin Yang turned his attention to the study of ink talismans. Ink talismans are a refined method within the realm of talismans. While standard talismans possess only a single strike capability, even when talismans can be used only once and have a limited duration. Ink talismans, however, boast greater power and longer-lasting effects, with some even capable of transforming into persistent restrictions. Although the might of restrictions does not compare to that of formations, their advantage lies in not requiring formation materials. Some formidable individuals can establish restrictions with their bare hands. The crafting of ink talismans is exponentially more challenging than that of regular talismans. Each ink talisman must be significantly larger than an ordinary talisman, and their structures are far more intricate and detailed. After an entire day of relentless effort, Qin Yang managed to complete just one roll of ink talisman. Just as he was about to test its potency, a knock sounded at the door. Zhang Jingyi, the rotund fellow, had finally returned. "Brother, I finally overheard something," he exclaimed excitedly, rushing in to share his good news. "Overheard? More like gathered intelligence," Qin Yang corrected him, then inquired, "What information did you manage to gather?" "You were right, brother," the rotund fellow beamed. "I found out the exact location of the Zishu Daojun's resting place." "Do tell." "It's deep within the Yin Hui Ghost Tomb, west of Qinglin City." "The Yin Hui Ghost Tomb?" Qin Yang's voice rose involuntarily. "Indeed, after much thought. It must be the only place. I was puzzled earlier, as it seemed there was no mountain from the map near Qinglin City. It turns out it resides within. I had heard that the Yin Hui Ghost Tomb formed in a peculiar manner. Aside from entering from the front, entering from other directions leads to entirely different places. This is likely due to the Zishu Daojun's resting there." Qin Yang's smile was strained. In recent days, individuals from the Wanyong Commerce and Wuliang Academy have tentatively ventured inside, but somehow they provoked the ghostly beings within. It is said that a true disciple from the Wuliang Academy, boasting strength equivalent to the 3rd stage, was heavily injured shortly after entering the Yin Hui Ghost Tomb and had to flee. Apparently, it was one of the generals of the dual Ghost King who attacked. What transpired? How did they clash with the dual Ghost King? Who knows? However, I overheard previously that there was an agreement between the dual Ghost King and the Wuliang Academy. Their experts are not permitted to casually tread within the bounds of the Yin Hui Ghost Tomb, while junior disciples might be allowed to turn a blind eye. This time, it seems the dual Ghost King's daughter was abandoned by someone, and the king is incensed by her lamentations. Clarify that for me. Brother, don't rush me. I heard that an agreement has been reached. If they locate the one who abandoned the Ghost King's daughter, the king will allow them to pass. Otherwise, any cultivator above the foundation establishment stage who enters will be crushed. However, even without the Ghost King's intervention, it would still be exceedingly difficult for a foundation establishment cultivator to traverse deep into the Yin Hui Ghost Tomb. Do you know the name of the Ghost King's daughter? Qin Yang's expression grew increasingly tense as he tentatively inquired. How would I know? But I heard she is referred to as Defei. Defei, is she not the Ghost King's daughter? Qin Yang's complexion turned ashen. What do you mean by daughter? Fei is a title, akin to an official rank, signifying nobility. brother. If we were to locate that ungrateful wretch and present him to the dual ghost king, wouldn't we? Hey, brother? What is wrong with you? You look rather unwell. Upon hearing this, Qin Yang could no longer maintain his composure. He never imagined that the term fey in this world carried such a different connotation. The resting place of the Zixiao Dao Jun lies within the Yin Hui ghost tomb. How could he possibly venture there now? The fact that the fey is the dual ghost king's daughter, and that she is a masochist, has escalated the situation to an alarming degree. Qin Yang could only manage a bitter smile, feeling a deep sense of unease. If she were truly the consort of the Duke of Ghosts, it would be one thing. However, living there alone signifies that she is likely a lesser concubine, not worthy of much attention. The Duke would certainly not make a fuss over such a trivial matter, and she herself would be hesitant to draw too much attention. Little did she expect that she would now be the daughter of the Duke of Ghosts. If she were to present herself, the Duke would undoubtedly take the opportunity to unleash his wrath upon those smaller than him, all in the name of his cherished daughter. Senior brother? The chubby boy looked puzzled, realizing that something was amiss with Qin Yang. Are you all right? Oh, I'm fine. I just suddenly thought of an idea, but I haven't quite figured out how to execute it. By the way, about that unfaithful man you mentioned, do you have any leads? Why are you suddenly asking about this? The chubby boy's confusion deepened. The idea I had revolves around this person. Please share any information you've gathered. About that unfaithful man. Not much to report. I only heard he should be in Qinglin City, likely a young man of little prowess, perhaps just a pretty face. That makes him rather difficult to locate. Who said we need to find the real person? We merely wish to slip in unnoticed. Qin Yang displayed an expression of exasperation. The chubby boy quickly understood, looking at Qin Yang with admiration. Senior brother, you truly have a bold spirit. If the Duke of Ghosts finds out, we might meet a dire fate. Are you willing to give up? Of course not, the chubby boy replied earnestly. That is splendid. The chubby boy nodded eagerly, his eyes darting with excitement. By the way, senior brother, I still don't know your name. My surname is Qin, given name Yud. Qin Yang casually replied, then narrowed his eyes slightly, patting the chubby boy's shoulder. Junior brother, I kindly ask you to gather more information. Once the Wanyong Merchant Group and the Wuyong Academy make their move, we will devise a way to join them. Understood. The chubby boy turned to leave. But as he exited the small courtyard, he glanced back, muttering to himself, Qin Yud, this cheap senior brother, surely can't guess that my name is also a false identity? Indeed, those who emerge from the sect possess considerable cunning, adept at deception. Impressive indeed. Once the chubby boy departed, Qin Yang retrieved 2 books, The Art of Concealment and The Art of Transformation. Surprisingly, the more challenging art of transformation proved easier to grasp, while the seemingly simpler art of concealment remained elusive, barely grasped at an introductory level. After much contemplation, he surmised that it was perhaps due to his mastery of the bone-shrinking technique, which made the art of transformation a breeze. Utilizing the bone-shrinking technique to alter his form and then fine-tuning it with the art of transformation, in mere moments, Qin Yang appeared as a completely different individual. Coupled with his specially crafted foundation that significantly altered his skin tone and a change of attire, he was utterly transformed. After scrutinizing himself in the mirror for a moment, Qin Yang revealed a faint smile. He could hardly detect any flaws. The quality of the art of transformation likely surpassed his expectations, and the chubby boy was probably unaware of its true depth. Otherwise, he wouldn't have so readily divulged the information. With his transformation complete, Qin Yang stealthily exited the residence, making his way towards the city gate in the west. Halfway there, he noticed a familiar figure. The chubby boy stood at the entrance of the Wanyong Merchant Group's local stronghold, seemingly engaged in conversation with someone before being ushered inside by a servant. This servant was familiar to him, being a trusted aide of Manager Chiu. A knowing smile crept across Qin Yang's face. It seemed that this conveniently named Zhang Jingyi, the chubby boy, was not to be underestimated. He either saw through Qin Yang's facade or genuinely believed him to be a legitimate senior brother from the sect, yet still had no qualms about deceiving him. From his words, it was evident that the so-called sect was likely not a reputable one. They had not even made their headquarters known, and their teachings were likely centered around dubious practices. If the plan was to immerse oneself in chaos and assist the Empress in finding the unfaithful man, the truth of the matter became inconsequential. There was no one more adept at deceiving others than his own supposed senior brother, not to mention that this was the very idea proposed by his senior brother. Qin Yang took his time, settling into a nearby tea house. Before long, he spotted the chubby boy being escorted out by the servant, and his demeanor appeared significantly improved. After emerging, the chubby boy took several twists and turns, disappearing into an alley, but Qin Yang discerned that he was surely heading to find him. Shortly thereafter, Manager Qiu exited the establishment, accompanied by a foundation establishment expert, who produced a compass and leisurely followed in the direction the chubby boy had taken. Qin Yang lifted his teacup, savoring the last sip of tea before leaving a spirit stone on the table and walking out of the tea house, heading toward the city outskirts. As he stepped outside the city, he glanced back, a faint smile gracing his lips. Chubby boy, you are still a bit too green. The ultimate goal is merely to blend in. As long as we pass through the Duke of Ghosts territory and delve deeper, that will suffice. Unfortunately, you lack a map and must rely on the Wanyong merchant group to guide you, while I do not. For now, I can only put you in a difficult position, my dear junior brother. Your senior brother will always be your senior brother. Qin Yang strolled leisurely out of the city, noting the increased number of people near the mass grave. It was only natural, as members of the Wanyong merchant group and Wuliang Academy had appeared and clashed with the Duke of Ghosts. Those drawn to the spectacle were plentiful. Even if they were unaware of the truth, they could easily speculate that the skirmish was not without reason. Disregarding the onlookers, Qin Yang strode confidently through the mass grave, traversing the dense, eerie forest. As the mist thickened and the atmosphere grew heavier with malevolence, he recognized he had entered the domain of the Inhuai ghost tomb. Suddenly, a flurry of movement caught his eye. Dozens of ghostly figures emerged, scattered among the desolate graves, their chilling eyes locked onto Qin Yang. Go, fetch someone useful for conversation. I have located the individual the Duke of Ghosts seeks. Unperturbed by the surrounding specters, Qin Yang knew this encounter was different. He could take down these ghostly soldiers with mere talismans. The chubby boy meandered through the city, moving neither too fast nor too slow, yet his cunning was undeniable. After only a few turns, he vanished from sight, and Manager Qiu, accompanied by 2 foundation establishment experts, pursued him, only to discover a solitary garment left behind. Manager Qiu's expression darkened as he fixated on the chubby boy's clothing for a few moments before breaking into laughter. Indeed, there is some skill here. A mere chi-nurturing lad has managed to evade us. It seems he possesses a degree of credibility. With such audacity to betray his own senior brother, this boy's future is limitless. The middle-aged man beside Manager Qiu, who had been holding the compass, wore a solemn expression, nodding in agreement. Indeed, this chubby boy is quite cautious. He has successfully eluded my pursuit. His senior brother must be no ordinary character to have captured the affection of the Duke of Ghosts' most beloved daughter. The chubby boy's prudence is certainly warranted. But now we must see how this unfolds. However, Manager Qiu, do you truly intend to bring this boy along? Let it be, despite his cunning. He remains merely a chi-nurturer. The location of that individual will be our destination. A moment's misstep would be inconsequential. I only regret that our information has been compromised, forcing us into hasty actions. If we could only wait another month for the esteemed elders from the merchant group to arrive, the Duke of Ghosts would be powerless to obstruct us. Reflecting on this, Manager Qiu seethed with frustration. If it weren't for that pesky thief from the other day, they would not have been pushed into such a corner. Do not be angered. The revered Lord Zishu is a figure of great renown. 5,000 years ago, he commanded immense respect, and had he not mysteriously vanished later on, even the powerful patrons behind the Merchant Association would not have had the audacity to look up to him. No matter how many skilled individuals they dispatch to the Lord, they would merely be insignificant as ants. Perhaps this is not necessarily a misfortune. The middle-aged man maintained a calm demeanor, displaying a broad-mindedness. Meanwhile, the chubby youth had evaded 2 pursuers and returned to the small courtyard. After knocking on the door to no response, he stealthily entered, only to find a note left on the table. Zhang Shidi, I have discovered crucial leads and have gone to track that person. Meet me outside the Inhui Ghost Tomb tomorrow. The chubby youth held the note, his expression shifting dramatically. After a considerable pause, he stamped his foot in frustration and turned to leave. At the entrance of the Inhui Ghost Tomb, Qin Yang found himself surrounded by dozens of ghost soldiers. Soon, one ghost soldier, exuding a palpable aura of malevolence, advanced toward him with a body solidified by ghostly energy, sharp fangs bared. Do you know who the Defei is searching for? This ghost soldier, fierce and menacing, emanated a heavy aura of malice, which made Qin Yang feel as if even breathing was an ordeal. Yet, this was merely a deceptive sensation, a result of the overwhelming evil energy that had impacted his lungs. The disparity in power was immense. This formidable ghost was at least on par with someone in the late Foundation establishment stage. Indeed, it is my junior brother Zhang Zhengyi. I know he had previously visited the Inhui Ghost Tomb, and upon returning, He secretly sold over 100 ghost soldiers. Qin Yang managed to respond calmly, suppressing the burning sensation in his lungs. Where is he? Upon hearing this, the ghost soldier's malevolent aura surged, transforming into a dark, billowing smoke that shot skyward, sending Qin Yang hurtling backwards. Is this how the Lord of Deluge teaches you to conduct affairs? Qin Yang seethed with anger as he was unexpectedly thrown back. He grasped a scroll about a foot long that appeared in his hand, imbued with flickering spiritual light. The rich, oppressive energy around him was drawn by an unseen force, transforming into a howling wind that exuded an extremely dangerous aura. Instantly, the ghost soldier halted, glancing at the scroll in Qin Yang's hand, his expression gradually returning to normal. You come bearing news. We shall adhere to the rules. What do you desire? Simply put, I wish to understand why the Wanyong Merchant Association and the Wuyang Dao Academy have suddenly taken an interest in the Yinhuai ghost tomb. The ghost soldier's pitch-black eyes fixed intently on Qin Yang, and after a lengthy silence, he slowly replied, as long as you provide us with the answers we seek, we shall reciprocate. My junior brother Zhang Jingyi is currently in Qinglin City, in the company of the Wanyong Merchant Association. If all goes as planned, they will arrive here tomorrow. He possesses a magical artifact that conceals his appearance, so you need only look for a familiar-looking chubby youth. That is my junior brother Zhang Jingyi. Since he has had the fortune of catching the Defei's favor as his senior brother, I cannot allow him to be unfaithful. Perhaps we may even become in-laws in the future. Qin Yang spoke with righteous fervor, unaware that the chubby youth was also leveraging their brotherhood to bolster his credibility. The ghost soldier, upon hearing this, was nearly convinced. The intricate details were not something a mere impersonator would know. Observing Qin Yang further, the ghost soldier could not help but feel disdain. Yet another individual seeking to curry favor with the powerful, willing to betray his own junior brother to ingratiate himself with the Lord of Deluge. The reason those cultivators sought to enter the Yinhuai ghost tomb was solely to venture deeper within. Once the transaction was complete, they were dismissed, and the ghost soldier declared, "You may rest for now. Whether your words ring true will be verified tomorrow." With that, the ghost soldiers escorted Qin Yang along a narrow path. The further they ventured, the more ghostly entities they encountered. In the desolate mountains, countless neglected tombs dotted the landscape. Ahead, 2 mountain peaks loomed, densely populated with at least 1,000 ghostly graves. Where are you taking me, gentlemen? Qin Yang inquired nonchalantly. To the Lord's residence, one ghost soldier replied, his eyes gleaming with mockery. Qin Yang narrowed his eyes but remained silent, following obediently, though inwardly he nearly burst into laughter. The Lord's residence lay deep within the Yinhuai ghost tomb. Had he attempted to infiltrate it alone, his chances of success would have been exceedingly slim. Observing the mounds of ancient graves and noting the 3 checkpoints ahead, his certainty grew. After traversing for nearly half an hour, a dark ensemble of structures emerged, ominous and foreboding. The entire complex was uniform in color, imposing and solemn. Above the buildings, a thick cloud of ghostly energy loomed, shrouding the sky and creating an awe-inspiring atmosphere. Qin Yang's gaze drifted beyond the buildings, where 2 mountain peaks converged, forming a narrow passage through which a rushing river cascaded, appearing as a white line descending from the heavens. Here, Qin Yang recognized the entrance marked on the map. Yet, rather than joy, a sense of trepidation filled him. The sprawling structures exuded a chilling presence, and even approaching felt as though his very essence would be frozen. A quick glance revealed numerous sentinels stationed within, and towering figures, 10 zhang tall, radiated ghostly energy, their eyes glowing like massive lanterns as they surveyed the surroundings. A sudden chill gripped Qin Yang's heart. He realized that his plan to fish in troubled waters had revealed some flaws. He had overlooked his own capabilities, merely nurturing his qi. What was he dawdling for? He needed to move quickly. The ghost soldiers escorting him wore expressions of disdain, reveling in Qin Yang's astonished demeanor. Qin Yang remained silent, following along, casting a backward glance, inwardly beseeching his junior brother to exert some effort and not hesitate to lead him into peril. As they proceeded deeper into the ghost city, they approached a seemingly unremarkable stone building, indistinguishable from the others, save for the absence of a visible entrance, shrouded in a veil of black mist. Upon reaching this location, a ghostly figure clad in official garb emerged from within, parting the mist. "This is one who comes to sell information," the small clerk said, momentarily taken aback as he sized up Qin Yang. Without further ado, he guided Qin Yang toward the black mist. As they reached the threshold, the clerk activated a token in his hand, causing the mist to part, allowing passage. Once inside, the clerk observed Qin Yang's gaze fixed on his token and chuckled coldly. This black mist devours souls and decays bones, filled with countless invisible venomous insects. Only by combining the token with secret methods can one repel it. Once you enter this black prison, escape is utterly impossible. Even if you manage to flee, you would perish more swiftly outside. Qin Yang nodded, aware that if he were to appear alone in the ghost city, he would meet a tragic end. Upon entering the black prison, his expression darkened. The space within was vast, devoid of bars or pillars, with each individual cell separated by thin, swirling black mist. The cells are largely vacant. With only a few housing prisoners, most of them are living cultivators, while only 2 are spectral beings, their ghostly forms barely concealing their deathly appearance, resembling the half-alive. Well, just stay here. They all come to peddle information. The jailer's smile is oddly sinister as he ushers Qin Yang into one of the cells. At that moment, Qin Yang finally comprehends why the previous exchange between the 2 ghost guards was so brief. It turns out that audacious scoundrels have come to sell false information. Suddenly, a piercing scream reverberates throughout the cell block. Qin Yang looks up to see a cultivator in one of the cells extending a hand through the thin black mist. Unfortunately, that hand rapidly transforms into white bones, visible to the naked eye, as the thin black mist envelopes it, causing the bones to disintegrate into nothingness, leaving no trace behind. The cultivator retracts his hand, yet the thin black mist surges upward, and within mere breaths, a significant portion of his forearm vanishes. Abruptly, the cultivator grits his teeth and draws a long knife, slashing at his own shoulder, severing his arm at the shoulder. The detached arm plummets to the ground, dissipating even faster. Within 2 or 3 breaths, it has vanished entirely. The blood spraying from the wound lands on the black mist, disappearing in an instant. The jailer, who had just reached the doorway, glances back, sneering before turning away, showing no interest. Inside the cell, a group of individuals is rendered speechless, their bodies bristling with fear. Faces contorted in horror. Qin Yang stands amidst the black mist-clad walls, his heart racing uncontrollably. This is not merely soul-devouring but a complete and utter annihilation. It is no wonder that there are no guards within this cell, nor are the inmates searched or shackled. With this black mist present, there is no need for such precautions. Without the expected prison doors, there are no locks either. Escaping will require alternative strategies. Qin Yang touches his waist pouch, muttering a silent hope that the tales he has heard are indeed true. A day swiftly passes. At noon the following day, under the blazing sun, a group from the Wanyong Trading Company storms into the mass graveyard, heading straight for the Yin Hui ghost tomb. Dozens of cultivators confront the ghostly beings guarding the entrance. "Where is your senior brother?" The overseer Qiu inquires darkly, malice simmering in his eyes as he fixes his gaze on Zhang Jingyi. "Perhaps he has been delayed by some matters," the chubby fellow responds. Cold sweat trickling down his temples, an ominous feeling creeping into his heart, fearing that his senior brother might have discovered his betrayal. Just then, the ghostly crowd parts to reveal a fanged ghost soldier advancing purposefully. "Are you Zhang Jingyi?" the ghost soldier inquires. "Huh," the chubby fellow replies, his mind racing with questions about how this being knows him and the disdainful glint in its eyes. Before he can react, the fanged ghost soldier bows slightly to the overseer. "Indeed, Qiu, you keep your promises. Since you have brought the lady's desired individual, the Ghost King will undoubtedly uphold his word. I will escort this person to the lady for confirmation, and then you will receive a response." Qiu is momentarily taken aback, casting a glance at the anxious Zhang Jingyi, who appears ready to flee, anger flaring within him. So this is the scoundrel. No wonder he knows so much and has come forward. A thief shouting to catch a thief. There is a misunderstanding. Zhang Jingyi steps back, bitterness in his mouth, and upon reflection, realizes that his senior brother has turned the tables on him. At this point, Qiu has no intention of explaining further. He grabs Zhang Jingyi by the neck, his true essence surging, rendering the chubby fellow as limp as a rag doll. At this moment, the identity of the chubby fellow becomes less significant, for the demand is explicitly for him. Without further ado, Qiu hands him over to the fanged ghost soldier. Once the soldier departs with Zhang Jingyi, Qiu's face darkens as he turns to a middle-aged figure beside him. Have the people from the Wuliang Dao Academy not yet arrived? They should be arriving soon. According to the plan, we cannot delay any longer, even if the dual Ghost King intervenes. The Wuliang Dao Academy will dispatch experts today to restrain him, even at the cost of turning hostile. Zhang Jingyi is hoisted by the ghost soldier. who swiftly ascends into the air amidst a gust of black wind. The soldier maneuvers effortlessly, reaching the ghost city without landing, holding Zhang Jingyi aloft with one hand. The chubby fellow and Apos' face pales in fright, his body trembling uncontrollably. From a nearby pavilion, a graceful female ghost, her expression a mix of shyness and complexity, scans the scene and, filled with disappointment, retreats into the pavilion. The fanged ghost soldier's expression darkens, pondering briefly before descending into the ghost city. Carelessly tossing Zhang Jingyi before the black mist-shrouded prison. Lock him up. As the soldier departs, a jailer emerges from the black mist, scrutinizing Zhang Jingyi. TSK, TSK. There are truly many who fear not death, thinking our ghost king runs a charity. Everyone dares to come here to deceive. It's simply a death wish. Zhang Jingyi, unable to control his body, is predictably thrown into the black prison. As silence envelopes the cell once more, Zhang Jingyi, sprawled on the ground, curses quietly when a familiar voice suddenly resonates in his ear. Junior brother Zhang, what a serendipitous encounter this is. Once he regains some control over his body, Zhang Jingyi turns his head with difficulty, his eyes widening in surprise. Qin senior brother, you are here too. An awkward silence ensues, as both seem to find this meeting somewhat uncomfortable. Once Zhang Jingyi fully regains control, he edges closer to the prison's edge, sitting down with a hint of reverence, cupping his fists toward Qin Yang. Senior brother Qin, your cunning is indeed unparalleled. I never anticipated you would see through me so swiftly, turning the tables to ensnare me instead. Truly impressive. Junior brother Zhang, you flatter me. I merely did what was necessary, Qin Yang replies, returning the gesture with a cheerful demeanor. Senior brother Qin, how did you end up here despite your earlier advantage? Do you believe I did so intentionally? Haha. Zhang Jingyi chuckles awkwardly, his expression clearly skeptical. Senior brother Qin, that joke is hardly amusing. Very well, if you do not believe me, so be it. The Wanyong Trading Company has indeed arrived, but what of the Wuyong Dao Academy? They have arrived, led by Overseer Qiu, and I hear there are experts following closely. As for the Wuyong Dao Academy, they have yet to arrive. It seems their genius was injured and risks a fallen rank. They are quite furious. An elder may come personally to deal with the dual ghost king. Zhang Jingyi shares this information without reservation. However, after saying this, an idea strikes him, and he casually inquires, Senior brother Qin, since you are already here, what is the point of asking? To wait for them to clash, and then take advantage of the chaos to escape, of course. Did you think I intentionally let myself get captured? Haha, Senior brother Qin, you jest. If you wish to remain silent, then so be it. Zhang Jingyi scoffs, losing interest in the conversation. Believe it or not. Qin Yang chuckles at Zhang Jingyi's reaction, finding it amusing how fabricating lies requires so much effort, while speaking the truth leads to disbelief. As Qin Yang observed the arrival of the newcomer, he surmised that a considerable number of cultivators had already gathered, yet no conflict had erupted. If it were otherwise, the pudgy figure would not have been cast aside to this place to endure confinement. It was far more likely he would have been torn to shreds on the spot. The Wanyong Merchant Guild was evidently lacking. The true authority lay with the Wuyong Dao Academy, the undisputed sovereign of a 1,000-mile radius. The near demise of their talented disciple would surely provoke a reaction from them. Otherwise, it would be utterly preposterous. Moreover, considering that the resting place of Daoist Zixia was located here, it was inevitable that the Wuyong Dao Academy would seize upon this opportunity to make a grand display, perhaps even seeking to eliminate the Dolor Ghost King in one fell swoop, as his presence was an incessant source of vexation within their territory. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Inhuaigo's tomb, cultivators and specters stood in a tense standoff, each awaiting confirmation from within. It was in their best interest to avoid conflict, particularly for the members of the Wanyong Merchant Guild, as their strength in this area was limited. Summoning experts would not happen instantaneously, yet the situation could not be prolonged indefinitely. Should news of the matter spread, attracting genuine top-tier powerhouses, no one would be left with even a drop to drink. Manager Qiu wore a grim expression, his mind racing with thoughts on how to minimize losses while resolving the predicament at hand. Just as he pondered this, the surrounding mist suddenly surged as if it were boiling, rippling waves sweeping through, accompanied by a howling wind that caused the very earth to tremble. A thunderous boom reverberated through the air, leaving both humans and ghosts present feeling a heavy pressure in their chests, stars dancing before their eyes. Upon regaining their senses, they beheld the mist being forcibly torn apart by a pair of colossal hands. Within the Inhuaigo's tomb, the chaotic scene of the mass grave could be discerned, with even Qinglin City visible in the distance. A wave of shock swept through the crowd, many voicing their disbelief. Who could possibly have breached the barrier? The shield of the Huaigo's tomb had been ripped asunder? Was it a three-element cultivator? No. Could it be a master of the divine sea stage? Amidst the exclamations, a crimson divine rainbow appeared in the sky, resembling a bridge spanning heaven and earth, swiftly penetrating into the Huaigo's tomb. As the rainbow light dissipated, a wizened elder with sparse hair stood suspended in midair, clad in a dark red robe, his gaze ominous, emanating an aura of lethal intent that stirred the winds around him, producing a wailing sound. Surrounding the elder was a fiery dragon that coiled around him. And simply by standing there, the temperature in the vicinity began to rise dramatically. The mist enveloping the area was dispelled by the intense heat, sparks igniting in the air, falling upon the nearby dark forest. Each towering tree, measuring over 10 feet in height, would instantly turn to ash upon contact with even the slightest spark. The Qin Yang, a formidable protective artifact, was now in play, indicating that the Wuliang Dao Academy had resolved to sever ties with the Dolor ghosts entirely. Manager Qiu, standing on the ground, fixed his gaze on the fiery dragon, his expression darkening, for the one wielding the protective artifact was none other than Su Xin, the elder of the Wuliang Dao Academy and the very master of the disciple who had nearly been killed. His name was Shun, yet he exhibited no caution. On the contrary, he was known for his fiery temper and had clashed with the Dolor Ghost King on multiple occasions. Historically, the Dolor Ghost King had remained subdued, seldom venturing out, thus the Wuliang Dao Academy had no desire to provoke conflict, wasting resources and energy. However, the decision to entrust such a powerful artifact to Elder Su indicated a readiness to confront the situation head-on. Dolor Ghost, come forth to meet your demise. If you fail to appear, I shall set your lair ablaze. Elder Su's voice thundered like a storm, infused with the essence of the surrounding gloom, propelling toward the depths of the Huaigo's tomb. In an instant, a dark mass of specters surged upward, coalescing into a gigantic, ghostly visage that roared with ferocity. The ominous clouds rolled, clashing with the incoming force, producing a cacophony of thunderous sounds that reverberated throughout the long-hidden Huaigo's tomb, which had suddenly cleared. Red-haired fowl, do not presume that your pitiful fire shield intimidates me. The ghostly face formed from the clouds bellowed, then morphed rapidly, coalescing into a towering black unicorn. Upon its back appeared a burly middle-aged man with a square face and a thick beard, exuding an aura of intimidation. The warrior upon the black steed charged through the skies with remarkable speed, rivaling that of Elder Su's divine rainbow. Before his arrival, the sound of hooves echoed like a war drum, instilling a sense of dread akin to an army charging forth. Red-haired fowl, come here and face your end. As the Dolor Ghost King approached, his aura reached its zenith, unleashing a thunderous roar. At the entrance of the Huaigo's tomb, chaos erupted. Manager Qiu and the other foundation-building cultivators gasped in shock, their faces paling as they collectively strove to escape the imminent clash of these two volatile tempers. A mere shout from the Dolor Ghost King could injure foundation-building cultivators, while those at the Qi-nourishing stage were even less capable of withstanding it. A multitude collapsed as if harvested by a scythe, rendered unconscious by the force. Dolor Ghost, I have tolerated you long enough. Ha 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 ha, Elder Su. Witnessing the Dolor Ghost King take to the field, was not angered but rather delighted, laughing heartily as he surged forward. In a flash, the fiery dragon encircling him expanded massively, transforming into a colossal fire dragon thousands of feet long, enveloping itself in a sea of radiant flames, charging directly towards the Dolor Ghost King. In the sky, the mingling of fire and darkness created a tempest of chaos, with the fiery ocean billowing aloft, clashing against the rolling black clouds. Lightning crackled amidst the turmoil, and the surge of spiritual energy unleashed a storm that impacted a radius of at least 100 miles. In a brief span, the climate within that 100-mile expanse became erratic and unpredictable, alternating between torrential downpours, blistering heat, and sudden flurries of black snow. The onlookers below, gazing upward, could no longer discern the whereabouts of either combatant. As Elder Su and the Dolor Ghost King engaged in their fierce confrontation, it would not conclude swiftly. Let us organize our forces. Those below the foundation building stage need not join the fray. As for those above, we must proceed with caution and enter the inner sanctum first. Manager Qiu ordered grimly, swallowing a healing elixir. He cast a glance at the middle-aged man beside him, softening his tone slightly. Brother Su, please accompany me. Your expertise in formations and prohibitions will be invaluable once we enter. We must take the initiative, lest we lose our advantage when the Wuliang Dao Academy personnel arrive. Brother Qiu, you need not be so formal. I shall do my utmost. The middle-aged man surnamed Su nodded, his expression neutral. Meanwhile, within the dark prison of the Ghost City, do you know who the red-haired fowl is? Qin Yang inquired, glancing at the ceiling. Hey, you don't even know this? That's Elder Su from the Wuliang Dao Academy. He has sworn enemies with the Dolor Ghost King, clashing every few years. I had suspected that after the Dolor Ghost King harmed his disciple, Elder Su would respond in some way. It's a pity I can't witness such a battle between experts, the pudgy companion lamented, his face filled with regret. Qin Yang continued to look upward, straining to hear the commotion outside, disregarding his companion's lamentation. Senior Qin? The pudgy friend's eyes gleamed with mischief. Didn't you say you intentionally allowed yourself to be captured? Isn't this the perfect moment? Patience, it is not yet time. They have only just begun to clash. Qin Yang pricked up his ears, attentively listening to the commotion outside, completely ignoring the jibes of the chubby fellow beside him. The chubby one grinned, his mirth devoid of genuine humor. Before long, the sounds outside grew louder, previously marked by mere shouts, now unmistakably indicating the movement of a large troop. Particularly notable were the slow, heavy footsteps, each resonating with a slight tremor beneath the earth. It was undoubtedly the four colossal spirits shifting positions. Sensing this disturbance, Qin Yang reached into his pocket and retrieved a smooth blood jade. Gradually channeling his true essence into the jade, he observed the intricate patterns within, resembling a network of veins, swiftly dissipating to reveal the ethereal silhouette of a bespectacled Buddha. This Buddha's image remained elusive, seen only from the back, no matter how the jade was rotated. Yet, as the silhouette emerged, an aura of antiquity, tranquility, and serenity emanated from the bloodlight, infused with a subtle Zen essence that captivated the spirit. Holding the blood jade, Qin Yang cautiously approached the mist that formed the prison wall. Instantly, ripples danced across the mist, parting naturally to either side. As he stepped through, the mist behind him resumed its original state. "Blood Llama!" exclaimed the chubby one from within the confines, his eyes nearly popping out in astonishment. The blood jade was ominous. Often associated with the deceased, such artifacts were typically placed in the mouths of the dead, absorbing their final breath and the essence of death. Even a living soul's touch could spell disaster, let alone prolonged possession. However, this particular blood jade harbored a unique presence, utilized by rare practitioners of Buddhism and Taoism, specifically, the jade used for the Buddha's transcendence, seeking rebirth. These unconventional practitioners of Buddhism and Taoism disregarded life and death, focusing solely on cultivating their next existence. Upon their demise, their golden bodies would decay and their golden blood would dry, their last breath infusing the blood jade to absorb the essence of a lifetime's practice. The result was the blood llama, a genuine auspicious jade, impervious to all malevolence when worn. Should such a treasure be sold, the proceeds would suffice for Qin Yang's cultivation resources for 3 years, regardless of the nature of the black mist and the unseen venomous creatures it harbored. Their fundamental level could not be too high, thus they would inevitably be subdued by the blood llama. While it was not expected to annihilate the creatures, repelling them would be straightforward. As Qin Yang stepped forward, he cast a sidelong glance at the chubby one. "You certainly possess quite the insight. Qin Shixiao, my esteemed senior brother, take me along. I knew you were wise and mighty, capable of navigating even the Ghost City with ease. If it weren't for your deliberate actions, how could they ever hope to capture you?" The chubby one continued to plead, desperately promising his loyalty and utility. "Don't go, brother. I truly have much to offer. I've roamed far and wide. Though my strength is lacking, my experiences are vast." His urgency was palpable, yet he refrained from touching the walls formed by the black mist. This time, he was genuinely terrified, uncertain of the fate that awaited him. The human cultivators outside had engaged in a fierce battle with the Demon King, and once the dust settled, neither side would spare him. The prospect of escape was now tantalizingly close. A chance to not only flee, but also stealthily reach the resting place of the Zishu Daojun amidst the chaos. This seemingly unassuming senior brother possessed the map. Letting this opportunity slip away would be more painful than death itself. Yet, just as Qin Yang had stepped halfway out, he abruptly halted, turning to fix a gaze upon the chubby one, who watched him eagerly. The prior promises were dismissed as mere bluster. The claim of vast experience, regardless of its veracity, could not surpass his own. After all, he had only arrived in this world a year prior, and most of his knowledge had been acquired through the grim task of corpse handling. Qin Xixiang, I can also locate dragons and points of geomancy. And I excel in grave digging. The chubby one continued to extol his virtues. Qin Yang returned, regarding the chubby one with a mix of amusement and admiration for his shamelessness. You seem quite adept at self-promotion. Surely, you can escape on your own, no? Please, Qin Xixiang, I truly have no means to escape. These bone-eating worms are as fine as dust, and their numbers here are overwhelming. They are fearless, and provoking them would lead to dire consequences. I genuinely have no recourse. Only special control methods or treasures akin to the blood llama can repel them. The chubby one's sincerity was evident, yet beneath it lay the unmistakable undertone of deceit. Yet, Qin Yang dismissed every word without hesitation. Approaching the chubby one's cell, he allowed a faint smile to grace his lips. Zhang Shidi, I was merely jesting. Do you believe me? Of course. Whatever you say, I believe. Well then, Qin Yang found himself momentarily stumped, having underestimated the chubby one's audacity. Rescuing you poses no issue. We shall continue our exploration together, as we are indeed outmatched. With the aid of the blood llama, he freed the chubby one, who immediately rushed forward as others in the prison beseeched Qin Yang for liberation. Free me, and I shall offer you 5,000 spirit stones, a magical artifact. Save me, and it is yours. Amidst their desperate cries, Qin Yang remained unaffected, making his way toward the entrance of the dark prison. He was all too familiar with the caliber of these individuals. Having encountered all manner of rogues over the past year, the Demon King sought him out. Yet they failed to recognize him, even claiming to sell information. They were nothing more than a gaggle of unscrupulous, reckless tricksters, having finally met their match. Freeing them would undoubtedly provoke their ire. We cannot escape, nor shall you. Realizing Qin Yang's resolute indifference, someone finally screamed, brandishing a magical artifact against him. However, as the artifact's luminescence flickered to life and met the black mist, the individual was instantly engulfed, their agonizing screams echoing through the prison in mere moments. The cries ceased, the black mist contracting and returning to its original state, leaving not a trace of the unfortunate cultivator behind. Reaching the entrance of the dark prison, the chubby one surged ahead. Qin Xixiang, you need not trouble yourself. Allow me to handle this. The plump boy approached the door, activating the black silk scarf coiled around his wrist, which slipped through the door's crack and opened it from the outside. In that fleeting moment, two bored prison guards stood at the entrance, tightly ensnared by the boy's black scarf. With a swift tug, the scarf tightened abruptly, and the two guards exploded into a cloud of dissipating spirit energy. Surveying his surroundings, he noted the absence of anyone else aside from those two guards. Ahead lay a denser shroud of black mist, teeming with even more bone-corroding insects of a higher rank. With such creatures present, the prospect of prisoners escaping was negligible. Moreover, Qin Yang surmised that this dark prison was likely of little practical use, seldom called upon in daily routines. The spirits that transgressed were typically dealt with swiftly, often meeting their demise on the spot. Grasping the blood talisman, Qin Yang slowly advanced towards the veil of black mist. A faint ripple emerged, scattering the bone-corroding insects, which hastily retreated to either side. The mist began to thin, revealing the world beyond. Outside, the street was devoid of any spectral presence. In the distance, only the silhouettes of two colossal spirit beings could be seen, while two others remained stationed before the ghost city, guarding its entrance. Inside the city, a sense of emptiness prevailed. Further afield, the sky was a tumultuous swirl of fiery clouds and shadows, the residual waves of spiritual energy palpably felt in the air. With the coast seemingly clear, Qin Yang hastened to channel more power into the blood talisman, emerging from the mist, closely followed by the plump boy. Upon exiting, they beheld a sliver of sky ahead, a path leading away from the ghost city towards the resting place of the Zhixiao Daojun. This area was indeed a secluded part of the ghost city, making their escape all the more accessible. As the two ostensibly insincere brothers stepped out, a gigantic, ghostly claw suddenly materialized 100 feet away, swiftly followed by a flash of sword light that obliterated the claw. In the instant the battle's vibrations reached them, they caught sight of the combatants. A woman clad in a black dress wielding a whip with a serpent's head, its tongue flicking menacingly, and a youthful man in white, holding a 3-foot-long sword, exuding an air of undeniable elegance. The two were engaged in fierce combat, but Qin Yang's expression turned grave. His countenance paled as he hastily affixed a multitude of talismans to himself: wind talismans, autumn cicada talismans, and diamond talismans. Without hesitation, he spun around and fled. The plump boy, startled, sprinted after him, muttering, "A female ghost and an inner disciple of the Infinite Tao Academy are both no good. Those scoundrels are out for blood." They had scarcely covered 100 feet when the sounds of battle abruptly ceased. The plump boy glanced back, nearly frightened out of his wits. The female ghost, in a fit of rage, glared at them with gritted teeth, relentlessly pursuing them, seemingly disregarding the sword light from the young cultivator, who, despite sustaining a blow, was intent on following. Upon witnessing this, Qin Yang's face turned an even deeper shade of green. He instantly recognized her, Defei. This woman was a ghostly warrior. She had seen through his disguise last time, yet she should remain unaware of his true identity. Now, he could only speculate about the methods she employed. Upon locking eyes, he realized she had recognized him. Faced with her vengeful gaze, he knew that should she catch up, it would be a fate worse than death. Naturally, he could not let the shameless plump boy discover this, lest he think the ghost was pursuing him. Thus, he thought to himself, "Serves you right for your loose tongue." How was I to know? The plump boy was on the verge of tears, nearly losing his mind. "No time for chatter, we must run." Qin Yang charged ahead, his mind clouded with urgency as he applied all the talismans he had for escape onto himself. While fleeing, he couldn't help but lament that he had only successfully crafted one ink talisman, and regrettably, it was not the illusory type. Had it been so, he could have summoned a white crane and flown away long ago, sparing himself this dire predicament. Qin Yang pressed forward, while the plump boy beside him employed some peculiar secret technique, his gait bizarrely alternating between left and right foot. Despite his clumsy appearance, he maintained an impressive speed. Keeping close behind Qin Yang, in pursuit, a figure clad in black, with a fierce expression, was Defei, wielding a black snake whip. Her teeth clenched in determination as she rode the black wind, outpacing both boys. Further behind, a handsome disciple from the Infinite Path Academy grasped a longsword, gliding through the air with commendable speed, his face a mask of confusion as he struggled to comprehend the unfolding chaos. "Stop! Don't run!" Defei shouted through gritted teeth, hurling her black snake whip. Instantly, the snake's head at the tip of the whip opened its mouth and let out a shrill cry, transforming in midair into a massive black python, dozens of feet long. Its colossal body slithered forth, demolishing walls and toppling buildings as it moved, causing the very ground to tremble beneath its weight. Despite its size, the python's movements were deceptive. It seemed slow, yet its sheer mass allowed it to cover distances that left Qin Yang and his companion struggling to keep pace. "Spirit weapon transformation," the plump boy gasped, drenched in sweat, uncertain whether it was from exhaustion or fear. Upon seeing the black python, his speed increased, nearly overtaking Qin Yang. Without a backward glance, Qin Yang flung a barrage of talismans, fire, frost, boulders, and gales, towards the python's head. However, the creature simply inhaled deeply, swallowing the flames and frost whole, the talismans barely delaying it for a moment, leaving it unscathed. "Brother, run. Don't waste your energy. This python is a spirit weapon, far beyond our means," the plump boy exclaimed, gritting his teeth, continuing to forge ahead. Qin Yang's expression darkened as he ceased his futile struggle. Spirit weapon. It was no wonder. Given that she was the daughter of the Ghost King, her resources were evidently vast, while he could scarcely afford a mid-grade magical item. As they neared the edge of Ghost City, the towering structures grew more numerous, and the python's speed began to wane. Yet, beyond the city gates, the path before them was a flat expanse, making it inevitable that they would be caught. Qin Yang's mind raced. Do you know who that is? The most cherished daughter of the Dole Ghost King? In hot pursuit, Du Xin, still grappling with the reason for his chase, was momentarily stunned. Upon catching sight of Defei again, his eyes shifted with newfound intent. "Brother, quickly subdue her. Assist Elder Su. If the Dole Ghost King is distracted even slightly, Elder Su may defeat his nemesis and, in his joy, accept you as his personal disciple." Despicable thief. Defei seethed, her chest heaving with rage, nearly bursting with fury. Then, without any visible action, the relentless black python unleashed a cloud of black mist, rapidly transforming into an intangible form. The two men, who had been sprinting like wild dogs, caught a whiff of a sickly sweet odor. Poison. Within moments, they felt their breathing constrict, consciousness dimming, and their blood beginning to congeal. Alarmed, Qin Yang hastily activated his blood spell, a crimson light enveloping them, layers of illumination undulating forth. The silhouette of a Buddha emerged, accompanied by a faint, ethereal chant, clearing their minds. Meanwhile, Du Xin, unable to resist temptation any longer, decided to take action. The long-standing feud between Elder Su and the Dole Ghost King had persisted for years, its origin shrouded in mystery. If he could assist, even slightly, in helping Elder Su defeat the Dole Ghost King, the chances of being selected as his personal disciple, inheriting his teachings, would significantly increase. Even if that did not materialize, the rewards would surely be generous, and gaining favor with an elder was worth more than anything. With this thought in mind, Qian wasted no time, letting out a low shout as he swung his sword, forming hand seals. Instantly, brilliant sword lights erupted, cascading like blooming flowers. And as they reached their zenith, the radiance surged forth, enveloping Defei in a torrential downpour of sword energy. Defei ground her teeth in frustration. She could not continue her pursuit of Qin Yang at this moment. Summoning the python to protect herself, she engaged Qian in battle. All disciples of the Infinite Path Academy deserve to perish. She spat, her rage palpable as the python struggled amidst the onslaught of sword rain. Debris flying and buildings collapsing in the chaos. Qin Yang and the plump boy dashed ahead, running a considerable distance before halting to catch their breath. Confident that their pursuers were momentarily delayed. "Brother Qin, do you know that fair-faced fellow?" "I don't," Qin Yang replied curtly. The plump boy paused, then chuckled, giving a thumbs up. "Brother Qin, your quick wit saved us. I almost thought we were done for at the hands of that madwoman. She doesn't believe we're disciples of the Infinite Path Academy, does she? Regardless of what she thinks, that handsome fellow is undoubtedly stronger than her. Just because she wields a spirit weapon doesn't guarantee her victory." "Oh, right. Brother Qin, how did you recognize that madwoman?" "Enough chatter. We must move." Qin Yang snapped, his face darkening, refusing to entertain the question. The plump boy was clever and quick-witted. Lingering on this topic might lead him to realize that Defei was pursuing them. The two continued to sprint along the flat path, finally reaching the previously sighted rift. Before them loomed towering mountains, with a narrow chasm seemingly cleaved through the center. A river cascading down from an unknown source. Below lay an abyss of impenetrable darkness. The falling water made no sound upon reaching the bottom, leaving them uncertain of its depth. Standing at the cliff's edge, they gazed into the abyss, both feeling apprehensive. "Brother Qin, are you certain this is the way? Do you not trust me?" "I believe whatever you say, brother." "Then trust me and jump." "Brother, I've read plenty. Don't deceive me," the plump boy exclaimed, his face pale with dread. No one knew how deep the abyss truly was. It appeared to span a mere 100 feet in diameter. Yet the river had flowed unceasingly for countless years without filling it. It was evident that below lay another world, potentially linked to an underground water source. Moreover, the absence of sound from the bottom only deepened their uncertainty. Qin Yang shot the plump boy a disdainful glance and leaped into the abyss, arms outstretched. "Are you serious?" The plump boy gasped, startled, before steeling himself and jumping after Qin Yang. They fell through the darkness, surrounded by smooth stone walls and the relentless flow of the river. Not long after the plunge, the light above vanished without a trace. Qin Yang gradually adjusted his posture, descending into the tumultuous river below. He reached into his storage pouch and retrieved a sturdy wooden plank, gripping it tightly with one hand and sprawled unceremoniously over it. "Brother," the chubby boy began, but was interrupted as the fierce winds whipped his words away. Qin Yang remained silent, his gaze urging him to hold onto the plank. This time, the chubby boy did not hesitate, obediently grasping the plank. As they continued to descend, the chubby boy soon noticed something amiss. The speed of their fall seemed to slow. And despite having plummeted for some time, the river remained cohesive, a relentless torrent. The plank appeared to float effortlessly on the surface, adhering closely to the water as it carried them downward. Before long, a faint light shimmered below, growing larger with each breath until it transformed into a radiant sphere. Gripping the plank tightly, they plummeted swiftly, and as they passed through the orb of light, a brilliant radiance surged forth, blinding them momentarily. With a thud, their bodies jolted as they crashed into the water. They surged upwards, eyes wide in astonishment. Below them lay a small pool, no more than several dozen feet across, with a petite waterfall cascading behind it. Looking upward, they could see the forested mountains rising majestically, lush and vibrant, an unexpected contrast to the dark abyss they had anticipated. "I knew it. I knew it." The chubby boy quivered as he swam to the shore, muttering fervently, "What do you know? This is a secret realm." "Indeed. The earlier rumors were true. Speak plainly, or spare me your ramblings." Qin Yang frowned. The chubby boy, ecstatic, flailed his arms in excitement, his body jiggling with joy, his grin nearly reaching his ears. "A secret realm? You don't even know?" The Zixiao Daojun, though unfamiliar to me, is said to be a powerful figure from a distant land, a titled Daojun, a top-tier expert. Such beings, unless reduced to ashes on the spot, can manage their affairs even after their souls collapse. This place, the secret realm, is where the Zixiao Daojun chose to be interred. After his transcendence, his power dissipated, creating a void from which he forged this realm, manifesting a true world, albeit imperfect. We entered through the portal, transcending the void from our world into the secret realm left by the Zixiao Daojun. I initially thought the rumors were exaggerated, merely tales of a senior's abode. I never imagined it would be a secret realm. Even if this isn't where the Zixiao Daojun transcended, it must belong to another titled Daojun. This time, we are surely fortunate. As a titled Daojun, even a mere hair from them is thicker than our waists. Anything we acquire will yield great fortune. The chubby boy was nearly drooling with excitement, laughing heartily as he dashed forward. Qin Yang glanced back, now understanding that there was indeed no exit behind them. The descent had not been particularly swift nor high, otherwise they would have met a far more dire fate upon crashing into the water. However, how could the Demon King of Dole not know about this entrance over the years? The gateway lay just behind the ghost city. Yet no news had surfaced after all this time. What could possibly be the cause? If there were truly treasures within, the Demon King of Dole would not still be languishing as a mere ghost king. After all, according to the legends of Qinglin City, the Inhuai ghost tomb had existed for at least a millennium, and that was a conservative estimate. Suppressing the doubts swirling in his mind, Qin Yang began to consult the map in his mind to ascertain his location. The chubby boy had vanished into the dense forest, but Qin Yang paid him no heed. Making his way to the shore, after confirming his direction, he followed the riverbank downstream. However, he had not ventured far when a deafening roar of a tiger erupted from the forest ahead. The silent woods roared to life with a furious wind, and towering trees were uprooted, soaring into the air. The giant trees, suspended in midair, shattered into countless fragments, scattering like confetti. At the forest's edge, the foliage trembled, and the chubby boy emerged, pale as a ghost, stumbling over his own feet. Run. I don't know where that demon general came from, but it's gone mad. There's a beast in the secret realm of the Zixiao Daojun. Qin Yang's expression darkened as he sprinted ahead. They had barely escaped the jaws of a wolf only to tumble into the mouth of a tiger. Had he known, he would have preferred to confront that mad woman. She was merely a ghost soldier, while something far more formidable lurked beneath. After several moments of frantic running, a black tiger burst forth from the thicket. This tiger, its fur as dark as night and gleaming, stood 3 yards tall and nearly 10 yards long. It exuded a powerful demonic aura, moving with such speed that it seemed to glide above the ground, faster than a cultivator flying on a sword. Clouds follow the dragon, winds follow the tiger. At this rate, in no more than 30 breaths, it would catch up to them. Qin Yang shot a glare at the chubby boy, then turned abruptly and dashed into the forest. The chubby boy stomped his foot in frustration. If they couldn't escape on level ground, what chance did they have in the woods? The black tiger was far more familiar with this environment. Who could possibly escape its clutches? Ignoring Qin Yang, the chubby boy continued to flee, but only 2 breaths later, he noticed that the black tiger had disregarded Qin Yang entirely and was pursuing him. Brother, wait for me. The chubby boy's face darkened as he swiftly turned and followed Qin Yang into the forest. Within the dense woods, Qin Yang hurled burning talismans, igniting the trees around him, determined to set the entire forest ablaze. The flames blazed fiercely, the dense foliage ignited swiftly, transforming the forest into a sea of fire. Though the tiger moved quickly, the inferno naturally hampered its progress. As the flames roared higher, the tiger hesitated momentarily before veering off to the side. Seeing this, Qin Yang felt a sigh of relief. Logically, given the tiger's strength, the fire posed little threat. Yet, by nature, it chose to avoid the flames. This was as he had anticipated. It had been millennia since anyone had set foot here, and the tiger had likely never encountered such a situation before. He was merely an unrefined donkey, taking advantage of a clueless local tiger. However, this tactic would not buy them much time. Brother Qin, if we keep this up, we're doomed. The chubby boy's complexion was ashen, beads of cold sweat dripping from his temples. The disparity in strength was too great. The tiger was 2 major realms above them. Had it not been for the tiger's lack of experience, relying solely on instinct and talent, they would have been done for long ago. Enough talk, we must run, Qin Yang urged, pushing deeper into the forest. The towering trees began to change. The high trunks gradually disappeared, replaced by trees resembling banyans, not particularly tall. with roots sprawling across the ground like intricate networks. A roar echoed behind them, and the wind surged violently, uprooting trees as the monstrous gale approached. They had yet to glimpse the tiger, but the wind lacerated their faces, reminiscent of the biting chill of winter frost. Into the depths, Qin Yang commanded, rummaging through his storage pouch until he produced a glowing talisman, its gentle light flowing like a stream. As Qin Yang activated the talisman, a rhythmic sound of dripping water echoed in his ears, and droplets of rain began to fall gently. The talisman transformed into a streak of flowing light and vanished, while vapor and spiritual energy rapidly gathered above the forest, coalescing into a dark cloud that enveloped the treetops within mere moments. Without a sound, the sparse raindrops suddenly turned into a torrential downpour. The curtain of rain descended, and the malevolent winds that had been swirling around appeared to weaken significantly as the rain fell. The spiritual energy surged, enveloping the area in mist, and the previously lifeless trees began to awaken, bursting forth with vitality from the ground below. As the spiritual rain intensified, this burgeoning life force grew stronger. Senior brother Qin, is that a small rain talisman? The chubby boy and Apos, his eyes widened in shock, his lips trembling. The glimmer of joy that had just sparked in his eyes rapidly morphed into despair. The grand spectacle had led him to believe it was a powerful talisman, only to discover it was merely a small rain talisman meant for nurturing spiritual fields. At that moment, amidst the pouring rain, a shadow appeared in the blink of an eye. With claws like a fan, it struck the despairing chubby boy across the face. With a scream, he flew backward, crashing into two banyan trees before finally sliding down the trunk of the last one. "Zhangshidi," Qin Yang exclaimed, his expression darkening as he saw the chubby boy covered in blood, slumped against the tree, teetering between life and death. With blood pouring from his mouth and his breath rapidly fading, there was no time to linger. The demonic tiger was closing in behind them. Within just a few breaths, the roar of the demonic wind sliced through the air, leaving Qin Yang's clothes riddled with small cuts and revealing fine cracks on his skin, all inflicted by the ferocious wind. You take the benefits without working, and when it's time to eat, you sleep. Eliminate the demonic tiger, and I will summon another wave of spiritual rain for you. If I perish, you shall gain nothing." Qin Yang bellowed. Instantly, the vibrant forest surged with life, as the intertwining roots of the trees seemed to awaken, transforming into countless massive serpents that converged from all directions. In the blink of an eye, the demonic tiger found itself encircled, while roots beneath the ground and the aerial roots of the banyan trees began to writhe. Above, branches intertwined to form a vast net. The demonic tiger, filled with rage, let out a roar, and a tempest of demonic energy erupted, as if countless blades were slicing through everything, obliterating the encroaching roots and branches into dust. However, while the tiger tore through them with speed, the relentless surge of roots was endless, and at that moment, the entire forest seemed to come alive. The battle devolved into a sheer war of attrition. Meanwhile, Qin Yang found himself ensnared by a root, tightly bound to a tree trunk, helplessly observing the struggle not far away. After a brief interval, amidst the throng of roots, a mournful cry emanated from the demonic tiger, its wailing piercing the air. Moments later, the encircling roots receded to reveal a tattered, dull black tiger skin draped over a skeletal frame. Then, on the trunk of the banyan tree before Qin Yang, an ancient face formed from bark appeared, staring intently at him. "Release me, and I shall summon another spiritual rain for you." The aged visage remained motionless while the roots binding Qin Yang slowly withdrew. Qin Yang exhaled in relief. He had been at a loss, unable to contend with the demonic tiger or escape, forced to flee in this direction. On a high-definition map, everything was crystal clear. Upon magnifying it, he could discern the direction of each branch of every tree. In this extensive grove of banyan trees, only the central one bore a human face. Upon seeing this, Qin Yang understood that a banyan tree spirit dwelled here, its tendrils extending for dozens of miles. Once he entered this area, not a blade of grass was visible, and the absence of birds and beasts rendered it eerily silent, indicating that this tree spirit had become powerful enough to absorb all spiritual energy and vitality, yet remained in a deep slumber, merely growing and accumulating power over time. A high-grade talisman, the small rain talisman, which gathered spiritual energy and vapor, was certainly something the tree spirit would covet. Its awakening was inevitable. It seemed that there was still a chance for negotiation with this tree spirit. Once on solid ground, Qin Yang promptly produced a dozen small rain talismans, activating them all at once and casting them into the air. Among them, one was a high-grade talisman, while several were of middle grade. As the fine rain began to fall, a slight change appeared on the tree spirit's ancient face, suggesting a sense of relief. As the spiritual rain dissipated, the tree spirit's expression reverted to its previous impassivity, fixating its gaze on Qin Yang. Senior, our transaction is complete. I lack materials for now. When I return, I shall prepare more for you, if that is acceptable. The tree spirit remained silent, yet the roots obstructing Qin Yang's path persisted, maintaining their unyielding stare. Qin Yang's face darkened considerably. The two locked eyes for a protracted moment until rustling sounds echoed through the forest. One root emerged, entwined with a thick stack of bark, which had dropped at Qin Yang's feet. Qin Yang's eyes brightened, disregarding the tree spirit's intentions, as he crouched down to gently caress the bark. While ordinary paper could be used for talisman crafting, higher-grade spiritual talismans required superior materials, which presented greater challenges in terms of both processes and resources. Consequently, high-grade talisman paper was exceedingly rare. Thus, other materials, such as bark or animal hide, often substituted for talisman crafting. Typically, banyan bark was not suitable for direct use as talisman paper. Only bark from older banyan trees served as raw material for crafting talisman paper. However, the bark before him, each piece measuring a yard in size, shimmered with spiritual light, possessing a fine texture that felt slightly coarse yet remarkably smooth overall. The surface of the bark naturally bore intricate patterns, rich in spiritual resonance. This exquisite bark was undoubtedly a prime material. Furthermore, with over a dozen pieces, each a yard long, a little cutting would suffice to create thousands of talismans. Are these for me? The tree spirit expressionlessly nodded. Senior tree spirit, it's not that I refuse to craft for you, but this bark is indeed extravagant for creating small rain talismans. Have you considered that your massive body spans dozens of miles, yet struggles to take form? Such a vast body has become a burden. If a thunder tribulation were to strike, what would you do? Qin Yang spoke earnestly. The transformation of plants into spirits is notoriously arduous, especially before undergoing the thunder tribulation to take form, rendering movement nearly impossible. This banyan tree spirit, with its enormous body, should have long reached the threshold for facing the thunder tribulation, yet it remained in its current state. It could only continue to expand its physical range, accumulating power until its massive form became a hindrance, ultimately succumbing to slumber. This clearly indicated that within this secret realm, summoning a thunder tribulation was impossible. The tree spirit remained silent, prompting Qin Yang to seize the moment. In this secret realm, summoning a thunder tribulation is entirely unfeasible, as you are aware, senior tree spirit. The small rain talisman merely provides temporary relief. It is fundamentally ineffective. Here is my proposition. If I can survive this ordeal, I will take you with me when I leave, allowing you to summon the thunder tribulation and finally take form. However, before that, your vast body will only lead to your demise at the hands of the thunder. The tree spirit remained unmoving, and after a long pause, an ancient voice resonated within Qin Yang's mind. Agreed. With that single word, the visage manifesting on the trunk faded, and the thick roots blocking Qin Yang's path withdrew into the earth. Qin Yang was momentarily taken aback, his expression becoming somewhat peculiar as he pondered the situation. Had he truly fallen into a trap? It seemed that others had been waiting for him all along. While such thoughts flitted through his mind, a smile crept onto his face as he happily gathered all the tree bark, which, if all went according to plan, would likely be the shed skin of a tree demon, an undoubtedly high-quality material. Upon glancing back at the demon tiger, he noted its fur had lost its luster, and its bones appeared to be as decayed as if they had languished for millennia, rendering its material value non-existent. The tiger's vitality and essence, along with its flesh, had been entirely consumed. With the tree demon now silent, Qin Yang hurried to seek out the chubby boy, uncertain of his fate. Upon returning to the previous location, he found the chubby boy still leaning against the tree trunk, utterly motionless, devoid of any signs of life. A pang of alarm struck Qin Yang's heart as he approached, only to discover that the boy had indeed passed away. His body was already cold. Sighing, Qin Yang laid the boy's body flat and took out his tools to cleanse the blood from his face, feeling a swirl of complex emotions within him. Regardless of the chubby boy's cunning or his mischief, Qin Yang had never paid it much heed. Over the course of more than a year in this realm, the chubby boy had become his closest companion. The primary reason he had brought the boy along was not merely out of friendship, but rather gratitude for the assistance he had provided during their time at the Three Mountains Gang. Without the chubby boy's timely intervention, Qin Yang would not have so smoothly escaped. Given the circumstances at that time, he was merely at the 6th level of Qi cultivation, devoid of any secret techniques or magical artifacts. Had he failed to escape, his demise would have been a certainty, whether intentional or not. The chubby boy had indeed lent him a helping hand. Now, to see him lifeless. Zhang Shidi, Qin Yang reflected. The world of cultivation is fraught with unexpected events. In your next life, remember, if your strength is lacking, do not recklessly venture forth. Avoid the forest as if it were a dangerous trap. The wisdom of our ancestors is not without reason. Having shared a bond, and considering the chubby boy had aided him significantly, Qin Yang resolved not to let him be left to rot in the wilderness. Do not worry. Call me Xiang, and I shall ensure you rest in peace. With great care, Qin Yang cleaned the blood from the boy's body and dressed him in fresh garments. Once he had arranged everything neatly, he slowly extended a hand, gently covering the chubby boy's chest. Zhang Shidi, since you have departed, you would not wish to leave anything behind, nor would you desire your body to become an unconscious zombie. Muttering to himself, Qin Yang quietly activated his corpse inspection skill. However, to his astonishment, there was no response. He blinked in confusion and attempted to activate the skill again, yet still, nothing happened. A peculiar expression crossed his face as he inspected the boy once more. The chubby boy was unmistakably dead, his heartbeat had ceased, his blood no longer flowed, and his body was growing cold and stiff. This was undeniable death, but why did the skill not react? The chubby boy possessed numerous chaotic abilities and had hidden treasures. Surely, something should have been revealed. After all, even a mere cook could uncover a secret recipe for barbecue ingredients, let alone the chubby boy. After much contemplation, Qin Yang gently patted the boy's cheek. Wake up, wake up. I have obtained the Zixiao Daojing. Do you wish to see it? Zhang Shidi. I have discovered the treasure vault. Hurry and awaken to share the spoils. Chubby boy, if you do not wake up soon, I shall have to cremate you. Yet still, there was no response. With growing uncertainty, Qin Yang contemplated the situation. The chubby boy appeared undeniably deceased. Yet the skill's lack of reaction suggested otherwise. Perhaps it was ineffective against the living. Uncertain whether to trust the skill or his own observations, Qin Yang ultimately decided to retrieve a coffin made of golden namawood, placing the chubby boy inside. He dug a pit in the banyan grove and buried him there. Even as he buried the boy, he remained unwilling to give up hope, placing a note in the chubby boy's hand. Zhang Shidi, I must take my leave. Take care of yourself. After burying the chubby boy, Qin Yang turned to depart, but just as he was about to exit the grove, he paused, glancing back to call out, Predecessor, this chubby boy is my disciple. Please do not let him become fertilizer for the flowers. As Qin Yang left the banyan grove, the battle outside the ghost city intensified. De Fei, her eyes filled with fury, gritted her teeth, venting her frustration on the disciples of the Wuliang Dao Academy for failing to capture Qin Yang. A massive black python spewed forth clouds of toxic mist, which had transformed from colorless vapor into a thin, dark shroud enveloping the latter half of the ghost city, corroding buildings and rocks alike into a state of ruin. Meanwhile, a disciple of the Wuliang Dao Academy wielded his sword with brilliance, his spiritual energy soaring as he fought fiercely against the black serpent. Just as the battle raged on, a dark light fell from the sky. Once the radiance dissipated, the sinister-looking Duke Duo Lu appeared beside De Fei, his countenance grim. Following closely behind him was a fiery light that transformed into a divine rainbow, revealing Su Shun, who wore a smile on his aged face, having evidently gained the upper hand in his previous confrontation with the Ghost King. In mere moments, a white divine rainbow emerged, traversing the heavens with a majestic aura. It settled beside Su Shun, materializing into a fair-skinned man clad in a flowing white robe, exuding a calm and refined demeanor that starkly contrasted with Su Shun's fiery temperament. Brother Su, the man greeted, nodding slightly, before addressing Duke Duo Lu with a respectful acknowledgement. Duke Duo Lu, I am Bai Yunfei from the Wuliang Dao Academy. Greetings. Duke Duo Lu nodded slightly, then resumed his gaze towards the entrance of the Yinhuai ghost tomb. Soon, a vibrant spiritual light shimmered in the distance. Waves of spiritual energy rippling through the air as a 100-foot-long white jade vessel floated gracefully above. The vessel was adorned with intricate patterns, its critical nodes inscribed with runes, and those with keen eyesight could even discern the layers upon layers of symbols and intertwining patterns within. Atop the mast of the white jade vessel, a large green flag fluttered, bearing the words Wanyong Merchants in bold script, radiating a unique charm that compelled one to avert their gaze. Divine lights cascaded from the flag, enveloping the entire vessel in protection. Bai Yunfei looked up, his eyes shimmering with divine light, and after a moment's reflection, he sighed softly. Indeed, the Wanyong merchants are extraordinarily wealthy. Even a single soaring white jade vessel boasts intricate patterns carved by master artisans, complete with a Wanyong flag. No wonder they arrived so swiftly. As the white jade vessel hovered above the ghost city, a middle-aged man donned in a golden-brown robe and a crown jade hat stepped forth from the vessel, smiling as he clasped his hands in greeting to those below. I am Qin Yue, the manager of Wanyong merchants in Suzhou. Greetings to all. Let us conduct our affairs amicably to foster wealth. I have brought some fine Sanqing tea for everyone to sample. Having long heard of Manager Qin's generosity, Bai Yunfei was pleasantly surprised that he would offer such a rare and valuable tea, realizing he was in for a treat. With a chuckle, he accepted the invitation. Stepping onto the deck of the white jade vessel, Su Shen, casting a glowering look at Duke Duolu, followed suit. Duke Duolu remained silent for a moment, hesitating slightly before boarding the vessel as well. Though he possessed considerable strength, it was evident that the opposing party had resolved to act decisively. Su Shen was a formidable figure within the realm of divine seas, and the newly arrived Bai Yunfei, despite his gentle demeanor, had slain 3 demon kings of the same rank over nearly a decade with his renowned sword technique. Not to mention the newly arrived manager Qian, whose overwhelming spiritual energy surged with an aura that felt nearly insurmountable. He too was a master of the divine sea. Given the wealth of the Wanyong merchants, should a conflict arise, Manager Qian's might could very well be the most formidable of all. After all had boarded the vessel, Master Qian maintained his serene smile. Seated before the tea tray, meticulously preparing tea for everyone. In the delicate, translucent teapot, steam billowed forth, swirling around 3 ethereal green tea leaves that danced within. In a short while, Master Qian elegantly poured the tea, and 4 cups filled with a hint of verdant liquid were presented, filling the air with the fragrant aroma of tea that invigorated the senses and cleared the mind. As the fragrance spread, the barren black soil below immediately sprang to life, with strands of emerald grass breaking through the earth. Within mere moments, the surrounding area was cloaked in lush greenery, teeming with vitality. Master Qian gestured gracefully, savoring a cup of tea himself. After a sip, Su Shen and Bai Yunfei felt their spiritual energies stabilize significantly, while the nearby Duke of Ghosts, amidst his swirling ghostly aura, exhibited a decrease in agitation, his gaze becoming clearer. Master Qian, let us speak candidly, the Duke of Ghosts stated, setting down his cup. The apprehension and malice in his eyes considerably diminished, his tone markedly calmer. The Ghost King is being courteous. This is merely a business negotiation, Master Qian replied. What business? Eliminating this fellow would be the simplest task. Su Shen glowered at the Duke of Ghosts, his eyes ablaze with unmasked hostility. Come then, do I appear fearful of you? The Duke of Ghosts rose abruptly, his ghostly energy surging, as if thousands of spirits were howling in unison. Calm yourselves, both of you. Please, remain calm. Master Qian interjected hastily, attempting to assuage the tensions. Duke of Ghosts, you must have realized that the abyss behind the ghost city leads to a realm of the extraordinary. I am aware, however, its mysteries are profound and its power unfathomable. Any ghost that falls within is instantly reduced to nothingness. I have tried it myself, only managing to return after descending a mere 10 feet. You seek to enter, do you not? The Duke of Ghosts did not conceal his intentions, openly admitting them. If my estimations are correct, that abyss leads to a hidden domain, the resting place of a revered Taoist lord. Our intentions do not conflict. While you cannot explore it, we can. My proposal is this. We enter, and there shall be no disputes between us. Regardless of our gains, upon our return, we shall present you with 3 high-quality spiritual artifacts as your reward. What say you? Master Qian's offer was exceedingly generous. The Duke of Ghosts found it difficult to refuse. He was unable to enter that abyss, which had always served as a graveyard for miscreant spirits. He knew there were great treasures within, yet he had long since resigned himself to his fate. Now, the prospect of receiving 3 high-quality spiritual artifacts without any cost was too enticing to dismiss. Agreed. Splendid. Master Qian laughed heartily, promptly producing a mirror of azure fish and offering it to the Duke of Ghosts. This is the first high-quality spiritual artifact, a down payment. The Duke of Ghosts accepted the artifact with a nod, then turned to leave. Meanwhile, Su Shen's expression darkened as he watched the Duke's retreating figure, his gaze flickering with uncertainty. Elder Su, do not despair. Though the Yinhuai Ghost Tomb may not be a true secret realm, it possesses the characteristics of a fortunate place, and the Yinhuai tree that sustains it is under his control. Should he feel cornered, he might destroy the tree, causing the place to collapse, and we would gain nothing, Master Qian observed, noticing Su Shun's discontent. After a brief pause, Master Qian continued, the news may have already leaked. If I can arrive here, others surely can as well. Within a week at the latest, formidable individuals will undoubtedly appear. Upon hearing this, Su Shun immediately retracted his gaze, no longer focusing on the departing Duke of Ghosts, an old rival, who might very well jeopardize their chances of entering the resting place of the Purple Sky Dao Lord. One side presented the potential of countless treasures within a hidden realm. Even a fool could discern the choice to be made. Su Shun lowered his eyelids slightly, observing with a detached demeanor, weary of the Duke of Ghosts, while secretly contemplating that the Duke's fate was sealed. If he could secure more benefits within, and perhaps lay claim to the Purple Sky Dao Lord and Appo's treasured wheel, then sparing this old rival would not be a concern. After all, the Duke could not enter, but he had the opportunity. With this thought, his spirits lifted considerably. The Duke of Ghosts acted decisively, disregarding the ghost city, and departed the Yinhuai Ghost Tomb with Defei awaiting outside. Yet Defei's expression remained complex, her lips pressed together in frustration. The Duke of Ghosts gently patted her shoulder, speaking softly, Ronger, do not feel disheartened. Those of the esteemed Dao Lord's caliber are exceptional, unparalleled in their time. Even if we do not comprehend why he rests here, his tomb is fraught with peril. Entering would be a matter of life and death. Even if your father could gain entry, there would be no guarantee of returning unharmed. Father, it is not that I regret this, Defei replied, her lips pursed. Her expression conflicted. I previously encountered that little thief. He leapt into the abyss, and I fear he may have entered before us. Rongo, do you truly hold feelings for that little thief? The Duke of Ghosts expressed surprise, then shook his head with a sigh. From what you've said, that little thief is merely in the Qi nurturing stage, within the tomb of a Dao Lord. He is hardly more than fodder. It is highly likely he is already dead. Defei remained silent, inwardly acknowledging her father's words. A foundation-building cultivator would be mere cannon fodder in such a place, let alone someone in the Qi nurturing stage. Yet, recalling past events, she couldn't shake the feeling that this insufferable little thief would not perish so easily. At the edge of the abyss, cultivators under the Wan Yong Trading Company and disciples from the Wuliang Dao Academy had all arrived, scanning the assembly. The lowest cultivation level was that of the foundation-building stage. Not a single Qi nurturing cultivator was present. While the Wan Yong Trading Company appeared unremarkable, the Wuliang Dao Academy's disciples displayed embroidered insignias on their garments. 28 inner disciples and 3 true disciples. These 3 true disciples were all 3-element cultivators, only a tier below Su Shun and Bai Yunfei. Once everyone had gathered, a figure emerged from the Wuliang Dao Academy, dragging a ghost soldier bound in spiritual chains and casually discarding it into the abyss. In an instant, the cylindrical stone walls erupted in radiant light. A harmonious, yet grand aura swirling like ripples, soft and ethereal, creating a sense of tranquility. Yet, as the ghost soldier was swept away by the gentle radiance, it was obliterated into dust before its malevolent energy could even manifest. This tomb of a Dao Lord truly lived up to its reputation. The emanating radiance was vast and luminous, blending gentleness with strength. Any malevolent entity, even those of the ghostly hierarchy, would likely perish upon contact. The fact that the Duke of Ghosts managed to escape was indeed fortuitous, Master Qian remarked with a hint of astonishment. The Duke of Ghosts spoke a grain of truth. Su Shin stood nearby, a cold smile on his face. The suggestion to test the waters with a ghost soldier was indeed his own idea. Enough of this. Let us not waste time. We shall descend. This radiance holds no significance for us. Master Qian took a step forward, leading the way as he leapt down. However, to his surprise, upon descending only a few yards, the gentle radiance once again emerged from the stone wall, supporting him as he fell. Master Qian's spiritual energy surged, but it had no effect on the soft glow. This is rather awkward. Master Qian returned to the ledge, his expression less than pleased. It seemed this was a precaution left by the one who rested here. No wonder this entrance was so unguarded. None of us can enter unless a powerful individual intervenes to forcibly breach the entryway. Forcibly breaking and may not guarantee entry. That place of ultimate enlightenment is highly likely to evolve into a secret realm, if there truly are hidden contingencies. Forcing open the entrance would only cause the secret realm to vanish into the void, leaving no trace behind. Bai Yunfei's expression darkened considerably. Everyone, let us try together. Su Shen's face was grim as he commanded the disciples of the Wuyang Dao Academy to join him, leaping down himself, clearly exhibiting his distrust of Manager Qian, fearing a trap. Unfortunately, after Su Shen jumped down, like Manager Qian, he was caught by the shimmering rays and could not descend. The three Yuanyuan cultivators were similarly restrained, leaving only the Foundation Establishment cultivators free to fall unimpeded. A group of Foundation Establishment cultivators disappeared into the abyss, while the remaining few stood at the edge, their faces etched with trepidation. At the entrance of the Yinhuai Ghost tomb, the gaze of the King of Ghosts Duel was piercing. As he observed the situation on this side of the abyss with clarity, witnessing the unfolding events, he couldn't help but chuckle in glee. Reflecting on his own inability to enter while having obtained 3 high-grade spiritual instruments for free, and seeing Su Shen unable to gain anything, his mood soared. Within the secret realm, Qin Yang was unaware that at least 30 Foundation Establishment cultivators had already entered. He was meticulously studying the map, aligning it with everything within the secret realm. His previous discovery of the banyan tree demon, confirming its presence there, was solely due to the high-definition map. The human skin tattoo map obtained by the Wanyong Trading Company could not possibly be this clear. The clarity, while perhaps of little significance to experts, represented a matter of life and death for him. The map displayed distinct routes, yet many areas along the way were fraught with peril, compelling Qin Yang to tread carefully. After traversing mountains and valleys, he arrived at a swamp, halting in his tracks as he gazed upon it, brow slightly furrowed. The swamp appeared ordinary, yet it was shrouded in a thin mist, teeming with miasma. Merely standing at the edge and inhaling its air induced a slight dizziness. Straining his sight, he could discern no signs of life within. The sparse aquatic vegetation radiated an aura of decay. Based on his prior experiences, such places were undoubtedly hazardous. Either the swamp itself was perilous, or something terrifying lurked within. Qin Yang circumvented the swamp, opting for a sidelong approach. After half a day, he finally skirted the swamp's perimeter, but upon looking up, his expression froze. The trees to the left and the indistinct traces, even the distribution of the water plants and puddles within the swamp, were identical to those he had seen before. He had inexplicably returned to the original location. Quietly observing the map in his mind and then gazing at the swamp before him, a sudden realization dawned upon him. When he first acquired the map, he had wondered why, having already marked the location of the palace complex, other locations were also indicated. Why were there clear routes, and why such precision? Once inside the secret realm, as long as one was a cultivator capable of establishing a foundation, they could naturally fly directly there. Now it became clear. Deviating from the designated route would lead to nowhere. Qin Yang gazed at the mist-laden, boundless expanse of the swamp, his heart pounding. The stillness here was distinctly different from that of the banyan grove. The grove exuded pure silence, as if it were the end of the road, devoid of any other essence aside from stagnant spiritual energy. Thus, he had dared to venture in to take a risk. In contrast, this swamp was steeped in a suffocating stillness, infused with dark malevolence, and coupled with the toxic miasma, it likely harbored countless buried souls, making it exceedingly dangerous. If the swamp itself were merely hazardous, there would typically be signs to follow, opportunities to evade. Yet, if the danger stemmed from some arcane entity concealed within, the best outcome would be a narrow escape from death. Alone, should any misfortune befall him, he would have to rely solely on himself, without anyone to support him. Unbidden, Qin Yang began to yearn for Zhang Jingyi. The black ribbon wrapped around Zhang Jingyi's wrist was agile and versatile. In this swamp, it would undoubtedly prove invaluable. Achoo! A sneeze erupted from within a coffin buried in the earth, followed by the emergence of a black ribbon, akin to a tenacious sprout, breaking through the soil and stirring the surrounding earth into turmoil. After a considerable time, a hand burst forth from the ground as Zhang Jingyi struggled, peering around with eyes darting furtively, cautiously surveying his surroundings. Noticing the absence of any movement, he slowly emerged from the earth. My dear senior brother, you still possess a modicum of conscience, arranging my final appearance and giving me a burial. Alas, I am not dead. Ha ha. The place of the Zixiao Daojuan's enlightenment is brimming with treasures. I, the esteemed fat lord, am on my way. Zhang Jingyi grinned, his chubby form quivering with delight. However, just as he reveled in his mirth, the smile on his face abruptly froze. A note drifted down from him. Zhang Shidi, I have departed. Be cautious. The winding script met his gaze, and Zhang Jingyi's eyelids twitched violently, feeling as though these words might blind him. How could this be? How does he know I am not truly dead? No, I was indeed dead at that moment. How could he possibly know? At that time, he had truly perished, but had fortuitously mastered a peculiar secret technique known as the divine phoenix immortality, which allowed him to burn his lifespan to undergo a rebirth even after genuine death. The amount of lifespan consumed was uncertain. The greater the injury at death, the more years would be consumed. This time, he had merely suffered a shattered heart, damaged organs, and crushed ribs, yet his body remained largely intact, with his spirit and head unharmed, requiring only 5 years of lifespan to be reborn. After mastering this technique, he had inquired discreetly, but no one had ever heard of it or anything akin to it. Even if such a technique existed, it would be exceedingly rare, coveted by top-tier experts. He had never disclosed this matter to anyone, nor could he recall how he had come to master it. So how could that dear senior brother know he was not deceased? Zhang Jingyi's heart felt like it was being clawed by a cat, a whirlwind of frustration. He could have feigned death, tricked his opponent, and stealthily acted to reap the rewards alone. But now, smack, Zhang Jingyi glared at the note, and an image of Qin Yang's sardonic smile materialized in his mind, gently patting his shoulder. Zhang Shidi, you are still too naive. With a breath, Zhang Jingyi expressionlessly crumpled the note into dust, closing his eyes to self-hypnotize. This is a trick. This is a trick. My dear senior brother must think that I am so capable that I would not easily perish. Yes, that must be it. If he could leave a note and give me a burial, it signifies that the demon tiger is dead and he is already departed. Muttering to himself for a while, Zhang Jingyi finally shook off the terrifying images in his mind, concluding that his senior brother had a peculiar sense of humor, even playing tricks on the dead. Casting aside such thoughts, Zhang Jingyi stepped towards the edge of the banyan grove. Yet, just as he exited the thicket, his expression stiffened and his steps faltered. In the distance, along the riverbank, at least 20 or 30 Foundation establishment cultivators approached. Among them were several familiar faces, including an old acquaintance, Steward Qiu from the Wanong Trading Company. Zhang Jingyi turned to flee, but alas, a beam of spiritual light flared, instantly spanning over 100 paces, transforming into a dark long sword suspended before him. Zhang Jingyi, you were quite fortunate. It seems you are still alive. Steward Qiu's face was ashen as he stepped forward with a group of people. Ah, Steward Qiu, what a coincidence. It is good to see you again. Zhang Jingyi forced a chuckle, refraining from making any abrupt movements. Oh, why are you the only one here? Where is your fellow disciple? A striking young man, clad in a white robe, emerged from the crowd, his expression one of perplexity. Zhang Jingyi continued his nervous laughter, recognizing this individual as the one who had previously clashed with the Dafei. It seemed this fellow had mistaken the humble duo for disciples of the Wuyang Dao Academy. Earlier, they had encountered a monstrous tiger, a creature of considerable prowess, and had become separated from senior brother Qin. Ah, by the way, esteemed senior brother, may I inquire your name? What is this place? After we plummeted from the cliff outside the ghost city, we found ourselves here. Zhang Jingyi's expression shifted as he inched closer to the handsome figure. I am Bai Yutong. Are you disciples from the outer sect? Bai Yutong responded without much suspicion. Oh, so you are Bai senior brother. I have heard your name on numerous occasions, yet regrettably have never had the fortune to meet you. Zhang Jingyi inched even closer, standing directly beside Bai Yutong, showering him with flattery. I have spent many years within the sect, while you have been in the outer realms. So it is only natural that we have not crossed paths, Bai Yutong said with a slight smile, harboring no doubts. The Wuyang Dao Academy had both inner and outer disciples, scattered across its territory, numbering at least 8,000, if not 10,000. Oftentimes, these outer disciples were merely seen as laborers toiling for the academy, not to mention Bai Yutong. It would be remarkable for any of the Wuyang Dao cultivators present to recognize more than 30 or 50 outer disciples. As Bai Yutong spoke, the other inner disciples of the Wuyang Dao Academy voiced no objections. Qiu, the manager, wore a solemn expression and waved dismissively, unwilling to engage further with Zhang Jingyi in such a setting. Let us continue. We must be swift. Meanwhile, in the marshes, a dull thud resonated. Qin Yang, drenched in cold sweat, sprinted back from the mire, standing resolutely at the water's edge, his gaze fixed intently on a patch of dry land within the swamp. There, amidst the tattered grass, a claw print, the size of a human head, was imprinted on the ground. The surrounding vegetation withered incessantly, and the earth emitted a hissing sound. In just a few breaths, the claw print vanished, and that patch of land, measuring a foot in size, was utterly eroded and disappeared. In an instant, the marsh regained its eerie tranquility, devoid of any other signs of life. What on earth was that? Qin Yang pondered, his expression grim. Having failed to catch a glimpse of whatever had ambushed him moments earlier, Qin Yang stood at the edge of the marsh, his expression as dark as the water itself. Gazing at the bubbling pools that emerged from within, a chill creeping over him. Whatever lurked beneath the surface posed a deadly threat. A single strike would surely result in either death or grievous injury. The speed was alarming, and the toxicity far too potent. Even the blood talisman in his possession might prove insufficient to ward off the danger, or perhaps it was that he was incapable of harnessing its miraculous properties. After numerous tentative explorations, he had only glimpsed a fleeting shadow, confirming that the malevolence arose from the pools, its upper body formidable, claws large, moving on all fours, and imbued with a fierce corrosive toxin. Yet, whenever one ventured beyond the marsh's confines, the apparition vanished without a trace, leaving no lingering aura. After several attempts, Qin Yang had begun to formulate a strategy for his approach. At that moment, however, he sensed a surge of spiritual energy from behind. Turning to look, he saw a gathering of luminous figures in the distance, their cacophony reminiscent of a multitude of lights dancing in unison, ripples of energy intertwining and ascending. A considerable number of individuals had arrived, all of whom exuded considerable strength, with many wielding potent magical artifacts. Qin Yang felt a stir of intrigue as he activated his concealment technique, masking his own spiritual presence, and nestled himself among the sparse trees. As he looked on, he noticed a group of foundation-building cultivators approaching, among them disciples from the Infinite Tao Academy alongside members of the Wanong merchants. Most conspicuously, he spotted Zhang Zhenyi mingling with the disciples of the Infinite Tao Academy. To his astonishment, Zhang Zhenyi was indeed alive, an enduring scourge upon the world. Qin Yang sighed deeply, curiosity piquing within him as he pondered how Zhang Zhenyi had managed to survive, for he had meticulously vetted the circumstances of his demise, confirming that he had been utterly lifeless, even exhibiting signs of rigor mortis. Yet now, there was no trace of injury. He appeared to be in perfect health. With a sudden resolve, Qin Yang approached without hesitation. As he emerged into view, Zhang Zhenyi immediately called out, "Brother Qin, are you unharmed? I feared you had perished." "I am well," Qin Yang replied, casting a discreet glance at Zhang Zhenyi. "What is the situation here? Where are we?" "I cannot say for certain. It seems to be a hidden realm. By the way, Brother Qin, were you not seeking Brother Bai Yutong?" "This is he," Zhang Zhenyi said, maintaining a serious demeanor as he introduced Bai Yutong to Qin Yang. "Oh, so this is Brother Bai Yutong. I thought you looked familiar. I had only seen you from a distance before. I heard you had made significant progress with your sword techniques and had gone into seclusion. I didn't expect to encounter you here." Qin Yang's face brightened with delight as he attempted to ingratiate himself. "Ah, Brother Qin, you flatter me." Bai Yutong replied, his expression vague, unable to recall Qin Yang at all. Standing to the side, Zhang Zhenyi regarded Qin Yang with admiration, astounded by his ability to weave a convincing narrative. "No wonder you were able to deal with that demon tiger without a scratch. Your skill in fabrication is remarkable." "Humph." On the other side, Manager Chiu glared at Qin Yang, his eyes glinting with malice. "So, you are Zhang Zhenyi's brother, Qin Yid. Had it not been for your provocation of the daughter of the Dole Ghost King, our Wanyong merchants would not have had to expend such effort, sacrificing 3 superior magical artifacts just to secure safe passage." Qin Yang feigned confusion. "And who might this be?" "This is Manager Chiu of the Wanong merchants. Previously, we attempted a small ruse, but alas, Brother Qin, you were captured, and it was unsuccessful," Zhang Zhenyi interjected. "Oh, so that is the case. I cannot believe that." At this juncture, Manager Chiu still believes such tales to be true, Qin Yang thought, both amused and incredulous. Bai Yutong listened, perplexed, while Zhang Zhenyi offered a brief explanation, adding, "We are trying to alleviate the sect's burdens. We had heard they were planning an incursion and wished to distract the Ghost King, creating some chaos within. Brother Zhang, your intentions are commendable, even if the execution faltered," Bai Yutong said, patting Zhang Zhenyi on the shoulder with a look of approval. Manager Chiu's expression darkened. Torn between the Wanong merchants' interests and the exemplary conduct of these disciples from the Infinite Tao Academy. Despite their lack of strength, their noble intentions were rare, especially considering the external circumstances. "Have we met before?" Manager Chiu scrutinized Qin Yang, his brow furrowed, a flicker of murderous intent glimmering in his eyes. Qin Yang bore a striking resemblance to a certain corpse collector who had mysteriously perished. A jolt of alarm coursed through Qin Yang. He had long since altered his appearance and had not revealed his true self in quite some time. How could this man possibly recognize him? I have been in Qinglin City of late. It is not unusual for you to have seen me. Qin Yang deflected, maintaining an air of nonchalance. Manager Qiu remained silent, questioning whether he had overstepped. After all, there were many disciples of the Infinite Tao Academy in Qinglin City, and the resemblance, while striking, did not imply any substantial connection. The brief interlude passed, and both parties continued forward toward the desolate marsh. It was evident to all present that this marsh held secrets. None dared to rush in, instead dispersing to investigate the surrounding area. At some point, Zhang Jingyi sidled up to Qin Yang, signaling him discreetly. Brother Qin, you have been here before, haven't you? What can you tell me? There are strange phenomena within. I cannot ascertain their strength, but a single strike could easily lead to your demise, Qin Yang warned. What? Brother Qin, please elaborate. Fetch Bai Yutong. Zhang Jingyi grimaced, reluctantly bringing Bai Yutong over. What is it, Brother Qin? I traversed past the marsh previously, but was instantaneously returned. There are malevolent entities within. I cannot identify them, but their claws are laced with potent poison, and the miasma is equally toxic. When we enter, we must suppress our spiritual energies and charge forward with determination. Qin Yang relayed his findings to Bai Yutong. Recognizing that he owed a debt of gratitude for Bai Yutong's prior assistance in thwarting the deranged concubine, which could have led to dire consequences. Bai Yutong appeared somewhat bewildered. Enough. Time is of the essence. The Wanyong merchants are returning. Remember, Brother Bai, Manager Qiu is not to be trusted. Be wary of him. Qin Yang was acutely aware of the doubts surrounding his and Zhang Jingyi's identities. Any sensible individual would harbor suspicions. However, amidst a gathering of foundation-building cultivators, few believed that two Qi cultivating practitioners could stir any significant commotion. Moreover, with Bai Yutong acknowledging their prior acquaintance, everyone feigned ignorance. Ultimately, it stemmed from a dismissive attitude towards the two lesser-known brothers. Qin Yang understood that attempting to leave alone was futile, for the overseer Qiu harbored concealed malice, which others attributed to caution against potential threats. Yet, Qin Yang sensed the palpable danger, akin to a thorn in his back, causing his heart to race. This wretched man truly intended to eliminate him, holding on to a mindset of better to kill the wrong person than to let a dangerous one escape. However, now that they had entered this place, what did past grievances matter? With a composed demeanor, Qin Yang stood behind Bai Yutong, contemplating his next move. Soon, the representatives from the Wanong Merchant Association returned, noticeably 2 individuals short. Qiu casually remarked that they had ventured nearby to explore if they could circumvent the swamp. Whether others believed it was inconsequential, what mattered was that he accepted it. Upon reaching the swamp's edge once more, Qin Yang discreetly retrieved 2 stored wind-running talismans, tucking them into his boots. As he channeled his true essence, he began to activate the talismans through the inscriptions upon them. Activating the talisman core allowed for an instantaneous release of energy, resulting in increased speed but a shorter duration. In contrast, the method he employed ensured that the talisman would not dissipate immediately, extending its effectiveness while slightly diminishing its velocity. This activation technique, akin to the autumn cicada talisman, had the advantage of minimal spiritual energy fluctuations once initiated. Regrettably, this method was seldom understood by anyone other than adept talismancers, as it involved intricate control of true essence and its flow through the talisman paths, a task more challenging than direct talisman crafting. Once the talismans were activated, Qin Yang continued to silently operate the concealing void technique, suppressing all spiritual energy fluctuations. Be cautious, came a low warning, prompting the group to cautiously enter the swamp's domain. Upon entering, Bai Yutong recalled Qin Yang's earlier words. Though perplexed, he quickened his pace, finding the swamp's muddy traps ineffective against such speed. Bai Yutong accelerated, and the others from the Wuliang Dao Academy followed suit, while Qin Yang remained silent, blending into the throng, perhaps due to the presence of numerous skilled individuals. After half an hour of frenzied running within the swamp, no prior anomalies emerged, only the pervasive silence of the surroundings, devoid of other dangers. Qin Yang internally exhaled. Perhaps the earlier ominous feeling had sensed an insurmountable threat and chosen to conceal itself. Suddenly, a splash echoed from behind them. Lu Fei had vanished. A skilled member of the Wanyong Merchant Association gasped in alarm. Keep moving, stay alert. Qiu's face darkened, his eyes sharp as he scanned the surroundings, his voice low yet commanding. Instantly, the group quickened their pace, many activating their true essence to hasten their movements. The surge of spiritual energy spread out, and Qin Yang's expression shifted as he felt compelled to accelerate. Another splash. Everyone turned, only to see a small puddle splattering water, with no sign of a figure. Wang Hu is gone. The hushed exclamations darkened the faces of all present. Two foundation-building cultivators, while not overly powerful, possessed protective artifacts and true essence shields. What could possibly cause them to disappear without a warning? What the hell is this? Show yourself. A burly man, eyes ablaze with rage, strode towards the small puddle. Gripping a spear radiating spiritual light, exuding an aura of murderous intent. As he approached the puddle, his eyes widened in horror. Wang Hu, within the puddle, sparse aquatic plants parted to reveal a headless corpse floating eerily. The body was intact, without visible wounds, its eyes wide open as if fixated on something ahead. Its pale face contorted into an unsettling semblance of a smile. As the burly man drew near, the corpse's gaze seemed to lock onto him, its mouth slightly ajar, and its arms appeared to struggle towards the surface. Witnessing this, the man instinctively reached out to grasp his friend's hand. Just as he pulled Wang Hu's body halfway from the water, a thunderous roar echoed from behind. Let go. But it was too late. In an instant, a creature emerged from behind the corpse, an eyeless, noseless abomination with a gaping maw that lunged forward. This creature was entirely black, resembling a water crocodile, yet devoid of scales. Its skin smooth and utterly devoid of sheen. Ignoring the man's spear, it twisted through the air, its massive jaws snapping shut around the man's head, dragging him into the puddle, where he vanished without a trace. The chilling sight sent shivers through the crowd, their hair standing on end. The creature's speed was terrifying, its presence undetectable, and the protective barriers of foundation-building cultivators crumbled like parchment beneath its fangs. Another had perished. With no time to linger, the group sought to retreat, uncertain of what awaited them. The only course of action was to press forward. Qin Yang continued to sprint. An unsettling thought creeping into his mind. The creature was not afraid of them but feared their escape from the swamp, launching its attack only when they were ensnared within. Did this entity possess such intelligence? Brother Bai, do you know what this creature is? Qin Yang leaned closer to Bai Yutong, whispering his inquiry. I'm not certain, but I have my suspicions, Bai Yutong replied, his expression grave. There are rumors of the southern dream water kingdom south of Tonkazu, where waterways abound and many have drowned, resulting in numerous water ghosts. In rare instances, a water ghost may usurp the body of a water-dwelling entity, transforming into an undead monster that delights in feasting on human brains, particularly favoring the young. During hunts, they often use corpses as bait to lure children, sometimes employing illusions to make the victims see their beloved ones. Especially sensitive to spiritual energy fluctuations, Bai Yutong regarded Qin Yang seriously, nodding in affirmation. Qin Yang silently acknowledged, his mind racing as they continued to flee. Moments later, two splashes resonated simultaneously, both nearby and behind them. Qin Yang's face tightened as he struggled to turn and meet Bai Yutong's gaze. Rare instances? With one occurrence already, now another? Who knew if more awaited them? In the wake of a brief silence, a surge of spiritual energy erupted from the crowd as panic took hold. Someone could no longer maintain composure and unleash their full strength. Radiant light flared, enveloping the cultivator, who appeared ready to soar into the air and escape. Yet, unexpectedly, as they ascended to a height of merely one person, the surrounding light dissipated without a sound. You can't fly here. The abrupt realization struck the cultivator, who recalled the earlier warning about flight restrictions. Before they could descend, a shadow emerged from the seemingly shallow puddle, swiftly shattering their protective true essence and dragging them into the depths, where they vanished in an instant. Beside him stood another, brandishing a tortoise-shell artifact, suspended above his head, from which a cascade of azure spiritual light descended, enveloping him within its protective embrace. Yet, from the depths of the murky water, a monstrous creature surged forth, carelessly tearing a bite out of the spiritual light, causing it to dim significantly, and the tortoise shell teetered precariously, as if it might plummet at any moment. Do not summon your artifacts, nor channel your true essence. Suppress your spiritual fluctuations, roared a voice, reverberating through the crowd. Manager Chio's expression darkened, malice swirling in his eyes, as his chest heaved violently. Upon surveying the scene, he realized that all the fallen were members of the Wanong merchants. In stark contrast, the disciples of the Wuyang Dao Institute were frantically sprinting ahead, showing no signs of hesitation. Moreover, a dozen disciples had completely suppressed their spiritual fluctuations, relying solely on their physical prowess to dash through the marshlands. Particularly notable was the delicate youth at the forefront, who, exhibiting an unusual technique, emitted no spiritual energy at all, yet somehow moved even swifter than his peers, strolling with an air of ease and grace. At this moment, Manager Qiu understood the gravity of the situation. This was a reckless act of betrayal. Go, he bellowed, retracting his true essence and charging forward, his back teeth grinding audibly. Had he known this would occur, he would have resolutely dealt with that Qin Yud, even at the cost of severing ties with the Wuliang Dao Institute. In the swamp, a throng of foundational cultivators found themselves in a dire predicament, refraining from utilizing their true essence, opting instead to suppress it and rely on sheer physical strength. After all, even if they were to tap into their true essence, the risk of being targeted by those creatures was far too great. It was better to act as they were. As they pressed on, a chilling aura of death lingered in the air, and the surface of the water periodically rippled, hinting at the silent movement of the monsters within each small pool. Glub, glub. A series of bubbles erupted from a nearby puddle, causing a cultivator beside it to shudder involuntarily. He resisted the urge to use his artifact and instead produced a wind-running talisman, slapping it onto himself. Then, there was nothing more to say. The instant the talisman activated, 3 monsters surged forth from the surrounding pools, and in the blink of an eye, the unfortunate soul was torn asunder, each creature seizing a portion before vanishing into the depths of the water. Manager Qiu caught a glimpse of this out of the corner of his eye, his heart bleeding for yet another casualty among the Wanyong merchants. As everyone suppressed their true essence, the monsters seemed to become increasingly perceptive. Just moments ago, they were pursuing artifacts, but now, simply triggering a talisman could summon 3 creatures to attack instantaneously. Moreover, it was crucial to note that even without invoking talismans, the monsters' hunting instincts had never ceased. Watching Qin Yang ahead, dashing with reckless abandon, Manager Qiu's ire grew. If it weren't for this fellow's deliberate treachery, causing them to act as fodder, the Wanyong merchants would not have suffered such substantial losses. Strangely, this individual, despite merely cultivating his qi, was outpacing many foundational cultivators, maintaining a steady pace without breaking a sweat. As the ripples in the small pools became increasingly frequent, the number of monsters was surely more than 3. Split up. Manager Qiu hissed, his teeth nearly grinding to dust. If this continued, they would truly be left to bear the brunt for the Wuliang Dao Institute. By dispersing, they would retain a glimmer of hope for survival. Most importantly, it would allow the Wuliang Dao Institute to shoulder its own burdens. At this point, they had already sustained significant losses without even catching sight of any spoils, and should they discover any treasures at the rear, they would lack the strength to contend with the Wuliang Dao Institute. As the group ahead continued their frenzied sprint, they noticed the members of the Wanyong merchants scattering in 3 directions. Qin Yang could not help but smile. These individuals had finally shown some wit, recognizing that staying together meant they would bear the brunt of the danger. Scatter. Upon witnessing the dispersal, Bai Yutong echoed the command, prompting the disciples of the Wuliang Dao Institute to follow suit. Qin Yang felt a stirring within, quickly consulting his high-definition map to confirm his position, and promptly deviated from the crowd, racing along the designated route. After running for some time, the direction had become entirely uncertain. A minor deviation could result in a considerable distance lost. Qin Shixiang, wait for me. Zhang Jingyi stumbled, his unorthodox movements causing him to sweat profusely as he pursued. However, after calling out, he caught a glimpse of Manager Qiu trailing in Qin Yang's direction, prompting a quick adjustment of his own course to follow Bai Yutong closely. Initially perplexed by Zhang Jingyi's absence, Qin Yang later noticed as they continued to run, the scattered individuals grew more distant, leaving only Manager Qiu in pursuit. Qin Yang's expression darkened. That Zhang Jingyi was certainly up to something. As for Manager Qiu, his intent was clear. He sought to eliminate Qin Yang at the first opportunity. Manager Qiu, why are you following me? Qin Yang turned, baring his teeth, and inexplicably accelerated by 30%. Damn it, you little rascal. If you have the guts, don't run. Manager Qiu's eyes nearly bulged out in disbelief. How could this brat be moving so swiftly, and even faster still? Watching Qin Yang pull further away, Manager Qiu gritted his teeth and chased after him, yet he could not close the distance. Too fearful to tap into his true essence or any other means that might attract the monsters. Manager Qiu, until we meet again. Qin Yang's voice echoed distantly. And soon he became nothing more than a small black dot swallowed by the mist. You little scoundrel, just wait. The next time we meet, I'll flay you alive and hang your skin as a lantern." Manager Chiu shouted furiously, his face darkening to the point of resembling a shadow. Yet he dared not abandon the pursuit, relying solely on his physical strength to navigate the swamp. Meanwhile, Qin Yang pressed on with all his might, soon losing sight of everyone. As he neared the edge of the swamp, he caught a glimpse of a figure entering the marsh from the opposite side. Qin Yang furrowed his brows, yet his steps remained unyielding. After a mere couple of breaths, upon discerning the silhouette entering the swamp, he was momentarily taken aback. It was a small child, around 4 or 5 years old, with a hint of baby fat on his cheeks. His face was grimy, his disheveled black hair tousled, and he wore a black shirt smeared with mud. At that moment, he was cautiously traversing the marsh, seeking a place to set his foot. However, as if drawn by some unseen force, he slowly approached a small puddle, stretching his neck to peer into the water. A sudden pang gripped Qin Yang's heart as he rushed over. What he first beheld was the water grass in the puddle parting slowly, revealing a bloated and somewhat decayed female corpse floating beneath the surface, a semblance of a smile gracing her lips as her arms swayed languidly, captivating the small child above. The child's face lit up with a glimmer of delight as he reached out towards the water's surface. Panic surged through Qin Yang. This was grave. He could no longer ponder how a child ended up here. Swiftly, he produced 3 wind-running talismans, activating them before pressing them against himself. He unleashed his true essence without a second thought. In an instant, his speed surged exponentially as he dashed towards the child. Gritting his teeth, he retrieved a roll of ink talisman, tearing off a corner. Infusing it with his true essence, a surge of spiritual light erupted, creating a tempestuous wind. In a heartbeat, the ink talisman transformed into a streak of radiant light, enveloping the child. Layers of crimson golden halos cascaded from above the child's head, with countless golden runes flickering into existence and vanishing. Simultaneously, a monstrous creature erupted from the puddle, its maw filled with jagged, interlocking teeth, snapping down upon the child's head. Crack! The creature's bite shattered several of its own teeth against the crimson golden halo, yet the runes flickering above began to dissipate, losing a third of their power in an instant. As the creature plunged back into the water, the small child, overwhelmed by fear, collapsed onto the ground, crying out in terror. Qin Yang's expression was as dark as the depths of the sea, his speed intensifying further. Though the creature had vanished beneath the water, he could sense an ominous aura, a predatory gaze now fixated upon him. Reaching the child, he extended his hand through the halo, hoisting the child onto his shoulder and sprinting towards the edge of the swamp. Even as he stepped into the muck, his pace remained relentless, bolting forward before the mire could ensnare him. With several hundred feet still to cover before exiting the swamp, he had just rushed 100 feet when an icy dread enveloped him. A primal instinct kicked in, faced with imminent peril. One either freezes in fear or erupts in a frenzy of survival. The disparity was staggering. The creature could shatter the protective essence of a foundational cultivator with ease, and its defenses could obliterate half the might of any talisman. Without protective artifacts or a cultivated essence, he was assuredly doomed. The sole remaining ink talisman, formidable though it was, could withstand perhaps 3 strikes at most, and he had already sacrificed it for the child. Splash! The sound of water splattering behind him sent chills through Qin Yang. His heart raced, the terror of life and death pressing down upon him, threatening to shatter his resolve. In that fleeting moment, he transcended fear, transforming from a mere pawn to a desperate whirlwind of action, thoughts racing at an unprecedented speed. As the creature lunged towards him, its gaping maw ready to devour, Qin Yang suddenly pivoted, using one hand to shield the child with his own body, thrusting the child's head into the creature's cavernous mouth. Crack! The creature's interlocking teeth shattered as they clamped down on the child's head. A furious wail reverberated through the swamp as the creature's tail lashed out, and it disappeared beneath the water once more. Without pausing, Qin Yang resumed his frantic sprint. The child, who had been wailing moments before, now gaping in astonishment, reaching out to touch the shimmering crimson golden halo surrounding him. Whether it was the halo that astounded him or Qin Yang's audacious maneuver, the child remained in a state of shock. Yet Qin Yang felt no relief. The ink talisman's protective power was dwindling, and with nearly 300 feet still to traverse, he would need to endure at least 2 more strikes from the creature. As anticipated, after a few breaths and another rush of over 100 feet, the terrifying sense of danger surged again. Qin Yang repeated his desperate tactic, thrusting the child's head once more into the creature's jaws, shattering more of its teeth. Yet this time, The crimson-golden halo dissipated with a soft pop, fading into nothingness. With less than 200 feet left, how could he withstand the final blow? Qin Yang's expression darkened, his mind racing as he surveyed the situation. The few talismans he possessed were insufficient to withstand the creature's onslaught, other than the now-vanished ink talisman. The rest of his offensive talismans would have no effect on the beast, and the blood talisman merely prevented him from succumbing to the poisonous miasma of the swamp. What could he do next? Before he could ponder further, the sound of splashing water echoed ominously, a malevolent aura closing in. Qin Yang roared, extracting a diamond talisman from his storage pouch, activating it, and hurling it at the creature. A faint golden light enveloped the creature's form, yet its charge remained unimpeded. However, this time, it missed its target entirely. Instead of plunging into the water, the creature began frantically thrashing about, tearing at the air with its claws, water splattering everywhere. The surrounding flora withered under the corrosive gas that rose with a hissing sound, and in mere moments, the area within a 10-foot radius was reduced to a lifeless expanse. Devoid of all, seizing the opportunity, Qin Yang raced out, escaping the confines of the swamp. After sprinting several hundred feet beyond its bounds, he finally halted, panting heavily, his heart gradually calming from its frantic pace. That had been a desperate gamble, since the creature possessed no eyes, ears, or nose, and lacked any discernible spiritual energy. It relied solely on the fluctuations of spiritual energy to hunt. The diamond talisman had enhanced its defenses, creating a golden barrier that masked its true nature, leading it to perceive threats from all around. Having escaped the swamp, the creature remained within its depths, lurking, awaiting his return. Qin Yang exhaled deeply, no longer in haste to move forward. He gently set the small child down, ruffling his hair, his expression a blend of complexity. "What is your name?" he inquired. "I don't know," the child replied, standing there in a daze, gazing up at Qin Yang with wide, innocent eyes. "How did you end up here?" "I don't know." "Who did you see in the puddle?" "I don't know." 3 consecutive "I don't knows" tightened Qin Yang's brow, evoking a sense of exasperation. "You don't know who you saw? Then why did you approach?" "It looked familiar, and I wanted to ask if she knew who I was." The young child answered sincerely, causing Qin Yang to feel increasingly perplexed. This little one seemed utterly unaware of his identity, his presence, or the reason for his existence. He knew nothing at all. Sitting on the ground, he wore a bewildered expression. Qin Yang's face turned complex, and after a moment of hesitation, he let out a deep sigh. "Little one, do you remember that you have passed away?" "I died." The child displayed no significant surprise, merely parting his lips slightly, as if in a daze. After a brief moment, his demeanor turned somber. His head bowed as he murmured to himself, "It seems I have truly died, quite some time ago. Do not dwell on it too much. Simply think of your name and where you wish to go." Qin Yang consoled him, ruffling the child's hair. Yet he felt a complex array of emotions as he sensed the potential for his abilities to awaken. Previously, when Zhang Jingyi had perished, his skills had not activated. However, upon encountering Zhang Jingyi again, he exhibited the same shamelessness, his instinct for self-preservation intact. When confronted by the pursuer Qiankun, this little rascal had opted not to follow him, instead chasing after Bai Yutong. This time, however, although the child exuded a faint aura and his spiritual energy was notably weak, likely at the first or second level, Qin Yang sensed the activation of his skills the moment they made contact. This could only imply one thing. The child was indeed deceased. A soul that had forgotten its death, its name, and all past memories, yet continued to wander for an unknown purpose. No, to be precise, the child's spirit had likely already faded, yet a strong attachment to life remained, along with some inexplicable qualities, allowing him to drift about as if alive. Even the creatures lurking in the marshlands could not discern whether the child was alive or dead. "Have you recalled anything?" "I think. I want to find my mother and father, but I have forgotten their names. I only remember that my mother was beautiful and my father was formidable." The child's eyes sparkled, seemingly untroubled by his own demise. "Under such circumstances, finding them will be quite difficult." Qin Yang chuckled softly, his words faltering under the child's hopeful gaze, rendering him unable to continue. "How about this? I will do my utmost to help you find them, but whether or not it succeeds and when it may happen, I cannot say." "Thank you, big brother. I am counting on you." The child squinted with delight, his eyes crescent-shaped as he placed a hand in Qin Yang's, seemingly entrusting himself to him with remarkable ease. Suddenly, a startling transformation occurred. The child's chubby hand silently dissolved into stark white bones, and the garments he wore vanished into thin air. "Big brother, please." The child appeared unfazed by his own metamorphosis, and in that moment, his previously bewildered gaze became clear and bright. "My name is Baoyu. My father is Wu Bian. Please take me home." As his final words were uttered, the cherubic child quietly transformed into a skeletal figure, the bones taking on a jade-like quality, warm to the touch, adorned with intricate purple patterns that seemed to resonate with a natural beauty. Upon closer inspection, these seemingly simple patterns concealed profound mysteries, reminiscent of clouds, mists, the veins of the earth, and the might of thunder, echoing the fundamental truths of existence. However, after gazing for a while, Qin Yang felt lightheaded, his spirit unsettled, prompting him to avert his gaze. Abandoning the contemplation of these enigmatic patterns, Qin Yang began to notice other peculiarities. The skeleton, although human in shape, possessed an unusual trait. It had 36 vertebrae. Even for a child, the sacrum and coccyx had yet to fuse, which would typically yield a maximum of 33 bones. However, this child had already fused the sacrum and coccyx into single pieces. Discarding these two, an adult's spine consists of only 24 vertebrae. Yet this child possessed an additional 10, 8 distributed among the cervical, thoracic, and lumbar regions, with the remaining 2 in the coccygeal area. Further examination revealed that the child's ribcage contained an extra pair of ribs compared to the average person. Additionally, the skull bore faint, scarcely noticeable scars, which upon closer inspection were discerned to be bite marks left by the monsters of the marsh. These subtle traces, both fresh and old, hinted at countless encounters. Observing this, Qin Yang couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow, gently patting the child's head. This little one had likely wandered in this realm for countless years, having been dragged down by those monsters time and again. It seemed they had eventually recognized the child was deceased, yet his stubbornness rendered him unworthy of their attention. However, these creatures lacked intelligence, always drawn back to the child. Do not continue to wander. Even if you roam for 10,000 or 100,000 years, hope is futile. Find peace. If I can leave this place alive, I will carry your remains and help you find your father to take you home." Qin Yang sighed deeply, knowing that this little child had likely been adrift in this secret realm for millennia. Alas, this place was sealed. His aimless wandering would yield no results even after an eternity. For a naive child, this was unbearably cruel. Continuing in this manner, Qin Yang foresaw the inevitable outcome, complete and utter dissolution into nothingness, where not only would all memories fade, but even the last vestiges of attachment would cease to exist. It is best to let him rest. If he could escape, there might still be a glimmer of hope. With this thought, Qin Yang gradually activated his skills, a phantasmal hand emerging from his right palm to grasp the child's skeletal remains. Instantly, a blinding radiance erupted from the palm, nearly blinding Qin Yang. What is happening? Within the grasp of the ethereal hand, the brilliance grew increasingly dazzling, yet it stubbornly resisted being claimed. As if the object being retrieved bore the weight of 1,000 burdens, proving impossible to lift momentarily. As the hand slowly ascended, the light continued to shine so brightly that Qin Yang could barely keep his eyes open, compelling him to endure. After what felt like half an hour, the arduous sensation suddenly vanished. The blinding radiance dissipated, and as Qin Yang opened his eyes, he was met with a blinding white expanse, nearly overwhelmed again by the brightness. After a brief period of adjustment, he could finally discern his surroundings. The child's remains were still present, yet a sense of tranquility now enveloped them. In his grasp were 3 luminous orbs. One was golden, pulsating with light, concealing its contents. The remaining 2 were a blue orb containing a blue book, vibrant and surrounded by swirling clouds, with fine tendrils of lightning flickering within, inscribed with the words, "Supreme Ascension Cloud Soaring Thunder Secret Technique." The purple orb, devoid of any visible book, was a mass of peculiar symbols encircled by flames, distorting everything within. However, among the outermost symbols, a few stood out, and although Qin Yang did not recognize them, their meanings became immediately clear: divine power, thunderfire. Holding the 3 orbs, Qin Yang found himself momentarily at a loss, still in a state of bewilderment. Who exactly was this child? 1 golden orb, 1 purple divine power, and 1 blue secret technique. The colors of the retrieved items indeed indicated their quality, yet did not denote their grade. They merely represented the quality among items of the same tier. It remains unclear how these classifications are precisely delineated. The secret recipe for barbecue ingredients I previously discovered consisted solely of blue orbs, while I found the most practical thieving skill to be merely the most inferior white orb. This secret technique, impressive in name, invoked many thoughts in Qin Yang, especially as the term shanqing appeared here. He wondered if the shanqing was the same as the one in his memory. Additionally, there was a purple divine ability, a higher tier than the secret techniques, though its specifics were uncertain. I had heard legends that the cultivation of secret techniques had few restrictions. As long as they aligned with one's own methods, there was a chance of success. However, the prerequisites for mastering divine abilities were exceedingly high. Some individuals could obtain them yet never gain entry into their mysteries. Nonetheless, those who succeeded wielded terrifying powers or possessed extraordinary abilities far exceeding their cultivation rank. Without hesitation, Qin Yang struck his forehead with a basketball. Moments later, he opened his eyes, his expression slightly darkened. The Shangqing Yin Xiao Thunder secret technique was indeed formidable. Embodying the pinnacle of techniques, subtle yet powerful, it could harness the forces of nature with minimal effort. When successfully executed, its resulting power would undoubtedly surpass that of the cultivator's rank. However, for Qin Yang, it bore little utility. The time required to invoke it was excessively long. The consumption of true essence was substantial, and it demanded a stable soul and sufficient spiritual strength to be successfully performed. The fundamental threshold required at least a late-stage foundation establishment practitioner to qualify for its study. A mere blue secret technique had already rendered him helpless, and he held no expectations for the brief introduction of the divine ability. He casually tapped the purple orb against his forehead. After a brief moment, he opened his eyes expressionlessly. Indeed, this divine ability was remarkably powerful, yet it was also a source of frustration. The ability to condense divine powers and absorb the dual forces of thunder and fire, once mastered, could unleash devastation akin to a heavenly tribulation, annihilating all life in its path. Nevertheless, this divine ability was essentially a talent bestowed upon a mere child. Among divine abilities, this was one of the most common types, notoriously difficult to replicate. Most magical beasts possess their unique innate divine abilities, varying in strength. It is said that the divine abilities circulated among cultivators were initially imitations of the innate powers of other races. This Thunderfire divine ability was considered one of the stronger variants. Regrettably, even though Qin Yang comprehended this divine ability far more profoundly than the child, it remained utterly useless to him. He could not execute it, at least not at present, even if the consumption was lesser and its power greater. He feared that the moment he attempted to harness it, he would be drained entirely. Having learned two inferior abilities that he could not utilize, Qin Yang lost all interest in the final golden orb, even though it was his first encounter with such an orb. He tapped it against his forehead with indifference, allowing the information within to meld into his consciousness. After retrieving the coffin and dressing the child's remains, he organized everything before placing it within the coffin, securing it in a storage bag which he then concealed close to his body. Just as Qin Yang prepared to advance, he abruptly halted, his expression stiffening, his pupils dilating, and his mouth involuntarily agape. The purple sky Tao scripture. A gasp escaped him, causing his spirit to waver, leaving him in a daze. He had never anticipated this. Having resigned himself to defeat, he suddenly realized upon the influx of knowledge from the golden orb that it contained the purple sky Tao scripture. Without further contemplation, Qin Yang hastily cast several protective talismans around him and sat cross-legged, delving into the newly acquired scripture. In an instant, a grand celestial sound resonated deep within his soul, each word and phrase imbued with the ultimate truths of the universe, rendering him entranced and unable to extricate himself. Each note transcended mere phonetics, encapsulating boundless information. Before long, Qin Yang was wholly absorbed. Time slipped away until he gradually opened his eyes, his gaze profound and distant, his aura imbued with an ancient ethereality. Truly, the purple sky Tao scripture was vast and profound. Even as a skill book, he could not fully grasp it, and could only imprint its essence deeply upon his soul. Slowly contemplating its meanings, rising to his feet, Qin Yang sighed, his eyes reflecting a tinge of regret. It was indeed the purple sky Tao scripture, yet, as the legends foretold, it was irreparably incomplete. The portion he received only allowed for the foundation establishment and 2 realms of Qi nurturing, leaving the latter parts absent. Suddenly, he paused, his expression shifting as he keenly sensed that his previously cultivated techniques had been transformed, automatically reverting to the purple sky Tao scripture. Astonishingly, his Qi nurturing level had plummeted from the 9th layer to the 5th. Calculating quietly, Qin Yang was secretly astonished. His true essence had been compressed over 100-fold. The true essence flowing through his meridians now resembled liquid mercury, both heavy and ethereal, of a quality that was night and day compared to before. Qin Yang trembled with excitement as he ventured into this place, driven solely by the desire to obtain the Zhixiao Dao Sutra. He had not entertained thoughts of other treasures. Even after entering the secret realm, his hopes regarding the Zhixiao Dao Sutra had dwindled. He merely wished to acquire a decent cultivation technique. His bottom line was to obtain at least a low-grade method, as that was the minimum foundation he sought. Initially, he had high hopes, but upon entering, he realized the myriad dangers surrounding him. Foundation-building cultivators were mere cannon fodder here, and a moment's carelessness could lead to a fate of utter annihilation. Though he was merely cultivating his qi and possessed a modicum of wit, he lacked formidable artifacts, superior techniques, or effective secret arts. In the face of peril, sheer strength would not suffice to avert a tragic end. Unexpectedly, in a moment of instinctive reaction, he saved a little child. He could not bear the thought of the child gradually fading away in this harsh environment, suffering for countless years. He merely sought to grant him peace. The child, being no more than a few years old, had not anticipated the emergence of skill books. Yet, to his astonishment, 3 skill books appeared. The first 2 were unusable, while the third turned out to be the coveted Zhixiao Dao Sutra. Qin Yang felt a wave of disbelief wash over him. Upon reflection, he began to form conjectures. The child was cultivating the Zhixiao Dao Sutra, and the father he mentioned was likely Zhixiao Daojun. Had it not been for his skill in picking up items, this Zhixiao Dao Sutra might have had no connection to him. It was pure serendipity. This was indeed a fortuitous encounter. Qin Yang caressed the storage bag hanging from his chest, murmuring a promise to the child. Rest assured, I shall honor your request. As long as I live, I will ensure you return to your father. After a moment's contemplation, Qin Yang retrieved the storage bag, took out the finest silkworm silk, and fashioned it into a cord to hang the bag around his neck, concealing it within his robes, fearful of its destruction. After calming himself for a while, he finally found a semblance of peace. As he felt the steady flow of true essence within him, he realized that although his realm had fallen to the 5th level of qi cultivation, his strength surpassed that of his previous 9th level. His true essence, once like thin mist, now resembled heavy mercury when it surged forth. Droplets fell to the ground with a resounding thud, creating small craters. As his true essence flowed, it continuously nourished his physical form, enhancing his organs, skin, and flesh without the need for deliberate cultivation. With each breath, the spiritual energy from the air was automatically absorbed and refined within moments. At this rate, even without focused training, a half-year's slumber could naturally elevate him back to the 9th level of qi cultivation. Qin Yang was struck with a sense of awe. The power housed within this supreme technique dwarfed that of the Qingyun decision he had practiced before. Although he had heard of such techniques, experiencing their potency firsthand was an entirely different matter, far exceeding the most extravagant tales. Furthermore, should he successfully solidify his foundation, the quality and quantity of his true essence, paired with the technique's nourishment of his body and spirit, would facilitate the execution of the Qingyun Xiaoying Thunder Secret Art much faster than previously anticipated, by at least 2 minor realms. The Leihua divine ability would also reach completion at least 1 major realm ahead of schedule. All of this hinged upon his mastery of the Zhixiao Dao Sutra. Steadying his mind, Qin Yang did not follow the map's guidance to advance further, but instead chose a secluded spot to dig a cave and disguise it. With the Zhixiao Dao Sutra now in his possession, there was no need to search for anything else. He resolved to concentrate on his cultivation to preserve his life. Once his rapid ascent in strength plateaued, he would devise a way to leave this place and reunite with the child's father. The child had wandered here for an indeterminate time without finding his father. If Zhixiao Daojun had truly perished here, he would not remain indifferent to the child's suffering. Even in death, a powerful being would leave behind a fragment of consciousness, making it impossible to neglect the child's plight for so long. It was likely that Zhixiao Daojun had departed to seek something elsewhere. Impatiently, Qin Yang began his closed-door training. Meanwhile, outside the secret realm, a group of individuals stood at the edge of a cliff, awaiting developments below. Dual Ghost leaned back in a rocking chair, his eyes narrowed, seemingly in good spirits. Bai Yunfei was engrossed in a scroll, while Sushin sat there with a solemn expression, but it was evident he struggled to focus. Meanwhile, Manager Qin was tapping away at his purple-gold abacus, sighing intermittently. Suddenly, a series of rumbling sounds echoed, and a vast shadow rapidly spread across the horizon, resembling a colossal dark curtain drawn across the sky. The group stood in shock, straining their eyes to discern the source, only to realize it was not a curtain, but rather the forceful tearing of space, revealing a swath of emptiness. The booming sounds were mere echoes of the heavens lamenting as they threatened to collapse, the tumult caused by the collision of the void with their world. A pair of obsidian wings, reminiscent of celestial appendages, melded seamlessly with the boundless void, stretching for hundreds of miles. This is bad. The opportunity here likely has nothing to do with us, Manager Qian remarked with a bitter smile, shaking his head as he began to pack up, clearly preparing to depart at any moment. What is happening? Dual Ghost inquired, alarmed. This is the celestial wing of the Qin Demon King, one of the 3 sacred sects of the Qiankun. According to legend, it possesses the bloodline of the ancient Qin, spreading its wings for 3,000 miles and soaring for 80,000. It is one of the rare beasts capable of traversing the void directly. If the Qin Demon King is personally crossing the void, it likely indicates the arrival of a significant figure from the Qiantian holy sect, Manager Qin replied, his expression grim as he retreated further from the cliff. The expressions of Sushin and Bai Yunfei turned ashen, as they contemplated the immense power of the Qiantian holy sect, which could easily crush the Wuliang Dao Academy. Although the Wuliang Dao Academy was backed by the Lingtai holy sect, which ranked 3rd among the 3 sacred sects, the Qiantian holy sect held the top position. The personal arrival of the Qin Demon King meant that the affairs of the Wuliang Dao Academy were of little consequence, and if the Lingtai holy sect learned of this, they would face grave repercussions. Before the influential figure of the Qiantian holy sect could arrive, the group suddenly caught a whiff of floral fragrance. They turned their gaze to another direction, where countless petals filled the sky like a colorful cloud, obscuring half of the heavens. A river of petals appeared to flow from afar, and dozens of celestial maidens, bearing flowers, gracefully floated towards them. Behind them, 8 pairs of winged dragon steeds pulled a resplendent jade carriage along the path of petals. 8 dragon steeds and a multicolored fragrant carriage. Sushin's complexion paled, his lips trembling. This is the arrival of the saintess of the Lingtai holy sect. A melodious chime reverberated through the air, and large quantities of copper coins rained down from the sky like a shower of golden wealth, hitting the ground with a series of delightful clinks. As countless coins settled, they began to dissipate into nothingness. The barrier enveloping the Yin Hui Ghost tomb had vanished, and the malevolent energy rapidly diminished, giving way to vibrant life and abundant spiritual energy. In an instant, the Yin Hui Ghost tomb transformed, with patches of green springing forth, and within moments, the once desolate hills were teeming with lush vegetation. Even the barren peaks of the forested hills burgeoned with life, as saplings shot up from the ground, swiftly evolving into towering trees reaching dozens of meters high. As the rain of copper coins dissipated, a singular golden coin floated in midair, gradually enlarging until it transformed into a magnificent coin of 100 feet in diameter, inscribed with the ancient characters for wealth and prosperity. Its radiant glow surpassed even the brilliance of the sun. From the square hole in the center emanated ethereal light, creating ripples that heralded the emergence of a middle-aged man adorned in gold and silver, with jewels hanging from his waist and 4 gemstone rings upon his fingers. With a smile that radiated confidence, he stepped forth, exuding the aura of a nouveau riche. Money paves the way, attracting wealth and prosperity, exclaimed the manager, his surprise evident as he halted his escape and rubbed his hands together in delight. I never expected the master to emerge from seclusion and come personally. The master practiced the profound art of Qi of heaven and earth, akin to the principles of commerce, where there is both influx and outflow. To absorb the spirit energy of the universe, one must also endure losses, which allows for rapid advancement and stable cultivation. The rain of coins was a secret method of this art, dispersing wealth to gather spiritual energy, nurturing vitality, even in a desolate place like the ghost tomb of Inwi. It would not be overlooked. Haha. I was willing to part with a coin of wealth and prosperity to traverse the void. Yet I am surprised that the holy maiden of the spirit platform would employ 8 dragon steeds and a colorful 7 fragrance carriage, while the grand elder of Zantiang could summon the mighty Qin Demon King to escort him. My apologies. The rotund man, embodying the spirit of newfound wealth, laughed heartily. And as he did, the coin of wealth and prosperity behind him shattered into fine dust. This ancient treasure could only be used once. Even in the affluent Wanyong merchants, it could not be utilized lightly unless there was an urgent need. The wealthy manager, naturally, was willing to part with it, while the elder, lacking such a treasure, could only speak sweet words to persuade the Qin Demon King to lend his strength. From afar, a resounding voice echoed like rolling thunder. And soon a flicker of light appeared in the darkened sky, flashing 3 times before arriving at the ghost tomb of Inwi. The light faded, revealing an elderly figure clad in a black robe, with hair as white as snow and a visage reminiscent of an infant. At that moment, the torn sky slowly closed, restoring tranquility. The resting place of the Taoist Lord of the Purple Heavens has materialized. We must not be negligent. We have come merely to observe. Yet it appears the rumors were mistaken. This place might not be the tomb of the Taoist Lord, but rather a site left behind for the selection of successors. From the 7 fragrance carriage came a soft, melodious voice, reminiscent of trickling spring water. Upon hearing this, both the manager and the Grand Elder were taken aback, their gazes shimmering with intensity as they peered into the abyss. After a brief moment, the manager sighed, "A miscalculation. I have long heard of the Holy Maiden's extraordinary talents. Since her emergence, the spirit platform has not selected another Holy Maiden. I did not expect her insight to be so keen, surpassing even our own understanding. Indeed, if this were merely a site for selecting successors, it was not without its merits." The Grand Elder of Qian stroked his beard, nodding in agreement, though his expression bore little disappointment. When the Taoist Lord of the Purple Heavens passed away, he was too hasty and lacked the time to lay many contingencies. This entrance is transformed from a secret treasure, and within lies a hidden realm. The rumored fragments of the Taoist scriptures of the Purple Heavens must surely be inside. Together, we should be able to breach it. The Elder's reasoning was sound. The manager was the first to nod in agreement, followed by the Holy Maiden. Instantly, divine light surged forth as colorful clouds transformed into a rainbow that cascaded into the abyss. The manager's eyes widened, transforming into 2 gleaming golden coins that pierced the air with radiant light, morphing into a half-black, half-white coin that plunged into the depths. The Grand Elder reached out, grasping at the void, which morphed into an infinite starry sky. A colossal hand seemed poised to shatter the very fabric of reality, joining the efforts of the 2 ahead as they descended into the abyss. In unison, the trio shouted, and within the pitch-black chasm, divine light surged forth, creating ripples that soared to the heavens. This secret treasure was extraordinary, serving as the entrance to the hidden realm, connecting them to its power, enabling their combined strength. With a thunderous roar from the sky, the brilliance within the abyss intensified as spiritual light poured forth. The mere shockwaves obliterated the ghost city ahead, reducing what had endured countless years of erosion to mere dust, while mountains crumbled and waters receded. Having retreated to a safe distance, Su Shun, by Yunfei, the manager, and the mischievous ghost were still flung back by the dispersing waves. The expansive ghost tomb of Inhui, stretching for 100 miles, was almost entirely reduced to ashes. The land flattened effortlessly, restoring it to a state of primordial simplicity. The mischievous ghost, cast into the air, twitched his lips but dared not utter a word. Merely gazing at the black locust tree he cradled in his palm, sighing softly. Beyond the abyss, layers of earth were stripped away, leaving only the circular chasm intact. Once the debris settled, a towering, ancient, and simply adorned wooden penholder stood within the pit. This secret treasure turned out to be a penholder? The manager was taken aback by this revelation. It made sense. This penholder emanated an aura of righteousness, ancient and unyielding, impervious to malevolent forces. It likely belonged to a powerful deity of ancient times, serving as one of the treasures upon their writing desk. Only those deemed worthy for succession could enter. The Grand Elder stroked his beard, nodding, a glimmer of realization crossing his face. "May I request that this penholder be entrusted to me once it is subdued? I shall compensate you both with another treasure." The Holy Maiden of the Spirit platform spoke up unexpectedly. Of course, a mere penholder, though an ancient treasure, paled in comparison to the riches within the hidden realm. The 2 readily agreed without contention. The 3 masters initially believed they would swiftly resolve the matter of the penholder. Yet they discovered that its connection to the hidden realm was unexpectedly intricate, proving extraordinarily challenging to refine. This delay extended for an entire month. Within the hidden realm, the people of Wanyong merchants and the disciples of the Infinite Tao Academy stumbled about, suffering heavy losses. Yet they had yet to reach their marked destination on the map. Meanwhile, Qin Yang remained nestled in a cave, venturing not outside, quenching his thirst with dew and relying on the dry rations in his storage bag to stave off hunger. After a month of arduous cultivation, supplemented by remaining medicinal pills, he finally reached the 9th layer of Qi cultivation, feeling a surge of true energy swelling within his meridians, as if on the verge of overflowing. His cultivation had reached its zenith, ready to forge a foundation for his path. The disparity between quality techniques was indeed profound. Qin Yang sighed, his heart heavy with complexity. He had long heard that superior methods could solidify one's foundation. After reaching the 9th layer of Qi cultivation, external forces became unnecessary when the time was ripe. The foundation would naturally be established. Previously, while practicing the Qingyun method, he had ascended to the 9th layer without any sense of foundation building. Yet now, a week prior, he had sensed his readiness to establish a foundation, and after another week of practice, he felt an overwhelming force urging him onward. Moreover, an innate understanding arose within him. During the next cultivation session, he would undoubtedly forge his foundation, an unstoppable force that could not be hindered. Even if he ceased cultivation now, the technique would autonomously operate, forcing the establishment of his foundation within a week. The difference was vast, one that Qin Yang found challenging to articulate. At that moment, he truly comprehended why everyone sought to join the great sects with fervent ambition. Setting aside connections, benefits, guidance, and the like, the value of the technique alone was enough. After a brief moment, Qin Yang focused his mind, began to circulate his true energy, and sought to establish his foundation. Heavy as lead and mercury, light as the ethereal essence, once stirred, immediately transformed into a thunderous roar akin to a mighty river, echoing from within Qin Yang. Wisps of purple aura drifted from the top of Qin Yang's head. In an instant, the spiritual energy within the secret realm seemed summoned, rushing forth to converge above the cave where Qin Yang resided, manifesting as a cascade of vibrant light. Booming thunder. In a heartbeat, the mountains trembled. Countless stones reduced to dust under the onslaught of the radiant light. The mountaintop appeared as if cleaved in two by invisible hands. The resplendent light, imbued with unparalleled force, plunged downward directly toward Qin Yang. However, this immense power, upon entering Qin Yang's aura, vanished without a trace, akin to a stone sinking into the sea, leaving no ripples. As the brilliance intensified and the spiritual energy thickened, Qin Yang remained seated, eyes shut, seemingly entranced, allowing the inexhaustible spiritual energy to flow into him. Meanwhile, in a rugged stone forest, the steward Qiu appeared somewhat flustered, trailing behind a middle-aged man clutching a compass, weaving through the labyrinthine stone formations, turning left and right, forward and backward. The middle-aged man was drenched in sweat, his eyes sparkling with determination, evidently exerting himself to the utmost. Though the stone forest was not of high rank, it was profoundly mysterious, appearing still yet in a constant state of flux. However, having found the key, the man sighed with relief, his tone lightening, stating that within 3 days, they would surely find their way out. Suddenly, he noticed something amiss. The compass in his hand spun wildly, pointing toward a specific direction. Upon looking up, his mouth dropped in astonishment. In the distant sky, a rainbow of light spanned the heavens, converging from all directions and then pouring down like a celestial waterfall. As he sensed the energy, he realized that the spiritual essence here was frantically gathering toward that place. Such an overwhelming absorption of spiritual energy. Could it be that a master from the divine sea had descended? What could their intent be to refine this secret realm outright? The middle-aged man's face was etched with horror, forsaking further navigation through the stone labyrinth. No, a master from the divine sea cannot enter. Who could it be? A creature of this realm? Fear crossed Qiu's face, turning pale. Such power must belong to a great demon. As they stood in shock, they witnessed the radiant light being consumed by a terrifying force, the colorful aura that had filled the sky dissipating in an instant, as if forcibly torn away. A resonant hum echoed, resembling the sound of the cosmos, imbued with profound truths, reverberating throughout the secret realm, which itself seemed to shudder slightly, before an invisible aura swept through, vanishing as quickly as it had come. Then, from the horizon, a towering pillar of purple energy shot into the sky, sweeping across 800 miles, casting the heavens in a regal purple hue. The gathering purple aura transformed into clouds of the same color, imbued with an indescribable essence, ancient, vast, and a blend of eternal change. No, this is not a great demon. This is an anomaly, a celestial phenomenon. Qiu's face bore signs of shock, his eyes nearly bulging. 80 years ago, he had witnessed a young saint of the Demon Stone Holy Sect, born with a precious body, ascending to the 3rd stage. His essence transforming into smoke, rising 300 feet, manifesting as an ancient, blood-soaked beast. Eventually, He was taken as a direct disciple by the Grand Elder of the Demon Stone Holy Sect, who devoted himself to teaching him. Gazing at the purple clouds in the sky, which transformed the expanse into a singular hue, Qiu's voice trembled, his lips quivering as he spoke. The purple aura surged for 800 miles. Could this be the emergence of an extraordinary constitution? A precious body? Impossible. That is a postnatal true body? No. Even a postnatal true body would not possess such grandeur. Could it be one of the 18 innate Tao bodies has manifested? After a moment of trembling contemplation, Qiu suddenly jolted, gritting his teeth. Brother Suo, we must retreat at once and find that one. Huh, Brother Qiu, what are you? Searching for treasures? If we can bring this individual back to the Wanong Consortium, in 500 years, we may gain an immortal title of Tao Lord. Such an achievement surpasses even retrieving the tomb of the Purple Sky Tao Lord. At last, the foundation of the Tao was established. In the cave, Qin Yang slowly opened his eyes, a flash of purple light flickering within his gaze, his essence vibrating as impurities dissipated into nothingness. Upon looking up, Qin Yang was momentarily stunned. The mountaintop was split wide open. What is happening? Could this commotion be a result of my foundation establishment? Qin Yang scratched his head, taken aback. In his pursuit of perfection, he had immersed his consciousness entirely within, not anticipating such a tremendous disturbance. Rising to his feet, Qin Yang promptly distanced himself from the area. Who knew how many would be attracted by the earlier uproar? Having successfully established his foundation, he needed time to settle and stabilize, refraining from further reckless advancement. Leaving this place was indeed prudent. With a single step, he was already several dozen feet away, and within a few strides, he traversed a considerable distance. Pausing, Qin Yang could not suppress a surge of joy. During the Qi nurturing phase, his essence had floated aimlessly, lacking a solid foundation, akin to rootless water, where excessive expenditure posed a risk of diminishing his realm. A serious injury could easily cause a fall in his cultivation. Yet now, having established a foundation through the Purple Sky Tao scripture, he felt an unshakable stability within. His essence flowed freely, self-sustaining. Even with consumption, it would promptly begin to recover, instilling a sense that his foundation was indestructible. The disparity was ineffable. Most strikingly, the quantity of his essence had exceeded anticipated limits by several folds, and its quality was astonishingly high. The former need not be elaborated upon, while the latter implied a significant reduction in consumption. Whereas others might expend 10 portions of essence for a technique, he could achieve similar effects with only 1 or 2, and with greater potency. With a foundation as solid as a mountain, the benefits were manifold. The potential for explosive power increased without the fear of his body failing to endure. After a brief moment of contemplation, Qin Yang felt a twinge of eagerness to test whether he could now invoke the thunder summoning technique. With a thought, he formed hand seals, allowing his essence to flow as a hint of danger permeated the air. Clouds began to gather, and subtle crackles of lightning sparked within the atmosphere. Yet, in an instant, Qin Yang dissipated his essence, shaking his head in dismay. This technique demanded greater precision than ordinary spells, while he could indeed invoke it. The time and energy required were considerable, with a minimum output consuming nearly half of his essence. Having just established his foundation, it seemed prudent to forego such an arduous experiment. If not this technique, he would explore another avenue. Perhaps attempting to inscribe talismans using the bark he had obtained from the banyan tree demon. He had hesitated previously, fearing the wastefulness of crafting talismans. Knowing the low success rate of creating ink talismans, determined, Qin Yang chose a new direction, traveling several dozen miles before uncovering another cave, where he began his experiments. Cutting the bark to create talismans. Though the materials for cinnabar and talisman brushes were subpar, the resultant talismans were nonetheless of high quality. However, he managed to produce only a single top-tier talisman, and it was, amusingly, a minor rain talisman. Qin Yang gazed at the exquisite minor rain talisman before him, torn between laughter and tears. Was his comprehension of the minor rain talisman truly so profound? Had he inadvertently maximized its potential? It seemed this was the limit of the initial understanding of the talisman. To advance further, he would need to delve into the knowledge stored within his mind gradually. The creation of the talisman was minimal, and the focus shifted to crafting the ink talisman. A piece of tree bark, measuring 3 feet in length and 1 foot in width, was cut and meticulously sketched upon. Intricate Tao patterns sprawled across its surface, and at critical junctures, the essence of the talisman was infused, allowing it to coalesce into a singular form. Moments later, a radiant aura enveloped the bark. The Tao patterns receded, and the runes dissipated, transforming into an inkwash painting. With just a few strokes, a vivid purple crane was depicted. So lifelike it seemed poised to take flight from the surface of the paper. The illusionary ink talisman had finally been successfully crafted. Qin Yang beamed with delight. When he first grasped the rudiments of talisman crafting, his greatest desire was to create the illusionary ink talisman. Among the 9 types of ink talismans he learned, 3 belonged to this category, with the crane illusionary ink talisman being capable of summoning a crane for riding, reaching speeds comparable to a foundational cultivator flying on a vessel, all without depleting one's own true essence. Unexpectedly, the quality of this tree bark surpassed expectations, coupled with the remarkably high quality of true essence, resulting in a superior ink talisman on his very first attempt. As long as its power was not entirely exhausted at once, it could naturally restore itself, making it a perpetual asset. With the first volume of ink talisman crafting yielding great success, Qin Yang continued his endeavors. He proceeded to create 2 out of the 3 types of golden scroll ink talismans, one for protection and another for swift escape. After crafting these 2 scrolls, he paused, loath to further deplete the precious tree bark. All 3 ink talismans he had produced were of superior quality. Yet Qin Yang did not consider himself to have perfected the craft. The exceptional quality of the bark played a significant role in their creation. Now, 3 ink talismans were more than sufficient for his needs. He tidied his tools and turned toward the marsh. He had promised the banyan tree spirit to escort him away from this place, and now, having lost interest in the other matters here, it was time to fulfill that promise, lest he find a way to leave only to return again. Standing once more at the marsh's edge, he found it as eerily silent as before, miasma swirling around, with a faint aura of malice permeating the air. Qin Yang squinted into the depths, channeling his true essence to enhance his vision. The mist ahead parted as if by an unseen hand, revealing everything with startling clarity. Gazing beneath the marsh, his keen eyesight pierced through the small puddles, unveiling what lay beneath. To his astonishment, it resembled a vast, flourishing lake, with patches of land and mud floating atop the water's surface. Within, numerous pale, decaying corpses floated, a mix of human and demon kin, alongside many bizarre races, some standing nearly 3 feet tall with heads disproportionately large, others towering 3 times that height, resembling giants, and even some with 4 arms and vertical pupils, yet lacking lower bodies. Besides these, the earlier monsters lay scattered among the corpses, seemingly lifeless and blending into the macabre scene. Qin Yang gazed at the multitude of bodies in the water, unable to suppress a click of his tongue. He wondered if any of them might still yield skill books. After lamenting the lost opportunity, Qin Yang wasted no time and produced 2 golden scroll ink talismans, activating them slightly. Instantly, one floated above his head, casting golden light that enveloped him, while countless runes danced upon the luminous barrier. The other extended outward, unfurling into a golden pathway that stretched from beneath his feet into the depths of the marsh. At once, the seemingly lifeless monsters beneath stirred, their tails thrashing as they surged toward him. "Come on, if you can catch me, I'll shove my head right into your mouths." Qin Yang laughed heartily, stepping forward onto the golden pathway. In an instant, the path extended rapidly ahead, each stride covering an impressive distance. This ink talisman was said to be of great origin, modeled after an ancient technique known as ground-traveling golden light. Legends spoke of mighty beings from ancient times who could traverse 8,000 miles in a single step, wandering freely across vast expanses. Although this ink talisman could not compare, covering 100 feet with each step was no small feat. As Qin Yang walked the golden pathway with an air of leisure, the monsters in the puddles pursued him frantically, yet within a mere dozen steps, they vanished entirely from sight. Upon reaching the opposite shore of the marsh, Qin Yang willed the golden light to revert back into an ink talisman, the runes above him returning to their original form as well. He had traversed the marsh with minimal expenditure of the protective ink talisman's power, and the golden ink talisman had only consumed 1/3 of its strength. Once returned to their original state, they began to recover slowly, certain to regain their full power within a day. Looking back, he noticed 2 frenzied monsters still hot on his trail. "Sooner or later, I'll deal with your lair." Qin Yang laughed heartily before turning and making his way toward the banyan grove. In the outside world, 3 experts combined their efforts, attempting to forcibly refine the pen tube. The overall shape of the pen tube had already been fully revealed. The area once occupied by the abyss now eroded down 100 feet, leaving a towering pen tube standing upright. However, at that moment, the ancient pen tube trembled slightly, as if someone were attempting to uproot it from the ground. I never anticipated this secret treasure would prove even more formidable than expected. Our combined efforts have consumed a full month, remarked the holy maiden of Ling Tai, her gaze piercing. Is it possible that Master Qin regrets this? Came the cool voice from within the seven fragrance carriage, akin to the sound of ice spring water cascading over jade. Not at all, merely jesting. I do wonder. After a month, where are the people from the Demon Stone Holy Sect? Surely they should have arrived by now. This matter cannot have escaped their notice. Master Jin's tone carried a hint of confusion. Ha ha ha, Master Qin has been in seclusion and likely knows not of the troubles the Demon Stone Holy Sect faces. Master Mo must be overwhelmed, having nearly exploded from frustration 3 times over. Where would he find the time to concern himself with this? The Grand Elder laughed heartily, disregarding all decorum. Oh, what could provoke Master Mo to such fury? Are you familiar with the Thief Sect? The Thief Sect? Wasn't that sect extinguished millennia ago? Now it exists only as a whisper of legend. I had heard rumors of its resurgence, yet without a proper base of operations, how could Master Mo have antagonized them? Master Qin inquired with intrigue, having a deep familiarity with the Thief Sect, especially the Wanyong commercial house. Thousands of years prior, the Wanyong commercial house had been in its prime, only to attract the ire of the Thief Sect. The then manager of Hu Liang made grand proclamations to capture the Thief Sect's bandits, yet in the blink of an eye, an entire secret vault was emptied overnight. The manager was so enraged he bled for 3 days, lost his wits, and raged for a week without finding a trace of the culprits. Subsequently, the manager was reassigned, and in his anguish, he devised several secret techniques and restrictions specifically designed to counter the elusive Thief Sect members. Alas, when the opportunity for confrontation arose, the Thief Sect had already been discovered at their hideout and was eradicated in mere days. Who would have thought that after thousands of years, remnants of the Thief Sect would resurface? Master Mo, in a moment of indiscretion during a visit 3 years prior, had foolishly belittled the once mighty Thief Sect, branding those who appeared in recent years as mere clowns. The Grand Elder could not help but chuckle as he recounted this tale. Who would have imagined that 3 years have passed, and even the Lord of the Mo sect has forgotten this matter? Yet, unexpectedly, the ancestral tombs of the Magic Stone Sacred Sect have been breached, and the coffin of the Lord's master was placed outside the gates of the sect, compelling the Lord to publicly apologize for his past words. It was said that he should bow down in front of everyone, so the many sages of the Magic Stone Sacred Sect could bask in the sunlight. Upon hearing this, Manager Qin couldn't help but chuckle in disbelief. It truly reflected the thieving sect's audacity, lacking in virtue. However, everyone found it amusing. The Magic Stone Sacred Sect would certainly not yield, and the thieving sect would not easily relent either. If the thieving sect refrained from provoking them, they too would remain unbothered, being able to come and go from the Magic Stone Sacred Sect as if it were non-existent. It seemed that the successors of the thieving sect had emerged for many years without causing them any trouble, which everyone found quite fortunate. As for troubling the Magic Stone Sacred Sect, let them be. Others, even if willing to assist, would not be welcomed by the sect. A soft hum resonated through the heavens and the earth, instantly drawing the attention of the 3 experts, who ceased their idle chatter. Everyone. The writing tube is about to be refined. The towering writing tube on the ground soared into the sky, radiating brilliance and stirring up countless waves. As the 3 worked together to refine it, the towering writing tube rapidly shrank, its spiritual light becoming increasingly captivating. Yet, the combined power of the 3 began to feel the pressure of being repelled. However, in an instant, the 3 mighty figures intensified their efforts, pouring all their strength into it, and the writing tube shrank even faster. In just a few breaths, it transformed into a tube barely 3 inches tall, from which radiant light burst forth, resembling the blazing sun. Thank you, esteemed seniors, for your assistance. The Holy Maiden of the Spirit platform expressed her gratitude, as spiritual light enveloped her, preparing to retrieve the writing tube. Just then, a hand appeared out of thin air, grasping the writing tube and, in the blink of an eye, disappearing into the void. How audacious! The Holy Maiden of the Spirit platform shouted angrily, unleashing a torrent of divine light that resembled countless blades intertwining, threatening to annihilate the heavens. Black cracks surged forth, the void shattered, and waves roared. In a mere moment, everything within a 10-mile radius was reduced to powder, and amidst the chaos, a black-clad elder emerged, moving with remarkable agility. With just a couple of rolls, he inexplicably escaped the deadly space. Hey, little girl, I merely found this writing tube exquisite and wish to play with it. Is that worth such fury? The elder. with eyebrows raised and a mischievous glint in his eyes, held the quivering writing tube with hands steady as a mountain. Impressive skill indeed. It appears a senior of the thieving sect has graced us with their presence. My apologies, Manager Qin said, his eyes flickering as he cupped his hands in respect. You, young man, have quite the discerning eye. You know much. I shall take this writing tube. As for the price, allow me to impart a piece of advice. You underestimate the Tao Lord of Zixiao. Though he met his demise hastily, the arrangements he left behind are far from rudimentary. The elder chuckled coldly, and with a shift, he vanished from sight. The holy maiden of the spirit platform desired to pursue him. But she noticed the Grand Elder's grave expression, his eyes shining with divine light as he peered intently at the ground below. Do not pursue. Something is amiss. As soon as he spoke, a shadow of a world appeared in midair, reflecting a secret realm. Crack. A fissure opened in the illusion, and the portion of the illusion visible within the crack instantly solidified. Crack. Crack. The crisp sounds continued, as more and more fissures appeared in the sky, and then a massive tree, severed in half, plummeted from the heavens. This is bad. The secret realm is on the verge of collapse. Manager Jin's complexion changed. No wonder this place formed a ghostly trap. It is a scheme within a scheme, intricately intertwined. The Grand Elder's eyes shone like lamps, illuminating the ground, his expression growing increasingly grim. Grand Elder, what does this mean? Our strength is insufficient, our vision lacking, and we cannot discern the subtleties of the Tao Lord of Zixiao's arrangements. If a powerhouse like the sect leader were present, they would certainly notice. Once the writing tube is refined, the secret realm will inevitably collapse. No one will dare to act rashly. They will simply keep the writing tube and regard the secret realm as a treasure, continuously sending disciples to seek the Tao Lord's legacy. While the true tomb of the Tao Lord remains forever secure, hidden from all. Grand Elder, are you implying? Indeed. Once the writing tube is refined and the secret realm crumbles, our reckless actions have inadvertently exposed the true tomb concealed beneath the secret realm. The tomb of the Tao Lord of Zixiao is indeed here. Manager Jin's face showed a hint of astonishment as he took out a purple-gold abacus, his hands moving swiftly, creating a flurry of shadows that clattered together. However, after a moment, his face turned pale. This is going to be catastrophic. The tomb is deeply hidden. While this place is fraught with yin and yang, each containing the other, the balance has been disrupted, and it is likely to erupt into chaos, posing great dangers that we may not be able to handle. As these words left his mouth, the Grand Elder, with his eyes like lanterns, shone downwards, his expression growing increasingly grim. Suddenly, the door of the 7 Fragrance car swung open, and a woman emerged, dressed in feathered attire, adorned with a phoenix hairpin. Her face concealed by a silver veil, she possessed an enchanting figure, exuding an aura of cold sanctity. Though her appearance was obscured, her eyes moved with grace, sparkling with a cold brilliance. In an instant, the surrounding spiritual light began to dance in response to her every motion. By now, the holy maiden of the spirit platform could no longer remain composed. Stepping out from the 7 Fragrance car signified her intent to exert her full power. The secret realm's illusion in midair continued to crack, the fissures multiplying at an alarming rate. The more cracks that appeared between the secret realm and the world, the faster the process of collapse became. Following this trend, in no more than the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, it would be completely shattered. Within the secret realm, Qin Yang looked up at the sky, where cracks emerged rapidly, extending from the heavens to the ground. As he gazed ahead, he saw a massive tree, dozens of feet tall, severed by a crack that had opened in midair. The upper half of the tree fell into the crack, vanishing from sight. Before long, more and more cracks appeared closer to the ground, and by the time they reached the banyan grove, numerous fissures had also emerged, some 4 to 5 feet long, others about 10 feet. Through the cracks, glimpses of the outside world could be seen. Uncertain of what this meant, a sense of foreboding crept into his heart. This was likely not a good omen. Elder, have you prepared? Something is wrong. As his voice faded, a root emerged from the ground in the banyan grove, wrapping around Qin Yang's waist and pulling him toward the depths of the grove. In the blink of an eye, Qin Yang found himself surrounded by rapidly retreating landscapes. The speed was such that even his keen vision struggled to keep up, leaving him only with blurred shadows, while an overwhelming surge of blood seemed to rush toward his back. In a moment, the pulling force relaxed, and Qin Yang landed disoriented on the ground. Taking some time to regain his senses, opening his eyes, he was met with the sight of a colossal tree, over 10 feet in diameter, yet only 100 feet tall. The tree radiated a vibrant life force that was almost suffocating, and as he inhaled the verdant air, He felt a noticeable enhancement in his cultivation, akin to consuming a potent elixir. As his true essence circulated, he found it somewhat difficult to refine. In just a few breaths, the influx of verdant energy increased, causing Qin Yang's complexion to change as his hands began to petrify. Startled, Qin Yang quickly held his breath, sealing all his pores. Emu essence. A realization struck him. This was an extremely precious emu essence, only found within those ancient giant trees. The most natural healing remedy, capable of reviving the dead and containing an astonishing vitality. Gazing at the dense and unyielding essence of wood energy, Qin Yang felt his liver quiver. It was overwhelmingly rich. Merely inhaling a couple of breaths made his body struggle to assimilate it, nearly transforming him into wood. How many years has this banyan tree demon been accumulating this? This world is on the brink of collapse. Time is running out, if you desire it. Take some. An ancient, hoarse voice resonated in Qin Yang's mind. In the next moment, he witnessed the wood essence converging in the banyan grove. The trees at the grove's edge withering instantly, transforming into a gathering of wood energy. Here, a forest of trees, all of them avatars of the banyan tree demon. Faced annihilation, even if they remained, survival was impossible. It was better to refine them into an essence and reclaim it. In just a few breaths, a woody characteristic surfaced on Qin Yang's skin, his entire body trending towards petrification. Shaking his head with a bitter smile, he turned and fled, distancing himself from the banyan tree demon's core. How absurd that I nearly drowned in wood energy. Who would believe such a tale? The vast accumulation of wood energy was beyond the banyan tree demon's capacity. Once the essence reached a certain threshold, it began to crystallize, forming emerald crystals in the air, cascading down like rain. As the emerald crystals formed, the once dense wood energy rapidly diminished. When the wood essence dissipated completely, the banyan grove vanished, leaving only the banyan tree demon's essence shrinking continuously. I can no longer accommodate this. If you need it, take it. Leaving here is a grand opportunity. Consider it a reward. Senior, you are too courteous. Qin Yang beamed with delight. The tree demon had previously been reluctant to converse, but now it was compelled to act. The crystallized wood essence was precious, while others might benefit. The tree demon would absorb it instantly. If it claimed it could not accommodate more, it surely meant it could not. With time so pressing, it was best to dispense with formalities. After all, if he did not take it, it would all be wasted. Such a loss. Having prepared numerous storage bags, they finally proved useful. He lifted his garment, revealing a plethora of storage bags, then dashed forward, resembling a diligent squirrel, diligently collecting the layer of wood essence crystals strewn across the ground. Indeed, fortune favors the prepared. The limited space in the storage bags had prompted him to bring extras. Anticipating this very moment, once the wood essence crystals were gathered, he could hardly count how many he had acquired. Here are some tree bark shed over the years. Do you want them? A pile of bark formed a small hill. Yes. Qin Yang's breath grew heavy, his eyes gleaming green, as he pounced on the bark, collecting it all. Though much of the bark was unusable, it served excellently as material for crafting talismans. After Qin Yang finished his collection, the banyan tree demon's essence had shrunk to a height of about 5 meters, its roots uprooted from the ground. My essence will transition into slumber. Everything now relies on you. Rest assured, Senior, I am a person of my word. With the tree demon succumbing to slumber, Qin Yang muttered an apology, stowing the seemingly lifeless banyan tree into a storage bag. At that moment, the earth began to tremble, the cataclysm finally unfolding. Qin Yang produced a mystical ink talisman, unfurling the scroll, from which a magnificent purple crane soared, carrying him skyward towards a broad fissure. The purple crane spread its wings 3 meters wide, gliding gracefully, its flight remarkably steady. While its speed may not rival that of the golden light talisman, it possessed the advantage of flight. Qin Yang had long coveted this item, although after establishing a foundation, he could fly using tools. He lacked the necessary methods and suitable artifacts. The one decent treasure, the blood llama, was categorized as a secret treasure, not an ordinary magical item. Riding the purple crane, he flew through a massive crack, indeed beyond the secret realm. Looking around, the shadow of the secret realm hung suspended in the sky. Countless fissures raining down debris from within, including mountains, rivers, flora, and beasts, everything imaginable. Amidst the raining fragments, one could occasionally spot a flicker of spirit light. Remnants of cultivators within the secret realm piloting their artifacts out through the cracks. From above, the mountains resembled mere hills, rivers appeared as streams, and countless figures, akin to ants, scattered across the land. They were all scavengers, no, treasure hunters. Among the countless items falling from the innumerable fissures, most were mere useless stones and plants, yet many were undoubtedly valuable. Within the stones could lie ores, and among the plants, spiritual herbs. The resources within the long-sealed secret realm were indeed more abundant than those of the three mountains. However, at this moment, Qin Yang had little interest in such lowly wares. He was now affluent. Just the wood essence crystals alone filled 7 storage bags, and even a single crystal could incite fierce competition. Guiding the purple crane, Qin Yang concealed his presence, crouching on the crane's back, advancing towards a distant direction. The former Inhuaigo's tomb had been largely destroyed. The 3 formidable presences in the air merely cast a glance, nearly blinding themselves, as chaos reigned for hundreds of miles, except for the tranquil refuge where calm prevailed. With such powerful entities present, nothing concerned him. After all, he had already secured the greatest benefits and needed to make a swift exit. Flying several dozen miles, tranquility returned. The powerful beings within the Inhuaigo's tomb paid no mind to this area. Qin Yang secretly sighed in relief, then self-deprecatingly smiled. After all, he was merely an insignificant creature who had just established a foundation. It was only natural they overlooked him. As he pondered, he noticed a figure emerging from a fissure ahead, shimmering with spirit light, a person appearing rather disheveled, riding a flying sword. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Steward Qiu. You little thief are still alive. Steward Qiu's eyes widened, immediately directing his flying sword towards Qin Yang. Ah, what a coincidence, Steward Qiu. Qin Yang chuckled awkwardly, rubbing his fingers together, a flicker of cloud and lightning dancing at his fingertips. He couldn't help but entertain the idea of testing his new secret technique on this fellow. Yet, considering the proximity of the Wanyang commercial house's experts, he thought better of it. Should they casually point a finger at him, he would meet an unjust demise. Without lingering, Qin Yang continued to guide the purple crane away. However, Steward Qiu, perhaps feeling a grudge, relentlessly pursued him on his flying sword. Little thief, hand over the items you've obtained. I shall overlook past grievances. Do not think I am as foolish as Bai Yutong, unable to see through your disguise as a disciple of the Wuliang Dao Academy. Hand over your storage bags, and we shall erase all past transgressions. Steward Qiu pursued closely, his speed increasing, his eyes glinting with fervor as he fixated on Qin Yang's retreating figure. A hint of a smile emerging on his otherwise gloomy face, though astonishment grew within. Having been outsmarted in the marsh, he had not anticipated that this slippery thief had survived and even gained some opportunity to successfully establish a foundation. The vitality radiating from him was astonishing. Indicative of some potent elixir, what a waste of resources. Moreover, this purple crane, embodying both form and spirit, exuded an ethereal quality. Its elegance and grace rivaled that of sword flight, a superior ink talisman not available for sale in Tongsu Prefecture, only possibly found within the grand merchant houses of the entire Huliang region. This lad must have acquired something extraordinary. Steward Qiu's eyes gleamed with envy. Reflecting on his own arduous journey, having secured nothing of value and nearly losing his life multiple times, he could not help but shed a tear of bitterness. The little thief, I shall grant you one more chance. Allow me to speak plainly. Among the 3 formidable beings above, one is the esteemed master Hu Liang of the Wanong merchants, another is the saintess of the Lingai sacred sect, and the last is a powerful backing from the Wuliang Dao Academy. Should your previous actions come to light, it would inevitably lead to your demise without a grave. Surrender what you have obtained, and I shall feign ignorance and grant you a path to survival. Manager Qiu prattled on, his tone soothing as if uttering kind words, yet his figure drew ever closer. Manager Qiu, I assure you that this illusory ink talisman was crafted by my own hands. Do you believe me? Qin Yang inquired tentatively. Haha. Manager Qiu smiled, but the expression was laced with mockery. Oh, Manager Qiu, we are acquaintances. Why must you act this way? We bear no deep-seated grudge that necessitates your death. Look, I have chosen to overlook our past encounters. Why persist in this stubbornness? Haha, sharp-tongued indeed. Very well, allow me to speak candidly. We have departed from the realm shrouded in the secret illusion, and those mighty beings are undoubtedly preoccupied with other matters. Even if you were to perish here, no one would cast a glance in your direction. So why persist? Upon reflection, I ought to express my gratitude. I truly do not wish to eliminate you. Qin Yang sighed faintly. Previously, he had felt quite unsettled, but now, having acquired the greatest benefit and witnessed the collapse of the secret realm, it meant that whatever treasures lay within would be destroyed. He, the insignificant one, had become the ultimate victor. All of this would not have been known had Manager Qiao not taken him to collect the corpses. Without the pursuit in the secret realm, he would never have encountered the little rascal known as Baoyu. Thus, he felt rather pleased and truly did not want to end Manager Qiao's life, despite his shortcomings. Qiao had inadvertently aided him on several occasions. Manager Qiao, I have mastered a new secret technique of considerable potency. I cannot restrain my own power. Please cease your pursuit. I genuinely do not wish to kill you, Qin Yang implored earnestly. Yet, little thief, do not resort to such petty tricks. Use whatever means you possess. Since we have torn apart the facade, you shall not leave here alive today. Manager Qiao, you have forced my hand. Come, sharp-tongued little thief, I await you. Qin Yang remained silent, secretly lamenting his own fate. He truly could not control the force behind the Qing and Shaoying Thunder secret, forming a seal with his hands. He silently circulated his true essence. In an instant, under the resonance of heaven and man, clouds gathered in the sky, streaks of lightning flickering within the layers of clouds, resembling countless grains of sand coalescing into a mass suspended in the heavens. After several breaths, the amassed power reached its zenith. Manager Qiao, you see, this secret technique is indeed powerful enough to summon heavenly thunder. Once it descends, I can no longer control it. I genuinely do not wish to kill you. Please stop pursuing me. Manager Qiao's face bore a look of disdain, his eyes dark and seemingly too proud to even summon protective artifacts. Why is it that when I speak the truth, no one believes me? Qin Yang sighed heavily, his thoughts shifting. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning, as thick as a man's girth, streaked through the white clouds and directly struck Manager Qiao. A thunderous roar erupted, and as the blinding light faded, a charred black figure fell from the sky, landing with a resounding thud, motionless thereafter. See, I told you I could not control the power. Why would you not believe me? Upon reaching the ground, Qin Yang gazed at the charred remains of the figure, shaking his head in disbelief. Is trust among people in this world truly so fragile? Having quickly mastered skills from his manuals, he had learned at an astonishing speed. Even with the purple cloud Tao scriptures, he had grasped what he could in but a single meal's time. Since establishing his Tao foundation, further comprehension had naturally unfolded as his spirit grew stronger. However, mastering a blue-covered secret technique to the point of successful execution was, of course, a swift endeavor. Did this fellow truly believe that the comprehension achieved in such a short time was of inferior quality? Such reliance on experience can be perilous. The power of the thunder summoning secret grows immensely when sufficient time is accumulated. That strike alone consumed a third of his true essence. Whereas a typical foundation establishment practitioner would expend all their essence for such a thunderous blow. Well, despite your pursuit of my life, you have inadvertently assisted me multiple times. I cannot allow your body to be left unburied. Qin Yang muttered to himself, retrieving a coffin to place Manager Qiao's charred body within. Then, he stored it in a special bag designated for coffins. It is only natural to offer a decent burial, yet Manager Qiao, being wealthy beyond measure, possessed several artifacts and was a practitioner at the late foundation establishment stage. To slay him without searching his body would be unthinkable. After ensuring the body was appropriately buried, he proceeded to search for valuables, as was customary. The distance from the three formidable beings was at least 100 or 200 miles. Yet who could say if they would notice or witness him searching the body? Ever since he had truly comprehended the purple cloud Tao scriptures, Qin Yang realized that this skill was far more powerful than he had imagined, so much so that he struggled to comprehend its full potential. It was best to keep such knowledge hidden from others, especially from those formidable beings whose mere glance at the spiritual light emanating from one could nearly blind them. Having tidied up, Qin Yang mounted the purple crane once more, but before he could take flight, an earth-shattering explosion resonated. Boom! The deafening roar left Qin Yang momentarily deafened. Stars dancing before his eyes, his head spinning as his true essence became sluggish, feeling as if he were burdened by a 1,000-pound weight, his entire body weakened. After a brief moment, as he regained his senses, he looked up and felt his pupils constrict. The realm of secret illusions in the sky had shattered like a broken scroll, fragmenting into countless pieces. Some remnants glimmered with streaks of light, akin to shooting stars racing across the sky, vanishing in an instant, while others dissipated into nothingness, swallowed by an invisible maw. The secret realm had finally collapsed. What was once a realm of illusions now lay in ruins. The remnants released an aura that made it difficult for Qin Yang to breathe, evoking a sense of impending demise. Silence, destruction, and an overwhelming sense of helplessness enveloped him, as the finality of obliteration weighed heavily upon his spirit. In the face of such overwhelming force, anyone would feel a profound despair at the limits of human power. No wonder beings like the banyan tree demon, with unfathomable power, would unhesitatingly sever their own limbs in desperation to escape. Quite a spectacle, a voice sighed beside Qin Yang. Startled, Qin Yang turned to see an unkempt old man standing beside him, with a large nose, small eyes, and lips stained with grease, emanating a scent reminiscent of poor-quality roast chicken. Just by the odor, Qin Yang could tell that the chicken had been overcooked. However, at this moment, he lacked the disposition to concern himself with such trivialities. His muscles tensed, his heart raced, and the flow of his true essence quickened. When had this old man arrived? He stood beside him without Qin Yang even noticing, only realizing the presence of another after the man spoke. A master, at least 2 major realms above him. A formidable practitioner, likely starting from the divine sea stage. Quite the spectacle indeed. Qin Yang replied honestly, then casually inquired, "What are those shooting stars? And what of the vanished illusions?" Those streaks of light are the sentient spiritual artifacts fleeing from the shattered secret realm. As for the vanished illusions, they signify portions of the secret realm that have been utterly consumed by nothingness, either drifting into the void or disappearing entirely. In short, they are lost forever and unlikely to reappear, the old man mused, a contemplative expression etched across his face. Is it really so difficult, or is there still a possibility? Perhaps after drifting through the void for tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of years, if one has not entirely succumbed to nothingness, there remains a flicker of hope to land in this world. Who can say? It is also possible to vanish forever. Senior, are you not in search of those treasured artifacts? It is said they were left behind by the Lord of Zixiao. Qin Yang tentatively inquired, secretly wishing that this venerable figure would depart soon. Having such a formidable master beside him was indeed a considerable pressure. Merely a few spiritual instruments, and only a handful of true treasures were intercepted by those 3. Besides, aside from these external objects, the greatest treasure lies right beside me. Why seek far and wide? The old man turned, a smile gracing his face as he fixed his gaze upon Qin Yang. Ahem, senior, you jest. Qin Yang felt a tightening in his chest, forcing a dry smile. Rest assured, others cannot see through it. I possess divine abilities that allow me to perceive the vibrant life force emanating from the storage bag of yours, soaring skyward. Such vitality is comparable to the finest elixirs. Although I am advanced in years and indifferent to external possessions, I hold great regard for treasures of this caliber. Qin Yang silently lamented, having just become wealthy. Was he to be thrust back to square one? Senior, do you intend to kill for treasure? Would it be possible to just take the treasure without bloodshed? Qin Yang's face contorted in distress, praying that this elder was not of a murderous disposition. Nonsense. The old man's expression darkened, and he straightened his posture, pride radiating from him. I am a disciple of the Tao. How could I engage in such shameless acts? Thieving. I am of the Tao, the gate of greatness. The elder wiped his mouth, and as he shook his body, his tattered robe transformed into a splendid azure Taoist robe. His disheveled hair was neatly styled into a top knot, and his white beard and hair gave him the appearance of a transcendent sage. Ah, senior, please do not take offense. It was my folly to presume ill of your noble intentions. I believed you to be a great sage. How could you possibly covet the belongings of a mere fledgling like myself? If anyone were to steal, it would surely be those 3 formidable beings. Qin Yang breathed a sigh of relief, showering the elder with flattery as if it were free of charge. Humph. Even those 3 are not worthy of what I would take. The old man chuckled heartily. It was a rare moment for someone to shower him with compliments, and the elder was quite pleased. However, he was abruptly interrupted when Qin Yang spoke again. Then, senior, do you wish to purchase? Selling you a few items would not be a problem. The smile on the elder's face froze, and he turned to stare at Qin Yang, his thoughts swirling. By heavens, I have been led astray by a junior. Stealing is too crude and lacks finesse, no different from a brute. But if it were to be theft, if those 3 rascals were to find out and spread the word, my reputation would be utterly tarnished, worse than that of a common street thief. If I were to utter such words, would I not be likened to a petty thief stealing candy from a child? Senior, do you wish to buy? I can exchange items. You may offer whatever you deem fit, and I shall gladly oblige. The elder furrowed his brow, observing the earnest yet expectant expression on Qin Yang's face, reminiscent of a child in the marketplace, sincerely offering candy for sale. If I were to dupe this young lad, would it not be akin to dragging my own face through the filth, only to weigh it down with stones. The old man grimaced as if suffering from constipation, a flicker of shame igniting within him. I cannot afford it. The elder uttered these words, feeling a pang of sorrow within. The immense vitality before him was akin to the blazing sun. To even consider purchasing such a premium elixir would require a sum beyond his means without cheating Qin Yang. As a dignified disciple of the Tao, I cannot lower myself to patronize a small sect, and the larger sects, cautious in their dealings, would not dare to take risks. Thousands of years ago, the thieving sect met its demise, and the blood of that lesson has yet to dry. With no audacity to act freely, I naturally possess nothing of value. Senior, how about this? I can sell you a few at a lower price. Qin Yang felt a sense of reluctance. This was a good elder, and since arriving in this world, he had never encountered a master of such strength who still held on to their dignity. Even with his thick skin, he felt it was somewhat excessive to lead the elder into a trap. Very well, I shall gather suitable treasures and return to trade with you later. For now, we must leave this place. It is no longer safe. The elder sighed heavily, appearing somewhat disheartened. What is wrong? Do you believe those three rascals remain there for no reason? The secret realm is collapsing, and the true tomb of the Lord of Zixiao is about to emerge. They would rather let the realm shatter than allow the inheritance to be seized. The Lord of Zixiao has many contingencies. In my view, they fear that their attempts will yield more losses than gains. The elder shook his head, gazing into the distance, chuckling softly. No sooner had he spoken than an extraordinary phenomenon occurred in the distance. Boom! A resounding tremor echoed across the heavens and the earth, the remnants of the ethereal shadows vanishing entirely. The sky transformed into a murky yellow, and an ominous aura suddenly manifested. Then the ground quaked, the void twisted, and the region encompassing the gloomy cemetery of the Yin Huai abruptly hung, suspended in the sky, while the yellow-tinged heavens inverted, cascading down to become the earth. In an instant, the universe had turned upside down. Within the pit where the pen was once located, a spring emerged, bubbling forth with yellow liquid. In but a moment, it swelled into a tsunami, sweeping across the 100-mile expanse. Gazing into the distance, the entire sky transformed into a tumultuous sea of yellow liquid. Subtle strands of yellowish energy swirled, revealing the outlines of structures within the liquid. In mere breaths, vast architectural complexes surfaced from the yellow torrent, pavilions and towers. Beams of purple gold and columns of white jade, their azure bricks and emerald tiles interlaced, exuding an air of grandeur. As these suspended structures continued to manifest, the three formidable beings acted in unison, their divine light intertwining to envelop the 100-mile sea of yellow liquid. The tomb of the Lord of Zixiao has appeared. They must work together to secure it and prevent its escape. Their voices resounded like thunder, echoing across hundreds of miles, yet in a fleeting moment. Amidst the glaring divine light enveloping the 100-mile sea of yellow liquid, a skeletal claw tore through the light and surged forth, heading straight for one of the great beings. This creature was nothing but a skeleton, towering 1,000 feet tall, its head occupying half its body, and its claws were larger than its head. The pale and dark luminosity danced across its bones, rendering the divine light above utterly ineffective. In the blink of an eye, from the ocean of yellow liquid, another creature emerged, a towering 800-foot black single-eyed ape, surrounded by a miasma of death. The very aura it exuded manifested into numerous zombie apes, each several feet tall, thrashing about in the yellow liquid. Alongside it, a firebird engulfed in black flames took flight, its eyes gleaming like lanterns, its tattered wings stretching 1,800 feet wide. The flames surrounding it perpetually morphed into the anguished faces of countless tortured souls, their wails echoing like demonic music throughout the cosmos. In just a moment, the sky was filled with an intricate web of divine light, obscuring the view and unleashing terrifying ripples that spread endlessly. Clearly, these three monstrous beings had engaged in battle with the trio of formidable beings. Did I not say it correctly? They are certainly reaping losses without gains. These three aberrations have long since perished, though it remains a mystery how the Lord of Zixiao has refined them, while they cannot unleash their former prowess. As guardians of the tomb, they are more than sufficient. One possesses the bloodline of an ancient Taotai, another that of an ancient one-eyed water ape, and the last holds the bloodline of a black phoenix. Whether those three can handle the guardians of the tomb remains to be seen. However, with this distraction, the tomb will undoubtedly escape. The elder could not suppress a chuckle, relishing the unfolding drama. Qin Yang gazed into the distance at the buildings piercing through the yellow liquid, remaining silent for an extended period, his expression complex. After a long while, he finally broke the silence. Senior, do you know the name of Lord Zixiao? Hmm? Why do you ask this? The old man was taken aback, caught off guard by the question. If you were to inquire with others, they might not know. However, I am among the rare few who are privy to the surname and given name of Lord Zixiao. Is it Wu Baiyan? How do you know that? The old man was slightly startled, genuinely surprised. The name of Lord Zixiao had not been spoken in millennia, only the ancients knew it. How could a younger generation like Qin Yang be aware of this? I just knew. Qin Yang sighed deeply. He had speculated that Bao Yu's father was indeed Lord Zixiao, considering he had mastered the Zixiao Dao scripture and had lingered in Lord Zixiao's secret realm for several millennia. The possibility of not being the son of Lord Zixiao was slim. From the old man's words, it was evident that once the tomb appeared in the world, it would inevitably vanish far away, and no one would know where it would go. It might disappear forever. If the tomb were to escape successfully, the chance of approaching it again would be even more impossible. This was the only opportunity to return Bao Yu home. Moreover, there was now a possibility that could allow him to enter that realm. Senior, please take this. Qin Yang produced a storage bag containing crystallized essence of emu and pressed it into the old man's hands. Without waiting for the old man to speak, he bowed earnestly and said, I implore you, Senior, to assist me in entering that tomb. Are you mad? The old man trembled, hastily tossing the storage bag back to Qin Yang. You young rascal, what are you thinking? That place is not for you. The residual forces of battle could annihilate you in an instant, leaving not a trace behind. Even if you could step into the palace's domain. Do you think it is so easily accessible? The yellow liquid there is the essence of the yellow springs, an accumulation of endless deathly energy. A single drop on a living being would result in their flesh and bones disintegrating, their Tao foundation crumbling. Here, the yellow springs have transformed into a sea. Even a formidable practitioner would meet their demise if they fell within. I truly have reasons that compel me to go. Qin Yang once again pressed the storage bag into the old man's hands, continuing to retrieve more bags from his robe. The old man had already taken 3 storage bags. And seeing Qin Yang's relentless determination, his tone softened slightly. Speak your mind. The late son of Lord Zixiao once bestowed kindness upon me, and I promised to return him to his father. If you weren't here, I would turn and leave, but with your presence, there remains a glimmer of hope. So I must take this chance. Qin Yang's demeanor was unusually solemn. The old man scrutinized Qin Yang carefully, but Qin Yang continued without pausing, placing 7 storage bags filled with emu essence into the old man's hands. This is all I have. Are you not afraid of death? The old man's gaze held an unusual light, as if he were re-evaluating Qin Yang. Of course I fear it. Who doesn't? I've done many shameful things to survive until today. However, one must not abandon promises made to others. There is an opportunity now, and I must try. Besides, with you here, there is a chance I may not perish. Even if I do, at least I will leave with peace of mind. Ha ha. The old man laughed heartily, patting Qin Yang on the shoulder. He took one of the storage bags, returned the rest, and then handed Qin Yang a brush holder. You have good judgment. With me around, there is indeed a significant chance. One bag is a bit excessive, but I happen to need this item. So I shall not be polite. Here, take this brush holder as a meager compensation. Thank you, Senior. Qin Yang's expression turned grave as he stepped back and bowed respectfully. Enough, you odd child. Ha ha ha. But I find you quite agreeable. Let us proceed. The world was turned upside down, divine light dazzling, and demonic flames raging, a realm of chaos where the forces clashed, rendering the landscape a twisted sea of light. Those lacking strength could not discern the details of the battle. Yet, even if they could not see through it, they could feel the inherent danger. The echoes of chaos surged, rippling through the air, shattering the earth, twisting mountains and rivers, while all living things were reduced to mere ants, swiftly turning to dust and vanishing. Though Qin Yang had made up his mind, upon approaching, he felt a surge of trepidation, his body instinctively stiffening. This was the realm of conflict among cultivators. Moreover, according to the old man's words, these 3 formidable beings were not even at the threshold of the pinnacle of power, if they were already so overwhelming. Capable of obliterating a 100-mile expanse and reshaping the terrain, what might true top-tier powerhouses be capable of? Qin Yang was filled with yearning, unable to fathom the depths of their strength, feeling as though his own insignificance limited his imagination. Drink. A thunderous shout erupted from nowhere, startling Qin Yang, who turned to see a colossal figure rising from the ground, towering 3,000 zhang. The giant stretched its arms, cracking joints and bones like thunderclaps. This giant had a leopard's head and tiger-esque whiskers, its upper body bare, clad only in a pair of tiger-skin shorts, muscles rippling like ancient stone weathered by storms. Its back arching like rolling mountains. Moreover, the blue-black tattoos sprawling across its body resembled wild, vigorous stout patterns, exuding an overwhelming sense of raw power. The giant unfurled its limbs, exhaling forcefully, dispelling clouds and mist, as well as the residual chaos from the battle with the three powerful beings, preventing them from approaching even an inch. Then, with a shake of its arms, the giant grasped the air, and a dazzling spiritual burden materialized atop its shoulders. It reached down, effortlessly lifting 3 peaks from the ground and placing them onto the other side. The giant bore the weight of mountains and city, striding forth. In just a few steps, it grew more distant, vanishing beyond the horizon. Qinglin City, Qin Yang exclaimed, recognizing that one side of the burden belonged to Qinglin City, while the other side encompassed the 3 mountains beyond it. Huh. The fools of the Immo Stone Sacred Sect certainly know how to seize an opportunity. The old man scoffed. Senior, what is this? The mountain-bearing divine general of the Immo Stone Sacred Sect is a spirit born from a spiritual mountain that was once lured by their ancestors. A fine spiritual mountain transformed into a loyal sentinel, and these fools have somehow twisted it into a brainwashed guardian. Truly, the heavens are unjust, allowing such imbeciles to reap good fortune. The old man's tone turned sour at the mention of this. Yet the Immo Stone Sacred Sect is not entirely unworthy. At the very least, they send individuals to rescue the people of Qinglin City. Qin Yang could not help but voice a fair opinion. The 3 formidable beings were engaged in fierce battle, neglecting Qinglin City. At this rate, it would undoubtedly be annihilated. Nonsense. You are too naive, too honest. You will be easily deceived. Do you think the fools of the Immo Stone Sacred Sect would be so kind? Then? To be frank, I have some grievances with the Immo Stone Sacred Sect. They fear me now, tightly securing their mountain gates, acting like ladies of high society, not daring to step out. Do you think they wouldn't want to intervene here? They dream of it. But alas, by the time they received word, the situation had already changed. Now, they know that coming here would be unfavorable, and they must guard against me causing trouble, which is why they sent the mountain-bearing divine general. Then why would they save Qinglin City? Qin Yang was genuinely puzzled. If they sent the mountain-bearing divine general without intervening in Lord Zishao's tomb, was it merely for the sake of reputation? Your honesty is truly foolish. Even the sacred sect's foundation for recruiting disciples lies among the common folk. The larger their territory, the greater the populace, and the higher the chance of encountering talent. Saving Qinglin City? Nonsense. Do you believe that the treacherous individuals of the Magic Stone Sacred Sect, who dare only to speak ill behind others' backs, will undoubtedly sweep away all the cities within a radius of 3,000 miles? Qin Yang chuckled dryly, realizing that this old man harbored no favorable impression of the Magic Stone Sacred Sect. Under normal circumstances, they would not dare to act so brazenly. Today, they openly refrained from interfering in the affairs of the tombs, playing the role of saviors to a city, thus earning a good reputation. Subsequently, they would effortlessly relocate all the cities within 3,000 miles. While the Xiantian Sacred Sect and the Lingai Sacred Sect could only turn a blind eye and accept the situation, let me tell you, whenever you encounter the treacherous individuals of the Magic Stone Sacred Sect in the future, remember this: while they may appear to be brutish and simple-minded, their hearts are filled with malice. It is imperative to strike first and eliminate them without hesitation. Do not be foolish enough to engage in idle talk. As the old man continued, he began to weave in his personal grievances, earnestly admonishing and constantly disparaging the Magic Stone Sacred Sect. To summarize his words, any encounter with a member of the Magic Stone Sacred Sect should end in their demise. It is unclear how the old man had offended them so gravely. What could possibly have caused such deep animosity? Qin Yang paid no heed to the old man's ramblings, instead gazing at the place where the mountain god general had vanished, his heart filled with wonder at the knowledge he had gained. The waterways of Tongsu Prefecture were abundant, ensuring a bountiful harvest. With a large populace, the city of Qinglin alone was home to hundreds of thousands, and the surrounding 3,000 miles contained numerous scattered cities, collectively amounting to at least 100 million inhabitants. Regardless of the gains others might achieve, the Magic Stone Sacred Sect had already secured a profit. Young man, it is time. The tombs have nearly all emerged from the underworld sea. We must enter now. Let us go. The old man's incessant chatter suddenly halted as he grasped Qin Yang's shoulder, taking a decisive step forward. Instantly, all surrounding sounds vanished into silence. Before his eyes lay an ethereal landscape, everything shrouded in a thin veil, becoming somewhat indistinct. The spiritual energy dissipated, and the air itself seemed to vanish, as if they had suddenly stepped outside of the world. observing it from a different perspective. The old man held onto Qin Yang's shoulder, moving at a leisurely pace. Yet everything around them retreated rapidly. Within mere breaths, they had entered the area affected by the battlefield. The once dazzling divine light dimmed, sweeping past them yet remaining out of reach. Though it brushed against their bodies, Qin Yang felt not a thing. This is a secret technique of my Taoist sect, allowing one to walk within the shadows of all things once one has achieved minor success. At major success, one can traverse the shadows of this world, remaining untouched by all laws. It is the most covert method of infiltration, facilitating your entrance into the tombs with ease. Even the ancestral halls of the three great sacred sects cannot impede my movements, the old man boasted with a tinge of pride. Qin Yang remained silent. Yet his gaze towards the old man shifted, filled with newfound respect. Though the old man reveled in self-praise, he undeniably possessed genuine skill. Walking within the shadows of the world, the chaotic aftermath of battle held no sway over them. Even though the vast ocean of spiritual light was significantly weakened here, it still pierced Qin Yang's eyes, rendering him unable to keep them open. "We have arrived," the old man whispered, his eyes scanning the surroundings with a look of deep regret. When Qin Yang opened his eyes, he was greeted by a sight of resplendent gold and jade, with intricately carved railings and towering pillars. The brilliance was blinding, and everything was crafted from the finest materials. Even the most unassuming black stone slab beneath their feet concealed intricate patterns, interconnecting with all else around. Yet, despite the opulence, the atmosphere exuded no sense of ostentation. Instead, it radiated depth, tranquility, desolation, antiquity, and restraint. Above them, the divine light transformed into a celestial canopy, casting waves of residual energy that could not harm a single brick or tile of this place, as all power was held aloft in the heavens. Gazing upward, one would see the earth reflected in the sky, for the tomb itself was inverted. Though standing here, one would not perceive it. "Young man, here the cosmos is reversed, and most secret arts are rendered ineffective. Loader artifacts cannot unleash their power here. I can only escort you this far. Beyond this point, I will surely be detected." The old man's expression grew unusually solemn, and his gaze, deep with apprehension, lingered on the depths of the architectural complex. "Isn't it quite easy?" Qin Yang inquired, somewhat astonished, as they had only just entered the tomb. "Have I been bragging too much?" The old man's complexion darkened. Yet he readily admitted his lack of strength. "While I have not sensed it outside, once inside, before stepping out of the shadows, I can already feel at least 7 or 8 guardian beasts of the tomb, each as formidable as the 3 outside. Furthermore, there lies a profound and vast will asleep within. I suspect it is the residue of the purple sky Tao Lord. I dare not provoke such an existence. Even a mere fragment of its consciousness could easily obliterate my spirit." "Very well, thank you for escorting me here, Senior." Qin Yang expressed his gratitude in a solemn tone and took a deep breath. "Senior, please allow me to proceed. Do you wish to continue?" "Yes, I shall give it a try." "Ha ha ha, splendid." The old man laughed heartily, effortlessly tossing Qin Yang beyond the shadows. "Go on, I shall wait for you here." In an instant, the world before Qin Yang shimmered, and he felt a weight lift from him. Everything around became crystalline clear. The celestial canopy above, emanating waves of pressure, felt as heavy as a mountain upon him, while the profound stillness of the tomb's atmosphere pierced him like countless needles, burrowing into his being. In that moment, Qin Yang felt his blood freeze, the vitality within his organs rapidly depleting. His silvery hair and the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes appeared. Even his vision began to blur. Quickly, Qin Yang circulated his true essence, revitalizing his blood flow. Simultaneously, he activated the blood llama technique and placed a crystal of ethereal wood essence beneath his tongue. After enduring this for the span of half a stick of incense, his rigid form gradually regained mobility, and the peculiar sensations began to subside. Truly terrifying. Qin Yang's expression grew grave. It was only now that he truly understood why the old man had been fearful. The natural aura of this place nearly cost him his life. Even the cultivation of the purple sky Tao scripture could not dispel it. If an ordinary foundation establishment cultivator were to step into this realm, they would undoubtedly perish instantly. Having cultivated the purple sky Tao scripture and with the protection of the blood llama technique, supplemented by the ethereal wood essence crystal continuously replenishing his vitality, he could barely keep pace with the depleting life force. Taking a deep breath, Qin Yang dared not linger. Striding past the entrance archway and along the main road leading inward, the architectural complex was enveloped in silence, not a single sound to be heard. All the doors were shut tight, devoid of locks. Qin Yang attempted to push open several doors to no avail, and thus focused solely on advancing along the main path, eager to deliver the precious jade to the purple sky Tao Lord and fulfill his promise. Having crossed through 2 clusters of buildings without encountering any obstacles eased Qin Yang's mind somewhat. Earlier, he had taken the precaution of removing the storage bag hanging around his neck and loosening it slightly to allow his aura to escape. It seemed the formidable guardian of this place had sensed that he bore the jade relic and had not troubled him. However, as he turned another corner, Qin Yang abruptly halted, his expression frozen in shock. A deep, guttural wail echoed, and there stood a towering black ape, several feet high, with arms hanging to the ground and a single eye protruding from its forehead. This ape was enveloped in a shroud of deathly energy, its black fur resembling steel needles that reflected a metallic sheen. Its massive, pitch-black eye fixated on Qin Yang, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, as it emitted a series of low, mournful growls from its throat. Qin Yang's body bristled with fear, akin to a small creature confronted by a predator. His blood felt as if it was freezing, and his body instinctively stiffened. "Brother, we are on the same side." With a thunderous roar, the zombie ape emitted a wave of deathly aura, and in an instant, its form vanished, transforming into an imperceptible afterimage, hurtling towards me. "Halt!" Qin Yang bellowed, breaking free from the instinctual suppression. A cascade of golden light descended from above, enveloping him in a swirling array of runes. Beneath his feet, a golden pathway materialized. But just as he lifted his foot, a dark claw struck the rune shield with a resounding thud. Qin Yang maintained a stoic expression, disregarding the gravity of the situation as he stepped onto the golden path and hastened his pace, narrowly evading the zombie ape's second strike. After creating some distance, he glanced at the rune shield, now depleted of nearly half its runes, his expression darkening considerably. Just one hit. One strike had obliterated half of the golden ink talisman. Based on prior estimations, the power within this talisman should be beyond the reach of a foundational cultivator. Even a formidable practitioner among the 3 realms could withstand 2 or 3 blows. "Brother, we are allies. Do not strike. I come bearing treasures, the son of your superior." Qin Yang shouted desperately while sprinting, attempting to reason with the ape. Yet, the zombie ape remained unresponsive, relentlessly pursuing him, its speed matching his own on the golden path, making it inevitable that it would catch up. Suddenly, a realization struck Qin Yang as he recalled the origin of the zombie ape. When the one-eyed guardian beast emerged, it was surrounded by a swirling, deathly aura that had spawned numerous such zombie apes. In other words, negotiating with this creature was utterly futile. Frowning, he formed a hand seal, invoking the thunder-summoning secret technique, his fingertips crackling with lightning. However, the lightning merely flickered for an instant before dissipating with a soft pop. Attempting again, the result was the same. Cold sweat trickled down Qin Yang's temples, and a layer of clammy perspiration surfaced on his back. The old man's words echoed in his mind. Here, the laws of nature were inverted, rendering most secret techniques ineffective. This was dire. Qin Yang's brow furrowed as the pressure intensified. The 2 talismans in his possession relied on their inherent power, so they were minimally affected. However, the thunder-summoning technique, which drew upon his own strength to harness the forces of nature, was utterly rendered useless in this realm. Lightning was traditionally the bane of malevolent spirits and zombies, its might far surpassing the mere power of techniques. He had hoped to fend off the zombie ape with the thunder summoning, but now, it felt like a death sentence. This zombie one-eyed ape, devoid of intelligence and driven solely by instinct, possessed immense strength and remarkable speed, not to mention a body as resilient as steel, impervious to harm. Without a countermeasure, a foundational cultivator stood no chance against it. Moreover, fleeing like this was futile. He would be caught in mere breaths. With a low, rumbling growl, the zombie ape bared its teeth, its single eye swirling with dark energy. As it blinked, a beam of black light, as thick as an arm, shot forth, crashing against the rune shield. Qin Yang's hair stood on end, his mind reeling as he instinctively shifted his body. The rune shield shattered explosively, and the talisman was reduced to powder, while the black beam grazed his ear, smashing into a distant wall. The intricate patterns on the wall rippled as a faint aura shimmered over its surface, holding the black light at bay for a fleeting moment before it dissipated, returning the wall to its normal state. Was this a joke? This hulking brute, lacking any intelligence and clearly a mere melee cannon fodder, could still launch ranged attacks? Qin Yang's heart raced, nearly paralyzing him with fear. He had expected the rune shield to withstand another blow, But it was pierced in an instant, the talisman itself unable to endure such terrifying force, reduced to dust, with his primary means of defense obliterated. If the zombie ape managed to strike him again, it would be the end. As he fled, Qin Yang's mind raced, searching for a solution. After much contemplation, he found himself at a loss. This creature had no shred of intelligence, only raw instinct, rendering reasoning utterly futile. Even if a treasure stood before it, it would likely be reduced to rubble. Only instinct. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited within Qin Yang's mind. As the zombie ape drew ever closer, he instinctively tossed something away. A jade vial flew from his hand, shattering as the ape swatted it aside, releasing a cascade of pills that scattered into the air. The ape inhaled deeply, devouring the pills in one swift motion. This ape can consume medicinal pills? A fleeting doubt crossed Qin Yang's mind. But there was no time to ponder. He took out a piece of shadowy wood wrapped in dark energy and hurled it. The ape swallowed it whole. He then tossed a sprig of a dark-hued spirit herb collected from the ghost tomb, and the ape eagerly accepted it as well. Witnessing this, a smirk crept onto Qin Yang's lips as he commanded softly, "Big guy, open wide." Without delay, he scattered a large quantity of materials, primarily low-grade resources and spirit herbs gathered during his occasional ventures into the ghost tomb. The zombie ape, with its mouth agape, inhaled a whirlwind of items, drawing them into its belly. Little did it notice that among the chaos, a wooden box tainted with dark energy began to crack open, from which a faint azure light emerged. In an instant, the zombie ape was engulfed in a surge of deathly energy, almost boiling over. Its single eye shone with dark brilliance, and a beam of black light erupted forth, aimed directly at Qin Yang's back. Qin Yang steadied himself, anticipating the trajectory of the black beam and evading it. Yet, this small misstep allowed the zombie ape to close the distance to a mere 3 yards. With a fierce roar, the zombie ape's expression contorted into a savage grimace, its body shrouded in a swirling cloud of death energy that erupted skyward in a terrifying display. Qin Yang found himself at the forefront of this onslaught, the rolling death energy striking him forcefully, propelling him backward. The image of the blood llama's silhouette grew clearer in his mind as a murmuring chant resonated, almost ethereal, emanating from within him, warding off the encroaching decay. The essence of the ethereal wood crystal within his tongue surged forth, permeating his entire being and dispelling the deathly aura that threatened to invade. After several tumultuous rolls, Qin Yang crashed against the wall, spitting forth a cloud of blood mist that quickly dissipated. In a heartbeat, his complexion turned a ghastly shade, fangs protruding from his mouth, his eyes flashing with a crimson glow, and his fingers transformed into elongated, dark claws. He had been infected with corpse poison. Ignoring his internal predicament, Qin Yang raised his gaze, only to see the zombie ape standing still, appearing almost deranged, its single eye radiating dark energy, the death aura around it surging more violently. With a mournful growl, the movements of the zombie ape slowed, until it eventually froze in place, a layer of yellowish light enveloping its form, rapidly spreading throughout its body. In just a few breaths, the zombie ape had completely transformed into a dried, lifeless statue. Crack! A fissure appeared on the surface of the desiccated statue, from which a delicate seedling sprouted, triggering a chain reaction as more seedlings emerged, breaking through the cracks. The vibrant green spread rapidly, enveloping the lifeless statue, resembling an untamed, flourishing pot of plants standing in place. Boom! The statue shattered into dust, and the verdant plants disintegrated into ashes, amidst which a crystal of ethereal wood essence fell to the ground, producing a crisp chime. Some things are better left untouched. Leaning against the wall, Qin Yang exhaled deeply, then began to continuously stimulate the blood llama and the crystal of emu essence to expel the invading corpse energy from his body and repair his injuries. After a moment, he opened his mouth and expelled a foul-smelling, dark blood clot onto the ground. Only then did his complexion return to normal, his fangs retracted and vanished, and the darkened nails he had grown also dissipated. Rising to his feet, he retrieved the considerably dimmed crystal of emu essence and continued to step inward. As he turned another corner, his expression suddenly changed. 5 zombie apes squatted ahead, and on the rooftops nearby, numerous more zombie apes emerged, quickly surrounding him with at least 40 to 50 of their kind. Their single, piercing eyes radiated a chilling light as they coldly regarded Qin Yang. Ahead, the door of a 3-story building stood wide open, and from within emerged a towering monster. A creature with a single horn upon its forehead and the body of a man with hooves, standing 3 zhang tall. As it took a step forward, an overwhelming aura surged forth, causing the air to become palpable. Visions flashed before Qin Yang's eyes, revealing a single-horned azure bull advancing, behind which a sea of blood roared like a tsunami, countless bones bobbing in the crimson tide, the overwhelming stench of blood piercing his nostrils and assaulting his very soul. In an instant, the illusions faded, leaving the formidable creature standing at the center, its cold gaze fixed upon Qin Yang. Struggling to swallow, Qin Yang realized that his situation was dire, and he could only fight with all his might. "Brother, do not strike. We are one of our own." Qin Yang held the storage bag hanging around his neck before him, its opening wide, his gaze fixed intently on the unicorn bullhoof monster. This was a desperate gamble. The unicorn bullhoof radiated overwhelming power, at least 3 realms above him. Even its aura could ensnare his spirit, conjuring illusions before his eyes. Engaging in combat was out of the question. He could only hope that this creature possessed some intelligence and could be reasoned with. The unicorn bullhoof monster stared at Qin Yang for a long while, silent, before slowly lifting its head to gaze at the resplendent heavens above. In the sky, ripples danced, and at the center, a brilliant light transformed into a red sun, its fierce rays morphing into colorful ripples that gradually spread, enveloping the entire tomb in scorching heat. The air, laden with an eerie silence and an icy chill that pierced to the bone, felt as if the sweltering summer was rapidly melting away beneath a blanket of chilling snow. A faint light began to rise above the structures, intricate patterns appearing, warding off the oppressive heat. Qin Yang was taken aback, acutely aware that he no longer needed to rely on the blood llama's ethereal wood essence to resist the encroaching aura. Had the 3 outside already dealt with the tomb's guardian corpse beasts? Or had other powerful beings arrived? Before Qin Yang could ponder further, the foreboding structures around him began to open their doors one after another. From a nearby small building, a colossal dragon had emerged, shaking its head and tail as it soared skyward, transforming into a massive, pitch-black dragon, its scales gleaming darkly. It bore a broken horn atop its head and 4 claws beneath its belly. With a single movement, a vast aura of death materialized, coalescing into dark clouds that obscured the sun. Meanwhile, the croaking of frogs erupted as a gigantic 3-legged toad, akin to a mountain, loomed in the sky, its mouth swallowing clouds and mist, a terrifying presence stirring the atmosphere, making the divine light seem as if it were being devoured, plunging the world into darkness. A howl echoed as a wolf-headed figure, possessing human form and clawed limbs, unleashed a piercing cry towards the heavens. Suddenly, a dark moon appeared, casting a chilling light that draped over the land, as if transforming the sweltering day into a frigid winter night. These various phenomena unfolded in quick succession, as powerful guardian corpse beasts emerged one after another. The recently born heat dissipated in an instant, and the entire tomb was once again shrouded in a chilling silence. Qin Yang strained his eyes, overwhelmed with trepidation. Each of the structures housed a guardian corpse beast, each one formidable, rivaling the 3 he had encountered initially. To be clear, those 3 had fought evenly against 3 powerful beings, and here, there were no fewer than 800. Many of these guardian corpse beasts exuded an even more potent aura, their ferocity surpassing that of the initial trio. Scanning the surroundings, Qin Yang found most to be unrecognizable, with only a few whose characteristics he could match to recorded accounts, each one infamous and fearsome. The unicorn dragon, the sun-swallowing toad, the eternal night demon wolf. Any one of these could serve as the protagonist in a mythic tale told to children. Yet here, they merely existed as solitary guardian corpse beasts. As numerous guardian corpse beasts ascended into the sky, the radiant heavens were soon veiled by their presence, swiftly transforming into night. Although Qin Yang could not discern the intricate details, he felt the terrifying undercurrents of chaos and upheaval. Had the residual waves not been dissipated by the power of the tomb, he would likely have been shattered to dust in an instant. Once the guardian corpse beasts vanished from sight, Qin Yang stood still, glancing at the unmoving zombie monkeys that squatted in place, swallowing hard under the immense pressure. One zombie monkey could easily end his life, and here, there were 4 or 5 dozen. Gathering his resolve, Qin Yang took a step forward. All the zombie monkeys turned their singular eyes towards him, continuing to watch, yet none made a move. As he proceeded, they maintained their gaze, still motionless. Qin Yang exhaled internally, immediately activating the golden light ink talisman, a radiant path of golden light emerging beneath his feet, extending forward. With each step upon the golden path, he surged deeper into the tomb. Even as he moved, The zombie monkeys remained rooted in place, their eyes tracking him closely. From all directions, more zombie monkeys appeared. Just as the previous ones, squatting atop buildings, their eyes fixed on Qin Yang. After a furious dash, an epiphany struck him. These zombie monkeys did not cluster together, but rather lined the sides of the path, as if guarding it, their gaze entirely focused on him. Were they indicating the way? A flicker of understanding dawned on Qin Yang. Though he hesitated to conclude, it was also possible that a prior guardian had commanded them, forbidding them from stepping onto this path. Regardless of the truth, following this path seemed the safest course. Not daring to take chances, Qin Yang swiftly altered his direction and raced ahead, the golden light beneath him propelling him at full speed. Who knew what awaited outside? It was best to hurry. After a little over half an hour, the zombie monkeys surrounding the path vanished completely, leaving only a towering 9-story building standing majestically in the center. Qin Yang halted, turning back to observe the zombie monkeys. They remained behind, yet none dared to look directly at this place. Even when facing it, they all bowed their heads in deference. This was the most ordinary location he had encountered thus far, devoid of the chilling cold or the bone-deep silence. Resembling merely an unadorned 9-story building with simple eaves and pillars, its tiles and windows all remarkably plain. In any other context, it would bear no distinctive features apart from its height. Taking a deep breath, Qin Yang stepped forward, gently pushing the door open, which creaked silently, revealing an empty interior save for a staircase leading to the top, conspicuously visible in the corner. Ascending the stairs, the second floor also lay barren. And it wasn't until he reached the top that he spotted a solitary figure seated in the center of the empty floor, clad in a purple gold robe. This person had their eyes lowered, their appearance unremarkable, exuding a tranquil demeanor, yet their sharp features suggested a person of resolute character. Upon seeing this figure, Qin Yang was struck by an undeniable thought, as if it were an immutable truth. This was the Taoist Lord of the Purple Sky. Yet, who was the Taoist Lord of the Purple Sky? Even in death, their presence would still loom large, their divine might palpable. Why, then, did this figure appear so ordinary? There was no aura of grandeur, and upon closing their eyes, one could hardly sense their essence. A flicker of disappointment welled up within Qin Yang, leaving him momentarily disillusioned. Just then, a calm voice resonated in his heart. Are you disappointed? As the words faded, the seated figure emanated a faint glow, and a duplicate of the figure materialized. Stepping forth. With each step, the figure became increasingly distinct, until, in 3 strides, an identical person stood before Qin Yang. This new figure remained strikingly unremarkable, with a serene expression and a calm gaze, dressed in simple attire, hair loosely tied back, resembling a carefree scholar from the countryside, exuding an air of confidence that belied an indifference to the world. If one were to encapsulate this presence in 4 words, it would be wisdom held tightly. The elder's might is contained. I am merely a mortal, unworthy of clear perception at first glance, Qin Yang stated honestly. After a few more glances, he could feel the unique aura that lay beneath the surface, compelling admiration without instilling fear. Upon realization, Qin Yang felt a sudden clarity. This was the essence of a true top-tier powerhouse, concealing their extraordinary capabilities within the mundane. Achieving such mastery inherently surpassed the 3 formidable beings outside by an immeasurable degree. Those 3 radiated divine light, blinding and awe-inspiring, evoking fear and astonishment, yet failing to inspire a sense of admiration. This epitomized the disparity. The Taoist Lord Zixiao scrutinized Qin Yang with a discerning gaze, a gentle smile gracing his lips. With a mere gesture, he summoned the storage bag hanging around Qin Yang's neck, which shattered into fragments. A coffin, entwined with golden threads, descended to the ground, its lid vanishing silently. The Taoist Lord Zixiao stepped forward, a soft glimmer in his eyes as he tenderly caressed the skull, murmuring, "Bao, you have suffered." After a prolonged moment, the Taoist Lord Zixiao finally covered the coffin, which subsequently disappeared from sight. The incident had transpired abruptly. I was betrayed by a friend, and Bao became embroiled in the chaos. Although I knew Bao's physical form resided within the secret realm, I dared not take action. Sighing deeply, the Taoist Lord Zixiao remained silent for a while. Eventually, he turned to Qin Yang, stating, "Regardless of the circumstances, I thank you for returning my son Bao to me. What do you desire? Speak freely. Although I have perished, my lingering spirit remains, and most matters should pose no difficulty. There is no need for formality, Senior." I have already obtained what I sought. Promising Bao Yu I would return him was merely a quest for inner peace. Qin Yang reflected briefly before shaking his head, expressing his lack of desire for anything further. The greatest benefit had already been secured. Everything else was trivial and inconsequential. Moreover, standing before this being felt as though nothing could be concealed, rendering even the thought of touching the remains of the Taoist Lord Zixiao impossible. Qin Yang understood the terror of this situation well. Thus, he resolved to desire nothing, allowing his heart to feel at ease and free from pressure. What a noble pursuit for inner peace, the Taoist Lord Zixiao remarked, seemingly taken aback, yet he chuckled lightly and shifted the topic. From where did you acquire the Zixu Dao Sutra? It originates from Bao Yu. Qin Yang contemplated withholding the truth, but the thought was swiftly extinguished, and he responded honestly. Bao Yu is still weak and unable to pass it on to you. The Taoist Lord Zixu began to speak but hesitated. Very well. If you wish to keep your secret, I shall not pry further. Since you practice the Zixiao Dao Sutra, you are considered half my disciple. I no longer have use for this item, so I shall bestow it upon you. With a gesture, a wisp of purple energy emanated from his remains and surged into Qin Yang's body without hesitation, instantly settling into the foundation of his Dao, resembling a towering mountain or an expansive ocean, overwhelming the foundation with its presence. In an instant, the foundation amplified several times, and a flicker of enlightenment blossomed within Qin Yang's mind. If he were to completely integrate it into his foundation, his Dao would transform into the legendary, unparalleled foundation, imperishable and indestructible. Senior, this. Qin Yang was at a loss for words, overwhelmed by astonishment. This is a primordial substance known as Hongmeng Purple Qi, the very essence from which worlds are born at the dawn of creation. It aligns perfectly with the Zixiao Dao Sutra. Refining and merging it with your foundation will lead to the creation of the most perfect Zixiao Dao Sutra. Thus, your foundation will stand unrivaled across the heavens. The Taoist Lord Zixiao elucidated. Please, Senior, teach me, Qin Yang implored, bowing deeply. In such a moment, it was imperative to seek guidance or risk losing the opportunity. When I first obtained the Zixiao Dao Sutra, I believed it to be like the legends, incomplete. Only later did I discover that the Zixiao Dao Sutra contained only the foundational methods, nurturing qi, establishing the foundation, and the three origins, with nothing beyond that. It was not incomplete. Refining the primordial Hongmeng Purple Qi renders the Zixiao Dao Sutra flawless. This foundational method, though not as expansive as other ancient scriptures, possesses one unique quality that no other ancient scripture can match. Achieving a perfect Zixiao Dao Sutra allows subsequent techniques to seamlessly integrate with all ancient scriptures, harmonizing the strengths of various methods. Therefore, your future lies not within the Zixiao Dao Sutra but within yourself. Senior, please listen to me, Qin Yang began. But the Taoist Lord Zixiao interrupted, gently shaking his head. I do possess ancient scriptures, however. The most suitable one after the three origins is the Burial Sea Secret Scripture. This scripture may not be ancient, yet in certain aspects, it surpasses ancient texts. Do not be overly enamored with the ancient scriptures. While they possess great power, they may not be suitable for you. I know what you wish to inquire next, but I do not possess the Burial Sea Secret Scripture. Where might I find the Burial Sea Secret Scripture? The traitor who betrayed me is the Burial Sea Lord. Qin Yang fell silent, drenched in cold realization, a chill coursing through his very marrow. Seeking a living titled Dao Lord to request a scripture? Moreover, this individual was the sworn enemy of the Zixiao Dao Lord. The very moment he, as the disciple of the Zixiao Dao Sutra, entered the enemy's line of sight, his demise would be assured in a most extravagant manner, beyond imagination. Do not despair. Thousands of years ago, during my battle with him, I passed by this region, and he once unleashed a strike that cleaved a rift into an unknown realm. That scoundrel was grievously wounded, and his treasures fell into that abyss. Perhaps the Burial Sea Secret Scripture lies within. Furthermore, that scoundrel may very well be dead by now, with no one familiar with the Zixiao Dao Sutra remaining. You might have a chance to infiltrate the buried tower demon sect. Qin Yang chuckled bitterly, harboring no hope. He merely wished for the Burial Sea Lord to truly be dead, allowing him to remain safe. Even if the Burial Sea Lord were indeed deceased, Qin Yang doubted he could easily pilfer a corpse. The current presence of the Zixiao Dao Lord made that abundantly clear. The most reliable course of action remained to explore the rift thousands of miles away, as it might indeed yield some benefits. Yet, that rift sounded eerily familiar. A moment of reflection brought him to an alarming realization. The north, thousands of miles away, the rift. My heavens, it is the Blade Rift. North of Qinglin City, there lay an unfathomable chasm stretching for miles, its depths obscured from view. It spanned thousands of miles in length and several miles in width, perpetually howling with chilling winds and the wails of countless spirits. Infested with lethal toxins and harboring extraordinary phenomena, it had become a perilous domain that all sought to avoid. The legends surrounding the Blade Rift were numerous, with the most widely circulated tale recounting a battle between two powerful beings thousands of years ago. As their conflict swept through this area, one warrior's blade aura fell and cleaved the rift into existence. Over time, the legends grew more elaborate, with some claiming to have witnessed the river of shadows swirling, teeming with restless spirits, while others spoke of poisonous tides migrating their nests. Most notoriously, tales circulated of a powerful warrior who ventured into the rift, never to return, believing himself invincible, only to plummet into its depths. The sheer volume of such accounts was overwhelming. Qin Yang felt a pang of regret. Had he known, he would have refrained from inquiring further. Now that he was aware of such tales, they only served to heighten his anxiety. If he were to acquire the Burial Sea secret scripture, the most favorable scenario would be the Burial Sea Lord's demise, his essence scattered, leaving behind only a dissipating remnant of power, buried in a remote location. Then, he could attempt to scavenge the corpse, potentially uncovering the Burial Sea secret scripture. Yet, the current status of the Burial Sea Lord, alive or dead, remained uncertain. Alternatively, if the Burial Sea Lord were deceased, infiltrating the Buried Tower Demon sect to obtain the Burial Sea secret scripture would present an insurmountable challenge. After all, if the sect possessed such a treasured scripture, it would undoubtedly be a cornerstone of their teachings. Few, if any, within the sect would have laid eyes on it. Furthermore, the name Buried Tower Demon sect was unfamiliar to Qin Yang. He had no idea of its whereabouts. However, the sect boasted titled Tao lords and inherited scriptures. Thus its strength undoubtedly surpassed that of the three sacred sects of Hulu. Well, this one is basically hopeless. As for the last option, jumping into the One-Blade Gorge and hoping for luck, best not to mention it. The road ahead is long and winding. Why trouble oneself? Who can truly predict the future? Best not to dwell on it. Perhaps, in time, you will discover something more fitting than the Burial Sea secret tome. After all, the ancient scriptures I have encountered are but a handful. Seeing Qin Yang seemingly ensnared in distress, the Taoist Lord of Zixio offered a faint smile. All right. There is no time for lengthy discourse. I must take my leave. The Taoist paused slightly, as if recalling something. Just so happens I have a small request, and I would appreciate your assistance. Please, Senior, speak freely. As long as it is within my capabilities, I shall comply. The Taoist Lord of Zixio nodded, producing a foot-long piece of yellow paper and handing it to Qin Yang. If that scoundrel is indeed deceased, and you have the opportunity to visit his tomb in the future, kindly affix this item upon his gravestone. Of course, it would be ideal if you could place it directly on his remains, as a means of venting some pent-up resentment. Qin Yang accepted the yellow paper, and his lips twitched involuntarily, for powerful characters were inscribed on it. Treacherous scoundrel. The animosity emanated from the paper, palpable and overwhelming. Just a glance left Qin Yang's soul aching and his eyes watering. He hastily retrieved a wooden box, placing the note inside, afraid to look again. Qin Yang felt a sense of helplessness. The Taoist Lord of Zixio harbored an intense hatred for the Burial Sea Taoist, even after all this time. It was astonishing that remnants of such deep-seated animosity lingered, and he resorted to this method to seek vengeance. Very well, Senior. Should the opportunity arise, I shall comply, Qin Yang replied, a bit drained. I will escort you out. The Taoist Lord of Zixio nodded, waving his hand. Suddenly, Qin Yang found himself back at the entrance of the tomb. A hand reached out from the void, grasping his shoulder and pulling him into the shadows of the world. Senior, you look rather pale. Upon seeing the old man again, Qin Yang couldn't help but feel puzzled. The old man's complexion was ashen, trembling noticeably, his gaze quivering. Enough chatter, we must leave quickly. The old man whispered urgently, dragging Qin Yang along, but when he glanced back, his eyes were filled with dread. It was astonishing that even in his diminished state, he still possessed such formidable power. A mere glance pierced through the shadows, freezing the old man in place, and the surrounding space solidified, all his strength rendered impotent. Had there been any malice, just a thought could have led to his demise. Senior, we must hurry. The old man pulled Qin Yang through the shadows, clearly terrified, moving like a streak of light, the surrounding scenery dissolving into hazy afterimages. After flying several hundred miles, he cautiously emerged from the shadows, exhaling deeply. I must have lost my mind, following you to explore a tomb. Fortunately, the Taoist Lord of Zixiao is not one to hold grudges. Otherwise, I fear I would be the most aggrieved among the ancestors of the Taoist sect. The old man was not just angry but frightened, pacing restlessly. Ahem, senior, perhaps I should send you off with another bag? Qin Yang felt somewhat embarrassed. He had not anticipated such peril before embarking, nor did he expect the Taoist Lord of Zixiao, even in remnants, to be so formidable. Never mind. The old man sighed deeply, remaining silent for a while. After a moment, the old man's expression shifted as he fixed his gaze on Qin Yang, causing him to feel uneasy before managing a smile. Young man, your honesty is commendable, but your strength is lacking. In the outside world, you may meet a grim fate. Thus, as a representative of the Taoist sect, I shall grant you entry into our ranks. However, before Qin Yang could respond, brilliance erupted in the distant sky, resembling a blazing sun, descending from the void with blinding radiance, sweeping across the land and transforming night into an endless day. The sun hung high in the sky, and a deep, resonant bell tolled, sending ripples visible to the naked eye across the atmosphere. The sun radiated with vigor, while the bell's sound was enigmatic, dispelling all evil. Above the tomb, dark clouds dispersed, and the ominous glow vanished, revealing countless massive guardian corpse beasts in their true forms. In an instant, the bell tolled again. Boom. The hundreds of guardian corpse beasts, any one of which could match the three formidable beings, were effortlessly reduced to dust in a heartbeat. Boom. The bell tolled once more, reversing the heavens and earth, as a ripple swept through, restoring everything to its original state. In that moment, the tomb lay entirely exposed. Without protection, should the bell toll again, it would likely crumble. The Haoyang sacred bell. The old man exclaimed in astonishment, then seemed to recall something. Chuckling with a hint of schadenfreude. The old relic of the Xiantian sacred sect is quite generous. However, even if they summon the Haoyang sacred bell, how many times can they toll it? Moreover, they underestimate the Taoist Lord of Zixiao. They will face dire consequences. The old man gleefully lifted Qin Yang into the air, casually molding a piece of white cloud into a cloud bed, tossing Qin Yang onto it before producing a table laden with food and wine, sitting down comfortably. Sit tight and enjoy the spectacle. Such a grand show is a rare occurrence. Senior, do you have enmity with the Xiantian sacred sect? None. The old man replied succinctly. Qin Yang was speechless. Was there really no grudge? Stop the chatter and watch closely. The old man replied impatiently, waving his hand without looking back. Boom. Another toll of the bell erupted, and the blazing sun in the high sky shimmered with crimson ripples, causing everything to retreat, banishing the evil aura. Even the air was forcibly pushed back, as if a massive void had suddenly opened, revealing the boundless starry sky beyond. In the ninth heaven, dark winds and brilliant thunder clashed, intertwined, forcibly enveloped by the crimson ripples, descending towards the tomb. From afar, it appeared as if the heavens were collapsing, casting everything into despair, as even the stones seemed to emit mournful cries as if facing their demise. Yet the tomb remained eerily silent, offering no response. As the cataclysmic force bore down upon it, poised to shatter it, the layer of crimson ripples carrying overwhelming might suddenly halted above the tomb. The ripples cascaded like crimson waves, continuously descending and accumulating power, but all remained suspended above the tomb, unable to advance further. After several breaths, the crimson ripples had coalesced into a vast sea of thunder and fire, surging with tumultuous waves, the accumulated divine power growing ever stronger, ready to unleash devastation upon everything in its path. However, the crimson ocean of thunder and fire began to rise slowly, as if an invisible force was lifting this cataclysmic expanse. As it ascended, a finger emerged from below, propelling the crimson sea upward. This finger appeared ordinary, resembling that of an average person, lacking any extraordinary attributes, devoid of divine light or intricate patterns, offering no signs of aberration. The crimson ocean continued to rise higher and faster, being forcefully swept toward the blazing sun. The blinding radiance enveloped the earth, and almighty power was drawn back, causing the sun to swell dramatically. Pop! A clear sound rang out as the divine light surrounding the sun burst like a bubble. In an instant, the tumultuous power erupted, unleashing raging winds and thunder, roaring incessantly as luminous waves surged forth, sweeping across the land like a cataclysmic tide. In a vast expanse, countless mountain peaks were reduced to powder in an instant, while a meandering river exploded into an infinite mist of water vapor. Clouds of dust and vapor swirled together, continuing their sweeping advance. In the sky, Qin Yang sat upon a cloud bed, his face a mask of astonishment. His gaze shimmered with divine light as he strained his vision, enduring the sting in his eyes, captivated by the overwhelming might before him, which filled him with a yearning for greatness. To live as a hero among men and to die as a formidable spirit is a noble pursuit, even in death. If remnants of one's essence linger, it is not everyone who can dare to defy the heavens. Tears streamed down Qin Yang's face as he could no longer bear the strain on his eyes, forcing them shut to ease the discomfort. When he opened them again, the blazing sun had vanished, leaving only a colossal bronze bell suspended in the sky. This ancient bell, resplendent in its copper hue, was adorned with countless carvings of fantastical beasts. The largest depicted a majestic bird with wings spread wide, its throat seemingly roaring, consuming all divine light and thunder with a single breath. The bell hung immovable as mountains, while the chaotic void around it was firmly subdued. Even when divine light was shattered, it remained unscathed. In an ephemeral moment, a finger pointed skyward, moving with an illusion of slowness yet crossing the void in an instant, striking the head of the giant bird carved upon the bell. With a soft pop, the bird's head shattered like a bubble, and the bell suddenly bore a gaping hole. A mournful wail echoed as the bell vanished, and the divine presence in the sky dissipated. The elder, with a triumphant laugh, remarked on the foolishness of the Qiantian sacred sect, reveling in the shattering of their treasured Haoyang bell, which contained the remnants of the golden crow's demon soul, a fate worse than death. The elder chuckled as he sipped his drink, his face aglow with satisfaction. Predecessor, there is no enmity between us. Is there really a need for this? Qin Yang felt speechless. While they bore no personal grudge against him, they were sworn enemies of his Taoist predecessors. In the past, his sect had faced great adversities, suffering grievously, with many of his forebears left wounded or worse. It was the greed of these scoundrels that led to the near destruction of his sect, with a preacher nearly killed by the Qiantian sect's treachery during a moment of vulnerability. The elder took another swig, seemingly appeased. Should one not seek vengeance? If I cannot defeat them, should I simply perish? His tone was resolute as he glanced at Qin Yang, as if judging his intelligence. Qin Yang felt a pang of frustration. It was clear to him that if the elder possessed sufficient strength, he would have shattered the gates of the Demon Stone sacred sect long ago, rather than merely lamenting past grievances. What does the Lord of Zixio intend to do? The elder's expression shifted to one of surprise and curiosity. After the Lord of Zixio punctured the Haoyang bell, the previously quiet tomb began to reveal its secrets, unleashing a sea of golden liquid. Beneath the tomb lay an immense and intricately structured black celestial wheel, resembling a colossal compass with layers upon layers of circles, adorned with twinkling stars against a dark backdrop. It resembled a complex star map. As the entire tomb ascended into the air, it trembled violently. With a thunderous roar, the sky quaked, and the earth rumbled as if a world had been struck. Following the resounding boom, many stars from the celestial wheel plummeted, transforming into streaks of light that shot outward in all directions. The treasure wheel of many jewels. The Lord of Zixio's treasure wheel. The elder's eyes sparkled with excitement, his voice trembling with anticipation. Young one, enjoy your drink. I shall seek treasures. Each star upon the treasure wheel is a spiritual artifact at the very least, with many being secret treasures. You may find your luck. Perhaps a few will fall in your direction. Before he could finish, he vanished. Another mighty explosion echoed as more stars rained down from the treasure wheel, each one bursting forth as shimmering streaks of light, creating a spectacle akin to a meteor shower, a dazzling display that nearly blinded Qin Yang with its brilliance. Truly, what wealth! Qin Yang mused, seated on his cloud bed, sipping his drink with a sigh of envy. He had only a vague understanding of how powerful the Lord of Zixi was, but now, witnessing the celestial display of spiritual light, he grasped the extent of his riches. Each streak of light represented at least one spiritual artifact, with many appearing extraordinarily potent, likely even more powerful treasures. Moreover, the elder mentioned that numerous secret treasures existed within, each possessing unique and wondrous capabilities. Even the lesser treasures held greater value than ordinary artifacts. In mere moments, thousands of artifacts had already scattered, captivating Qin Yang's attention, though he could only watch in wistful longing. Regrettably, his own strength was insufficient to pursue these treasures. He could only sit and drink, waiting for a treasure to unwittingly fall into his lap. Qin Yang lamented the missed opportunity of a grand feast that remained just beyond his reach. He pondered the reason behind the artifact's escape from the treasure wheel. Suddenly, a divine rainbow streaked by, swiftly pursuing one of the fleeing streaks of light. As the rainbow dissipated, a middle-aged cultivator clad in a Taoist robe emerged, clutching a quivering jade gourd, laughing heartily, a splendid treasure. Casting a glance at the figure of Qin Yang seated atop his cloud bed, the middle-aged cultivator turned and sped away in pursuit of additional artifacts. Qin Yang remained expressionless, his heart unperturbed. Any cultivator with clear sight could discern that the cloud bed was crafted from white clouds by someone of considerable power. In such a moment, one would need to be extraordinary, unafraid of offending the two sacred sects in the Wanong merchant group, to leisurely sit upon a cloud, sipping wine and watching the unfolding drama. The principal was undoubtedly absent, seeking treasures while leaving Qin Yang to wait as a mere junior, assured that no one would trouble him. Moreover, with so many treasures scattered, who would pay heed to a newly established cultivator? In the brief span of time, Qin Yang observed several individuals successfully capture their own treasures, each glowing with radiant light and presenting an exquisite appearance, igniting a fierce envy within him. Yet he could only indulge in the visual delight. "Ah, let us drink," he sighed, shaking his head as he lowered it to eat and drink, abandoning the notion of waiting for a treasure to come to him. Artifacts imbued with sentience often possessed instincts stronger than those of beasts, naturally gravitating towards fortune and avoiding peril. It was improbable for a blind artifact to collide with him. Once more, a sound of breaking air reached his ears. Qin Yang lifted his eyelids and casually glanced. A dim purple-gold streak of light hurtled toward him at an alarming speed, growing ever closer. "Oh no," Qin Yang exclaimed, a chill racing down his spine as danger engulfed him. With no time to think, he rolled off the cloud bed, narrowly evading the approaching threat. As the moment of descent approached, I turned to glance back, only to witness the cloud bed above being shattered by a streak of purplish-golden divine light. The already dim spiritual radiance was utterly obliterated, leaving behind only a dark object plummeting towards the earth. With a scowl, Qin Yang retrieved the purple crane ink talisman, summoning the purple crane to catch him as he soared towards the location where the shadowy mass was descending. Upon reaching the ground, a sizable pit lay before him, within which rested a massive hammer, its surface marred by charred blackness, lying silently. The hammer resembled a hybrid of a golden wine hammer and a conventional iron hammer, broad at both ends yet not perfectly rounded. Its surface was entirely blackened, devoid of any spiritual light, and the handle bore a distinct break, a damaged artifact. Qin Yang's expression darkened considerably. Not only had he narrowly escaped being crushed by this fallen treasure, but it was also irreparably ruined. How grim must his fate be? Could it be that after a stroke of good fortune, he was now destined for misfortune? In that moment, Qin Yang was consumed by a flurry of thoughts, pondering the implications of recent events. After all, he had received the Purple Cloud Tao scripture, and following the guidance of the Purple Cloud Tao Lord, he had even been bestowed with a strand of primordial purple energy. Had he exhausted all his luck, now to face a string of calamities? He couldn't shake the feeling that such a theory held some merit. Otherwise, why would he be so unfortunate? Suddenly, a divine rainbow descended before the pit, and the middle-aged cultivator he had previously encountered stepped forth. Upon seeing Qin Yang, he paused momentarily, then glanced skyward, noticing the absence of the cloud bed. A look of realization dawning upon his face. Previously, he had merely seen the artifact collide with something, unaware that it had struck the cloud bed. "Are you all right, little one? Where are your elders?" "The old man has gone after the treasure," Qin Yang replied, his expression darkening further. This fellow truly had a knack for opening old wounds. Unfazed, the middle-aged cultivator surveyed the broken hammer with a tinge of regret. This artifact must have been of considerable grade, yet alas, its internal prohibitions have shattered. The Tao patterns have dissipated, and even the spiritual light of its materials has vanished, rendering it nothing more than a hunk of scrap iron, unworthy of even being reforged. Shaking his head, the cultivator transformed once more into a divine rainbow, departing swiftly. Moments later, another cultivator descended, a squat figure with a pointed face and sunken cheeks, yet as round as a ball. He glanced at the sky, then at Qin Yang, a look of astonishment crossing his features. Upon realizing the hammer and Apos' trajectory had indeed intersected with the cloud bed, he shook his head in disappointment upon seeing the broken hammer and promptly took flight again. This sequence of events repeated several times, each new arrival echoing the sentiments of the last, leaving Qin Yang's countenance as dark as ink, his teeth gritting in frustration, as if he might bleed black. If only he possessed sufficient strength, he would have gladly dealt with these incessant nuisances on the spot. Were these people even human? Each one repeated the same monotonous statement. It was maddening. What a cruel twist of fate. At last, When no further cultivators descended, Qin Yang turned to leave. However, after taking just a few steps, he ground his teeth in irritation, pivoted, and leaped into the pit, grasping the broken handle of the hammer. He simply could not swallow his indignation. He was determined to retrieve this wretched hammer, to smelt it down and casually toss it into the latrine of whichever city he found himself in. It was surprisingly heavy. With the broken hammer stowed away in his storage pouch, Qin Yang stormed out of the pit. Just then, another cultivator flew overhead, pausing momentarily to peer down. And upon realizing the situation, he too departed with a bewildered expression. This was intolerable. Qin Yang seethed, nearly hopping in frustration. Qin Yang collected the broken-handled hammer and plopped down onto the ground, deciding to stay put and watch the spectacle unfold. He dared not take to the skies again, fearing another encounter with some careless rabbit-like artifact that might just lead him to his doom. With a heart heavy with trepidation, he prepared himself to flee at a moment's notice. In the distance, the multi-treasure wheel held aloft a royal tomb, resonating with a thunderous sound akin to a clap of thunder. Even from hundreds of miles away, the sound weighed heavily upon his chest, each reverberation feeling like a blow to his heart. The myriad stars cascading from the multi-treasure wheel seemed endless, igniting a fierce envy within Qin Yang. Indeed, the Lord of Purple Clouds was extravagantly wealthy. No wonder it was named multi-treasure. After a mere half-hour of waiting, an old man suddenly emerged from the void. Observing the rosy glow on the old man's face and the diminished wrinkles, Qin Yang surmised that the old man must have reaped significant rewards. "Elder, you must have had a bountiful harvest," he remarked. "Fairly average," the old man replied modestly. "I found 3 mediocre treasures and 1 secret artifact. The rest were merely trinkets." However, Qin Yang could see the glimmer of pride in the old man's eyes, and he nearly believed his words. Feeling somewhat disheartened, Qin Yang recalled the hammer that had nearly brought about his demise and promptly discarded it on the ground. "Elder, could you help me identify this item I just picked up?" he requested. "Ha ha ha, is this not the useless tool that shattered the cloud bed?" The old man laughed heartily, his mirth echoing for what felt like an eternity. Qin Yang's face darkened, perplexed by how the old man knew this, and he could only inwardly criticize him for laughing so long without fear of losing his breath. The multi-treasure wheel, the falling stars, and the abundance of treasures had already spread throughout the realm, and with the countless cultivators here seeking fortune, how could the old man remain oblivious? He seemed more delighted than if he had found a treasure himself. "Elder, please take another look. Perhaps those others were blind to the true treasure." Qin Yang pointed at the broken hammer, clinging to a glimmer of hope that his luck could not be so dire. No need to inspect further. This was indeed once a valuable item, far superior to the 3 treasures I found. Tragically, it has shattered, its patterns faded, its spirit light extinguished, rendering it utterly useless. If I am not mistaken, the material of this hammer is made from the fallen star steel from beyond the realm, immensely hard and not easily damaged. Alas, all that remains is this singular merit. Placed in the hands of a mortal blacksmith, it could serve well for forging, the old man explained. Perhaps it is a divine artifact in hiding. Qin Yang still refused to concede defeat. You know nothing. To put it plainly, this is nothing more than a worthless shell, incapable of being reforged or even having its materials refined, merely a piece of hard scrap metal. Despite his reluctance, Qin Yang's spirits sank completely. The old man had discerned the hammer's material with such clarity that he could no longer hold on to hope. "Very well. I shall keep it as a memento, considering it nearly ended my life. In the future, I may have tales to tell," he muttered to himself, dismissing his earlier harsh words as he sought solace. Ultimately, he still believed his luck could not be so unfortunate. "Young man, do not linger, let us depart." The old man shook his head, secretly mocking the youth for being unable to endure hardship. "No need to rush. There may yet be more hapless artifacts falling here. Why the urgency? Do you think that is why treasures from the multi-treasure will continue to plummet?" The old man continued. "That wheel is colliding with the heavens, attempting to shatter the void and escape. The Qiantian sacred sect has suffered greatly, and with the Lingai sacred sect nearby, along with the Wanong merchant group, they cannot simply stand idly by. Once the multi-treasure wheel dives into the depths of the sea, they will have no further gains. Isn't the current bounty enough? Mere spiritual artifacts, how could they desire them? The greatest treasure is the multi-treasure wheel itself. This wheel, also known as the 10,000 Laws Wheel, is adorned with every star crafted from the secret techniques of the Lord of Purple Clouds. When it rotates, it manifests myriad laws. It is said that this wheel was meticulously forged by the Lord of Purple Clouds to embody his path, a half-step Tao artifact. Once he merges those myriad stars into one, the multi-treasure wheel will ascend to true Tao artifact status, allowing him to soar through the heavens and dominate a realm. Such a pity, the old man lamented, filled with regret. As for the so-called artifacts, they are classified from bottom to top: law, spirit, treasure, and Tao, 4 great tiers. The first 3 can be forged by artisans. But only Tao artifacts, which dominate realms, can be created by powerful beings known as Tao Lords, who have endured countless years, continuously refining their paths to break the shackles of heaven and earth and achieve a timeless legacy. Regrettably, it has been many years since any new Tao artifact has appeared. All that is known now are relics from long ago, left by predecessors. Qin Yang finally understood why those in the secret realm were not rushing. Instead, they were pouring resources into the multi-treasure wheel after its emergence. Securing it would not only grant them a half-step Tao artifact, but also the teachings of the Lord of Purple Clouds. Suddenly, the old man's expression shifted dramatically. "We must flee," he exclaimed, seizing Qin Yang and making haste. "The old ones cannot wait any longer." In an instant, 2 blazing orbs appeared above the royal tomb, emanating an overwhelming aura that suppressed the surroundings. A profound might seemed to materialize from thin air, silencing all, halting the winds, and causing all creatures to bow down in fear, trembling in place, unable to flee. Ethereal rainbows descended from above, crushing the cultivators pursuing the treasures in an instant. Only the multi-treasure will continue to resonate with urgent thuds. With a low hum, the 2 radiant orbs unleashed beams of divine light, their immense power crashing down upon the royal tomb. A sharp crack echoed, and amid the blinding divine light, a pitch-black fissure emerged, swiftly tearing the heavens apart and revealing a vast expanse of void extending for hundreds of miles. The cataclysmic aftermath swept through the land, which had already been laid to waste, once again ravaging it. In the blink of an eye, the remnants of destruction settled, leaving no trace of dust or tremors. Hundreds of miles were reduced to powder, the overwhelming power rendering the area a silent desert, smooth as a mirror. At that moment, the multi-treasure wheel slipped into the void, vanishing in an instant. "Not good. We've fallen into their trap." A furious voice echoed from one of the luminous orbs. "We've been deceived." The divine light transformed into a radiant bridge, pursuing the multi-treasure wheel into the dark void. Yet, in just a breath's time, the 2 orbs emerged from the void, hovering in the sky, no longer pursuing, merely observing as the gaping hole slowly began to mend. Truly an extraordinary talent. Even in sudden demise, such foresight was laid. "We cannot claim our defeat unjustly," a long sigh escaped, the tone imbued with complexity, both regret and admiration. "The old fool has an abundance of artifacts, which is better than nothing. This time, our sect has suffered greatly." The Haoyang bell was forcibly summoned by the Lord of Purple Clouds, creating a massive hole that we do not know when we shall repair. What a significant loss it has been. The other individual concealed within the light spoke with palpable frustration before transforming into a streak of light, disappearing in an instant. Alas, a miscalculation. Another sigh escaped as yet another orb of light faded away, hundreds of miles away. An elderly man's eyes sparkled with vigilance as he urged Qin Yang to conceal themselves within the shadows of the world. A halo of light enveloped him, suggesting he was prepared for an all-out attack. "Senior, do we have enemies again?" Qin Yang felt a twinge of anxiety, secretly lamenting how many foes this old man had made in his sect. With the 3 Saint sect, it seemed there were either new grievances or old grudges. The name of the sect was indeed grand, yet it was one he had never heard of before. It was likely one that refused to submit to the 3 Saint sect, harboring significant animosity. Otherwise, why would this old man, upon encountering these 2 formidable beings, act like a startled bird, paralyzed in the shadows? Once the 2 powerful figures departed, the old man let out a quiet sigh of relief. He playfully tapped Qin Yang on the head, his face long as he said, "I hold no grudges against anyone. I am usually very righteous, benevolent, and charitable. Yet others may not be as amiable as I. This time, I have gained much. Who knows if those 2 ancient ones, after suffering defeat, might seek to snatch my treasures?" Qin Yang forced a smile. The old man's sincere words were hardly worth unmasking. His thoughts were consumed by the words of the Purple Cloud Tao Lord that had entered his mind when the heavenly treasure wheel vanished. Essentially, It conveyed that if the Sea Burial Tao Lord was still alive after all this time, he would certainly be aware of the chaos. He had ample time to come and obliterate me, and now, the absence of any response suggested only one possibility. The Sea Burial Tao Lord had perished, having once been inferior to me and now buried alongside me, dead more thoroughly than I. You, my fortunate friend, should hasten to shatter his tomb and lift his coffin lid. The secrets of the sea burial await you there. Upon hearing this, Qin Yang felt no stirrings within. Rather, he found it amusing. Digging up the grave of a titled Tao Lord was an act of utter madness. Previously, he might have entertained some notion of it, but now, he was simply aghast. This world was indeed terrifying, even those at the level of titled Tao Lords. Upon dying, did not do so completely, leaving behind remnants. Did they truly think themselves clever? One deceased could easily pierce a hole in the treasured artifact of the Qiankun sacred sect with a mere finger. To dig up another titled Tao Lord's grave was no laughing matter. After absorbing the final words left by the purple cloud Tao Lord, Qin Yang was left with a singular thought. His own safety was considerably enhanced. The purple cloud Tao Lord was indeed a peerless talent, one even the old man had not anticipated. The elder shook his head and gazed at the slowly mending heavens, sighing deeply. What? Qin Yang snapped back to reality, staring blankly at the old man. Previously, he had assumed the heavenly treasure will sought to traverse the void and escape to the deep sea. If it wished to flee, that was indeed the best course of action. Yet who would have thought it was not fleeing the void, but rather aiming to shatter the heavens and fracture the void? The many artifacts that had fallen earlier were the result of the heavenly treasure wheel striking the firmament. It could not have achieved this feat alone. The old man had not considered this possibility. And then? Qin Yang inquired, still perplexed. The elder observed Qin Yang with an expression of scornful pity. What you fail to grasp is merely a matter of a few movements. Your lack of understanding is entirely normal. This time, the elder refrained from berating Qin Yang, stroking his beard with a proud expression. After shattering the heavens and fracturing the void, one departs this world, vanishing into the infinite void. Throughout history, many powerful beings have sought to explore the endless void, yet regardless of their strength, they have all become lost within, never to return. The purple cloud Tao Lord is deceased. He no longer cares whether he is lost, but those two do not possess the courage to pursue him. The elder spoke slowly, his face adorned with admiration. Few could discern the key points of this occurrence. Prior to it, no one would have foreseen such a turn of events. Moreover, had it not been in this location, even with the assistance of those two, they would not have been able to so easily shatter the heavens and fracture the void. As the old man spoke, a hint of pride crossed his face as he glanced at Qin Yang. Please, enlighten me, senior. Qin Yang felt a sense of futility. He recognized the old man was merely showing off, seeking someone to play along. Such secrets, had it not been for my sect's extensive heritage, would be unknown to ordinary folk. I tell you this, consider yourself fortunate. Do you know where we are? Huliang. Indeed, we are in Huliang. However, few mortals living here are aware it is but an island. It is said that eons ago, during the most glorious of ancient times, there were countless strong beings, divine mountains and islands. Among them was a divine island called Huliang, which served as a crucial link among other divine mountains and islands. For reasons unknown, it was shattered into countless fragments, one of which fell here, becoming what is now Huliang Island. Is that true? How should I know? Such secrets have been passed down, and their credibility holds some weight. After all, this land beneath our feet is part of the 13 states of Huliang. And thousands of years ago, it was one of the main routes leading to other realms, known as the 8 Directions Convergence. Here, the heavens are relatively weak, requiring less power to shatter the firmament. It is likely that the purple cloud Tao Lord chose to inter himself here for this very reason. Truly powerful beings can change the world with a mere gesture, Qin Yang mused as he sat atop the cloud bed, reflecting on the desolate landscape below. A barren desert devoid of life. The clouds above appeared to glide around the wasteland, avoiding it altogether. Days ago, this place had been a lush expanse of mountains and greenery, teeming with countless creatures, with millions of mortals inhabiting the area now turned into desert. Yet, in the span of mere days, all cities had been uprooted by the Demon Stone Sacred Sect's mountain-moving generals, and even the more fortunate mountains had been removed. What remained was a scene of devastation, soon to be further ravaged by the aftermath of the two powerful figures' clash, transforming it into a silent wasteland. As he soared out of the desert, verdant landscapes gradually reappeared, and Qin Yang couldn't help but marvel at the madness of the Demon Stone Sacred Sect. Ignoring the desert, he had flown hundreds of miles, yet not a single decent mountain could be seen, with none rising above 500 zhang. From above, all that remained were pits left by the uprooted mountains, the spiritual energy depleted, and life nearly extinguished. What was once a bountiful land now lay in ruins, marred by unsightly scars. What is that? Qin Yang paused, noticing a small range of mountains not far ahead. These peaks were not high, just days ago. They would have been considered mere exquisite hills amid a sea of mountains, neither steep nor towering. Yet now, amidst the ravaged earth, this modest range stood out remarkably. Upon the mountains sat ancient, natural buildings, seemingly adorned within the hills, not appearing out of place but rather blending seamlessly with the landscape. In the air, streams of luminous rainbows traversed, with several powerful figures suspended above, their hands weaving intricate seals, divine light cascading from their fingertips. At the center of the group, an open celadon pot hung suspended in midair, its mouth directed downward. Celadon light surged forth like a tide, gradually enveloping a mountain peak below. Moments later, the earth trembled as the mountain was shrouded in azure light, rising from the ground, shrinking continuously until, with a final sweep of the celadon light, it vanished into the pot. Hiki, this is the entrance of the Wuliang Dao Academy. They have truly fallen into misfortune. It is no longer feasible to stay here, and they must relocate. The old man peered out and could not help but chuckle with a sense of schadenfreude. Do they bear a grudge against you? They're unworthy to hold a grudge against me, the old man declared haughtily, clearly disdainful. What reason do you have to revel in their misfortune if there is no enmity? Qin Yang furrowed his brow, pondering whether this old man might be somewhat psychologically unbalanced. Is he unable to tolerate the success of others? Who is reveling in their misfortune? I simply believe that the Ling Tai Xingzong has not reaped substantial gains this time, yet they have to arrange a new entrance for the Wuliang Dao Academy. It is bound to cost them dearly. If they remain indifferent, the hearts of the people will scatter. Qin Yang nodded in agreement, feeling a twinge of sympathy for the Wuliang Dao Academy. They have indeed encountered a stroke of bad luck. Even though they possess the method of transferring the world within a pot, allowing them to take their mountains along, there are some things that cannot be moved, such as the once pristine environment here. Previously, this place was lush with vegetation and rich in spiritual energy. Now, only the remaining mountain peaks linger, their spiritual essence depleted, awaiting inevitable demise. Some may find ways to transport their resources, yet they would suffer great losses in vitality and power. It is akin to those painstakingly cultivated spiritual fields. If they are moved, they will not be destroyed, but their quality will certainly diminish. Cultivating a high-quality spiritual field requires immense time and effort, with generations tirelessly nurturing and cultivating it to enhance its value. Young man, have you made your decision? Join my sect, and all manner of secret arts and techniques will be at your disposal. As long as you can comprehend them, I shall offer no resistance. Everything in the scripture repository is yours to explore at will. Furthermore, my sect advocates for a hands-off approach, devoid of excessive rules. As long as you do not stab me in the back. Senior, Qin Yang felt overwhelmed. Even before leaving the desert, the old man had brought up past matters, draining his desire to continue competing for those scattered spiritual artifacts. Every day, he found opportunities to coax him. Yet the terms were generous and sincere, leaving Qin Yang utterly at a loss. Moreover, any artifact you desire is yours for the taking. Even a spiritual tool can be granted to you, chosen at your discretion. As for a treasured artifact, it is not that I refuse you, but rather that you would be unable to utilize it. You may take your time to consider, or accompany me to the entrance and then decide. The fact that I find you pleasing to the eye grants you this special treatment that others do not receive. The old man's sincerity was palpable, and it was impossible for Qin Yang not to feel touched. He was neither kin nor ally to the old man. Yet, upon seeing him possess a treasure, he did not seize it by force but instead assisted him in entering the tomb. Were it not for the old man, alone, he would have perished countless times and could never have returned the precious jade. Subsequently, he had protected him while navigating through chaotic circumstances. Countless spiritual artifacts had fallen from the treasures of the multitude, and as time passed, all manner of creatures emerged. Not everyone was amiable. There could easily be skilled assassins passing by, ready to eliminate him. Or perhaps someone with unique secret techniques could discern the treasures within his storage pouch. Now, the old man spoke kindly and sincerely, inviting a mere fledgling cultivator like Qin Yang to join his sect. To reach such a level of acceptance was quite rare, and Qin Yang was not so ungrateful as to ignore it. As the old man continued, Qin Yang felt a resolution forming within him. He rose, adjusted his attire, and bowed deeply. "Master, please accept this disciple's bow." Haraha. The old man was overjoyed, his face beaming with delight. After Qin Yang bowed 3 times, he quickly helped him up, exclaiming, "Good, very good. Once we return to the sect, you shall pay respects to our ancestors, and that will mark your entry into my sect. Remember well, my surname is Wei, my name Feng. And my courtesy name is Cheng Shi. I am a preacher of the Tao. Master, actually, my name is Qin Yang. Yudo was just a spontaneous fabrication." Qin Yang chuckled awkwardly, feeling somewhat embarrassed to speak the truth. "Not bad, not bad. Your surname is Qin, your name Yang, and your courtesy name is Yuda. It seems you are indeed fated to join my Tao sect." The old man laughed heartily, gazing at Qin Yang with a glimmer in his eyes, as if lost in thought, his joy manifesting in lively gestures. Qin Yang remained silent, feeling an inexplicable unease. Wei Feng, Wei Chengshi. The old man's spiteful nature seemed ill-suited for such a grandiose name. As he pondered this discrepancy, the old man suddenly stood, pointing toward the distant horizon. "Disciple, that is where the entrance lies." There, divine light soared into the sky like a colossal pillar standing between heaven and earth, the rich spiritual energy transforming into dense mist that floated across the sky. From afar, one could sense an extraordinary atmosphere. At that moment, the true appearance of the sect was not visible, yet one could catch a glimpse of its magnificence. Qin Yang gazed towards the horizon, his face filled with astonishment. From a single glimpse, one could infer the entirety. Such an aura, though perhaps not on par with the Hu Liangsan Xingzong, was certainly not far behind. It was no wonder that the old man harbored enmity with so many yet lived so well, reveling in the misfortunes of others. The cloud bed drifted slowly, revealing an increasing array of landscapes. The mountains loomed majestically, stretching endlessly like dragons coiling upon the earth, their foliage lush and diverse, greens and reds, vibrant hues in abundance. Among the trees, one could faintly discern the hidden presence of beasts, their roars and birdsong resounding continuously. Observing the scene, one could immediately sense a surge of vitality rushing forth, though still far from the entrance. The spiritual beauty of the mountains and the richness of the land far surpassed the 3 mountains outside Qinglin City. Moreover, this was not merely 3 peaks but a series of mountain ranges, some spanning 100 miles in length, others stretching thousands of miles across. Between these ranges lay cities, arranged like chess pieces, orderly and scattered, interconnected by winding waterways, resembling a grand net that linked all the cities together. Flying a mere 500 miles, Qin Yang casually counted and discovered nearly 100 cities, leaving him secretly astonished. To sustain such a multitude of cities within such a small area indicated an abundance of resources and fertile land far beyond his expectations. Furthermore, this was merely what he had observed along the way, considering the other directions of the sect. It seemed that the area radiating from the sect could easily support a population of over 1 million. Most importantly, the audacity to establish such a significant population so close to the sect indicated an extraordinary level of confidence, either in their ability to deter attackers or in their capability to repel foes from a great distance. Regardless of the reason, it underscored one undeniable truth: the sect's strength was formidable. As one ventured 300 miles further, the next cities encountered were under the control of cultivators, filled with bustling shops. Within a radius of 10,000 miles, all produced resources were available, even if something was missing. Merchant caravans would bring in resources from other areas for exchange. Beyond these cities governed by cultivators lay the entrance itself. Time had passed since their departure, and he wondered how things were within the sect. The old man gazed towards the horizon, his tone tinged with an eagerness to return home. Qin Yang nodded, a hint of yearning appearing on his face. Having become a disciple, a stronger sect was undoubtedly preferable. It was indeed more comfortable to seek shade under a large tree. He had already experienced this firsthand, just a few days ago, when he was nearly struck to death by a massive hammer. If those high-flying cultivators had not known he had an elder to rely on, it was unlikely that they would have been so accommodating. As they drew closer, Qin Yang's view sharpened, and his sensations intensified. The radiant beam he had observed earlier was not the divine light soaring from within the entrance, but an astounding grand formation set up by someone, tearing apart the brilliance cast by the blazing sun. The essence of the sun, after cascading down, transformed into swirling clouds, which then morphed into a downpour of radiant light. As the light rain fell incessantly, it was evident that within the entrance, spiritual energy continually overflowed, resembling mist that expanded outward. "What is this?" Qin Yang's eyes widened in astonishment. He was genuinely taken aback by the overflowing rich spiritual energy. This was the formidable power of the spirit-gathering formation, which absorbed the essence of the sun and moon, as well as the brilliance of the stars, transforming them into spiritual energy that symbolizes the vitality of all living things. This energy flows continuously, not only sustaining the cultivation of practitioners but also nourishing the earth, ensuring that the vitality of the region does not diminish but rather grows stronger. The resources nurtured in such an environment are inexhaustible and may even give rise to more potent treasures. Those who dwell in such surroundings will see their descendants become increasingly gifted over generations. The spirit-gathering formation is not merely about collecting surrounding spiritual energy. Such ignorance. That is known as the spirit-seizing formation, and only the short-sighted would recklessly deplete a region's potential. True sects establish spirit-gathering formations, which only fortify their foundations over time, allowing for a long-lasting legacy that is their true heritage. How enlightening. Qin Yang couldn't help but marvel. The distinction in the foundational strength of various sects becomes apparent through this singular aspect. If the Unlimited Tao Academy possessed such depth, there would be no need for them to relocate. Within a few decades, the area would return to its former glory. Of course, if they had such a foundation, the Demon Stone Holy Sect would not have been so deranged as to uproot the mountains before their gates. Qin Yang was captivated, observing everything around him. Though he felt a twinge of regret at not being able to see inside upon approaching, he could not discern whether it was the formation that conjured the mist or if the spiritual energy was so dense that it morphed into a shroud of vapor. Everything within the mountain gate was obscured from view. He could only faintly sense a great terror lurking within the mist. Entering would undoubtedly mean certain death. Moreover, there was an ominous presence in the air, far more potent than the one concealed within the fog. Despite his overwhelming curiosity, Qin Yang suppressed his desire to explore. Formations are not like people. They possess no rationale, and encountering danger would certainly lead to demise. Let us go? After a round of exploration, he wondered if there had been any changes within the sect. The old man grasped Qin Yang's shoulder and leaped from the clouds, stepping forth into the shadows of the world. However, not long after, a hint of confusion arose in Qin Yang's eyes. The direction seemed somewhat amiss. The path to the mountain gate did not appear to lead this way. Had he misjudged? The thought fleetingly vanished as he saw the old man guiding him into the mist. Qin Yang dismissed his doubts, secretly lamenting that perhaps he was simply mistaken. This might be the effect of the mountain guarding formation, obscuring his vision due to his insufficient acuity. After walking for a while, an alarm rang in Qin Yang's mind. Every hair on his body stood on end, and beads of cold sweat began to form. Even while traversing the shadows of the world, he sensed an overwhelming danger surrounding him, as if the slightest misstep would result in a fatal blow. Qin Yang stiffened, refraining from making any sudden movements, allowing the old man to lead him forward, all the while scanning the surroundings. Outside appeared lush and vibrant, teeming with life. Yet, when he channeled his true essence to observe again, he saw countless intricate patterns woven throughout the realm. The trees were adorned with a myriad of runes, and the entire world seemed ensnared by an invisible net. Beneath the shifting divine light lay hidden perils, and even the slightest disturbance might trigger an overwhelming catastrophe. What was before him was not a mountain gate, but rather an unparalleled array of lethal traps. Qin Yang's heart raced. After only a brief glance, his eyes grew weary, and his mind felt foggy. He quickly closed his eyes, unwilling to gaze any longer. These runes, forming an exceptionally dangerous formation, were far too complex and profound for him to comprehend. After a moment, as he reopened his eyes, he saw the old man moving gracefully through the deadly array, as if dancing with blades. Qin Yang was filled with questions but dared not voice them, fearful of distracting the old man. Was their sect's mountain gate truly this perilous? Moreover, upon returning to his own sect, would it necessitate such cautious navigation? Or was this a unique tradition of the sect? In a haze of confusion, Qin Yang refrained from asking further, biting back his curiosity until they had traversed the treacherous formation. Unable to contain himself, he finally spoke. Master, what is going on? Is this unconventional route a characteristic of our sect? Who said that? We are currently proceeding through the main entrance. Refrain from chatter and be cautious not to attract attention. We are almost at the mountain gate, the old man asserted with righteous conviction, seemingly oblivious to the underlying issues in his statement. Cautious of what? Qin Yang felt increasingly uneasy, a foreboding sensation growing stronger within him. Before he could voice his concerns, the scene before him abruptly transformed. Ahead loomed a barren, dark mountain peak, standing lonely and desolate, reminiscent of a solitary grave, suffused with an air of decay. Surrounding the mountain were towering peaks, majestic and steep, their summits lush with verdant foliage. The stark contrast between the vibrant life and the oppressive stillness was strikingly apparent. The barren mountain emanated an aura devoid of vitality, while the surrounding peaks were enveloped in swirling mists, flowing like a relentless tide into the central desolate mountain. It seemed as if a colossal beast, insatiably devouring vitality, opened its yawning maw to consume the dense spiritual energy that permeated the air. Master, could this possibly be the location of our mountain gate? Qin Yang inquired, his expression one of incredulity and disbelief. Not at all. That's a relief. Qin Yang exhaled deeply, nearly frightened to death. We haven't reached the mountain gate yet. The old man appeared entirely unfazed, almost causing Qin Yang to choke on his own breath. Qin Yang inwardly sighed, his heart racing with uncertainty. Suddenly, the old man grasped Qin Yang and swiftly maneuvered through the shadows of the world, darting about with no clear pattern. In no time, from within the barren black mountain, a towering skeletal beast's head emerged, resembling an apparition. Following this, two massive bony wings unfurled, and the skeletal creature soared from the mountain, patrolling the vicinity. This beast, entirely composed of white bones, resembled a colossal bird in structure, yet its head bore a resemblance to that of a crocodile or a dragon. Its tail featured an enormous, thick bony appendage, and its bones shimmered with a jade-like luster, intricately inscribed with countless runes. Endless symbols burning with black fire flickered in and out of its skeletal form, as if alive. As it spread its wings, faint echoes of wailing spirits could be heard in the air, and its eyes emitted dark beams, scanning the area surrounding the black mountain. Do not look. The old man commanded sharply in Qin Yang's mind, swiftly covering his eyes. He then propelled them into the air. In the next moment, the skeletal beast abruptly turned its head, its dark beams sweeping across the vicinity, searching the very spot where they had concealed themselves. Any area illuminated by those dark rays lost its color, transforming into shades of black and white, including their shadow, which dissipated entirely. After sweeping the area and finding nothing amiss, the beast continued its patrol before diving back into the mountain, disappearing without a trace. Master, what was that? Cough. Well? The old man wore a slightly awkward expression, pausing for a moment before indignantly exclaiming, That's just the demon stone holy sect's doing. It's merely a trivial conflict, yet they dispatched these patrolling skeletal beasts to surveil us day and night outside our mountain gate. Master, since I have already become your disciple, you should tell me the truth now, right? Qin Yang elongated his face, exuding an air of utter desolation. Now, having seen through the facade, the beautiful wish of being supported by a flock of ancient guardians in moments of grievance had dissipated like a mirage. Yet, these matters seemed trivial. What truly mattered was the knowledge that this celestial bone beast was once the steed of a venerable ancestor of the Demon Stone sacred sect. After its demise, it underwent a transformation into the celestial bone beast, whose divine radiance, emanating from its eyes, is particularly effective against the Lingshu Strider. Even though his master had mastered the Lingshu Strider to perfection, traversing the shadows of the world, the risk of being discovered remained. Furthermore, this bone beast possessed acute senses. One must not gaze directly into its eyes, for in solitude, one would undoubtedly be no match for it. The old man shifted the topic, and Qin Yang, disinterested in probing further, turned his gaze towards the horizon. There, a colossal figure loomed in the sky, bearing two mountain peaks as it approached, and upon nearing, it placed the peaks upon the ground. The mountain-bearing deity of the Demon Stone sacred sect? The old man fell silent, gripping Qin Yang firmly as they trudged towards the Black Mountain. Upon reaching its foot, they encountered an inconspicuous black jade archway, modest in height. Upon the archway were inscribed 4 flamboyant characters, Tomb of the Ancestors of the Demon Stone. Qin Yang felt a wave of darkness wash over him. The path ahead appeared bleak and foreboding. The old man, without uttering a word, waved his arm, enveloping Qin Yang in his essence, swiftly leading him through the archway and into the Black Mountain. In an instant, the barren Black Mountain vanished from sight, along with the towering emerald peaks surrounding them. Before them lay a somber sky, shrouded in gloom, the earth cloaked in darkness, dotted with variously sized tombs that extended into the deepest shadows. The nearest tomb resembled a mere hillock, yet as they ventured inward, the scene transformed dramatically. Massive tombs loomed like mountains, some devouring light, others radiating malevolence. Ominous clouds of death arose in plumes, while from some tombs emanated a terrifying aura, with treasures glowing above, suppressing the malevolence beneath. The ancestral tomb of the Demon Stone sect is best avoided. Over the years, many ancestors of the Demon Stone have been interred here, some having transformed into ominous entities that even the sect must suppress with great reluctance. Deep within this ancestral tomb, not even the current sect master would dare to venture recklessly. Only those whose lifespans are nearly at an end would willingly delve into its depths, risking their lives for the possibility of uncovering insights. Should they succeed, they too might find themselves entombed within. The old man rambled on, dragging the voiceless and immobile Qin Yang swiftly past the edges of the tombs until they reached the banks of a shadowy river. With a leap, they descended into the river, allowing it to carry them downstream. In but a moment, the tombs receded from view, and the shadowy river propelled them forward at great speed. Shortly thereafter, the waters churned, and a massive white serpent, several yards thick, emerged, lifting them onward. This is the revered guardian beast of our mountain gate, the Emperor White Serpent. To enter or exit the mountain gate, one must be guided by it. Otherwise, even I might lose my way in the depths of this mysterious river. The secrets of this place are profound, and I shall elaborate later. For now, simply remember this. The serpent bore them along for the duration of an incense stick's burn, before it twisted its body and leapt from the shadowy river, revealing another realm steeped in ominous energy. Before them stood two converging peaks, with a sizable entrance left at their center, above which were inscribed two crooked characters, Thief's Gate. Upon seeing these characters, Qin Yang's vision darkened, nearly causing him to faint. Memories of past events flashed through his mind, accompanied by the rumors he had heard recently, echoing as if resurrected from the depths of his consciousness, compounded by the old man's previous words. Qin Yang could only feel a wave of bitterness rising in his throat, nearly bringing forth blood. The path and the Thief's Gate. His initial reaction had been correct. The true reality had been denied by him from the very beginning. Little did he anticipate that the old man Wei Changshi would deceive him to this extent. While his words bore a semblance of honesty, amidst 100 statements, only the most crucial one was false. The distinction between the path and the thief lay in a single character, causing the truth spoken to transform into two disparate matters. No wonder the relations with the Demon Stone sect were strained. They had merely been minor disputes until now. They had even invited the sect master's mentor out from the ancestral tomb to bask in the sun. It was a wonder relations could improve. It was no surprise that the old man could not bear to see others prosper, reveling in misfortune. For any other sect would likely have no fondness for the Thief's Gate. Naturally, the old man held them in disdain as well. Regaining control of his body, Qin Yang wore a troubled expression, muttering, "Master, is it possible to become your disciple without joining the sect?" Having failed to find a sturdy tree for shade, he now found himself grasping at a lightning rod, becoming a target wherever he went. Currently, he was aware that the Huliang Three Saints sect had enmity with the Thief's Gate. Desiring not to join a sect was one thing. The old man had previously assured him that their sect had no strictures. The rules of old had long since been lost to history. As long as he did not betray his master, he could act against any member of the Thief's Gate he deemed unsatisfactory. As long as he could withstand retaliation, his master would be amused by the spectacle. Now, should he wish to depart, no one would stop him. The old man wore a grin that revealed his teeth, standing with his hands tucked away, clearly awaiting the unfolding drama. As Qin Yang glanced back, he saw the Emperor White Serpent in the shadowy river, grinning and chuckling, its green vertical pupils glinting with mockery and amusement. As it laughed, it submerged into the river, disappearing from view. Qin Yang's countenance darkened. Having boarded a pirate ship, he now wished to disembark. Such thoughts were futile. The fleeting desire to leave vanished, and Qin Yang sighed deeply, realizing that escaping would not be easy. He must first have the Emperor White Serpent as his guide, then traverse the ancestral tomb of the Demon Stone, all while evading the celestial bone beast, and finally cross the protective grand formation of the Demon Stone sect, to truly emerge from the majority of peril. My dear disciple, remain here and cultivate diligently. I have expended considerable effort to discover this place. There is no better or safer location within the entirety of Huliang. Its wonders are beyond description. The old man, brimming with pride, ambled forward, hands tucked into his sleeves. Qin Yang followed closely behind, his face still shadowed with displeasure. Having pledged his allegiance to a master, he naturally would not regret it. He was well aware of how the old man treated him and had a clear understanding of the nature of the Thief's Gate. After all, rumors are merely whispers. At present, he felt a sense of indignation for having been so thoroughly deceived by the old man. This place, shrouded in mystery, was not well understood even by the Demon Stone sect. It was said that long ago, a demon stone fell from the heavens, landing here. This stone, of unknown origin, not only pierced the boundaries of realms, but also left behind remnants of its power, capable of breaching several undiscovered secret realms. Regrettably, these realms became irreparably damaged due to the stone's intrusion, a lamentable fate. Thus, the founders of the Demon Stone sect devised a great formation to absorb the essence of the sun and moon, the brilliance of the stars, refining it into spiritual energy, which continuously flowed through the openings created by the stone, with the hope of one day revitalizing these shattered secret realms and transforming them into the formidable foundation of the Demon Stone sect. Alas, despite the passage of many years, little progress had been made. The first layer was the tomb of the ancestors we previously traversed. Further down, through the labyrinthine shadowy river, lies the second layer, where we currently reside. This layer, replete with fragments of secret realms, houses the mountain gate of the Thief's Gate, nestled within an undiscovered fragment, making it the safest haven imaginable. Above, spiritual energy pours down ceaselessly, and with a bit of skill, one could attract a significant portion of this energy. The old man spoke animatedly, his face alight with pride, as he gestured while walking. Upon crossing the mountain gate, what lay behind was an ethereal sanctuary, a veritable paradise. The sun, an unknown entity, hung high in the sky, casting its fierce rays upon a verdant landscape adorned with lush greenery. Ethereal mists descended from above, occasionally coalescing into a gentle rain due to the overwhelming aura of spiritual energy. Venturing further inward, one would encounter meticulously arranged spiritual fields, crisscrossed by pathways, suffused with the fragrance of medicinal herbs. As the spiritual rain fell, these fields became increasingly fertile at an almost visible pace, pulsating with potent spiritual energy. Within these fields, various spiritual herbs grew densely, akin to a field of wheat, overwhelming to behold. Such extravagance was utterly reckless. What sect would squander resources so thoughtlessly, amassing such an abundance of spiritual energy only to waste it? If even 1/10 of it could be harnessed, it would be considered a remarkable achievement. The rest would be entirely squandered. Yet, who could resist such bountiful energy? We would temporarily establish our base here, a location unsuspected by others. As long as we refrain from disturbing the ancestral tomb of the Demon Stone sacred sect, they cannot delve too deeply into our affairs. Their own explorations are yet to fully uncover the first layer. A dry chuckle escaped Qin Yang's lips, no matter how grandly he spoke. It was undeniable that the thief sect had fallen into disarray, bereft of even a proper base. Their residence had been acquired through stealth, and the disciples were but deceived recruits. Qin Yang harbored little hope for the thief sect, merely wishing that in his future travels he would not be recognized, lest he be mercilessly struck down by the prejudiced hands of powerful foes. Come, let us first pay homage to our ancestors and formally initiate you into the sect. The old man, in good spirits, grasped Qin Yang's shoulder and, with a flicker, appeared at the entrance of a dilapidated shrine, barely 10 feet high. The shrine, constructed of an indeterminate material, was cloaked in a grayish hue, marred by countless scars, bearing the marks of time. Standing before it, an overwhelming sense of desolation, sorrow, an indomitable spirit washed over Qin Yang, submerging his consciousness. His awareness, hazy and indistinct, traversed the distorted river of light, ascending against the current. Uncertain how much time had passed, a tapestry of images began to unfold. In an ancient world, a colossal demon with 3 heads and 6 arms towered imposingly. This demon, imbued with immeasurable strength, treated mountains as mere playthings, capable of draining entire rivers with a single breath and devouring all life within a mountain with a casual grasp. Behind this beast stood a man, no taller than 7 feet, with a third eye upon his forehead. He followed the demon with trepidation, meticulously observing its patterns and combat style, etching his findings onto animal hide. As time passed, and the hide filled with inscriptions, he tattooed the remaining records onto his own body. When the demon finally vanished, the man was left covered in scars, his final inscription etched upon his forehead in ancient script. Though Qin Yang did not comprehend these characters, the last few words conveyed an unmistakable meaning. 3 heads, 6 arms. The scene shifted to the peak of a snowy mountain, where a resplendent giant bird, shimmering like crystal, perched motionless, its wings enveloping its head. The vibrant colors of its aura gradually faded. Time flowed, and the majestic bird's presence faded into a mere ice sculpture. Meanwhile, atop a nearby mountain, an elderly man, cloaked in snow and wind, gazed intently at the long-fallen crystal bird, his eyes shining like stars. Days turned to nights, and after countless cycles, the remains of the giant bird slowly dissolved, transforming into a spectrum of radiant colors that soared into the sky. At that moment, the old man, who had stood immobile for years, suddenly retrieved the animal hide, inscribing strange symbols and ancient characters with his own blood. Once completed, he rolled up the hide and inscribed 2 ancient characters upon its surface. Again, Qin Yang grasped their meaning instantly, transformed into a rainbow. Visions continued to flash before him, each unveiling bizarre entities, demons, exotic beasts, humanoid aliens, and even formless beings. Each time, a variety of individuals recorded their findings in an incomprehensible script. Qin Yang, however, could only grasp the essence of their most critical names. Some met their demise as they completed their records, others perished midway. Countless souls ventured forth, paving a path with their lives, every stone stained with the blood of beasts, humans, and even bones. Qin Yang stood transfixed, witnessing the flow of images, his spirit trembling as he glimpsed the distant past, when ancestors, in a state of primal savagery, desperately sought ways to augment their strength, trading blood and bones for the renowned techniques and secrets of their descendants. After an indeterminate period, all images faded, yet Qin Yang remained motionless, his eyes vacant, his consciousness lingering in a state of disarray. In the dawn of antiquity, who conveyed the teachings? Before form took shape, how could one seek the truth? In obscurity and darkness, who could reach the end? In the wings of the phoenix, how could one discern? The old man, eyes half closed and countenance solemn, intoned as if a grand bell, posing inquiries to the heavens, his voice imbued with desolation and sorrow. Qin Yang gradually returned to awareness, his gaze complex as he regarded the shrine's entrance, silently listening to the old man's chant. After a considerable time, the elder's voice grew hoarse, his forceful cries gradually subsiding. They stood there, motionless, outside the shrine, both absorbed in their thoughts. In the primordial era, who conveyed the teachings? Perhaps now, no one remembers. The first techniques, the first secrets, the first divine abilities, even the first artifacts, were all obtained by the forebears of the thief sect, those nameless ancestors who sacrificed everything, their very essence, to secure these legacies. Who remembers? The old man's voice cracked, filled with anguish, as he emitted a low, powerless roar. No one remembers. They are unaware that the divine ability of 3 heads, 6 arms originated from demons, a technique birthed from the necessity to consume and compete for sustenance. They do not know that the nearly ubiquitous transform into a rainbow technique traces back to an ancient giant bird, whose body returned to the cosmos after its demise. A legacy secured by an ancestor who perished atop the mountain, holding steadfast solely through willpower, thus stealing the vital essence. They have forgotten that the thief sect pilfered not merely for gain, but for survival, for the future. All that remains is the knowledge that the thief sect is a malevolent force, condemned for its past sins, eradicated eons ago. The truth is lost, unacknowledged, and disregarded. All that is known is that the thief sect is a scourge, deserving of obliteration. The old man, eyes tightly shut, trembled, enveloped in silence. After a while, he finally opened his eyes and placed a reassuring hand on Qin Yang's shoulder. You may enter now, pay homage to our ancestors. After countless millennia, you are the sole descendant to inherit the ancient scriptures, albeit incomplete. Nevertheless, your foundation is solid, far surpassing others. I have witnessed countless talented youths, yet none can compare to you in this regard. A towering edifice must begin with a solid foundation, only then can one venture further, provided you select your subsequent techniques wisely. Master, Qin Yang opened his mouth to speak, but was halted by the old man's raised hand. Rest assured, there are few in this world who can discern your mastery of the purple cloud scripture. The old man admits that there was indeed a degree of personal ambition in luring you into the fold. However, I do not expect you to restore the former glory of the thieves' sect, for such a resurgence is no longer necessary. Nor do I seek vengeance on behalf of the sect. That is not your burden. My only request is that you carry forth the legacy of the thieves' sect in the future. Master, Qin Yang felt a pang in his heart, momentarily at a loss for words. Go forth. Thousands of years ago, the thieves' sect was utterly annihilated, and all our texts were seized. We, the descendants, are indeed unworthy of the illustrious name and accomplishments of our ancestors. For millennia, The legacy has endured solely through deception and subterfuge. We have long lost the face to enter the ancestral hall and pay respects to our forebears. You are different. You are the chosen successor, and I shall make an exception to allow you entry." Qin Yang fell silent, pondering deeply. After a long while, he suddenly knelt before the ancestral hall, bowing in reverence. "I need not enter, for I shall never be a good person, nor can I claim the merits of my ancestors, nor possess their sentiments. Therefore, it is better that my unworthy self does not appear before them, lest they find no peace." "You." The old man gazed at Qin Yang with a complex expression. After a long sigh, he gently patted Qin Yang's shoulder, expressing his relief. "Your awareness brings me comfort. To be a good person, one must be supported by strength, unless one ascends to the title of Tao monarch. It is prudent to learn the necessary skills of deception and grave robbing to live longer and journey further." Qin Yang was somewhat taken aback. "Is this truly how one instructs their disciple? What are you looking at? Do you think my words are erroneous? Do you think our survival over the past several millennia was achieved through kindness? We have taken in many virtuous souls, yet they all perish tragically, deceived by others. We have also recruited ruthless individuals, almost demonically so, yet they met with even worse fates. Only you, who are willing to sacrifice your dignity, may not succumb to the folly of being easily deceived. Only such a path ensures a longer life." Qin Yang found himself at a loss for words. Is this praise or criticism? The old man continued to impart his teachings for a full half-hour. Qin Yang felt as though he were drenched in icy water, nearly overwhelmed by the deluge. Just when he began to reconsider his view of the old man, believing he was selflessly devoted to a noble cause, the old man swiftly shifted to instructing his disciple in essential skills: deception, grave robbing, and lock-picking. He had initially found a newfound respect for the thieves' sect, lost in admiration for his ancestors, only to be abruptly pulled back to reality by the old man's stark reminder that reverence for ancestors is sufficient, and one must not emulate them, lest they meet a dire end. Fortunately, the old man retained a modicum of dignity, recognizing he had no face to enter the ancestral hall. Thus, Qin Yang mulled over his thoughts, realizing he too lacked the face to pay homage to his ancestors. However, the old man had a valid point. One must first ensure their own survival before pursuing lofty aspirations. Just as the old man was fervently imparting wisdom to Qin Yang, two figures approached from a distance. One of them, an elderly man with hair as white as snow, donned a gray robe. The most striking feature of this elder was his sightless eyes, which appeared as though they had been scorched, lending him a fearsome countenance. Yet, despite this, the elder exuded a tranquil aura, his expression benevolent, even with his terrifying gaze. The second individual wore a deep blue robe, portly and round-faced, adorned with a guileless smile. His eyes held a hint of apprehension and expectation. As his hands nervously rubbed together, following closely behind the blind elder in a display of respect, Qin Yang's heart skipped a beat in astonishment. Was that not Zhang Zhenyi? How did this fellow also fall prey to the thieves' sect? Suddenly, a realization washed over Qin Yang as he recalled the boy's previous declarations. It was abundantly clear that the little chubby one had his heart set on joining the thieves' sect. The elder led the chubby boy towards the ancestral hall in silence. Before long, the boy's expression became vacant, clearly entranced by a vision, and soon after, he collapsed to the ground, weeping uncontrollably, his face pale, sorrow pouring forth as if he might choke on his grief. As the boy regained his composure, the blind elder commenced his customary indoctrination. This time, however, he diverged from the old man, fervently imparting the esoteric teachings of the dark arts, as if fearing the boy would not be corrupted enough. Qin Yang watched in horror, his eyelids twitching with anxiety. Meanwhile, the chubby boy, face awash with sorrow, nodded obediently, even taking out a notebook to record every word the blind elder spoke, as if they were profound truths. The blind elder's gnarled hand gently stroked the boy's head, his face filled with satisfaction. Once the indoctrination concluded, the elder approached Qin Yang with the boy in tow. "Greetings, Brother Wei," the blind elder acknowledged with a slight bow. "Greetings, Junior Brother Meng." The old man nodded in greeting before pulling Qin Yang closer. "Qin Yang, this is my junior brother, Meng Yi, the guardian of the thieves' sect's tombs. He possesses unparalleled knowledge in feng shui, divination, and formations. In these realms, none surpass him within the sect. Should you require guidance in these matters, do not hesitate to seek out your Uncle Master Meng." "Greetings, Uncle Master Meng." Qin Yang respectfully stepped forward to pay his respects. Meng Yi nodded and gestured to the chubby boy. "Zhang Wei, this is Wei Feng, a disciple of the thieves' sect. Your uncle Master Wei is exceptionally learned, possessing a vast array of knowledge across disciplines, with expertise in all he studies. Even if he cannot achieve the pinnacle of mastery in some areas, it is merely due to a lack of time for further refinement. He is certainly not ignorant. He is the only polymath within the thieves' sect. So if there is anything you wish to learn or inquire about, just seek your Uncle Master Wei. Greetings, Uncle Master Wei. The chubby boy obediently stepped forward, bowing deeply, and then turned slightly to Qin Yang. Greetings, Brother Qin. I am Zhang Wei, and I look forward to your guidance in the future. Junior Brother Zhang, you are too courteous. I am Qin Yang, with the courtesy name Yud. Since we are brothers in the sect, feel free to call me by my courtesy name. Qin Yang replied with a forced smile, his gaze fixed intently on Zhang Wei. To be honest, Brother Qin, my name is Zhang Wei, courtesy name Jingyi. You may call me by any name you prefer, Zhang Wei said with a bashful smile, his voice softening as if he were somewhat flustered. The two exchanged glances, simultaneously managing to muster smiles, their eyes communicating wildly. Qin Yud, Brother Qin, how have I been so easily deceived? Truly impressive. Zhang Jingyi. Junior Brother Zhang, your acting is superb. Your tears were genuinely heartfelt. I am humbled. The two elders nearby seemed oblivious to the exchange, merely sensing that their newly acquired disciples appeared to have a good rapport. Brother Wei, after such a long wait, you have finally taken on disciples. We can all breathe a sigh of relief. The next generation of transmitters finally has a foundation. Meng Yi sighed, his tone filled with admiration. For Qin Shizai to be chosen by Brother Wei, he must undoubtedly be a prodigy, capable of meeting your exacting standards. You know, Brother Wei is notoriously selective, unlike me. While my disciple is clever, he is too kind-hearted. I sometimes wonder if bringing him into the fold was a mistake. Uncle Meng, you flatter me. How could the master harm me? It is undoubtedly my own shortcomings. Qin Yang and Zhang Wei chimed in unison. The elderly man beside him shook his head gently, saying, Meng Shidi, there is no need for excessive worry. They are still quite young. Meng Yi sighed softly, patting Zhang Wei's head. Zhang Wei, remember this. Once you enter the world of thievery, you must not behave like a virtuous person. Your innocent nature is commendable, but as your master, I do not wish for your premature demise. Over the past tens of thousands of years, how many pure-hearted individuals have met untimely ends? This is a world where the strong prey on the weak, a harsh reality. Your senior brother Qin has been taken under the wing of Master Wei, and his capabilities surely surpass yours. You must learn diligently from him. Master, do not worry. I will certainly study hard with senior brother Qin, Zhang Wei replied earnestly, his chubby face displaying utmost seriousness. Qin Yang nodded in agreement, yet he felt puzzled. Although Master Meng was clearly offering praise, it sounded similar to what the old man would say, and it did not seem particularly flattering. Did that imply he was more cunning and less innocent than Zhang Wei? Qin Yang observed Zhang Wei and couldn't help but admire his acting skills. The boy was truly a master of disguise, appearing innocent and kind-hearted, making him an ideal candidate for the world of thieves. The term traitor within aptly described Zhang Wei, who would not hesitate to betray himself and instinctively flee from danger. With such exceptional acting prowess, even the senior members of the thieving sect could be deceived. If placed among outsiders, no one would suspect he was anything but a good person. Master Ming's concerns seemed excessive. Such a disaster would likely endure for a long time. Regardless of whether the two old men were genuinely trying to lead their disciples astray, their words were filled with sincerity and affection, stemming from a deep-seated desire for the younger generation to survive longer and achieve greater heights. Although the life lessons imparted were not of the most honorable nature, often intertwined with deceit and trickery, Qin Yang and Zhang Wei maintained an air of respect and felt a warmth blossoming in their hearts. One was a seasoned trickster with years of experience, while the other, a newcomer, had faced numerous hardships and learned the true colors of human nature. The two elders treated them as their own kin, preferring their disciples to stray from the righteous path than to lose their lives. The earnest teachings lasted for 3 whole hours before the two elders departed, leaving the young ones to their own devices. In the thieving sect, there were few rules. Apart from the small shrine, they were free to roam wherever they pleased. The scripture repository was open to all, allowing them to explore as they wished, and even the spiritual herbs in the sacred fields were available for use. With a benevolent smile, the old man Wei left them with one last remark before turning away. Shall we head to the scripture repository first, Senior Brother Qin? Zhang Wei suggested, a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. Let us go, Qin Yang responded, his heart aflame. This was the advantage of belonging to an organized sect. Just the scripture repository alone was enough to entice many to break their necks trying to join a major faction. Even though the thieving sect had been eradicated thousands of years ago, it was still a formidable presence, like a giant centipede that, despite its death, did not decay easily. The treasures collected through years of cunning and deception were likely substantial, perhaps not as vast as those of the three holy sects, but certainly superior to many ordinary factions. The two made their way to the scripture repository with great enthusiasm. It stood atop a massive stone, a 9-story pagoda that exuded an ancient charm, showing signs of weathering and the passage of time. The entrance was unguarded, and the doors lay wide open, appearing defenseless. However, as they rushed inside, they felt as though they had been struck by a thunderbolt. The scripture repository was indeed open to the public, but only the first level was truly accessible. Inside, a wealth of resources awaited, techniques, secrets, and countless miscellaneous tales, as well as various items related to the 4 arts of cultivation, pills, weapons, formations, and talismans. Regrettably, aside from the miscellaneous tales, everything else was restricted to the most basic level. Higher-level resources were sealed away behind barriers. Only by mastering the foundational skills could one unlock the higher tiers. This was merely the first level. The entrance to the second was shrouded in formations that one could not breach without sufficient strength. Approaching it even slightly invoked a sense of imminent peril. Disappointment washed over them as they exited the scripture repository, their initial excitement now tempered. "Shall we search for some spiritual herbs?" Zhang Wei tentatively suggested, uncertainty creeping into his voice. "Perhaps we should give it a try?" Qin Yang replied, feeling a sense of trepidation. Yet the allure of the sprawling spiritual fields was hard to resist. Upon their arrival, they had been puzzled by the dense planting of spiritual herbs, which seemed wasteful and detrimental to growth. Now, they understood that most of the fields were left unattended, allowing the herbs to grow wild. Some could not break through their age limits, ultimately producing seeds while their own forms decomposed into the soil, creating a cycle that led to an ever-increasing abundance of herbs. What a waste! Even if we cannot use them all, we should harvest and store them for future use. Zhang Wei crouched beside the spiritual field, inhaling the fragrant scent of the herbs with delight. "Senior brother Qin, we cannot let the sect's resources go to waste. Zhang Shidi is right. The sect is understaffed and neglectful in its management. As new disciples, we must contribute. Let us gather all the mature herbs," Qin Yang declared with righteous fervor, gesturing grandly to collect them all. Senior brother Qin. Zhang Wei paused, momentarily taken aback before expressing admiration. "You are absolutely correct. I was being short-sighted. Let us harvest everything." Just as their spirits were high and they prepared to take action, a 2-headed monster bird suddenly swooped down, targeting the largest spiritual herb in the field. The bird descended with incredible speed, creating a rush of wind, and in an instant, it was hovering 3 meters above the herbs. However, at that moment, a faint glimmer of spiritual light flickered, and the creature exploded into a cloud of blood mist. The blood mist fell like rain, nourishing the spiritual field below. The 2 young men standing at the edge of the field turned pale, cold sweat trickling down their temples. They quickly focused their energy in their eyes, only to be nearly blinded by the sight before them. The spiritual fields were enveloped in layers upon layers of barriers, resembling an impenetrable net that shielded each section of the field. No insect could pass through, and most alarmingly, the traps had been set by some malicious individual. All the barriers concealed their powers, appearing as mere illusions until triggered. The moment they were disturbed, they unleashed terrifying forces without mercy. Senior brother Qin. Zhang Wei stammered, his face ashen. "According to our master, we are permitted to enter the tombs of the sect's forebears freely, treating it as a training exercise. Some forebears may have left behind treasures for the successors who can open the tombs. Shall we take a look?" "Let us just take a look." Qin Yang felt little hope, knowing that the tombs were explicitly dangerous, and venturing there would likely be futile. At best, it might merely serve as an eye-opener. This time, the two were wiser. They activated their energies in their eyes before even approaching the tomb area, remaining vigilant. However, upon reaching the edge of the tombs, they stood frozen, unable to advance any further. The tombs occupied the largest area, stretching for hundreds of miles. Standing at the edge, they beheld a dazzling array of formations and barriers, intertwined and glowing, alongside various traps and poisonous creatures lurking in the shadows. Every malicious contraption one could imagine was present. Merely standing at the edge, one is already pricked all over by the fierce and menacing aura rising into the sky. making it evident that neither of the two dared to approach any closer. When it comes to peril and terror, the complexity and treachery of this place surpass even the protective array of the sacred sect of demon stones by a significant margin. In comparison, the ancestral tomb of the demon stones seems almost benign, akin to a beginner's map crafted by novices. Brother Qin, do you not feel that our master and Uncle Wei might be waiting to see us make fools of ourselves? Zhang Wei slumped on the ground, his expression one of utter despair. It is not a possibility, it is a certainty. They have indeed dug a pit for us to jump into. Qin Yang felt a pang of understanding, realizing only now that the two elders were far from foolish. They were simply indulgent, allowing their juniors to act foolishly. After imparting their teachings, they had set up this blatant trap for them, and even though it was glaringly obvious, the two Na'vi youths fell right into it. What kind of good fortune is this, to do as one pleases, to take whatever one desires? Such thoughts are simply too youthful. Qin Yang reflected on his own immaturity. Previously, the old man had mentioned that the tombs of the ancestors of the thieves sect were specifically designed for the training of their successors. Each individual began constructing their own tomb during their lifetime, and these tombs were undoubtedly the most cherished possessions of those within the thieves sect. Many predecessors, with peculiar tastes, even erected stone tablets in front of their tombs to introduce the treasures buried within. Upon hearing this, Qin Yang had resolved to approach these venerable figures with the utmost reverence, etching their appearances into his memory to inspire himself continuously. These ancestors had employed their life-s methods to construct their tombs, not to safeguard their legacies, but rather to encourage their juniors to surpass them and unlock their resting places. Naturally, Qin Yang felt compelled to fulfill the wishes of these predecessors. Of course, he thought it only natural to seize the opportunity to pilfer from their remains, believing that these ancestors would not mind, but instead would take delight in the emergence of new talent from the thieves sect. Yet, such aspirations are futile. Ultimately, he was still too naive. As Qin Yang returned from the entrance of the mausoleum, he stood by the road, gazing at the thickets of the forest and the grassy plains, his face filled with indignation. This is outrageous. The chubby boy beside him also wore a face of fury, howling at the sky. It was promised that one could go where they wished and take what they desired. Initially, he believed that after traversing the library, the spirit fields, and the mausoleum, he had experienced the depth of deception, only to discover that even deeper pits lay ahead. There were no accommodations. If one wished for a shelter from the wind and rain, they must build it themselves, choosing any place, as staying within the mausoleum went unmonitored. And then, were the people of the thieves sect merely idle? The forests, the stone forests, the red earth hills, and even the rivers, aside from the main roads connecting various locations, every other place was laden with restrictions. This is madness. If one sought fellow disciples, after a roundabout search, not a single living soul was found. Only from afar did they spot a small courtyard atop a slope. Unfortunately, between that courtyard and the main road lay a continuously writhing swamp, teeming with malice, its dark muck concealing unknown malevolent entities with intricate restrictions woven above the marsh. Not wishing to perish on the first day of joining the thieves sect, Qin Yang decisively abandoned the idea of greeting anyone. In the end, with no other options, he returned to the library. At the very least, the first floor of the library felt somewhat safe, as the restrictions guarding the texts were purely protective, lacking any lethal force. On the first day of joining the sect, he found himself sleeping on the floor of the library. What has become of my illustrious name, Zhang Wei? He lamented, tilting his head back, his face contorted in frustration. One hand pointing skyward while the other pressed against his backside, swearing, if I find out who is responsible for this, I will ensure their entire lineage is brought forth to face the sun. Qin Yang too felt exasperated. He had anticipated the thieves sect to be unconventional, but he had not expected it to be this absurd, nearly unhinged. Other sects would not allow a weary traveler to rest upon a rock by the roadside, lest they be blasted into oblivion. No wonder the thieves sect had so few members. Only the elite had a chance of escaping this place. Enough with the howling. Who knows, perhaps some of the elders within the sect are secretly enjoying the spectacle. Qin Yang waved his hand to interrupt Zhang Wei's lamentations, casually picking up a basic book on talismans from the shelf. The material within was quite fundamental, yet the annotations were abundant, providing Qin Yang with a refreshing perspective. Each type of talisman had several annotations from different angles, and when combined with his studies and introduction to talismans, he could not help but feel a slight sense of advancement. This led Qin Yang to truly appreciate the value of organization, had he been left to his own devices. Even a decade later, he would not have conceived some of the most elementary, yet special annotations found in the texts. Engrossed in his reading, Qin Yang paid little heed to the embarrassment of having to sleep on the floor on his first day in the thieves' sect. Zhang Wei, however, was quite troubled. After muttering to himself for some time, he suddenly turned his eyes, a sly glint appearing as he approached Qin Yang with a simpering smile. "Brother Qin, speak plainly, and do not hold back." Zhang Wei hesitated, momentarily choked, yet his smile persisted as he leaned closer, lowering his voice. "Brother Qin, I will not beat around the bush. You know I have yet to establish my foundation, and I would like to request that you share your foundational cultivation method with me." My foundational cultivation method? Qin Yang set aside the book and scrutinized Zhang Wei, secretly impressed by his shrewdness. Indeed, Brother Qin appears quite congenial, yet possesses an innate pride. The method chosen by Brother Qin must surely be of exceptional quality, and I am at a loss for a good foundational method myself, hesitant to establish a foundation and ruin my roots. Of course, I would not ask without offering something in return. I possess a secret art that would undoubtedly satisfy you. Zhang Wei exuded confidence. "Pray, do enlighten me." Qin Yang pondered, already suspecting the nature of Zhang Wei's proposed exchange. This secret art is known as the Undying Divine Phoenix. Though called a secret art, it is merely due to my weakness. For its power is but a fraction of its potential. It is classified as a secret art. Once mastered, even in death, one can burn their lifespan, resurrecting as long as their head is not destroyed, their soul scattered, or their body turned to ash. If one progresses further, even with no remains, as long as a single drop of blood exists, they can be reborn from that blood. Should one reach the pinnacle, preserving a fragment of their soul in a safe location allows for revival even after complete annihilation. What do you think of such a secret art, Brother Qin? Qin Yang was genuinely astonished. This chubby boy possessed such a mysterious and formidable ability. No wonder he had seemingly died in the secret realm. Yet his looting skills had proven ineffective. He had truly perished but was in the process of resurrection. If he could indeed learn this Undying Divine Phoenix secret art, exchanging it for his foundational cultivation method would be far from a loss. To be candid, my foundational cultivation method is... Qin Yang steeled himself, prepared to make the exchange with Zhang Wei. Wait. Zhang Wei quickly raised a hand to stop him, his face still smiling. "Brother Qin, please do not disclose its name. I fear that knowing it might diminish the value of the Undying Divine Phoenix in exchange for your foundational method. You are indeed shrewd. Are you not concerned that my foundational method may not be of high quality?" Qin Yang chuckled, amused by Zhang Wei's determination. He could not possibly know that he cultivated with the Zixiao Dao Jing. At this moment, he was unwilling to hear the name, purely gambling on a confident wager. The Undying Divine Phoenix is indeed an exceptional secret art within the three holy sects of Huliang. Such a foundational text would be inconceivable. In the long run, it ultimately pales in comparison to the exquisite foundational methods like the Zixu Daoing. No matter how formidable one's supernatural abilities may be, they remain merely that supernatural abilities. It is the cultivation techniques that constitute the essence. Have you made your decision? Are you not regretting it? No regrets. As long as Senior Brother Qin utilizes a particular foundational method, I shall learn whatever he imparts. Zhang Wei spoke with resolute conviction, his will unwavering, devoid of the slightest hesitation. "Very well, let us exchange." Qin Yang sat cross-legged, his demeanor solemn, as his consciousness sank into his heart, silently reciting the Zixu Daoing imprinted upon his soul. The characters of the Zixu Daojing were remarkably mystical. When isolated, Qin Yang could not comprehend a single word. Yet, when they were combined and recited in silence, their meanings became apparent, and the profound intricacies contained within were intuitively grasped. Prior to establishing his foundation, the latter sections seemed like an incomprehensible script, utterly baffling. However, since achieving foundational success, the methods of cultivation pertaining to it, along with numerous mysteries, naturally emerged in his mind. Qin Yang understood that this was due to the Zixu Daojing's profound nature. Even gathering it into a skill book through his corpse-touching technique would not yield immediate comprehension. Only upon reaching a certain level could one grasp the subsequent teachings. Moreover, the few skill books he had previously encountered had made him aware of the limitations of the corpse-touching technique. While it allowed for an instantaneous acquisition of skills, it did not equate to the ability to extrapolate and flexibly apply that knowledge. His examination of the tomes in the scripture repository further confirmed this understanding. Qin Yang came to realize that the greatest advantage of skill books lay not in the direct learning of skills, but rather in the knowledge they contained. If each skill book required him to learn from the beginning, the time consumed would be immeasurable, and success was not guaranteed. Mastering this knowledge and integrating it into his own foundational understanding was the true path forward. Upon reaching such a level, the ability to apply it instantly would merely be a secondary concern. With this epiphany, as he silently recited the Zixiao Daojing once more, he felt an abundance of insights, gaining elements that had previously eluded him. After completing a silent recitation, Qin Yang opened his eyes and gazed intently into Zhang Wei's. Listen closely. He began to recite the contents of the Zixiao Daojing, but upon opening his mouth, he felt an awkwardness, as though something was lodged in his throat, rendering him voiceless. Forcing the sound, what emerged was a disjointed cacophony, akin to the bizarre cawing of a crow or the eerie cries of an owl, strange and unsettling. Qin Yang's expression shifted slightly. His thoughts diverged completely from what he had attempted to vocalize. The true Zixiao Daojing resonated silently within, invigorating his spirit, as if his soul had been shaken by the great bell of the Tao, giving rise to myriad profound understandings. In this state, his insights multiplied, and his comprehension seemed to deepen. However, the words he uttered brought forth agitation, a surging inner turmoil, and overwhelming negative emotions. After a few utterances, Qin Yang hastily ceased, his face composed as he pondered the nature of this phenomenon. Senior brother Qin, stop. Zhang Wei's face flushed, his eyes bloodshot, contorted in pain as he reached out to halt Qin Yang. Moments later, Zhang Wei regained his composure, while Qin Yang continued to silently recite the Zixiao Daojing, suppressing the unrest within. I do not understand why this occurs. My thoughts do not align with my spoken words, which seem beyond my control, Qin Yang murmured, his brow furrowed in perplexity. Perhaps, senior brother Qin, I could first share my secret technique with you as a test. Zhang Wei pondered for a moment before speaking. He trusted Qin Yang, believing that such an agreement would not be tampered with at this juncture. Moreover, the recited words seemed to penetrate the heart and soul, inciting madness. Yet the peculiar intonation suggested a depth of mystery that could not possibly produce such an effect without profound significance. After a brief contemplation, Zhang Wei began to chant. But his voice emerged as the mournful wail of a dying beast, or the sharp cry of a bird with broken wings. Within moments of speaking just a few words, Zhang Wei let out a horrific scream, blood streaming from his orifices, collapsing backward as his body convulsed violently, as if struck by an electric shock. Qin Yang, intent on listening to those strange sounds, felt as though his ears were being pierced by a dagger, and he too cried out in agony, collapsing to the ground. Blood oozing from his ears, while all other sounds faded from his perception, leaving only the echo of that piercing wail reverberating in his mind. One lay convulsing on the ground, while the other, rendered deaf, howled in torment. At that moment, Meng Yi and Wei Feng suddenly appeared beside them, their expressions grave. Each produced a medicinal pill, placing it in the mouths of the two, followed by a crystalline essence of emu, which they pushed beneath their tongues. They each placed a hand upon the heads of the two, aiding in their recovery. After a brief period, Zhang Wei regained his senses, his gaze trembling, his body shaking, bearing a look of lingering dread, while the shrill cries in Qin Yang's mind dissipated, and he began to hear faint sounds once more. Observing that both had largely recovered, Meng Yi and Wei Feng sat beside them with solemn expressions, engaging in self-cultivation. 3 full hours passed before they returned to a semblance of normalcy, though they were evidently drained, unable to fully restore their peak condition in a short time. You two have quite the audacity. If you desire to take the plunge into the shadowy river outside, you may as well collide headlong into the tomb. Wei Feng's face was stern, his eyes ablaze with fury, as if ready to strike down both culprits. Master Qin Yang felt a sinking sense of dread, akin to being caught red-handed by a stern parent. You fools, have you not heard? The Tao should not be carelessly divulged, and techniques must not be lightly transmitted. Wei Feng, exasperated, raised his foot several times as if to kick the two, but ultimately refrained. If it were so simple, why would we never question you? Whether it is supreme supernatural abilities or ancient secret texts, they all embody the essence of creation, containing the ultimate principles of the universe. Only through complete comprehension and possessing a grand mastery of the Tao could one be qualified to transmit them. If one wishes to inscribe them in books or manifest them in artifacts, only those esteemed as Tao lords might have a glimmer of hope. Meng Yi explained gravely. Zhang Wei and Qin Yang hung their heads in defeat, accepting the reprimands with a sense of powerlessness. Had it not been for the old men's quick reactions, they might have truly met their demise. Ah, well, it is also our oversight. We did not anticipate your generosity. Remember this in the future. Never divulge carelessly, otherwise, the backlash could lead to significant losses. Have you ever wondered why the classics of old have never been reported as leaked by disciples? Do you think those sects with classics lack interest in the disciples who achieved them? It is not that they are unwilling, even with soul-searching and torture. It is impossible to obtain them, for those disciples simply lack the ability to divulge them. Wei Feng sighed deeply, a mixture of satisfaction and resignation in his voice. Beside him, Meng Yi bore a smile, seemingly pleased with the two juniors. Ability matters little. At least you possess the intent to protect your own, which is ultimately a good thing. You too, having just entered, should not aim too high. Focus on mastering the fundamentals. Do not mistakenly believe that entering the thieving path means engaging in deceit and grave robbery. You are not yet qualified for such pursuits. The elder spoke without reservation. Our grave-robbing endeavors ultimately seek to reclaim the treasures and tomes lost to the thieving sect of yore. Most of those ancient rogues have long returned to the dust, and much of what belonged to our sect now rests in the hands of grand factions. We are powerless to seize them back. Thus, we can only hope to recover those that lie buried within tombs. Certainly, the act of grave digging is merely a means to an end. To embark on such endeavors, one must be well versed in the intricacies of formations and prohibitions. Without mastery, one may never even glimpse the entrance to a tomb. Additionally, an understanding of geomancy is essential, for without it, the location of burial sites remains elusive, rendering planning impossible. Knowledge of toxicology and pharmacology is equally crucial, enabling one to identify poisons and self-administer antidotes. A wealth of miscellaneous knowledge must be diligently memorized to cultivate breadth of understanding and insight. Even the mechanisms of traps and contraptions must be explored. Furthermore, the art of talismans is foundational and must be grasped. While Qin Yang possesses some foundational knowledge, he is still far from sufficient. Even in the crafting of artifacts, one must comprehend the essential elements. Otherwise, when faced with magical treasures, one may fail to recognize their power and intricacies, leading to significant misfortune. The elder elaborated, listing all the necessary skills, leaving Qin Yang feeling overwhelmed. No wonder the ranks of the thieves are so thin. It is not merely due to the scarcity of disciples. With so much to learn, who has time to waste? Every individual dedicates their entire existence to poring over tomes, deeply engrossed in study. The skill of grave digging alone requires proficiency in the four arts of cultivators: alchemy, tools, formations, and talismans. Just the art of alchemy encompasses the realms of pill concoction, fire control, seal techniques, and the identification of spiritual herbs and poisons, along with pharmacological mastery, preparation, and gathering. One must strive to identify usable spiritual herbs in extreme situations, discern their types and pharmacological properties, and craft appropriate pill formulas while employing the most suitable methods for gathering and concocting, ultimately refining them into the most fitting elixirs. The domain of formations is even more extensive, covering formations, prohibitions, and geomancy, each category branching into countless subcategories with infinite variations. Even the most basic aspects of talismans, such as talismanic symbols, inks, and pill scriptures, are merely overarching categories. The foundational runes and Tao patterns are innumerable, with many types including cloud patterns, crane patterns, dragon patterns, phoenix patterns, and mountain patterns, among others. As for tools, they intertwine various elements from formations and talismans, creating an incredibly complex tapestry. Typically, a cultivator who manages to master even a minor category within any of the four arts to perfection is destined for greatness, regardless of their solitary existence. They can navigate the tumultuous world with ease. Achieving such mastery often requires not only innate talent, but also the expenditure of countless years dedicated to study. In Qin Yang's case, he must learn all four arts and integrate their teachings, intertwining them harmoniously to qualify for the task of grave digging. As he listened, his head spun, overwhelmed by the magnitude of knowledge required. It is no wonder that the ranks of the thieves are sparse, yet they manage to endure through generations. Those who can reach such mastery, even with modest cultivation levels, possess remarkable survival skills and can devise strategies for any situation. If they choose to conceal their identities, they could easily find a powerful sect willing to cater to their whims. If not for his skill in corpse handling, Qin Yang mused, he might have remained stagnant until his dying day. As for the mention of deceit and trickery, the elder spoke with relish, observing the two younger disciples, dazed and unfocused, as he continued his discourse. Master, please, I beseech you, cease your words. Qin Yang shuddered, hastily interrupting the elder. "What is it, master?" "The knowledge you imparted is sufficient for us to study for a long time. Perhaps we should pause for now." "Indeed. Focus on your studies without aiming too high. It is imperative to diligently cultivate within the sect. If your strength remains feeble, even a minor demon could easily overpower you," the elder advised, patting Qin Yang on the shoulder before departing with Meng Yi. Shaken, Qin Yang's thoughts settled, while beside him, Zhang Wei appeared desolate, counting on his fingers with a growing pallor. After enduring the arduous lessons and the recent enlightening experience, the two newly initiated disciples finally found solace in their studies, diligently perusing texts in the repository. Occasionally, they ventured into the forest to practice with weaker prohibitions, as mastering these basics would allow them to progress further. A month passed, and the two newcomers finally escaped the embarrassment of sleeping on the floor. Qin Yang constructed a wooden cabin at the forest's edge, while Zhang Wei, resolute in his studies, erected his cabin adjacent to the repository. Within the small courtyard of the cabin, Qin Yang sat cross-legged, forming seals with his hands, eyes closed in deep meditation. His aura fluctuated, descending to the first layer of qi nurturing before steadily rising, eventually surpassing the foundational stage once more. However, this time, his presence was markedly more stable, infused with an elusive quality that was difficult to articulate. After some time, Qin Yang opened his eyes, a flicker of joy and realization crossing his features. Indeed, it was as he suspected. His previous foundational establishment had been hasty and superficial, lacking depth and thorough comprehension. Moreover, he had not yet been graced with the innate primordial purple aura that would perfect his foundation. Now, having undergone a thorough reestablishment, the difference was profound. Qin Yang marveled at the transformation. He had successfully integrated the primordial purple aura into his foundation, solidifying it to an extent tenfold or even 100-fold greater than before. His true essence flowed like mercury, heavy as a mountain, yet with a mere thought, it became as light as a feather, effortlessly wielded. The totality of his true essence had multiplied several times over. Moreover, his skin glowed subtly, and upon introspection, he discerned a newfound clarity within his flesh and bones, hinting at an almost jade-like quality. As his vital energy surged, it unleashed immense strength, revitalizing his internal organs and enhancing their functions immensely. More importantly, his mind grew clearer, allowing for quicker and more agile thoughts. At this moment, he began to perceive the formidable aspects of the Zixu Dao Sutra. This ancient scripture did not boast numerous divine powers or extraordinary traits like many other ancient texts. Rather, it focused on solidifying one's foundation, refining true essence, purifying the body, and cleansing the spirit, each aspect perfectly aligned. Additionally, Qin Yang discovered another crucial characteristic of the Zixu Dao Sutra. He had previously sensed that reciting the scripture naturally evoked an elusive understanding within him. Now, after solidifying his foundation, that sense became strikingly clear. What had once seemed obscure suddenly crystallized in his mind, as if he were seeing intricate patterns in the palm of his hand, their true essence easily comprehended. Recalling the foundational knowledge of formations, he realized that his earlier studies had been merely surface level, akin to tracing over printed words. Now, after this renewed insight, the profound intricacies became vividly apparent within a brief hour of contemplation. With deft hand seals, he waved, conjuring a softly glowing white barrier on the table before him. As he struck the barrier with his fist, it felt as though he had struck an immovable mountain, unable to penetrate further. Instead, a counterforce reverberated through his arm, leaving it slightly numb. Indeed, it was true. After his re-establishment, it had reached a state of perfection. During recitation, he could temporarily enhance his comprehension and grasp new concepts at an accelerated pace. This effect was likely due to the integration of the primordial aura into his foundation. The inherent power of the Zixu Dao Sutra alone could not account for such strength. Qin Yang mused aloud, speculating that this was the crux of the matter. The Zixu Dao Sutra was undoubtedly powerful, yet it could not be solely responsible for this level of might. It was the infusion of that crucial primordial essence that had triggered a qualitative transformation. In recent days, while perusing various anecdotes, I came across a mention of a place known as the Great Wilderness, where a sage discovered a primordial Dao body named the Bodhi Dao body. Possessing this innate Dao body endows one with extraordinary perception, an exceptional memory, and the remarkable ability to draw inferences from a single instance. After mastering one of the ancient scriptures, the Bodhi Dao Sutra, the sage not only learned every skill he encountered, but also developed the capability to extrapolate and elevate those skills to a higher plane. In combat, He could assimilate all techniques employed by his opponent in mere moments, instilling great fear. In contrast, the temporary enhancement of perception gained from silently reciting the Zishu Dao Sutra was not particularly impressive. Qin Yang felt no regret. Rather, he was quite content. The Zishu Dao Sutra emphasizes foundational principles and cultivates the self. Even in the early stages of his training, he exhibited signs of the extraordinary. With enhancements in his vital energy, root constitution, true essence, and spiritual consciousness, none lacking in strength. Although it may seem somewhat ordinary in the short term, with time and accumulation, his potential would undoubtedly manifest. When the time came to recite the Zishu Dao Sutra to enhance his perception, it might rival the prowess of the Bodhi Dao body. Moreover, a significant feature of the Zishu Dao Sutra is its capacity to embrace and integrate various techniques, a quality unmatched by other ancient scriptures. Initial mediocrity does not preclude the possibility of eventual excellence. Qin Yang had previously integrated the Qingyun decision into his practice, though it was rather ineffective and yielded little in terms of practical benefits. After concluding his short-term training, he stepped outside into the dense forest, deftly employing hand seals to dismantle the restrictions within, pushing deeper into the woods. Eventually, he retrieved a storage bag, from which he produced the corpse of Manager Qiao. Having collected it earlier, he had been eager to examine the artifacts on the body, knowing that the Wanong merchant house was affluent and Manager Qiao, as its steward, would likely possess valuable items. Utilizing his skills to inspect the corpse, he soon found 3 luminous orbs in his grasp. Upon crushing the orbs, he discovered a skill book and 2 magical artifacts. However, upon inspecting the blue-covered skill book, he felt a tinge of disappointment. He slapped his forehead, and a flood of information surged into his mind. Moments later, he opened his eyes, unable to conceal his disappointment. The book contained the method for artifact appraisal. Rich with extensive knowledge accumulated from Manager Qiao's experiences and insights into the art of artifact refinement, indeed powerful, yet of little use for enhancing his own strength. Such knowledge could easily be gleaned from books, as much of it relied on rote memorization. Among the 2 artifacts, one was a token, immediately recognizable as the steward's insignia of the Wanong merchant house, which possessed defensive and communicative capabilities required for entering and exiting the house's various establishments. It was of little practical use. The other artifact, however, caught Qin Yang's eye. It was the flying sword previously wielded by Manager Qiao. With a blade barely a foot long and 2 fingers wide, its surface was adorned with intricate cloud patterns, and its edge gleamed with a subdued brilliance. The hilt was fashioned in the shape of a mythical bird clutching the sword. To his delight, this was indeed a superior magical artifact, crafted with cloud patterns that suggested low consumption of energy and swift speed. During moments of explosive power, its velocity could potentially double, explaining why Manager Qiao had been able to pursue him effortlessly despite his earlier struggles. Elated, Qin Yang recognized this flying sword as perfectly suited for aerial travel. Since advancing to the foundation establishment stage, he had yet to test his own strength in flight. After storing the artifacts, he buried Manager Qiao in the forest. Feeling a tinge of regret, he recalled that upon their first encounter, Manager Qiao had possessed at least 4 artifacts, and now only 2 remained, likely lost within the secret realm. Having anticipated much, he felt a sense of disappointment. With the corpse examination complete, it was time to attend to the banyan tree spirit. Initially, he had planned to place it outside haphazardly, but having gained a broader understanding of the world, he realized that an unformed tree spirit like the banyan tree spirit would be vulnerable to predators if left unattended. With no suitable location, he decided to shelter it within the sect, knowing that while the Thieves Guild had a dubious reputation, they likely wouldn't risk attacking the spirit out of greed. He took out the dormant form of the banyan tree spirit and placed it into the earth. Before long, what appeared to be a lifeless, withered tree began to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy, and an ancient face materialized on its trunk. Esteemed elder, the outside world is truly unstable. For now, I must impose on you to reside within the sect. When you have gathered sufficient strength to transform, please inform me, and I shall escort you to a safer place for your tribulation. Not a problem. This place is quite adequate, replied the tree spirit, its eyelids drooping, and its crown resembling countless arms drawing in the ceaseless flow of spiritual energy. In a brief moment, it regained some vitality, suddenly opening its eyes, shimmering with a green light that seemed to pierce the void, gazing into the distance. After a moment, it lowered its eyelids again, murmuring softly, "Young one, your sect is indeed audacious. This place resembles a volcano's mouth. You are intercepting the majority of the spiritual energy that would descend from the void. While it may postpone the eruption, it remains perilous. Moreover, do not venture beneath this fragment of the secret realm. Great horrors lie beneath. What? Qin Yang was taken aback. But just as he was about to inquire further, the ancient visage of the tree spirit vanished, leaving only the spiritual energy plummeting from the void, which the tree spirit continued to consume without pause. Once rooted in the earth, the banyan tree spirit exhibited no further response, merely absorbing spiritual energy day and night. As if it had lost its consciousness. Qin Yang wished to ask more questions, but found it impossible. The elder had skillfully evaded his inquiries, dismissing him with the light-hearted remark that it was not his concern. Life within the sect was both fulfilling and monotonous. Each morning, the blazing sun radiated its brilliance, gradually waning into a gentle glow by nightfall, marking the passage of another day. Time slipped away like a fleeting thread, and after a year spent in seclusion, delving into various arts and absorbing knowledge, Qin Yang emerged once more from his secluded quarters. However, as he took his first step, the surrounding area suddenly shimmered with ethereal light, intricate patterns manifesting upon the earth, and the air thickened with a mist that carried a faint, fishy scent, as if it were sentient, continuously probing into Qin Yang's nostrils. In the blink of an eye, the environment transformed dramatically. The ground morphed into a dark, muddy pit that slowly began to engulf him, suffocating him in a haze of poisonous mist. Above him, a golden talisman floated, which swiftly transformed into a radiant peak adorned with intertwining patterns and runes, crashing down toward Qin Yang's head. Hey, junior brother Zhang, you seem to have forgotten your place. Do you think your trifling skills can suppress me? Qin Yang laughed heartily, shaking his shoulders as his vital energy surged forth like a stampede of horses, forcing the toxic mist to evaporate. Exhaling true essence, the sound of roaring waves echoed, reminiscent of thunder and lightning, coalescing into a torrent. With a single hand, he swept the waves down upon the muddy pit, producing a resounding clap as he struck it. Boom! The previously unyielding mud was shattered into powder with a single blow. Raising his hand skyward, he uttered a low shout, using pure strength to force the mountain formed from the talisman upwards, defying its descent. Nearby, Zhang Wei, crouched in the grass, could hardly believe his eyes, feeling his eyelids twitch uncontrollably. Good heavens! My senior brother Qin is becoming increasingly formidable, managing to lift the oppressive talisman with sheer brute strength. His true essence quality is astonishingly high. He shattered the formation with one strike. If the master were to learn that he eschewed the four arts for raw power, he might very well reprimand him. With a quick glance, Zhang Wei turned and departed. Instantly, Zhang Wei's hackles rose, a chill running down his spine. Without hesitation, he dove prone onto the ground in a rather undignified manner. Raising his eyelids slightly, he witnessed a dark shadow soar overhead, landing in the distance and transforming into a mountain peak several dozen feet high. Then, with a resounding boom, it exploded into a shower of shimmering light, dissipating into nothingness. Senior brother Qin, I won't do it again, Zhang Wei exclaimed, his eyes wide with terror. Without further ado, he hastily cried out, simultaneously turning and launching a flying sword in a treacherous attempt to attack. Alas, as he turned, Zhang Wei's face paled, and he quickly added, Senior brother Qin, have mercy. Qin Yang roared with laughter. Facing the oncoming flying sword, he didn't flinch. Instead, he reached out, and a broken-handled sledgehammer materialized in his hand. He swung the hammer at the approaching sword. With a dull thud, the flying sword emitted a mournful wail and clattered to the ground, its surface radiance extinguished. The blade bent out of shape. It was clearly beyond repair. My flying sword, Zhang Wei lamented, rushing to retrieve the fallen sword. He cradled it in his arms, a picture of grief and despair. Senior brother Qin, I finally managed to break through a restriction to obtain this flying sword. I hadn't even warmed it up yet when you smashed it into scrap metal. We're fellow disciples. It was just a bit of jesting. You're too ruthless. What do you want? Qin Yang scoffed, hoisting the broken-handled hammer and advancing. Perhaps, senior brother Qin, you could lend me that useless hammer of yours for a few days? Zhang Wei suggested, seizing the opportunity. You really want it? Qin Yang pressed forward. Never mind. I was just joking. Zhang Wei chuckled nervously, subtly retreating. You scoundrel, Qin Yang chided. You're deceitful, indolent, gluttonous, cunning, insidious, cowardly, and treacherous. Even if you search the annals of thievery for 5 millennia, you wouldn't find someone as utterly depraved as you. Your master instructed me to guide you properly. Don't think that just because I broke your flying sword, I'll go easy on you. Even if I beat you so badly you're bedridden for 3 months, Do you think your master will scold me? More likely. He'll beat you so badly you're bedridden for half a year. Just a joke. A joke. Zhang Wei backpedaled, then turned and fled. Senior brother Qin. I have pressing matters to attend to. I won't bother you any longer. Zhang Wei sprinted away, weaving and dodging until he was certain Qin Yang wasn't pursuing him. Only then did he lean against a tree trunk and exhale a sigh of relief. He clutched the bent sword, a bitter smile on his face, his heart aching. That monster, senior brother Qin, he muttered. In just over half a year, his cultivation reached the peak of the foundation establishment stage. Who knew that a month later, it would plummet to the late stage, and then 2 months later, to the mid-stage? I thought I finally had a chance to surpass him. But that madman learned some bizarre art from who knows where. His realm may have fallen, but his strength has only increased. His true essence drips and solidifies into pearls. And his physical body is so formidable it rivals even the brutish cultivators of the Demon Stone holy sect who specialize in body refinement. Yet, the old fogies in the sect praise him to the skies and have even entrusted me to his tutelage. This is unbearable. Zhang Wei darted around nervously, like a startled bird, terrified of being found by Qin Yang. Being bedridden for 3 months wasn't just a matter of being beaten up once. It meant being beaten up every day. Each time, he would be left to wail and moan all night, only to be healed the next day with treasures like crystals of wood essence, and then beaten again. The last time he was beaten to the point of being bedridden for a week, he was reduced to begging for mercy. 3 months of that would be a living hell. And to top it off, his master seemed to approve of this method, even appearing eager to try it himself. Qin Yang paid Zhang Wei no mind. These little interludes to test his skills had become commonplace over the past year. Zhang Wei never learned his lesson, always bringing new things for Qin Yang to experiment with, only to be beaten soundly each time. Today, Qin Yang was preoccupied with more important matters. He left the mountain gate and headed towards the Yin River, where he erected a tall barbecue grill. He lit the charcoal and placed a wild boar weighing at least 700 or 800 pounds on the grill. As he roasted the boar over the embers, he sprinkled it with his secret barbecue seasoning. Soon, the rendered fat began to seep through the skin, dripping onto the charcoal, releasing a rich, savory aroma that wafted through the air. In the Yin River, the water surged, and a massive white serpent's head emerged. Upon seeing Qin Yang and the roasted boar, the serpent grinned, speaking in human tongue. The month isn't up yet, and you're already impatient? Uncle Bai, we made a deal. My master forbids you from taking me to the Demon Stone ancestral tomb, but he didn't say you couldn't take me to other secret realm fragments on this level. Besides, if not for these other secret realm fragments, it wouldn't be easy for Uncle Bai to satisfy his cravings. All right, you always have an excuse. After I finish eating, I'll take you to some secret realm fragments we haven't visited before. Thank you, Uncle Bai. The relationship with the White Serpent of the Leveling Emperor was an unexpected one. All useful items within the sect were sealed behind restrictions, and Qin Yang, still immortal, couldn't subsist on air and dew. He couldn't get his hands on the spiritual herbs in the spirit fields, and elsewhere, there was only grass to eat. There were indeed spirit beasts raised within the sect, but those were for the use of senior members and were equivalent to 3 yuan cultivators. Although the spiritual energy within the encampment was so dense it was practically oozing out, even mortals wouldn't starve to death here. Still, having an empty stomach was vexing and uncomfortable. Thus, Qin Yang set his sights on the Yin River outside. The Yin River was home to a special type of fish, ferocious in nature, devouring anything and everything. When starved, they would even cannibalize, preying on the weak and injured. These fish lived in the Yin River, their flesh solid, cold as jade, but nourishing to the blood and qi, and incredibly delicious. The first time he grilled fish outside the mountain gate, he used his own secret barbecue seasoning, which attracted the White Serpent of the Leveling Emperor. Over time, they became acquainted, and Qin Yang tentatively asked the White Serpent of the Leveling Emperor to take him to other secret realm fragments. The wild boar he was roasting now was caught in a fragment no more than a few dozen miles in size. Your barbecue skills have greatly improved. The wild fruit stuffed inside the boar are a stroke of genius, both cutting through the grease and adding a hint of fragrance to the meat. Not bad. The excellent seasoning wasn't wasted. The White Serpent of the Leveling Emperor, having devoured the entire roasted boar, smacked its lips in satisfaction, offering a few words of praise. Uncle Bai, could you perhaps send me a little higher this time? You know, the higher you go, the richer the resources in the secret realm fragments. The fragments near the sect are practically barren, so desolate they make you want to weep. Qin Yang seized the opportunity to plead. Haha. Do you think I don't know what you're up to? The second level has numerous secret realm fragments, but only the Qin River can connect to a few. Most of these fragments and the Qin River are constantly shifting positions, forming a maze. Even if I send you to the fragment closest to the Demon Stone ancestral tomb, you won't be able to cross the Qin River to get there. Why bother? The white serpent of the leveling emperor narrowed its serpent eyes, seeing through Qin Yang's little scheme. Uncle Bai is joking. I'm just bored and a little hungry. Qin Yang chuckled dryly, refusing to admit anything. Let's go. The white serpent of the leveling emperor, not bothering to argue further, coiled its massive body, and with a flash of white light, it vanished into the Qin River with Qin Yang. The moment they entered the Qin River, the mountain gate of the thief sect disappeared into the void, never to be seen again. The surroundings were empty, with only the Qin River running through it. As they traveled, Qin Yang couldn't discern up from down, left from right. The Qin River seemed to be a three-dimensional maze, but the space here was incredibly complex and ever-changing. Many direction-finding treasures were rendered useless, and only beings like the white serpent of the leveling emperor, with its innate gifts, could ignore the complex maze and find the correct path. Having merely observed for a short while, Qin Yang once again relinquished his efforts, closing his eyes to cultivate his spirit. The currents of the Qin River, converging this time, were markedly different from a month prior. Each bifurcation of the river presented a minimum of 3 or 4 paths, and at times, as many as a dozen. With each path varying on successive occasions, it was utterly impossible to discern a pattern or to accurately document the routes. Time passed unmeasured until the voice of the white serpent of the Emperor Ping pierced his thoughts. This is it. This fragment of the secret realm is the closest to the ancestral tomb of the magic stones. I shall return for you in 3 days. As Qin Yang opened his eyes, he felt a sudden lightness, as if his body had been cast into the air. He summoned the flying fish sword he had previously grasped, soaring through the skies, suspended aloft. A glance back revealed a segment of the Qin River, stretching a considerable distance in the air, flowing from the void, traversing a height of hundreds of feet before disappearing into the ether. The white serpent had vanished without a trace. Qin Yang silently cursed the white serpent, noting its insatiable appetite, always appearing begrudgingly after indulging in gluttony. The peculiar creature seemed to revel in teasing him, displaying an eccentric temperament. An individual with a slower reaction might not meet a fatal end. Yet they would undoubtedly find themselves in a state of utter disarray. Drifting in the air, Qin Yang cast his gaze afar, beholding a verdant mountain range, undulating like a coiling dragon upon the earth. In the distance, towering peaks jutted forth, adorned with bizarrely shaped rocks, forming a rugged mountain range of myriad postures. Above, several segments of the Qin River hung like silver ribbons against the sky. This sight left Qin Yang in a daze. No wonder the sacred sect of the magic stones refrained from exploring downward. Just within his view, he could already discern over a dozen paths leading into the unknown. This fragment of the secret realm, the closest to the ancestral tomb of the magic stones, likely concealed thousands of undiscovered branches of the Qin River. To explore each one thoroughly and ascertain the correct path would undoubtedly require sacrifices of life. Moreover, it was crucial to note that the labyrinthine nature of the Qin River grew increasingly complex as one descended. Even if they were to find the correct route, they would have no way to verify its accuracy. After but a few breaths suspended in the air, Qin Yang gently descended to the ground, where the sounds of birds chirping, monkeys calling, and the rustle of insects and beasts filled the air. He detected the presence of several powerful beasts nearby and noticed subtle traces of human activity scattered across various locations. The rich spiritual energy permeated the area, and a cursory glance revealed several varieties of low-grade spiritual herbs, some bearing obvious signs of having been harvested, indicating that members of the sacred sect of the magic stones had been here. Qin Yang pondered, had the sacred sect begun to explore this place? Were they transforming it into a training ground for their disciples, or using it as a resource site for gathering spiritual herbs? After observing these signs, he promptly concealed his aura, proceeding with heightened caution. Should he be discovered, it would undoubtedly spell trouble. After all, the path leading here ultimately led to the ancestral tomb of the magic stones, and an outsider's presence would raise suspicion. Advancing cautiously, Qin Yang suddenly halted, his brow furrowing as he caught a faint, peculiar odor wafting through the air, accompanied by a lingering sense of death. Since his arrival in this world, he had encountered corpses, making him acutely sensitive to the presence of death energy. Following this faint trace of death with utmost care, he ventured only a short distance before his expression shifted and his pupils constricted. Before him, in the midst of the flourishing forest, lay a narrow path of blackish gray, scarcely half a foot wide, extending deeper into the woods. The remnants lining the path were entirely comprised of ash from withered foliage, and a thick aura of death emanated from it, causing the surrounding vegetation to visibly wilt at an alarming rate. As he approached the path, within a mere 100 feet, an unusual desiccated corpse came into view. The body, emaciated and skeletal, retained its head and limbs intact, yet bore an expression of unfathomable terror, eyes forever open in death. Scattered around the corpse lay a haphazard array of objects, magical artifacts, talismans, ceramic vials, and garments. Qin Yang proceeded cautiously, and upon spotting a piece of gold paper on the ground, his expression changed drastically. The paper bore a full-body portrait of a man, whose features, though not strikingly handsome, were undeniably pleasing to the eye. The artist's skill was exceptional, capturing even the displeased expression on the man's face with remarkable precision, down to the individual hairs of his eyebrows. As Qin Yang bent to retrieve the gold paper, his expression fluctuated between shock, anger, and disbelief. This was undeniably him. How could he find it displeasing? He examined the gold paper from various angles, discovering markings on its reverse side. Tentatively, he infused a trace of his true essence into the paper. Instantly, the gold paper levitated, releasing streams of spiritual light that intertwined and coalesced into a three-dimensional illusion hovering above it. The figure of Qin Yang appeared, scowling, his face contorted in dissatisfaction. Casting a sidelong glance downward, his expression full of complex emotions akin to having stepped in something unpleasant. Examining his attire and the wooden hairpin adorning his head, Qin Yang's expression grew intricate. This was precisely how he had appeared when he was struck down from the cloud bed, standing at the edge of the pit. Who could have captured his likeness in such a manner? As the illusion rotated, a line of text emerged beneath it. Whoever can locate this individual or provide clues will receive a reward. If delivered to any branch of the Wanyong commercial house, a lower-grade spiritual weapon will be the compensation. The signature boldly bore the name of the Wanyong commercial house. Qin Yang's face darkened. Was he now being sought after by the Wanyong commercial house? Had someone witnessed his actions against Steward Qiu during the chaos? The audacity of the Wanyong commercial house was astounding. The mere death of a steward from a small branch merited a reward of a spiritual weapon. Was it truly permissible to act with such impunity simply because they had wealth? In truth, the life of a branch steward was hardly worth a spiritual weapon, and the unscrupulous merchants of the Wanyong commercial house had long since ceased to rely on exorbitant prices to win hearts. Why would they offer such a substantial reward? Furthermore, the gold paper in his possession alone held considerable value. Any disciple of the sacred sect of the magic stones could possess a similar piece. The quantity of these gold paper flyers circulating was likely significant, and their cumulative worth might rival that of a lower-grade spiritual weapon. It was highly probable that many formidable cultivators from the Divine Sea would find this bounty intriguing, and among the 3 yuan cultivators beneath the Divine Sea, most who were aware would undoubtedly remember it. Should he appear in public, the mere thought sent a shiver down Qin Yang's spine, eliciting an involuntary exclamation of dismay. Silently, he tucked away the bounty paper, gathering the scattered items from the ground. One artifact resembled a tortoise shell. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was not an ordinary protective artifact. When infused with true essence, its weight would increase, serving as a tool for physical training. The ceramic vial contained Dan medicine, specifically the Gui Lu Dan, a common remedy for foundational practitioners, both aiding in cultivation and replenishing vitality. The remaining talismans were of inferior quality, unworthy of his consideration. The few garments he found were merely standard-issue robes for disciples of the sacred sect, equipped with dust-repelling enchantments, offering negligible defense against ordinary weapons. Upon further inspection, he discovered fragments of a shattered storage bag. Qin Yang surmised that the bag had likely been forcefully torn apart, resulting in the scattered contents. Observing the corpse of the disciple, he furrowed his brow. Though the limbs were not particularly robust, the skin bore a metallic sheen, and peering through the gaping hole in the chest revealed bones that shimmered with a hint of bronze amidst their silvery hue. A body cultivator, who tempered his physique with the essence of metals, possessing an incredibly sturdy frame, met a tragic end. He seemed to have died without resistance. His chest pierced by an unknown force, his face etched with utter terror. It was as if his courage had failed him, succumbing to his fate. Without deliberation, Qin Yang sensed the imminent danger. He extended his hand, invoking a skill to conjure a skill book and a token-like magical artifact. Before he could examine them, a blood-curdling scream erupted from the depths of the forest, abruptly silenced as someone's neck was seized. Qin Yang hastily imprinted the skill book onto his mind, stowed the token in his storage bag, and bolted in the opposite direction. Suppressing his aura, he relied solely on his physical prowess. Yet beads of sweat trickled down his forehead. A subtle, peculiar aura began to permeate the air, heralding an impending doom. The once vibrant forest fell silent. Not a chirp nor rustle could be heard. Birds perched motionless on branches, their heads buried in their chests, trembling. A colossal serpent, a dozen feet long, hesitated before its den, feigning death by exposing its belly and coiling into a defensive posture. Further along, a towering black ape, its fur like steel needles, exuding a potent demonic aura and vital energy comparable to a Foundation establishment cultivator, cowered on the ground, clutching its head, trembling as if afraid to utter a sound. Its paw clamped tightly over its mouth. Qin Yang sprinted past it, but the ape remained unmoved. A chilling premonition sent shivers down Qin Yang's spine, his body gradually stiffening with primal fear. It was as if a true predator had descended, leaving him with no choice but to await his end like the forest creatures. Ah! Another scream echoed in the air. Qin Yang froze, pressing himself against a giant tree trunk, holding his breath, and remaining motionless. Streaks of sword light flashed overhead as cultivators, their faces contorted with panic and eyes darting about, frantically propelled their flying swords with surging spiritual energy. After they passed, a crimson gourd, as tall as a man, followed closely behind, carrying a disheveled and wretched cultivator. "Senior brother, wait for me. Don't abandon me," he shrieked in terror, his voice cracking, sounding like a duck being strangled, emitting a dying wail. In an instant, the red gourd halted. The cultivator's eyes bulged, his body stiffened, and his face froze in a mask of horror. Only a series of guttural growls, a mix of struggle and despair, escaped his throat. From the sky behind, a hunched, black-robed old man with sunken eyes and an expressionless face glided through the air, each step deliberate and measured. Reaching the red gourd, the old man rasped in a hoarse, grating voice, "Do you know who I am?" I don't know." The cultivator on the gourd was on the verge of wetting himself, barely managing to utter the words. The old man shook his head and extended a withered hand, slowly piercing the cultivator's chest. The cultivator, seemingly paralyzed, could only watch with wide eyes as the old man's hand gradually penetrated his flesh. Crack, crack. Flesh tore apart, and bones shattered piece by piece until the hand had completely pierced the cultivator's chest. The cultivator's body rapidly withered as the old man withdrew his hand. The entire process lasted a dozen breaths. Yet, the cultivator could only watch, unable to move a finger. The terror was indescribable, even in death. His face remained frozen in a mask of dread. "Of what use are you if you don't even know who I am?" The old man sighed softly, then turned and continued his aerial stroll. Once the old man had vanished, Qin Yang, who had been feigning death on the ground, twitched slightly. His clothes were instantly soaked in cold sweat, his limbs were ice cold, and his face was ashen. The old man's power was overwhelming, a suppression on a fundamental level, stemming from his bloodline and soul. It caused Qin Yang's very marrow to tremble. There was no grand display of force, no celestial radiance. Yet the subtle aura nearly drove him to despair. The unfortunate cultivator had been so terrified that he had resigned himself to his fate, the fear of the old man outweighing the dread of death. Qin Yang managed to maintain his suppressed aura, hold his breath, and feign lifelessness, leaving no opening. The old man traversed the air as if walking on solid ground. Though his steps appeared slow, his speed was deceptive. Each step carried him leagues, and the distance increased with each stride, far surpassing the speed of flying on a magical artifact. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from Qin Yang's sight. Qin Yang's face was as pale as paper, utterly terrified. After emerging from behind the tree, he suppressed his aura, chose a direction opposite to the old man's, and fled. He dared not waste time looting the corpse of the cultivator who had ridden the red gourd. After sprinting for less than an incense stick's worth of time, Qin Yang suddenly froze, his hair standing on end. A subtle yet terrifying aura descended upon him without warning. Qin Yang's eyes darted upward, and he saw several streaks of sword light approaching from the side, followed closely by the gaunt old man with an expressionless face. How did these guys end up here? Qin Yang was exasperated, realizing that he was about to be dragged down by these unfortunate souls. There was no escape. The old man was powerful, enigmatic, unreasonable, and ruthless. Falling into his hands would undoubtedly result in a gruesome death. Without time to think, Qin Yang rubbed his face, causing his bones to crack and shift. In an instant, he transformed into the image of the demonic stone sect disciple whose corpse he had looted earlier. Then, with a thought, he crouched down beneath a tree, resuming his act of feigning death. He could only hope to escape this calamity by chance. Even if something unexpected happened, he couldn't allow his true identity to be revealed to these demonic stone sect disciples. Qin Yang prayed silently, promising to turn over a new leaf if he survived this ordeal. However, at that moment, the streaks of sword light overhead shattered abruptly, and the cultivators plummeted from the sky, screaming in terror. Upon landing, they huddled together like frightened quails, trembling in fear, oblivious to their injuries. The old man approached, his face devoid of emotion. He stopped before one of the cultivators and asked in his grating voice, "Do you know who I am?" The cultivator trembled uncontrollably, his eyes rolling back as he teetered on the brink of unconsciousness, unable to utter a single word. The old man shook his head and extended his withered, claw-like hand, slowly piercing the cultivator's chest, turning his body into a withered, decaying husk. "Of what use are you if you don't even know?" The old man sighed and moved on to another young man. "Do you know who I am?" The young man's body was rigid, his throat constricted. He managed to force out a single word before becoming unable to speak. As the old man's hand drew closer, the young man seemed to have a sudden epiphany, unlocking his hidden potential. He shrieked, "It's Wu Yu." The old man's withered hand paused, and a flicker of something other than stagnant water appeared in his eyes. He continued, "Who is Wu Yu?" "He's the demonic stone sect's supreme elder from 5,000 years ago." The young cultivator screamed, as if grasping at a lifeline, pouring out everything he knew in a torrent. "The Grand Elder Wu Yu and I share the same lineage. I have encountered a portrait of the Grand Elder, who, 5 millennia ago, returned from an expedition gravely wounded, his vitality extinguished. Knowing his time was short, he ventured deep into the ancestral tomb, seeking to uncover a fragment of the truth hidden within its depths. It is said that after transmitting a single message, he fell silent forever. Upon finishing this tale, a glimmer of hope flickered in the young cultivator's eyes, yearning to evade his fate. However, the old man remained expressionless, his gnarled hand slowly piercing into the young man's chest. The youth's eyes widened in shock and confusion as he witnessed his body withering away, life ebbing from him. With great difficulty, he uttered 3 words. "Why? You possess too much knowledge." The elder sighed, shaking his head, his gaze clouded. He muttered incoherently, "It cannot be. I am not Wu Yu. If I were Wu Yu, why can't I remember? No, that is not right. What am I to do? Who am I? I cannot recall." After a brief soliloquy, the elder's eyes returned to a vacant stare, and he moved towards another cultivator. Not far away, Qin Yang stood rigid, astonished and bewildered, his mind racing with exclamations of disbelief. This elder was undoubtedly deranged, a madman who had already departed from life, making any form of communication impossible. Whether he acknowledged death or not, it mattered little. It seemed he was not motivated by a mere desire to kill, but operated under a twisted logic of his own. In that moment, Qin Yang felt overwhelmed, utterly clueless on how to navigate this perilous predicament. Escaping was out of the question. The elder's aura was peculiar and repressed, a mere whisper of his presence sufficing to dominate the surroundings. It felt as if a mountain pressed down upon him, akin to sinking into the depths of the ocean, with an encroaching, terrifying pressure that rendered even the slightest movement a challenge. The elder, lost in his ramblings, interrogated the disciples of the Demon Stone sacred sect in succession. And, as anticipated, the outcomes were grim. Those who claimed ignorance met death, those who knew also perished, and those who remained silent shared the same fate. Qin Yang's heart quaked. He sensed that his luck had finally run out. Indeed, after dispatching the disciples, the elder turned towards Qin Yang's hiding spot, his expression unchanged, his eyes devoid of life, posing the same question, "Do you know who I am?" Petrified and unable to stir, Qin Yang's thoughts raced, cold sweat pouring down his brow, uncertain how to respond to appease this mad specter. Moments later, the elder extended his withered hand, slowly reaching for Qin Yang's chest. With his heart pounding like a drum and his blood surging like a torrential river, Qin Yang felt a sharp sting in his chest, and, with eyes ablaze, he roared, "I am already dead. You are dead too. Why do you ask me? Inquire of the living." The elder hesitated, a flicker of confusion passing through his lifeless eyes. In that instant, Qin Yang's true essence surged forth, and a blood-colored amulet erupted from his grasp, enveloped in a peculiar crimson aura. Within it, intricate patterns intertwined, akin to veins, suddenly coiling rapidly into the silhouette of a Buddha adorned with a high crown. A resonant chant resonated, echoing through the void, directly penetrating the minds of those present. As the blood-red radiance expanded, it forced the bewildered elder back 3 paces. Suddenly, a dark aura erupted from the elder, rolling forth like black ink, instantly repelling the bloodlight, as if it were a mere trifle, and he swiftly turned to counterattack. Regaining control, Qin Yang unsheathed his broken hammer and swung it towards the elder's head, simultaneously summoning his treasured pin tube, which soared into the air, expanding to a height of 10 feet, descending upon the elder. The elder remained impassive, his gaze still lost in thought, yet instinctively raised a finger to point at the broken hammer. In an instant, a torrent of deathly energy surged forth, enveloping the hammer completely. A flicker of red light danced within the hammer, emitting a vast, searing aura that tore through the deathly miasma and fell aside, leaving no trace of movement. The pin tube, too, was summoned back by a mere flick of the elder's finger. Qin Yang's complexion turned pale, trembling at the vast chasm between their powers. With no time to ponder, he gritted his teeth and leaped into the pin tube. Once inside, he unleashed all his true essence. The sound of a roaring river and thunderous reverberations filling the air, as a purple divine light erupted skyward, enveloping the pin tube in an aura of righteousness, warding off any malevolence. The elder, expressionless, extended his withered hand towards the pin tube, dark miasma pouring down his arm, transforming into a multitude of shadowy hands that clawed relentlessly at the tube. In that moment, the deathly energy swept forth, with the elder at its center, causing trees to wither and flowers to decay, as if an invisible hand had brushed past, leaving a desolate wasteland in its wake. Within the pen tube, Qin Yang's expression darkened as he exerted all his strength, a layer of purple light emanating from its surface, repelling all of the shadowy hands. This pen tube, a relic left by the supreme Taoist lord, bore the aura of an ancient powerhouse and had long been infused with righteousness, having contained a formidable brush that had penned countless mysteries, nurturing its noble essence against all evils. Such a treasure was particularly effective against an elder steeped in deathly energy. And unlike ordinary artifacts, treasures like this had fewer restrictions on their use, their might varying with the wielder. However, as Qin Yang felt the true essence within him rapidly depleting, he realized the pin tube could barely hold its ground. His heart sank. The disparity in strength was too great. Had a cultivator of equal caliber wielded the pin tube, they could have subdued the elder in an instant. Crack. The ancient carvings on the surface of the pin tube began to fissure, as the tube itself seemed to rot under the deathly miasma, its luster dimming and its divine might wilting. Crack. As the elder's claw struck the pin tube, the surface erupted with a deafening crash, shattering the spiritual light and reducing countless fragments to dust. Suddenly, a brilliant light emerged from the swirling black miasma, akin to a rising sun, sweeping away the darkness with unstoppable force. An otherworldly sound resonated, embodying the voice of the universe, containing the essence of all truths, roaring like thunder, yet whispering sweetly. The myriad peculiar sensations harmonized perfectly, culminating in a resounding explosion. Repel the evil. The incomprehensible tones immediately conveyed their meaning without a hint of ambiguity. In an instant, the swirling deathly miasma dissipated into nothingness, and the elder's outstretched arm crumbled as if swept away by an overwhelming force, reducing it to mere dust. The elder staggered back 7 steps, the confusion in his gaze dissipating, replaced by a focused intensity. His expression unyielding as he stared at the pen tube, as if facing a formidable adversary. After the surface of the pen tube shattered, its form transformed entirely. Now a deep purple hue with intricate carvings of a lion-like creature adorned with wings. The creature stood proudly, its eyes closed, baring its teeth yet exuding a righteous aura rather than ferocity. Crouched within the pen tube, Qin Yang felt a surge of astonishment. Having studied the pen tube for an extended period, he always believed its true power surpassed what he had witnessed. He had once seen it unleash its magnificent might unmanipulated, far exceeding his own attempts. Now, as he beheld its true form, he understood it emanated innate power, vastly superior to his own efforts. The power of the pen tube was unleashed, compelling even the blood llama, a remarkable treasure, to retract all its might and transform into a blood jade, falling silent without a trace of its former grandeur. After a moment's respite, with the crisis averted, Qin Yang felt no joy. When the pen tube was not provoked by the old man, it could only rely on his urging, unable to manifest its divine might independently. Even when he attempted to activate the pen tube himself, he was no match for the old man. In the end, he could only cower within the pen tube, too afraid to show his face. After the old man retreated, he stood like a statue, motionless, his gaze returning to a lifeless void, while the ominous energy swirling around him dissipated without a trace. Inside the pen tube, Qin Yang cultivated his energy, disregarding the old man outside. After 2 hours had passed, upon recovering his true essence and peering through a crack to observe the outside, the old man remained as still as a statue, his expression unchanged. Qin Yang felt overwhelmed. Was this mad specter intent on enduring this stalemate with him? He had been dead for a century, and it seemed his hair wouldn't fall out even a single strand, while he cowered within the pen tube, destined to be consumed by this eerie endurance. "Senior, will you?" Qin Yang tentatively murmured. "Do you know who I am?" The old man's eyes flickered, his expression devoid of emotion, as he asked this habitual question. "Senior, do not inquire further. You are called Wu Yu, a venerable elder of the Demon Stone sacred sect from 5,000 years ago. You are dead. Do you understand? You perished, and I perished at your hands. Do you recall?" Qin Yang gritted his teeth and extended his head from the pen tube. Indeed, the old man and Appo's eyes were filled with confusion. He made no move to attack, merely fixating on Qin Yang and Appo's face, the bewilderment in his gaze deepening. Suddenly, a dark light surged from his eyes, shooting forth, yet it was repelled by the divine light emanating from the pen tube, unable to penetrate. The old man did not persist in his probing, but finally displayed a trace of expression, one of contemplation. "I am dead, and you are dead? I killed you?" The old man muttered to himself, seemingly recalling something. "Yes, I believe I have killed you. You are dead, then why are you still here?" "I too am dead. Why am I still here?" "Yes, senior, we are both dead. You will not die again, nor can you kill me once more." Qin Yang's temples dripped with cold sweat, a chill permeating his heart. Were it not for the pen tube's protection, this mad specter could easily see through his transformation and unearth the deception of his death. Without further contemplation, Qin Yang promptly sought to save himself. "Senior, your vitality has been extinguished, your life nearing its end. You once ventured deep into the Demon Stone ancestral tomb to uncover its mysterious truth. With your will unbroken, stepping out of the tomb must mean you have found the crucial clue. I too seek to understand the peculiarities surrounding the tomb, though I am dead. My heart remains unsatisfied, yearning for the truth. What have you discovered?" Upon hearing this, the old man's gaze sharpened, suddenly becoming profoundly solemn, the light in his eyes growing increasingly vibrant. "Indeed, I seek the truth. I have found the key, but what that key is, I cannot remember, I cannot recall." The old man became increasingly deranged. Dark energy akin to ink began to seep from his form, and his aura surged wildly. The sky darkened, and the ground exuded a miasma of death. Despite the pen tube's defense, Qin Yang felt as if he were suffocating. "Senior, I know. Qin Yang cried out in haste, fearing that if this mad specter went berserk, the pen tube might not withstand it. Should he lose control and obliterate this fragment of the secret realm, he would be truly doomed. "Speak. What is the truth?" The old man's face contorted with fury as he lunged toward the pen tube, his withered left arm clawing at it. His desiccated arm clashed against the pen tube's righteous energy, slowly disintegrating into dust, yet he showed no sign of ceasing, wholly consumed by madness. Deep within, follow the river of shadows down to its depths. There lies the truth, right there. Yes, that is it. The old man's eyes blazed with dark light, as if suddenly awakened, filled with an expression of profound wisdom. "Indeed, it is there," the old man chanted, turning and stepping forth, vanishing into the air as he entered the shadowy river. Finally escaping death, Qin Yang exhaled deeply, his complexion pale, leaning against the pen tube as if he had been dredged from the depths of the water. In the flowing shadowy river, Wu Yu, lacking a right arm and left hand, stood upon the shimmering waters, his gaze filled with dark light that surged forth, transforming into two beams piercing the void. The river branched infinitely, seemingly having no effect on Wu Yu, as he made each choice at the forks without a moment's hesitation. Within a section of the river, the emperor white serpent emerged, its head breaking the surface, disdainfully expelling a grotesque fish from its mouth. After becoming accustomed to meager fare, I find it difficult to readjust. Truly, it is challenging to transition from luxury to simplicity. Muttering complaints to itself, the emperor white serpent abruptly twisted its head, its eyes narrowing into a slit. Reflections shimmering within. In an instant, Wu Yu's figure traversing the shadowy river appeared. At that moment, Wu Yu looked up, seemingly piercing through the void. His lifeless gaze met the serpent's eyes. The Emperor White Serpent turned away, its slit-like eyes slowly widening before it slithered off. Making its way back to the entrance of the thief sect, the Emperor White Serpent burst forth from the shadowy river, its massive tail crashing against the mountain gate, shattering stones and reducing the characters of the thief sect to rubble. With a thunderous roar, the mountain gate crumbled, the rocky peak collapsing as the Emperor White Serpent casually struck it with its tail, causing it to vanish into the shadowy river. Wei Chengshi, Wei Old Ghost. Come out quickly, something big has happened. The Emperor White Serpent bellowed. From the void, Wei Feng emerged with a long face. Gazing at the shattered mountain gate with a melancholic tone, Old Bai, you were once a significant figure in the divine dynasty. Must you always destroy the thief sect's gate? Enough of the chatter. When the thief sect was not yet destroyed, I smashed your gate, and none dared to speak against me. The Emperor White Serpent replied impatiently. Turning to face the shadowy river and Appo's direction, a deceased individual is crossing the shadowy river. What shall we do? Wei Feng produced a gray stone mirror. Brushing it with one hand, divine light danced upon the mirror's surface, revealing Wu Yu's figure. Ah, it is he. After 5,000 years. He still retains his unbroken will and undying obsession. Were it not for his greed leading him to recklessly approach the battlefield of the two titled Dalords, he would not have met such a demise. Had he lived, his achievements would surely far surpass those of his past. What a pity. Wei Feng sighed, shaking his head in lament. What shall we do? Speak quickly, he is approaching. The Emperor White Serpent urged, increasingly impatient. Seal the mountain gate. This man is indeed noteworthy. Serving the sect diligently, even in death, he seeks to contribute. He is not here for us, so there is no need for conflict. Wei Feng replied casually as he stowed away the stone mirror. The Emperor White Serpent nodded, releasing a breath from its mouth as a lengthy broadsword slowly materialized. The sword appeared unadorned and simple, exuding an ancient and extraordinary aura, with only a line of ancient characters inscribed on the blade. The words Emperor by adding a touch of the extraordinary to the plain sword. In the midst of the tranquil yet formidable atmosphere, the Emperor of the White Serpent, with a broadsword clasped in his mouth, made a decisive slash between the entrance of the Thief's Gate and the Yin River. Immediately, a streak of white light lingered in the air, as if the void itself had been severed. A profound chasm unexpectedly appeared between the Yin River and the mountain gate, causing the chilling mist rising from the river to vanish in an instant. Gazing into the chasm, though it measured merely half a zhang, it evoked a profound sense of distance, as if one were eternally unable to traverse it. Wei Feng and the Emperor of the White Serpent stood motionless before the mountain gate, their eyes fixed on the Yin River. After an indeterminate period, amidst the unchanging flow of the Yin River, suddenly a figure emerged. Wu Yu walked upon the river, glancing at Wei Feng and the Emperor of the White Serpent as he passed, his pace unwavering as he continued downstream, vanishing in the blink of an eye. He was heading downward, seemingly toward impending peril. The Emperor of the White Serpent felt a tinge of anxiety, hesitating to voice his concerns. At that moment, his consciousness had revived, possessing at least 80% of his former strength. Observing Wu Yu, he noted that he appeared as an ordinary person. The deathly aura within him seemed to have reached a state of extremity, contained to the point where his power might now exceed his former self by a margin. Despite the looming threat, there was no need to confront a dead man. It would not be long before he dissipated entirely, his will crumbling away. Wei Feng sighed deeply, acutely aware that Wu Yu's descent into the next layer of the secret realm would undoubtedly stir turbulence. Alas, the brief revival of Wu Yu's consciousness marked the last flicker of brilliance in this world, a dazzling light born from profound obsession, unimpeded by any force truly. A deity slaying deities, a Buddha slaying Buddhas, with no reservations whatsoever. Anyone possessing even a modicum of intelligence would instinctively avoid his radiance. Let us seal the mountain gate entirely. We must prevent our residents from being affected, Wei Feng lamented, feeling regret for Wu Yu. The Emperor of the White Serpent, sword still clutched in his mouth, unleashed several strikes, causing the Yin River to recede into the distance, transforming the surroundings into an infinite void. Once he swallowed the broadsword back into his being, a flicker of perplexity ignited within his eyes. Ah, it seems I have forgotten something. Never mind. It is quite exhausting. I shall retreat into slumber for a while. 3 days later, amidst the desolate, darkened earth, Qin Yang remained crouched within the penholder, yet to emerge. Everything around had been utterly obliterated by the deathly aura unleashed by Wu Yu. Particularly the remains of the disciples from the Demon Stone Sacred Sect. There was not even a trace of bone left, which was truly unfortunate. For 3 days, Qin Yang prudently refrained from emerging, fearful that the entity he had encountered was no ordinary dead soul, but a madman who might return unexpectedly, wreaking havoc and causing his own demise through the mere ripple of deathly energy. As the 3rd day elapsed, he gritted his teeth and leaped from the penholder, summoning it to hover above his head as he raced back toward the entrance. Upon reaching the segment of the Yin River suspended in midair, he found no anomalies. Looking up at the sky, he murmured, "Surely, Master Bai has not forgotten to come for me? Or has he fallen victim to that lunatic? Surely not. Although Master Bai seldom reveals his prowess, he must possess considerable strength. Furthermore, he should not provoke that madman, should he?" Hours slipped by, and still, there was no sign of movement. A sense of foreboding began to creep over Qin Yang. His unreliable Master Bai would not have truly forgotten him, would he? Yet, he dared not leave this spot, fearing that should Master Bai arrive and find him absent, the timing would be irrevocably misaligned. Settling onto the ground in meditation, he allowed the night to pass, yet still, there was no response. "Very well, I shall examine the penholder and the great hammer while I wait." The penholder had undergone no notable changes, leaving little to investigate, but the broken-handled hammer captured Qin Yang's attention, a peculiar glimmer flickering in his eyes. Previously, he had observed that this seemingly entirely depleted artifact could emit a trace of divine might, shattering Wu Yu's deathly aura. It is known that typically, even intact artifacts cannot achieve such feats. The personal artifacts of those cultivators had been reduced to dust under the onslaught of Wu Yu's deathly energy. Yet this broken hammer remained unscathed. Qin Yang sat cross-legged, holding the broken hammer, scrutinizing it with meticulous care. This hammer, having been struck by Wu Yu's finger and subsequently eroded by deathly energy, still retained its original form. Some marks of wear were evident, resembling a forcibly broken edge. Yet there was no sign of disintegration. Knowledge of artifact appraisal surged forth in his mind, aligning perfectly with what he observed. The materials of the hammer were indeed as his master had described, forged from the fallen star steel, an exceedingly hard substance that possessed a unique quality, rendering it difficult to alter through external forces, akin to the eternal nature of the stars. Generally, the addition of even a handful of this star steel could elevate an artifact's stability and hardness by 3 levels. This hammer, while not entirely composed of star steel, was at least 80% made from it. Furthermore, when star steel is employed as a supplementary material, it becomes somewhat easier to forge. However, using it as the primary material, integrating other components, significantly escalates the difficulty. The hammer appeared as a singular entity, with no visible seams or attachments, suggesting that all materials had melded seamlessly, an incredibly challenging feat, one that not even the most skilled artisans could accomplish. As he examined the now dormant runes and patterns, Qin Yang's astonishment deepened. This broken hammer, in its prime, must have been at least a precious artifact. Yet, no matter how he scrutinized or tested it, it remained merely a shell, devoid of any extraordinary qualities beyond its hardness. What, then, had accounted for that fleeting burst of divine might? That faint trace of power, though weak, was of an exceedingly high nature, piercing through the inky deathly aura with ease, as if unstoppable. Suddenly, Qin Yang's expression shifted as a recollection surfaced from the knowledge of artifact appraisal. The hierarchy of artifacts ascends from the basic stages of law, spirit, treasure, and Tao. Law artifacts merely inscribe patterns and symbols, undergoing refinement to yield various powers. Spirit artifacts exhibit a semblance of sentience, capable of transforming their shape. If a spirit were sealed within, the artifact might manifest the powers of that spirit, significantly amplifying its effectiveness. Treasure artifacts, however, evolve through the diligent care of cultivators over many years, culminating in the birth of a spirit or the awakening of the artifact's own sentience, forming a primordial spirit. The primordial essence represents the very beginning of existence, while spirit refers to sentience, the profound distinction between living beings and lifeless matter. Once the primordial spirit emerges, it becomes akin to the soul of the artifact, capable of wielding its powers autonomously, often exhibiting superior mastery compared to its cultivator. Just as the prior multi-treasure celestial will surely had a primordial spirit guiding it. Yet, such treasure artifacts are the result of millennia of cultivation, nurtured through generations of practitioners. to cultivate a true primordial spirit, not merely a nascent essence. These insights were gleaned from the tome on artifact appraisal, which had been perused by Steward Chiu. Yet the specifics of how to discern and evaluate remained elusive. Qin Yang's gaze flickered as he gently caressed the broken hammer, feeling the intricate patterns beneath his fingertips. Within the remaining shell of the artifact, the only plausible explanation for the potential divine might it had exhibited was that it housed a primordial spirit, fully formed, possessing complete sentience. "Come forth, I know you are within." Qin Yang rapped on the broken-handled hammer, lowering his voice with an air of seriousness. The hammer remained unresponsive. "Come out. Stop hiding, I know you are there. I've figured it out. Why? Out of so many, you chose to come to me and nearly took my life. It must have been intentional." Qin Yang pressed his face against the hammer, straining to hear any sound from within, pretending as if he could perceive something. Yet, the hammer showed no signs of change. Qin Yang's expression darkened, feeling embarrassed, but the more he thought about it, the more convinced he became. He continued to murmur to the hammer, "It must have been you on purpose. Later, my unreliable master was around, and you were afraid of being discovered. So you kept hiding. Who knows how many powerful beings are concealed within the sect? Even I do not know. You continued to play dead. And now that you can finally emerge without anyone noticing, you feel threatened and can no longer resist. Come out. I've already seen through you." A gentle breeze swept by, and Qin Yang's face stiffened. How utterly awkward. The hammer still did not respond. Feeling conflicted, he had finally had a moment of clarity, combined with new knowledge he had acquired, deducing that this was the only plausible explanation. "So you refuse to come out, do you? Fine, just wait. You almost killed me back then, and now you're playing dead. Once I get out, I'll find the busiest latrine and toss you in for a soak. I'll give you one last chance. I'll count to 3. If you don't come out, don't blame me for being ruthless and heartless. After all this time, you surely know I keep my word. 3, 2. The last count lingered in the air. Have you made up your mind?" Still, there was no response from the hammer. Qin Yang, however, was not ready to give up. 1. After counting to 3, the hammer remained silent. A flicker of disappointment crossed Qin Yang's eyes. It seemed he had overthought it. After all, the hammer had erupted from the treasure heaven wheel, having been ruined for countless years. Even if there was a spirit within, it might have long departed or succumbed to slumber over the ages, fully dissipated. The hammer had previously exhibited a hint of divine power, perhaps for reasons beyond his speculation. Reflecting on how he had engaged in such an awkward conversation with an inanimate artifact, Qin Yang felt a wave of embarrassment and inexplicable irritation wash over him. "Fine. If you want to come out, just wait. Once I'm free, I'll use you to suppress the latrine." Furious, he stowed the hammer into his storage bag and glanced around, relieved to find he was indeed alone. Looking up at the sky, the dark river suspended in midair continued to flow ceaselessly, emerging from the void, traversing through the air, and disappearing back into nothingness. The white serpent of the emperor remained elusive. "Uncle Bai, if you've truly forgotten me, don't ever expect to taste my grilled meat or soup again." Qin Yang lamented, feeling trapped. Was he truly stuck here? Ironically, the disciples of the Demon Stone sacred sect had perished completely, leaving him unable to escape with them. To make matters worse, the corpses, artifacts, and storage bags of those individuals had turned to dust in the wake of death's energy. Any hopes of relying on luck to find a way out had vanished. Sitting on the ground, supporting his head in thought, he pondered what to do. Meanwhile, within his storage bag, a flicker of red light danced upon the surface of the broken-handled hammer, and a grotesquely ugly chicken head emerged from within. Its beady eyes darting around suspiciously, it opened its mouth and inhaled, causing a dozen spirit stones to fly out from the storage bag and into its beak. "Little brat, your wits are quite sharp, but what use is that? The ancestor has consumed more spirit stones than you've ever seen. Do you think you can intimidate me?" Qin Yang waited for another 3 days, yet still saw no sign of the white serpent of the emperor. "Well, it seems I cannot return anytime soon." Qin Yang sighed deeply, feeling helpless. His bad premonitions had become reality. This unreliable uncle Bai had indeed forgotten him. 3 days had passed without a visit, and if luck continued to elude him, it could very well be 3 months before he saw any sign of life. If fate were particularly harsh, Uncle Bai might be sound asleep somewhere, perhaps not to awaken for another 300 years. Back when they shared meat and boasted together, Uncle Bai had bragged about mastering an ancient secret method that required understanding in dreams. He had once slept for 300 years in one dream. Typically, it was common for him to ponder for decades, or even centuries. The only reason he was awake now was that he had just roused from a century-long slumber and wanted to stretch his limbs. It was precisely because the White Serpent of the Emperor was awake that the Thieves' Guild had seen some stirrings in recent years. Otherwise, only a handful would have been able to escape their encampment, cross the dark river, and join the outside world of the Thieves' Guild. Qin Yang had ceased to harbor any hopes for the White Serpent of the Emperor. He could only wish that the Demon Stone Sacred Sect would react. After all, a relic that had perished 5,000 years ago, whose disciples had also met a tragic end here, couldn't possibly elicit no response whatsoever, could it? Surely. Once the Demon Stone Sacred Sect sent someone to investigate, they wouldn't leave their only surviving disciple here to rot, right? Of course, escaping alongside them also posed risks. If they dispatched fellow disciples, there was a good chance they wouldn't see through his transformation technique. However, if a skilled individual were sent, the likelihood of them uncovering his disguise was significantly heightened. Thus, he needed to ensure his disguise was convincingly executed. Recalling the skill book that had been imprinted in his mind, it indeed turned out to be a cultivation technique, specifically a body refining method, titled the Golden Metal Absorption Technique. Although its rank was merely a technique, it was of high quality, only a step away from being classified as a method. The essence of metal lies in its density and sharpness, and the golden metal is the essence of axes and blades, embodying the most intense killing aura. All weapons of sharpness, even materials, are imbued with the essence of golden metal. Cultivating this golden metal absorption technique involves absorbing the golden metal aura from various metals, refining it, and integrating it into oneself, harmonizing with one's skin and bones. However, the golden metal aura within metals is exceedingly sharp and divides life and death. Prolonged absorption carries the risk of one's flesh hardening into metal, transforming into a golden figure. The brilliance of this technique lies in its ability to absorb the wandering golden metal aura from the Western realms, harmonizing life and death to mitigate potential crises. The Western golden metal aura peaks from early autumn to the frost of winter, indicating that this period is when the aura is most potent. Considering the time, it was just past the frost. No wonder this fellow had come here. For the coming year of training, he would need to rely on consuming metals to sustain himself, allowing for practice anywhere. Perhaps this unfortunate soul was in dire straits, seeking metal ores in this place. After contemplating for a moment and confirming the technique was clear in his mind, Qin Yang finally retrieved a piece of metal ore from his storage bag and began to slowly cultivate the technique. With each breath, he moved at a pace several times slower than before, his energy channels extending long and smooth. As time passed, a wisp of white energy circulated with Qin Yang's inhalation and exhalation, wrapping around the metal ore. As he inhaled, a golden hue emerged within, and with the next exhale, it transformed back into white energy. The white energy flowed back and forth, and after half an hour, the sizable piece of metal ore before him had transformed into a honeycomb-like gray stone, which crumbled into fine powder with a gentle squeeze. With his eyes closed, Qin Yang continued to operate the technique, a metallic sheen flowing beneath his skin. As his bones stirred, a resonant sound echoed, reminiscent of countless weapons clashing in a symphony of sharpness and strength. After completely absorbing the metallic ores on his person, Qin Yang opened his eyes and let out a low shout, his hand forming into a blade as he thrust it sharply towards the nearby blue stone. A glimmer of golden light flickered on his arm, and with a soft thud, half of his arm sank into the stone. Remarkably, being part of a prestigious sect, even a common disciple's cultivation technique surpassed that of many independent practitioners. Despite being a novice, he had already attained such formidable strength, capable of unleashing the power of a low-grade magical artifact with his bare hands, if paired with a technique such as the Hand of Unity, within the same rank. Without any protective treasures, he could easily cause fatal harm to anyone he targeted. Qin Yang marveled at this. He touched his skin, which, contrary to the technique's description, had not become hard. It felt just as it did before, with no discernible changes. He couldn't help but admire the purple cloud Tao Sutra, which, in its vastness, seemed to encompass all, even integrating body refinement techniques, purging the flaws of the methods while absorbing only the merits, seamlessly melding them into his being. The concerns he had regarding potential shortcomings were unfounded. His robust foundation was more than adequate to assimilate and differentiate them, leaving him with little sensation of the process. This was precisely why he had painstakingly refined his foundation to perfection. However, it was unfortunate that this technique was incredibly costly. The metallic ores he had laboriously gathered could only serve as a mere introduction to the practice. had it not been for his solid physical foundation. Masquerading as a foundational practitioner would have been exceedingly difficult. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Qin Yang's expression brightened as he retrieved the broken-handled hammer. Laughing aloud, "Who needs metallic ores? This hammer is the finest training material." The essence of metal contained within it was likely sufficient to sustain his cultivation throughout the foundational period. With this thought, Qin Yang began to circulate his technique, elongating his breaths. A stream of white vapor erupted from his mouth, enveloping the broken hammer, and after a moment, he inhaled to draw it back. However, after half an hour, his face turned a shade of purple, his eyes bulging, yet no trace of metal essence was absorbed. The hammer remained intact. Fuming, Qin Yang glared. Grinding his teeth, "I intended to make use of this, but if it proves useless, it can await its fate in the latrine." With that, he begrudgingly stowed the hammer into his storage bag. Inside the bag, the hammer's broken handle protruded, revealing a half-awake chicken head. The ugly chicken lazily opened its eyes, displaying a hint of disdain, and muttered, "Humph, what a coward." After insulting him, the chicken gobbled down a few spirit stones and retreated into the hammer, falling silent. Unbeknownst to Qin Yang, he had failed to notice the significant depletion of spirit stones in his storage bag. Since mastering the Purple Cloud Tao Sutra, Qin Yang had not utilized spirit stones for cultivation in quite some time, leaving him unaware of how many he possessed. With the inability to cultivate the metal essence absorption technique, he turned to other matters. He recalled having found 2 identity tokens, one belonging to the steward Qiu, and the other to a hapless member of the Demon Stone sect. These tokens were specially crafted, each serving distinct purposes, yet sharing a common trait: the first person to refine them would own them, and any subsequent attempts at refinement would only result in the destruction of their enchantments, rendering them utterly useless. This feature made such tokens vital for identity verification across various sects, essentially functioning as self-authenticating identification. As Qin Yang contemplated everything he knew regarding these tokens, he held them in his hand, idly playing with them, a smile gradually forming on his lips. Life could not continue like this. Sitting by the fire, Qin Yang furrowed his brow, staring blankly at the meat roasting above the flames. Fat dripped into the fire with a sizzling sound, filling the air with an enticing aroma that made mouths water and bellies rumble. Yet, Qin Yang's face bore a hint of distaste. The scent only dampened his appetite. No matter how delicious, eating the same dish for 3 months would render it tasteless. He wondered whether this fragment of a secret realm had been previously cleared, leaving only small, non-threatening creatures. Not a single fierce beast could be found. While it was safe, the limited variety of meat available became monotonous, leading anyone to grow weary. Perhaps I should search for some sour wild fruits instead, to whet my appetite. Qin Yang resolved, rising and heading towards the distant thicket, eager to escape the monotonous fare. Suddenly, the ground trembled, and the sky warped as a deafening roar approached from afar. Initially faint, it quickly escalated into a cacophony resembling the rumble of a collapsing mountain or tsunami, shaking the very earth beneath him. Startled, Qin Yang summoned his purple crane, soaring into the air. Upon gazing into the distance, his pupils contracted in disbelief. This was no mere earthquake. The entire fragment of the secret realm was quaking. Far-off mountains crumbled amidst the thunderous roars. The earth fissured by cracks that branched out like gnarled tree roots, some extending for miles, seemingly tearing through the entirety of the secret realm fragment. From these crevices, frigid waters of a dark river surged forth, wilting countless plants along its path, freezing them into frost, while an invisible cold wind swept through, silently reducing vast stretches of forest to dust. In the southeast, the ground caved in, as if a significant portion of the realm had shattered and fallen into the void. While in the northwest, the warped sky collapsed towards the earth. Even the dark river that had flowed through the void began to vanish, with newly formed rivers appearing only to disappear shortly thereafter. The initial stretch of the dark river they had entered had also vanished. Perched atop the purple crane, suspended in midair, Qin Yang gazed at the apocalyptic scene below, chills running down his spine, utterly bewildered by the unfolding chaos. The violent transformations intensified, and suddenly, an invisible force swept through like a bolt from the blue. Buzz. Qin Yang felt as if a massive hammer had struck his very soul, landing a blow to the back of his head. His mind buzzed with sound, alternating between sharp and deep tones, fluctuating too rapidly to comprehend, leaving him overwhelmed. In an instant, darkness enveloped him, and he lost control of his body, his consciousness forced into a void, rendered a mere puppet, passively receiving that disorienting drone. As he lost awareness, Qin Yang plummeted from the crane, landing headfirst into the ground, half of his body embedded in the earth, falling completely still. Beneath the fragment of the secret realm, in the dim void, the rivers of dark water twisted and turned like silver dragons, now seemingly frenzied, flowing upward with increasing speed. Boom, boom, boom. The rivers could not withstand the violent changes, shattering and exploding, only to reassemble, continuing their chaotic ascent. The floating fragments of the secret realm resembled tiny boats tossed upon a furious sea, rising and falling, drifting aimlessly. Boom. A slightly smaller fragment of the secret realm shattered explosively, scattering countless particles into the air. Rumbling echoed from the depths of the void, resembling the roar of thunder, coalescing into a tempest of fury, crashing forward. Without revealing their forms, numerous smaller fragments of the secret realm and the dark rivers were obliterated in the onslaught. Even the larger fragments of the secret realm became riddled with holes, and every living creature within, be it an ordinary rabbit or a fierce beast, succumbed in an instant. Blood pouring from their orifices as they perished. Within the void, a thick, rolling black mist spread like a blanket, surging upward from the deepest depths, engulfing everything in sight. If someone were to gaze down from above, they would find their view entirely obscured by the relentless onslaught of the dark mist. The black thunder roared like countless black dragons, trapped in a swirling darkness, struggling to break free and tear apart everything in its path. Suddenly, as this immense and unfathomable darkness was about to collide with the fragments of the secret realm above, it abruptly halted and began to recede. The deafening roar, shaking the very fabric of the void, seemed at that moment akin to a formidable demon on the verge of liberation, only to be forcefully suppressed once more. All echoing with a profound sense of unwillingness. The tumultuous presence arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly, leaving behind a tranquil silence. Save for the scarred earth and the countless corpses of beings within the fractured realm, witnesses to the preceding chaos. 3 hours elapsed. In a state of unconsciousness, Qin Yang, embedded headfirst in the soil, suddenly stirred his waist, and after a prolonged moment, he violently shook his legs and emerged from the ground, sitting amidst the dirt. He remained dazed for a while, until his eyes gradually regained focus and his consciousness returned. In an instant, a cold sweat broke out upon him, his heart pounding wildly. Filled with lingering trepidation, the loss of consciousness had been so abrupt that his body could not react instinctively, nor could his mind process the event until he regained awareness. What on earth just transpired? Rubbing his sore neck, Qin Yang glanced at the pit in the ground, feeling a wave of terror wash over him. He had narrowly escaped disaster. Moreover, he might not even have known how he perished, had it not been for a technique from the Zhixiao Dao Sutra, which he had employed to solidify his foundation to an extraordinary degree, sacrificing his cultivation level for a more stable and robust soul. He would have faced the shattering of his spirit rather than merely losing consciousness. In retrospect, he found it difficult to pinpoint whether the force that had assaulted his soul was due to momentum, sound, or some other power. He was utterly oblivious to the cause of his unconsciousness. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Yang sighed as he looked at the pit. Had his physical foundation not been so formidable, combined with his practice of body cultivation, the fall from such heights would have resulted not in a mere headfirst plunge into the earth, but rather in a fatal crash. This thought led Qin Yang to entertain a peculiar notion. Was he perhaps doomed to perish from falls? He had nearly met his end the last time he fell from a cloud bed, and now he had narrowly avoided death again. He resolved to seek a technique that would allow him to fly even when unconscious. Alternatively, he could intensively practice body cultivation to prevent such occurrences, or he could prepare both strategies simultaneously. Fortunately, the fall had not been from a great height, and the ground was soft. Otherwise, he might have truly met his demise. While Qin Yang was still engulfed in confusion about the recent events and was contemplating his next steps, 3 streaks of light rapidly approached from the horizon. These 3 lights streaked through the air and, upon noticing Qin Yang, altered their course, landing before him. As the spiritual light faded, 3 figures emerged. The leader had thick brows and large eyes, with a prominent forehead and short, spiky hair, his skin slightly flushed, a faint mist of blood lingering on the surface. With each breath, the surrounding air became intensely heated. Qin Yang felt a flicker of doubt arise within him. This condition seemed indicative of excessive vitality overflowing. Yet if he had perfect control, such a phenomenon would not occur. However, this individual moved with an effortless grace, not even stirring the dust beneath his feet, clearly indicative of a masterful command over his own being. Moreover, the subtle threat emanating from him did not instill a sense of impending doom, suggesting that he had surpassed the foundational stage and was indeed a practitioner of the third realm. As for the other two, they appeared to be late-stage foundational cultivators. One had a shifty demeanor, resembling a thief, while the other had a jovial countenance, seemingly amiable. Neither of them appeared to follow the path of body cultivation. Rather, they were conventional Qi cultivators. Most practitioners cultivate techniques to absorb spiritual energy, augment their true essence, solidify their foundation, and refine their power. With body cultivation being a rarer path, they temper their bodies to enhance their physical forms, resulting in an exceptionally vigorous constitution. Successfully cultivated body practitioners become self-sufficient, rendering conventional treasures unnecessary. Qin Yang had previously believed that the Mo Stone Sacred Sect was solely a body cultivation sect, unaware of the presence of ordinary practitioners. After a moment of reflection, he realized he had been mistaken. Ordinary practitioners followed a conventional path, lacking high innate talent, yet capable of entry into the fold. And with resources, techniques, and a modicum of comprehension, they could achieve significant accomplishments. Many formidable individuals arose from those who lacked innate gifts. Conversely, body cultivation was an extreme path, easy to learn but challenging to master. Even a talentless individual could enter the practice through hard work, yet advancement became increasingly difficult. With the majority unable to reach the foundational stage, often relegated to laborious tasks for survival. Thus, those who felt they lacked the talent for body cultivation and aspired to achieve greatness would understandably avoid the arduous path of body cultivation, despite the formidable strength it could yield if mastered. Upon landing, the leader remained silent, his expression stern, while the corpulent youth beside him stepped forward with a disingenuous smile. Sizing up Qin Yang with a scrutinizing gaze. "Qiankun, I didn't expect you to still be alive. You must have luck on your side," he remarked. Qiankun was the name Qin Yang had assumed, the unfortunate soul who had perished first in their prior encounter. Qin Yang remained silent, lowering his eyelids, his demeanor indifferent. Who knew he would encounter an acquaintance? He didn't even remember the fellow's name, and judging by his demeanor, it was evident that he held a grudge against the unfortunate one, now directed toward himself. "Humph, Qiankun, what are you still dawdling for? Don't you see the young Saint Hualien is here? Hurry up and pay your respects." The corpulent youth's face twitched, puzzled. For Qiankun typically glared at him with hostility. Why was he so composed today, showing no reaction whatsoever? Jia, enough with the nonsense. Hualien, the young saint, furrowed his brow and turned to Qin Yang. "You are called Qiankun, yes? What transpired here? Where are the others?" "They're all dead. Master Wu Yu descended not long ago when an anomaly suddenly occurred. This fragment of the secret realm nearly shattered," Qin Yang replied formally. "Master Wu Yu?" Hualien paused, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his eyes as he struggled to recall such an elder within their sect. "What nonsense! There is no Master Wu Yu in our sect," the young saint interjected, his voice laced with a hint of irritation. "I suspect this Qiankun is an impostor, perhaps transformed by some demon. Otherwise, why would he be unscathed while the others perished? We must seize him first." A glint of malice flashed in Jia eyes as a dark, spiky orb materialized in his hand. Master Wu Yu, before his demise 5,000 years ago, entered the ancestral tomb. He has now uncovered the mystery of the strange occurrences deep within the tomb and has emerged to investigate the truth within this fragment of the secret realm. Qin Yang grinned, a mocking smile gracing his lips. "I hope you remember your words in front of Master Wu Yu." Jia face paled, a cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Should others learn that he had insulted their master, his fate would be dire. However, after a brief pause, Jia seemed to recall something, sneering, "Ridiculous. Who in our sect does not know that those who enter the ancestral tomb are doomed to die, burying themselves within?" Indeed, Master Wu Yu had been dead for 5,000 years. Qin Yang let out a deep sigh, observing the three individuals across from him, their expressions abruptly stiffening as memories of the ancestral tomb legend flooded their minds. It is said that within the ancestral tomb, some ancestors, upon their demise, do not rest in peace, but instead wander in a spectral form. "Do you not wish to know why others have perished?" he inquired. "They were all disrespectful in their words and were subdued by our esteemed ancestor, Wu Yu. I merely escaped by the narrowest of margins, as I share a lineage with him." "Then why do you not return to the sect to report this?" Jia complexion paled slightly. Such matters are better believed than disbelieved. Yet, he was reluctant, having finally seized an opportunity to deal with Qiankun. "Is it your intention to question the command of our ancestor?" Jia found himself momentarily silenced, unable to voice his objections. Even the esteemed son of Hua Lian dared not speak out of turn, given the magnitude of the bizarre occurrences. Coupled with a previous encounter at a desolate site where death permeated the air, he found himself believing Qin Yang's words completely. That cannot be. Esteemed son. This man is certainly not Jia Yun. He is undoubtedly a demon in disguise. I am intimately acquainted with Jia Yun, and his temperament is not of this nature. Jia Shibei clenched his teeth, his eyes glinting with intensity, while a forced smile adorned his face. Indeed, Jia Yun is typically not like this. There is a significant difference. Added a silent, sharp-featured youth nearby. Jia Shibei, every individual is unique, shaped by their distinct experiences. I have faced life and death, and under the guidance of Wu Yu, I have grown. There is a saying, as one drinks water, one knows whether it is warm or cold. You are not me. How can you presume to know everything? Qin Yang shook his head with a sigh, his demeanor tranquil. Enough of your nonsense. Your eloquent words are mere fabrications. You are a fraud. Jia Shibei retorted vehemently. What do you know of me? How can you discern the scent of my essence? Have you tasted it? Qin Yang's voice rose, resonating with a metallic clang. Open your eyes and behold what I am. With a swift movement, he activated the Gongjin Nashi technique, enveloping himself in a radiant golden light, resembling a figure of gold. He extended his hand, revealing a token that gradually illuminated with ethereal light, forming the two characters Jia Yun upon its surface. Jia Shibei's face turned an ashen hue, rendered speechless as the Gongjin Nashi technique and the token corroborated his identity. Leaving no room for doubt, Qin Yang tucked the token away, a smirk playing at the corner of his mouth. Regardless of whether you see through my disguise or not, I am Jia Yun now. Are you familiar with the concept of binding upon acquisition? Every time he encountered a corpse, it was not always stripped bare. Take for instance Qiu Guanshi. Knowing he possessed the Feiyu sword, why not simply take it rather than rummage through the corpse? This leads us to the discussion of magical artifacts. When an artifact is first acquired, if it is unclaimed, one can inscribe a mark upon it and wield its power, albeit only to a fraction of its potential. It requires daily refinement and nightly nurturing, until one has thoroughly processed the artifact's essence and internal prohibitions. Only then can the artifact be utilized to its full capacity, belonging entirely to the practitioner. If one continues refining, aligning their own cultivation, true essence, and the artifact's restrictions in perfect harmony, the artifact can unleash even greater power. This explains why most practitioners possess only a handful of effective artifacts. Beyond a certain number, it becomes impractical to cultivate them all. After all, they understand the principle that each incremental enhancement in an artifact's power is not merely quantitative but qualitative as well. The process of refining artifacts is time-consuming and labor-intensive. Devoid of technical complexity, it relies purely on the slow grind of time, akin to a war of attrition. Naturally, Qin Yang was disinclined to squander time in such a manner. Hence, he resorted to skills rather than manual scavenging. Each artifact acquired through his skills comes with a binding effect, ensuring that they wholly belong to him, allowing him to wield them at their full potential immediately. Jia Yun's identity token, once refined by another, would shatter its internal prohibitions. Even if Jia Yun were to perish, his token could not be utilized by anyone else. Only Jia Yun himself could completely refine the token, allowing it to reveal his name when activated. Qin Yang, however, took an unconventional route. The token he acquired through his skills underwent an inexplicable refining process the moment it was in his possession, retaining Jia Yun's mark without causing any prohibitions to collapse, resulting in a flawless acquisition. With the token in hand, he was indeed Jia Yun beyond question. At that moment, Jia Shibei, whose animosity towards Jia Yun was unknown, felt a wave of frustration wash over him, as he was compelled to accept the reality that he stood before the genuine Jia Yun. He could only ponder in confusion why Jia Yun's disposition had so drastically altered, growing sharper in his words. Qin Yang exuded an air of righteousness, his gaze calm, utterly unconcerned about being unmasked, nor did it cross his mind to imitate Jia Yun's character. On one hand, he was unfamiliar with it. On the other, it was unnecessary. With the technique at his disposal and the token in hand, his authenticity was indisputable. As for the change, it was solely a consequence of the mad ancestor who had roamed the earth for 5 millennia, inexplicably emerging from the grave to slaughter a multitude. The peculiarities within the ancestral tomb were well known. Jia Yun had merely undergone a slight change in temperament after encountering the oddities. Legends circulated about demonic figures achieving enlightenment overnight, renouncing their violent ways, while others became deranged, committing unspeakable acts. Jia Yun had merely shifted slightly. It was hardly an extreme matter. Jia Shibei and the silent practitioner remained mute, feeling an overwhelming sense of frustration. Hualian's gaze towards Qin Yang softened, losing some of its initial wariness. Confirming his identity posed no issue, and as a witness to the bizarre, his value to the sect far surpassed that of ordinary disciples. Since your identity is verified, let us proceed this way. Jia Yun, you shall accompany me back. There are matters requiring your report to the sect. Although this place is settled for now, who can predict if further anomalies may arise? We cannot risk remaining here, Hualian stated with an undeniable authority, his tone revealing genuine concern for Qin Yang's safety. No. Qin Yang's defiance surged as he straightened his neck, eyes wide with determination. I cannot leave. My heart is bound to our ancestor. I must await his return. The ancestor has sacrificed so much for the sect, and I lament my own frailty, unable to take his place. I must remain here to await his return. His words were, of course, utter fabrications. His resolute expression was genuine, for being taken back could lead to exposure before the formidable figures of the sacred Demonstone sect, inevitably unraveling his disguise. Although his shape-shifting technique had proven effective against the average cultivators, it would falter before the true masters. Those powerful figures would not be misled by an identity token alone. Qin Yang's refusal was resolute, leaving the three others in a state of astonished disbelief. Jia Yun, how dare you? You would defy the command of the esteemed son? Jia Shibei exclaimed, momentarily taken aback before his face darkened with indignation. Jia Shibei, silence yourself? Hualian bellowed, his voice commanding and fierce. Esteemed son, this individual. Begone. Jia Shibei's complexion turned as pale as paper, and after a moment of hesitation, he dared not utter a single word. Hualian turned his head, his gaze instantly softening, and for the first time, a hint of a smile graced his face as he looked at Qin Yang, his eyes filled with kindness. This is the essence of a pure heart. What a splendid disciple. The Ruijin Peak lineage is truly fortunate to have such a loyal disciple. With such devotion, how could there be any concern about future development? If talent is lacking, resources can compensate. However, if the heart is unworthy, no amount of resources can make up for it. In contrast, our Shuowu Peak lineage is filled with individuals like Jia Shibei, those with some talent yet unstable minds, who fear the strong and bully the weak. There is no one to take their place. My master frets daily about how Shuowu Peak can maintain its current glory. A fool like Jia Shibei is certainly insufficient. If only we could recruit Jia Yun into Shuowu Peak, then. With this thought, Hualian's gaze grew even gentler as he stepped forward, grasping Qin Yang's arm while soothingly saying, I understand your concern for Master Wu Yu. However, this matter is of great importance. Your presence here holds little value. Why not return with me first? After reporting to the elders of the sect, they can then venture to this fragment of the secret realm to rescue Master Wu Yu. No, that's not acceptable. I want to wait here for Master. How about this? I will have Jia Shibei wait for you here. When Master Wu Yu returns, I will inform him that you were summoned by the sect. He will surely understand. Hualian held on to Qin Yang's arm, his gaze scanning him up and down with a growing fervor, a warmth igniting in his eyes. Such a robust physical foundation. The cultivation of the Gingjin Nashi technique is impeccable. Not only does Jia Yun possess a pure heart, but he is also undoubtedly a person of unwavering will. With such a foundation, he must have practiced tirelessly day and night. One wonders if the person responsible for recruiting new disciples was blind to have assigned such a gem to Ruijin Peak. He must be brought to our Shuowu Peak. Junior Saint, just call me Brother Hua. The title of Junior Saint is merely a term of endearment from the disciples. There is no need for you to stand on ceremony with me, Junior Brother Jia. Qin Yang, at a loss for words, felt a flicker of terror in his eyes, his skin crawling with unease. Could this fellow be the Rabbit Lord? The hidden fear in Qin Yang's eyes deepened, his heart racing. This Hualian, the Junior Saint, had changed his demeanor too swiftly. Upon arrival, he had appeared stern and aloof, yet in just a few sentences, he became so warm. And that gaze, it resembled that of a wolf, famished for 3 years, suddenly confronted with a roasted pig. He seemed ready to devour him whole. Qin Yang felt a shiver run down his spine, preferring to face Hualian in a genuine battle, even if it meant defeat and death, rather than being coerced back by this Rabbit Lord. Just the thought sent a chill coursing through him. Junior Saint, call me Brother Hua. Surely, Junior Brother Jia does not look down upon me. Why so distant? Hualian feigned displeasure, his smile unwavering, the warmth in his gaze hard to conceal. Brother Hua, I shall wait here for Master. Jia Shibei likely does not recognize my master, and master has a temper. I fear it may lead to misunderstandings. Qin Yang's words came out dry. The thought of this figure before him, a physically imposing rabbit lord, made him feel cold, fear blossoming within him. A physical cultivator. His entire being akin to tempered steel, brimming with vitality, beyond merely being described as vigorous, combined with the fact that he was a rabbit lord. It was terrifying. If this was the manner of death awaiting him, he would rather take his own life than comply. If you persist, I shall fight you. Qin Yang vowed silently, resolute in his determination not to fall into Hualien's clutches. If worst came to worst, he would turn against him. Junior brother Jia, your righteousness is truly commendable. Hualien, gripping Qin Yang's arm tightly as if it were a vice, looked upon him with increasing admiration. Who could have imagined such loyalty and integrity still existed within the sect? Despite their past grievances, Jia Shibei and Apos' unwillingness to let him take risks spoke volumes. With talent, perseverance, integrity, and loyalty, he must be taken into Shuwu Peak. When I eventually take the helm of Shuwu Peak, he shall undoubtedly be my most steadfast ally. Hualien's gaze shifted to Jia Shibei, his face darkening with displeasure. His earlier suggestion for Jia Shibei to wait was spoken lightly, but seeing Jia Shibei's demeanor, he realized the opportunity for treachery. How could someone share the same surname and possibly be from the same hometown act so maliciously? Not only would he not assist, but he would also seek to harm his fellow disciple. Such a treacherous heart would render him untrustworthy in the future. Jia Shibei, you shall wait here for Master Wu Yu's return. I must take Jia Yun back to the sect at once. Hualien's expression hardened as he issued his command. Junior Saint. Jia Shibei trembled, his pupils narrowing to pinpricks, his body bristling with fear, an overwhelming urge to urinate rising within him. Could it be that the Junior Saint was serious? Waiting for that ancient spirit who had slaughtered countless beings 5,000 years ago was akin to courting death. Do you have any objections? Hualien turned, his eyes piercing as he fixed his gaze on Jia Shibei. And no. Jia Shibei opened his mouth, utterly frustrated. Yet that was all he could muster. Good then. Hualien nodded affirmatively, turning back with a smile. Junior brother Jia, let us depart. You need not worry. Everything is under Brother Hua's care. No, Brother Hua. A glimmer of despair surfaced in Qin Yang's eyes, akin to a tsunami, overwhelming him in an instant. This rabbit lord was indeed determined to confront him. I will not be taken alive. Unless I'm dead. Qin Yang roared, launching a fist at Hualien's chest. With a thunderous boom, akin to a drum, Hualien staggered back, a fist imprint left on his chest. Yet, his grip on Qin Yang remained unwavering, as if rooted in place. Hualien glanced down at the imprint on his chest, a hint of admiration crossing his face. Rather than anger, he felt an increased appreciation for Qin Yang's strength. To be able to push him back with a single punch at the foundation building stage was remarkable. Such a gem must not be allowed to take risks here. Junior brother Jia, forgive my offense. I promise to treat you to a feast later. Before he could finish, Hualien swiftly struck Qin Yang on the back of his neck. Qin Yang's vision darkened, despair flooding his mind as he lost consciousness. Hualien hoisted the unconscious Qin Yang onto his shoulder, a complex expression washing over his face, a bittersweet sensation rising in his heart, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. What unwavering sincerity. For Master Wu Yu's sake, he was willing to fight me, risking everything to remain here. Junior brother Jia, fret not. You are destined to be the pillar of Shuwu Peak. Allowing you to take risks here would be irresponsible to the sect. I must take you away. This place is too perilous. Turning his back, he cast another glance at Jia Shibei and his companion, his disdain growing more pronounced, his tone hardening considerably. You two shall remain here, awaiting Master Wu Yu's return, at which point you may report back. With that, Hualien strode forward, leaping into the air, his vitality surging as he transformed into a streak of light, soaring away. Upon arriving at an inconspicuous cavern, Hualien carried Qin Yang as he stepped inside. Beneath the small cave, a barrier obstructed their path. Hualien produced his identity token, waving it before the barrier, causing a beam of spiritual light to emerge and penetrate the obstruction. Instantly, a vast hollow space of several dozen feet was revealed. Numerous jade pillars, adorned with intricate runes and patterns, stood scattered according to a specific arrangement. At the center lay a 10-foot-wide platform of dark metal, similarly covered with runes and symbols. As Hualien ascended the platform and activated his identity token, an abundant flow of spiritual light surged forth, enveloping the jade pillars in a mesmerizing display of radiant symbols and divine light. Within a mere breath, the brilliance faded, and Hualien vanished without a trace. In a grand plaza, paved with white jade bricks and supported by pillars of black gold, layers of spiritual light continuously unfurled. Countless runes and patterns intertwined densely, creating a tapestry of intricate designs. On the dark metal platforms scattered throughout the square, streams of spiritual light erupted, and as the light dissipated, individuals either vanished or appeared from thin air, weary and travel-worn. On one such platform, a flash of light heralded Hualien's return, still carrying Qin Yang. Just as he prepared to take flight, a resonant voice called out from behind him. "Hualien, my disciple, please wait a moment." Hualien halted, turning around to find himself momentarily stunned before respectfully inclining his body. "Greetings, Master Jiang." The figure approaching was gaunt, with sunken cheeks and prominent cheekbones, clad in a black gold robe that seemed almost draped upon a stick. "I did not expect my disciple Hualien to venture into the fragment of the secret realm personally and rescue that unworthy student. Otherwise, I would have had to make the trip myself. Might I inquire if you have discerned what transpired below?" Jiang Chuan approached, his voice resonant and powerful, contrasting sharply with his emaciated form. In response to Master Jiang, "I was just about to take junior brother Jia to report. 5,000 years ago, our ancestor Wu Yu entered the ancestral tomb, transformed into something strange, and has now crossed into that fragment of the secret realm, heading deeper within. If my assumptions are correct, the disturbances are caused by Wu Yu. Junior brother Jia is the sole survivor. What of Jia Yun?" Jiang Chuan's eyes flickered with curiosity as he pointed toward the unconscious Qin Yang, still in Hualien's grasp. "Please forgive me, master." Upon witnessing the anomaly, junior brother Jia was affected, his temperament altered. Following Wu Yu's command, he insisted on waiting there, and regrettably, I had no choice but to incapacitate him. Hualien spoke with a hint of awkwardness, reluctant to express admiration, fearing it might complicate future requests. "Very well, hand him over to me. You should report to the sect." Jiang Chuan smiled faintly, gesturing toward Qin Yang. "He is currently in no state to report, Hualien. Your actions have rendered him unable to awaken for the time being." Hualien's expression was one of embarrassment, his reluctance palpable. He contemplated taking Qin Yang directly to Blood Mist Peak under the pretext of recuperation, intending to concoct some excuse later regarding the bond formed at Blood Mist Peak. However, Jiang Chuan was Jia Yun and Appo's master and the head of the Ruijin Peak sect, making refusal impossible. "Very well, master. Please take junior brother Jia back to recuperate. After I report to the sect, I shall visit him in a few days," Hualien said, his tone laden with reluctance as he relinquished Qin Yang. Jiang Chuan's emaciated face revealed a trace of surprise, puzzled by Hualien's uncharacteristically humble demeanor toward Jia Yun. "To be honest, master, junior brother Jia and I have formed a close bond, akin to long-lost friends. I regretted having to knock him unconscious, fearing he might misunderstand." Hualien sighed softly, his expression filled with melancholy. "Fear not. Blood Mist Peak and Ruijin Peak are not far apart. Hualien, whenever you have the time, feel free to visit. Ruijin Peak imposes no formalities. Convivial gatherings over wine are most welcome," Jiang Chuan replied, taking Qin Yang and, with a cheerful smile and a nod, transformed into a streak of light, soaring into the sky. Hualien stood rooted, gazing skyward, filled with wistfulness. "Alas, when I visit junior brother Jia, I shall prepare a feast to atone for my actions, perhaps indulging in drunken revelry." Jiang Chuan, bearing Qin Yang, transformed into a divine rainbow, landing at the midpoint of a dark green peak within the span of a mere incense stick. Surrounding them for miles were similar verdant summits. The ground barren and devoid of vegetation, saturated with a pungent metallic scent. This was Ruijin Peak of the Demon Stone Sacred Sect, a land rich in black iron ore, with veins of the ore running beneath. Black iron is one of the most commonly used metals in crafting magical artifacts, especially for flying swords. Though the terrain was desolate, it served as a sacred ground for cultivating techniques like the Gungjin Nashi formula, as the area brimmed with golden energy. Even without consuming metals to absorb the Gungjin energy, practitioners could draw from the ambient golden essence in the air, albeit at a slower pace, yet the continuous influx over time was not to be underestimated. Upon entering a stone chamber, Jiang Chuan laid Qin Yang upon a bed, his hollow eyes fixated on the youth, motionless. After a long moment, he extended his frail hand to pinch Qin Yang's arm and thigh, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "Indeed, a remarkably robust physique. The skin is tough yet resilient, and the bones are dense without rigidity. My dear disciple is truly suited for the practice of body refinement, through the metal element. Absorbing Gungjin energy into his flesh is simply perfect, exquisite. Jiang Chuan remarked with an impassive expression, as if critiquing a piece of pork, his gaze devoid of emotion. After his examination, Jiang Chuan noted the multitude of storage bags hanging from Qin Yang's waist, but chose not to inspect them. Instead, he seated himself nearby, closing his eyes to meditate, his presence almost ghostly. An entire hour passed before Qin Yang finally regained consciousness. As awareness returned, he immediately shouted, albeit hoarsely, "Master Wu Yu. Jia Yun, you have awoken. I can now rest easy." Jiang Chuan rose, a gentle smile on his face as he sought to reassure him. "You are safe here at Ruijin Peak. There is no need to worry about Master Wu Yu's affairs." "Master?" Qin Yang sat up, his eyes vacant, seemingly murmuring absent-mindedly. "It is I, your master. Huarlian brought you back. Focus on your recovery and do not dwell on other matters." Jiang Chuan smiled, patting Qin Yang's shoulder. "Your encounter with Master Wu Yu, though perilous, has bestowed upon you great fortune. This is your opportunity." Qin Yang attempted to rise from the bed, but Jiang Chuan gently restrained him with a light touch, his frail hand exerting an unexpectedly overwhelming force. A chill swept through Qin Yang. He recognized that this was a powerful cultivator of the divine sea, perhaps even one of a higher realm. Did he not see through my transformation technique? Or was he unaware of the dozens of storage bags I possess? Or perhaps he shares a strong bond with Jia Yun, which is why he remains oblivious to Jia Yun's progress in cultivation. In a whirlwind of thoughts, Qin Yang sensed something was amiss, profoundly out of place. Yet, time was of the essence, and he could not afford to ponder further. "Master, I have indeed acquired considerable fortune this time, and intended to express my gratitude." Before Qin Yang could finish, a look of contentment appeared on Jiang Chuan's face as he interjected, "Jia Yun, there is no need for further words. The fortune you possess is yours by right, a gift from Master Wu Yu. Cherish it, and speak no more." Qin Yang gazed upon Jiang Chuan's benevolent smile, a visage radiating warmth, yet within him, a chilling unease began to rise, an inexplicable sense of dread. "Well then, you have encountered something peculiar, and your spirit has been unsettled. Take a couple of days to recuperate. It just so happens that you have gained an opportunity, your foundation has significantly strengthened. And I believe it is time to impart to you the Qianjin Nashi technique. This method complements the Gungjin Nashi technique, merging the two into the wondrous 5-metal Nashi method. The difficulty of cultivation is considerable, but I am confident in your ability to undertake it. Spend these next 2 days contemplating it." With a loving expression, Jiang Chuan placed a jade slip on the bedside, patted Qin Yang's shoulder, and departed. Sitting on the stone bed, Qin Yang stared blankly at Jiang Chuan's retreating figure, and the fear surging within him reached a zenith. A single thought arose deep within him. Taking root with unwavering conviction, this old fellow had seen through him. Qin Yang perched on the edge of the stone bed, lifted the jade slip, and pressed it against his forehead. Complex information flowed into his mind like a torrent. After a moment, he set the slip down, his gaze clouded with confusion and a profound fear of the unknown. Jia Yun's master was indeed peculiar. He must have discerned Qin Yang's true nature. Why did he not expose him? Why bestow upon him a new technique? The Qianjin Nashi technique undeniably complemented the Gungjin Nashi technique. Yet the requirements for its cultivation were even greater. If Jia Yun were indeed the genuine article, his foundation would not suffice to cultivate both simultaneously. In the path of cultivation, achieving progress is often more attainable than solidifying one's foundation. Once a certain level is reached, further strengthening the foundation becomes exponentially more challenging compared to advancing one's realm. Surely, this old fellow could not genuinely believe Qin Yang's fanciful tales. Did he truly think Jia Yun had stumbled upon a fortuitous opportunity? Furthermore, Qin Yang bore numerous storage bags filled with treasures, including the coveted emu essence crystals, secret treasures like the pin tube, and even items like the blood llama, all invaluable to a grandmaster of the divine sea. Yet, Jiang Chuan had not even glanced at them, devoid of any covetous desire. Qin Yang was incredulous, if it were not for the embarrassment of asking for treasures. The emu essence crystals alone, of which there were many, he would have thought it absurd that Jiang Chuan did not desire even a single one. One must understand that the emu essence could only be extracted from ancient trees that had flourished for millennia, and condensing it into crystal form was an arduous task. Exceedingly rare. The ancient trees capable of yielding such essence were often of unique varieties, or had even gained sentience to become spirit beasts, thus exceedingly scarce. Absorbing such high-quality emu essence could revive the dead from their bones, and regular consumption could extend one's lifespan, with countless benefits. Experts like Old Wei held these in high regard, yet Jiang Chuan seemed utterly indifferent. It was all too preposterous. As Qin Yang's thoughts drifted, he could not discern the reasons behind it until he recalled something far more pressing. After patting his back, reassured that everything was in place, he let out a sigh of relief. This old fellow had indeed done a good deed, rescuing him from the clutches of that dead rabbit, Hualyan. Though he had escaped the jaws of one beast only to fall into the grasp of another, at least he had a moment to breathe. Reflecting on this, Qin Yang couldn't help but shake his head in disbelief at the lack of normalcy within the Moshishi sacred sect. An ancient relic of 5,000 years had transformed into an ominous being, wandering about to kill, a so-called little saint, physically formidable and brimming with vitality. Yet still a mere dead rabbit, a peak leader of unfathomable strength, yet steeped in mystery. Even the sect leader, whom he had never met and only heard of, was said to be a braggart, a claim that required verification, for it was merely Old Wei's portrayal, and it was not unusual for there to be some slander involved. Such a sect could rank second among the 3 holy sects of Huliang. After much contemplation, Qin Yang could only silently lament. The smoke rising from the Moshishi ancestor's grave was surely soaring to the heavens, a truly magnificent sight. In stark contrast, the grass on the grave of the thief sect's founder had likely grown wild and untamed. Otherwise, how could the disciples of the thief sect have been pursued for thousands of years, relying solely on deception to sustain their lineage? Clang, clang. Just as Qin Yang's thoughts spiraled, an odd sound echoed from outside the door, reminiscent of metal clattering against stone, a heavy and resounding noise. Qin Yang approached the entrance of the stone chamber and beheld a towering copper figure striding towards him, shouldering a massive, 3-zhang-tall piece of black ore. The copper figure, cast in ancient bronze, featured a dull sheen, a stern visage with closed eyes, and an appearance reminiscent of an exotic race. It donned a pointed round hat, a scaled robe, and boots with upturned toes. This copper figure appeared to be forged as a single entity, devoid of seams, and when still, resembled a lifeless statue. As Qin Yang appraised the copper figure, corresponding records surged into his mind. The Wangzhong armored soldier was one of the puppets passed down from ancient times. Known for its immortality, tirelessness, and formidable strength, often employed as guardians for tombs. However, the current methods of manufacture were significantly simplified compared to the ancient Wangzhong armored soldiers, now relying on red copper as a base, cast as a whole, and upon awakening, possessing an instinct for locating or over short distances alongside immense strength, albeit with diminished intelligence, making them primarily utilized for mining metal veins. Upon encountering this Wangzhong armored soldier, Qin Yang felt a moment of realization. No wonder he had not seen any living beings before. For the Ruijin Peak was mined by these armored soldiers. The armored soldiers set down the black ore and turned to face Qin Yang. Speaking in Jiang Chuan's robust voice, Jia Yun, the ancestor Wu Yu has transformed into an ominous being, causing a disturbance. Among the crowd, you alone have escaped calamity. The old rival of Tianxing Peak intends to misuse his authority to take you for rigorous examination, and you will undoubtedly face dire consequences. Remain here and cultivate diligently. Do not leave. I shall go and negotiate with that old fiend. After delivering this message, the Wangzhong armored soldier turned and departed. Qin Yang gazed after the figure, watching as it disappeared into a nearby mine. His expression hardened as he closed his eyes in contemplation. This old fellow was indeed harboring ill intentions. His words could not be fully trusted. The notion of negotiation was likely a ruse. The old man probably had urgent matters to attend to but feared Qin Yang might flee, thus issuing a veiled threat. As for the earlier part of the message, it was likely true. Given the gravity of the situation, the only living person would surely be summoned for questioning. The absence of anyone thus far indicated that the old fellow was exerting his influence. If Qin Yang were to leave Ruijin Peak, the likelihood of being captured was absolute. Eventually, any disguise would be pierced, and even if he were used as a pawn against the old man, his fate would still be sealed. Contemplating this, a chill ran down Qin Yang's spine. The old man's mind was indeed intricate. Now, having plainly revealed a semblance of truth, he harbored no good intentions, yet Qin Yang found himself hesitant to leave. Countless eyes from the Moshishi sacred sect were fixed upon Ruijin Peak, scrutinizing him. To leave was to invite death, yet remaining might yield no favorable outcome either. Turning his gaze to the enormous black ore towering beside him, An idea began to form in his mind. Since the old man had imparted a technique to him and required the Wang Zhong armored soldier to assist in mining for resources, he could also use the armored soldier to convey messages. Most likely, the old man could monitor all of his actions through the Wang Zhong armored soldier. The Qian Nashi technique was undoubtedly one he must cultivate, at least for the time being, without drawing the old man's suspicion. Qian is soft, gentle, and pure, akin to the gold used in jewelry. According to the principles of Yin and Yang, Gungjin is the Yang metal. While Qian is the Yin metal, one embodies strength, while the other embodies softness. When harmonized, they create a balance, allowing one to transcend into a new realm. The Gangjin Neisiksha refines the sinews and bones, while the Xinjing Neisiksha cultivates the blood and internal organs. When these two methods unite, they transform into the exquisite five-metal Neisikshu, inherently surpassing the efficacy of each technique when practiced in isolation. However, despite their complementary nature, these two methods are as incompatible as water and fire. To meld them into a singular entity, one's physical foundation must be robust enough to withstand the collision that arises from their fusion. Otherwise, the result would be nothing short of catastrophic, leading to shattered sinews and diminished flesh. The perils are manifold, yet the old man refrains from mentioning them, leaving the methods to him without further guidance. A chill enveloped Qin Yang's heart, not out of suspicion that the old man was secretly plotting against him, but rather from the realization that he was being subtly informed. I am aware of your formidable physical foundation. The dangers involved are negligible for you. Just focus on your cultivation. The old man's cunning was evident, having seen through the situation without articulating it outright. Instead, issuing veiled threats and insinuations that compelled Qin Yang to tread cautiously. He understood that refusing to cultivate would mean a direct confrontation, one that would leave him no opportunity for diplomacy, and he would likely face severe repercussions. For 7 consecutive days, Qin Yang immersed himself in the study of the Xinjing Neisikshu, not out of concern for the method itself, but rather with a sense of delight. As many insights and methodologies resonated profoundly with him, he resolved to cultivate diligently, especially with the continuous influx of resources provided. A slight smile graced his lips. His spirits were not dampened. The old man believed he maintained control over the situation, yet he was unaware that Qin Yang's foundational technique was the Zishu Daoying, which integrated the innate primordial purple energy into his cultivation, vast and accommodating. Thus, even should the old man have tampered with this singular technique, it would ultimately prove inconsequential. Once Qin Yang achieved mastery, the technique would seamlessly integrate into the Zishu Daojing, discarding the extraneous and retaining only the essence, while any flaws would be forcibly eliminated. During these 7 days, Qin Yang diligently practiced the Xinjing Neisikshu within the stone chamber, with a continual supply of resources delivered by the armored soldiers. His progress accelerated remarkably. He not only easily grasped the fundamentals, but also matched the pace of the Gungjin Neisikshu. The two techniques naturally merged into one, manifesting as the five-metal Neisikshu. In this convergence, Qin Yang felt no tumult or peril, and as the days passed, his physical form grew increasingly robust. The Zishu Daojing absorbed new body-refining content, elevating his realm to a point where it could no longer be restrained, compelling him to advance to the later stages of foundation building. Upon opening his eyes, Qin Yang exhaled forcefully, releasing a stream of golden energy that cascaded like rain, splattering against the stone door, which instantly became riddled with countless holes, shattering into fragments. It seemed challenging to find another cultivator of foundation building as strong as he. Yet, despite his efforts to suppress his cultivation using the techniques within the Zishu Daojing, he had reached a point where further restraint was impossible. Qin Yang sighed. A hint of regret etched on his face. The stronger the foundation, the greater the potential. Although his realm did not rise, his strength was continuously amplifying. However, foundation building was still merely foundation building, and he was still far weaker than the old man. For 7 days, the old man did not return, leaving Qin Yang in a state of unease, uncertain of the old man's intentions. Just as he was lost in thought, an armored soldier approached, carrying a massive boulder over 4 zhang high, casually discarding it aside. The soldier did not leave immediately, but instead relayed a message from the old man. Disciple Jia Yinwu, your progress has been remarkable, and I am truly delighted. You need not worry. I have successfully navigated the affairs concerning you. That old curmudgeon will not openly seek trouble with you. I have urgent matters to attend to, and will be away for at least a month, possibly longer. Until my return, do not leave the Ruijin Peak. Once the soldier finished relaying the message, he remained standing, waiting silently. Qin Yang was left bewildered. What was the meaning behind the old man's words? Just as he pondered this, a crimson light soared towards him from the distance, rich in vitality, reaching heights as it approached. Within a few breaths, the bloodlight landed, and Huarlian emerged with hearty laughter. Ha ha ha, junior brother Jia. I sincerely apologize for the events of that day. It was beyond my control. I have come today to make amends. Huarlian strode forth with an imposing presence. But just as he took a step, the armored soldier began playing another message from the old man. I see that you have formed a good rapport with senior brother Huarlian. You should cultivate this relationship well. Huarlian possesses a natural blood-sweat body and wields the ancient power of the blood elephant. He holds a significant position within the sect, and given his loyal character, should you encounter any difficulties during my absence, you may seek his assistance. I believe he will be inclined to help you out of respect for me. Having finished, the armored soldier promptly turned and left. Huarlian stood there, his grin nearly reaching his ears as he slightly bowed to the departing soldier. Ha ha, junior brother Jia. I truly did not intend to eavesdrop on your conversation with Uncle Jiang. It was not my intention. It is said that Uncle Jiang rarely praises anyone. So I must say, these compliments are indeed exaggerated. Qin Yang's lips twitched as he fixed his gaze on the receding figure of the armored soldier. Contemplating the old man's means of surveillance, he had clearly orchestrated this entire exchange for Hua Lian's benefit. Senior brother Hua, may I inquire about your purpose for being here? Qin Yang's demeanor was somewhat lackluster, lacking energy. Junior brother Jia, the previous incident was unavoidable and not my desire. This time, I have come to apologize and bring you fine wine brewed from honeysuckle, which grows in the harshest of environments. This honeysuckle is the only flora in that region, and brewing it into wine not only offers exquisite flavor, but also greatly benefits your cultivation, alleviating any excess sharpness of gold energy. What is happening outside? Wasn't it said that I would be taken for questioning? Qin Yang was not in the mood to discuss the intricacies of the wine's ingredients. Outside, Hualian's expression turned grave, and he sighed softly. Junior brother Jia, it is best that you do not leave Ruijing Peak for the time being. What is the matter? The Tianqing Peak governs punishments and has always been at odds with Ruijing Peak. They initially planned to take you for questioning and exploit the opportunity to cause trouble. But Uncle Jiang intervened. However, I have recently heard whispers that many from Tianqing Peak are secretly declaring that if you dare to step outside Ruijing Peak. Hualian hesitated. What happens if I do? Qin Yang sensed a foreboding feeling creeping in. Well, they say that if you dare to leave Ruijing Peak, you will be captured and brought to Tianqing Peak's fire prison, where you will be tormented for 10 days and nights before being ground to dust. Junior brother Jia, it would be wise to avoid drawing attention. Even I may not be able to contend with their 3 top disciples. Qin Yang's complexion turned an ashen hue, darkness clouding his vision. So this was what the old man meant by having successfully navigated the situation, avoiding open conflict. It was all a ruse. No wonder the old man felt so at ease leaving. He was merely setting the stage for Qin Yang. Junior brother Jia, you need not worry excessively. There are solutions to this predicament. Hualian's eyes twinkled as he fixed his gaze on Qin Yang, a smile playing on his lips. Senior brother Hua, I appreciate your goodwill. Qin Yang snapped back to reality, his eyes narrowing with caution, firmly refusing the offer. Hualian sighed lightly, a hint of regret in his tone. I knew you, junior brother Jia, to be loyal and righteous. I had hoped to invite you to join my Blood Mist Peak to turn the tide for you, but I see you will not accept. Blood Mist Peak? Qin Yang was momentarily taken aback, his thoughts racing as he recalled past events, suddenly experiencing an epiphany akin to the clouds parting to reveal the sun and moon. It turned out that this individual's fervor was not aimed at confronting him, but rather at undermining the old man's authority. With this realization, Qin Yang relaxed his guard, a radiant smile gradually illuminating his face. This fellow possessed an astute perception, easily discerning his potential. So it was a misunderstanding regarding brother Hua. Now that Qin Yang had resolved the misunderstanding with Tu Yi, he regarded Huarlian with increasing fondness. He was capable of fostering talent, maintaining humility, and forging connections with promising youth to strengthen the Blood Mist Peak lineage. A truly admirable young man. What misunderstanding? Hualian inquired, somewhat perplexed. That is of little consequence. Qin Yang replied, his expression turning serious. What truly matters is that I believe my joining the Blood Mist Peak is indeed negotiable. Hualian looked bewildered, struggling to keep pace with Qin Yang's thoughts. Brother Hua, upon careful consideration, whether it be the Sharp Gold Peak or the Blood Mist Peak, Both belong to our sacred sect of demon stones. Why should there be division between us? We all serve the sect, contributing towards its modernization. 8 honors and 8 disgraces. The 24-character motto, always etched in our hearts. If I were to refuse your sincere invitation, wouldn't that imply a deliberate division and disrespect towards our camaraderie, thus betraying our sect? Hua Lian's confusion deepened as he listened in a state of utter bewilderment. Brother Hua, let us not dwell on such trifles. When shall we depart for the Blood Mist Peak? Qin Yang maintained a solemn demeanor, unconcerned about appearances, for he now assumed the identity of Jiayun. After leaving the Sharp Gold Peak, he intended to find an excuse for Hua Lian to escort him safely out of the sect, avoiding encounters with the true masters. The rest could be easily managed. As for the excuse, it was straightforward. Having become brothers in the same lineage, they could celebrate with a visit to a tavern. Perhaps indulge in a song or two, and enjoy some revelry. Wasn't that customary? Junior brother Jia, are you agreeing to this? Hua Lian expressed surprise, though hesitated. But Master Jiang is not present. This may not be appropriate. Brother Hua, you are being narrow-minded. We are all disciples of the sacred sect of demon stones. What is inappropriate about this? The master will always be the master. Even if I were to reach the Blood Mist Peak, what difference would it make? Well, very well then. It is settled. To celebrate, let us go outside for a drink. This place is barren and lacks any atmosphere. Moreover, having only drinks without food is rather pitiful. Come, let us venture out. I will treat you, Brother Hua. You may choose the tavern or the brothel. Hua Lian, feeling a bit dazed by the rapid turn of events, followed Qin Yang down the Sharp Gold Peak. As they walked midway, he suddenly reflected, Junior brother Jia truly has a spirited nature. Just as they were about to leave the Sharp Gold Peak, they encountered a sentinel warrior standing by the roadside. Upon seeing them, the sentinel's eyes suddenly opened wide, a shimmering light emanating from them, his gaze calm yet imbued with an unsettling intensity. Master, Hua and I are going out for drinks. You have no objections, I trust? Qin Yang maintained a tranquil demeanor, a faint smile gracing his lips, though devoid of any genuine mirth. Having long suspected that the old man could monitor this place from afar, he recognized those striking eyes. Realizing it was the old man's consciousness manifesting. Greetings, Master Jiang. Hua Lian bowed respectfully, feeling somewhat awkward. Junior brother Jia and I are going out for drinks. I believe the people from Tianxing Peak will grant me a measure of respect and will not resort to violence. With you, my disciple, present, I am indeed reassured. The sentinel warrior spoke with human-like clarity before turning his penetrating gaze upon Qin Yang, his expression laden with significance. Jiayun, during your cultivation, remember the balance between diligence and relaxation, for it aligns with the path of cultivation. However, you must exercise caution. The youth from Tianxing Peak are prone to impulsiveness. While they may not dare to attack the Sharp Gold Peak, once outside, the situation may differ. My journey has been rather smooth, and I shall return shortly. Take heed. Thank you for your concern, Master. With Brother Hua by my side, I trust no significant issues will arise, Qin Yang replied with a serene smile, his eyes betraying no sign of turmoil. The old man was evidently anxious, having issued 2 warnings to him, urging caution and mentioning his imminent return. If he could come back immediately, he would not have waited by the roadside to deliver such ominous words as Qin Yang prepared to descend the mountain. Indeed, a cornered rabbit will bite. Does he truly believe I am terrified and unwilling to descend the mountain to fight for my life? The sentinel warrior ceased his speech, casting one last penetrating glance at Qin Yang before closing his eyes and turning towards the cave. As the old man's consciousness faded, a flicker of wariness ignited within Qin Yang. Was it truly so easy for him to relinquish his hold? Something felt amiss. This entire situation was unsettling. But at that moment, he could not pinpoint exactly what was wrong. The old man was not one to rely solely on threats. What other schemes could he have? Renowned for his cunning, the old man had garnered a respectable reputation outside, and even Hua Lian spoke highly of him. Over the years, no one had questioned the disparity between his public persona and private machinations. Such a character would undoubtedly have contingency plans to prevent Qin Yang from escaping the Sharp Gold Peak. Yet, the fact that he was so easily letting go without further inquiry was indeed troubling. Qin Yang began to feel that leveraging Hua Lian's presence to leave the Sharp Gold Peak might not be the shrewdest move after all. Perhaps this was precisely what the old man anticipated. Nevertheless, he could not afford to remain stagnant, allowing the old man to gain the psychological upper hand. As they descended the Sharp Gold Peak, Qin Yang was engulfed in contemplation, The exhilaration of escaping danger had faded. Once outside the mountain gate of the sacred sect of demon stones, led by Hualien, their departure was remarkably smooth, devoid of any obstacles. Yet, as the ease of their journey increased, Qin Yang's unease intensified. Upon exiting the mountain gate, the sky stretched infinitely above, typically evoking a sense of freedom akin to birds soaring high. The surrounding cities, predominantly inhabited by cultivators, with a few inhabited by mortals, offered ample opportunities for Qin Yang to blend seamlessly into the crowd. It would be as effortless as a drop of water merging into the sea, leaving no trace. However, an ominous premonition gnawed at Qin Yang's heart. "Brother Hua, have you heard any rumors regarding the sharp gold peak? Why has its population dwindled?" At this point, Qin Yang could no longer afford to be cautious, allowing Hualien to question why he, a disciple of the sharp gold peak, was unaware of such matters. He resolved to let it be. Junior brother Jia, is this something you are unaware of? I did not dare to inquire too deeply with master. Qin Yang replied casually. I see. The decline of the sharp gold peak has been gradual over the last 300 years. Given your relatively recent entry, it is understandable that you are not fully aware. Hualien, not suspecting anything amiss, contemplated that junior brother Jia was loyal and simply hesitant to ask Master Jiang about such matters. This highlights the importance of first impressions. If the initial impression is favorable, subsequent remarks may be readily accepted. Conversely, a poor first impression could lead the other party to dismiss further dialogue. Hualien remained oblivious to any suspicion, allowing Qin Yang to breathe a sigh of relief. However, genuine curiosity lingered within him. As one of the three sacred sects, how had the sacred sect of demon stones, particularly the sharp gold peak, descended into such disarray, even worse than the thieves' sect? There must be critical information entangled with the old man Jiang Chuan's schemes. Brother Hua, I would like to hear more. In truth, this is hardly a secret. Many within the sect are privy to the intricacies of the matter. 3 centuries ago, when Elder Jiang first took the helm of Ruijin Peak and Elder Lian presided over Tianqing Peak, both entered the sect simultaneously, engaging in fierce rivalry filled with animosity. Even after each claimed their respective peaks, their contentious relationship persisted. At that time, their conflicts escalated to a boiling point, culminating in a fierce confrontation where Elder Jiang resorted to the use of golden poison, inflicting grave injuries upon Elder Lian. Upon recovery, although their foundational cultivation remained intact, Elder Lian's visage was irrevocably marred. Their enmity had reached a degree that necessitated intervention from the sect. As a consequence, Elder Jiang was confined in a mining cave for 30 years. During this period, Elder Lian underwent a profound transformation in temperament, seizing the opportunity to ensnare the renowned disciples of Ruijin Peak one by one. Given his position as the enforcer of sect punishments, every act of his was meticulously justified. Have the others fled? Qin Yang shook his head, lamenting the consequences faced by the disciples due to the old man's grievances. Indeed, some disciples from Ruijin Peak did defect to other factions, but after Elder Jiang's punishment, his disciples were left without guidance. Several fell into madness and perished, transformed into golden statues. The remaining disciples either fled or were thoroughly dealt with by Elder Lian over the span of 30 years. Thus, after 3 centuries, this is the state of affairs. Hualien sighed inwardly, reflecting on the years that had passed without word of Elder Jiang taking on new disciples. Only someone as navi as junior brother Jiao would consider joining Ruijin Peak. Qin Yang remained silent, pondering the absurdity of an old fox like Jiang being suppressed for 300 years, relegated to a state of isolation. Is this Lian Yu truly so formidable? Yet, if Hualien speaks of him in such a manner, it must be true that Lian Yu possesses reckless audacity, at least in his dealings with Jiang. Suddenly, a wave of realization struck Qin Yang, and he halted abruptly. Senior brother Hua, stop. But as his words fell, Hualien's figure vanished instantaneously. The clouds in the sky billowed, and the ground beneath them was shrouded in mist. The landscape of demonic stone encampments, mountains, and cities faded from view. Only in the distance did a mighty river surge, its towering waves rushing forth, while the earth below was enveloped in a silvery tide from an unknown source. Qin Yang's expression darkened as he summoned the purple crane, ascending into the air. From his vantage point, all he could perceive was an expanse of silver. The ground transformed into an endless ocean of silver. The waves rose to heights of 100 feet, yet upon reaching that altitude, he found himself unable to ascend further. It was as though he beheld a sea of mercury, with waves crashing relentlessly. each swell accompanied by the deafening roar of a mountain torrent. As the waves crashed into the silvery sea, a thunderous explosion echoed, revealing countless flickering lights of lightning within, the sound reverberating in Qin Yang's ears and constricting his chest. After merely a glance, Qin Yang's eyelids began to twitch uncontrollably. Each wave that fell seemed to forcibly compress the air around it, each surge carrying a weight of at least several 100,000 pounds. What madness is this? We've barely departed from the gates of the demonic stone sacred sect. And Tianqing Peak dares to be so brazen. Not only had they laid an ambush in wait, but they had also established a formation based on a unique heavy water. Each drop of this heavy water weighed over 100 pounds. To form a net of such magnitude, thousands of drops would be required. Is Tianqing Peak truly so extravagantly wealthy, merely to capture a disciple from a raging peak? Panic surged within Qin Yang as he scrutinized the formation, seeking a means to unravel it. At that moment, a colossal wave surged towards him. A young man clad in black approached, standing tall upon the crest of the wave. As he drew nearer, the entire silvery sea seemed to respond to his presence, the thunderous roar resonating like continuous thunder, brilliant silver light illuminating the mist, transforming into serpentine silver dragons that roared fiercely around him. Upon nearing, the young man's gaze was as cold as ice, regarding Qin Yang as though he were a mere corpse. Jiayun, surrender now. The trials you are about to face are yet to come. Do not waste my time, nor subject yourself to unnecessary suffering. From Tianqing Peak? Qin Yang inquired. The senior brother from Tianqing Peak, Dang Han, do not attempt any tricks. It will be futile. This is a unique heavy water formation, built upon thousands of drops of heavy water, augmented by a mighty river. Each wave carries immense force, far beyond the capacity of a foundational cultivator to withstand. My purpose in sharing this with you is solely to avoid inadvertently killing you and failing the task set by my master. Do you not grasp this yet? Dang Han's visage was as placid as still water, his eyes devoid of emotion. With a casual wave of his hand, 9 silver dragons erupted from the sea, soaring towards Qin Yang. As Qin Yang summoned the golden light ink talisman to shield himself, he maneuvered the purple crane to evade, only to be taken by surprise as additional silver dragons emerged, swiftly shattering his protective talisman. Qin Yang's expression turned icy as he soared upon his sword, narrowly avoiding another dragon strike. However, in a moment of collision, one silver dragon split in two, unleashing another that collided with his protective barrier. The sound of shattering echoed, the protective talisman disintegrating into dust. The rebounding silver dragon transformed again, colliding with Qin Yang. With a resounding crash, water sprayed everywhere as the silver dragon shattered into a cascade of silver droplets. Qin Yang coughed up blood, his figure propelled backward like an arrow released from a bow. Regaining his composure mid-air, he found his attire tattered, multiple storage bags ruptured, his skin marred with numerous injuries. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Qin Yang's gaze darkened ominously. Had it not been for my master's explicit instruction to keep you alive, you would already be dead. Do you still fail to comprehend the vast chasm between foundational and three-element cultivators? Even among three-element cultivators, the distinctions between fetal, caved, and returning elements are as insurmountable as the heavens themselves. I am at the pinnacle of returning elements. You possess not a shred of opportunity. Do not waste time with petty tricks. Dang Han spoke with an unwavering tone, as though declaring an undeniable truth. Qin Yang spat out a mouthful of blood, grinning through clenched teeth, his killing intent surging. With a thunderous roar, golden light erupted from his eyes, enveloping him in a radiant glow, transforming him into a golden-armored warrior. His true essence surged forth like a fountain, rapidly intensifying until it resembled a volcanic eruption, pale purple flames engulfing him entirely. The dazzling brilliance illuminated the illusory silver sea world within the formation, a ferocious, ancient, and unfathomable aura radiating outward. Qin Yang hovered in the air, his hair billowing like a dragon, the divine radiance surrounding him nearly blinding. In that moment, he summoned every ounce of true essence and physical prowess to their zenith. All forces unleashed. Dang Han's eyes flickered, surprise coursing through him. He had not anticipated that a cultivator in the late foundational stage could exude such overwhelming might, surpassing many fetal element cultivators. Yet, in an instant, Dang Han's demeanor returned to its calm, his expression as unyielding as stone. A foundational cultivator remains a foundational cultivator. Some disparities are akin to chasms, insurmountable. Pointing a finger, the silver sea erupted with dragons coalescing as if formed from liquid mercury, a massive river of dragons surging forth. The immense weight bore down upon the heavens, causing the sky to tremble. The formation seemed on the verge of collapse under this tremendous force. Qin Yang's intent to kill surged like boiling ice, his hands forming seals as he transformed into a swirling mass of gold and hidden purple flames. Charging directly at Dang Han. Within the golden light, a fierce aura surged skyward as Qin Yang's right hand morphed into a blade, golden energy erupting forth. Resembling an unparalleled weapon capable of cleaving through all obstacles ahead. The sound of clashing metal resonated, akin to an army of warriors advancing in unison, a mighty spectacle. As the silver dragons surged towards him, Qin Yang stood firm, confronting them head-on. The golden light pierced through the silvery bodies, creating a resounding explosion reminiscent of heavy mountains fracturing rather than mere splashes of water. Steam billowed upwards, intensifying the golden divine radiance emanating from Qin Yang, which grew even more formidable and fierce, exuding an overwhelming aura. Boom, boom, boom. The silver dragons erupted one after another, and Qin Yang transformed into an unparalleled divine weapon, refusing to retreat until he had vanquished dozens of the silver serpents. However, as he approached within 10 zhang of Dang Han, his momentum faltered, and he could advance no further. The golden light dimmed, his true essence burned low, and the violet flames that enveloped him thinned to a mere layer. Barely clinging to his form, blood streamed from his wounds, becoming a vaporous mist that swirled into the air like crimson smoke. With a foundation-building body within the realm of the 1 yuan heavy water array, he had approached a distance unmatched by anyone in the Magic Stone Sacred Sect, or even throughout the entire Huliang. Impressive indeed. Dang Han, standing atop the waves, wore a look of astonishment that soon transformed into a soft sigh. What a pity. It ends here. Indeed, it was at an end, though it remained uncertain whether he could withstand the thunder summoned by the 1 yuan heavy water. Transforming into the clouds above, Qin Yang revealed a chilling smile, blood staining his lips, yet unable to mask his radiant expression. Dang Han's pupils contracted as he looked up, seeing the silver mist that had enveloped the air. As Qin Yang's words fell, Dang Han suddenly sensed a flaw within the 1 yuan heavy water array. A vast area had slipped from his grasp. Thunder rumbled ominously as a silver lightning serpent writhed within the mist, akin to a thunder dragon, roaring and unleashing its terrifying pressure. Dang Han's expression shifted in shock. He had never anticipated that Qin Yang was not merely a physical cultivator, but had secretly unleashed such formidable sorcery, summoning clouds and gathering mist, forcibly wresting control of the water vapor from him. Reflecting on Qin Yang's relentless advance, it became clear that this was not a desperate struggle, but an intricate scheme. Everything was a ploy. By consuming his true essence and directly confronting the silver dragons, while allowing the 1 yuan heavy water to envelop him, he aimed to incite the vapor to rise and forcibly evaporate the water, transforming it into the shimmering clouds that blanketed the sky. However, this realization came too late. The upper clear cloud heaven's thunder secret method took time to cast. Initially, it was merely about gathering clouds and mist, amassing power. The longer the condensation, the mightier the effect, and the potency was directly linked to the surrounding environment, representing the unparalleled art of harnessing the forces of heaven and earth. Only at the moment of true release did one achieve genuine control. Boom. The thunder erupted, and the brilliant silver clouds illuminated the world, resembling a colossal silver thunder dragon descending from the heavens, howling and tearing everything asunder. Wherever it passed, the array was violently torn apart, fissures revealing the scenes beyond, where the silver sea roiled. Before the silver lightning struck, the sea already appeared as if suppressed by immense power, sinking downwards. Dang Han's countenance turned cold as he formed hand seals, unleashing torrents of silver water that radiated dazzling brilliance, which swiftly transformed into layers of metallic fortifications, shielding him within. Boom. The gigantic silver sphere collided with the divine lightning, which fell like a celestial blade, effortlessly cleaving through the silver sphere. In an instant, the silver sea was split asunder, as if cleaved in two. How could one withstand the divine lightning derived from the 1 yuan heavy water with mere 1 yuan heavy water? On the contrary, the divine lightning struck down, vaporizing even more of the 1 yuan heavy water, amplifying its might threefold. The silver sea fractured, the silver light dissipating, leaving only Dang Han suspended in midair, unable to maintain his composure. His bones were shattered, blood oozing from numerous wounds, his face marred by crimson streaks, and blood continuously spewed from his mouth. Beneath him, a jade disc glowed with white light, suspending him aloft, while he glared at Qin Yang with a contorted expression. Yet Qin Yang showed no hesitation, transforming into a beam of golden light directed at Dang Han. Blood streamed from Dang Han's mouth as he unleashed a blood arrow, aimed at Qin Yang's chest. Qin Yang's expression turned ferocious. He merely tilted aside to evade a critical strike, his speed undeterred as the blood arrow pierced through his right chest, transforming his fingers into a blade aimed straight at Dang Han's face. At that moment, a thunderous shout echoed, akin to a clap of thunder in Qin Yang's ears, leaving him dizzy. The array seemed to be torn apart by an overwhelming force, as a finger resembling white jade shot through the air, enveloped in boundless divine light. Pointing directly at Qin Yang, Qin Yang's body halted, his complexion darkening, as if a colossal mountain pressed down upon him, rendering him breathless and unable to resist. Master! Dang Han's face lit up with joy. The weight on his heart seemed to lift. Damn it! Qin Yang bit down hard, blood foaming at his mouth, his eyes ablaze with fury. Ignoring the approaching finger, he howled with rage, unleashing his full potential. His right hand transformed into a razor-sharp blade, thrusting directly into Dang Han's mouth, exploding his head. As his hand withdrew, he simultaneously activated his skill, summoning 2 orbs of light and slamming them against his own head. Coughing up blood, Qin Yang struggled to breathe under the immense pressure, yet as he gazed at the incoming finger resembling exquisite jade, his eyes sparkled with exhilaration. Years ago, he had grasped a crucial principle. In a fight, one must strike with relentless ferocity, inflicting severe damage rather than merely wounding. Now, with Dang Han's demise assured, he would ensure that the body was beyond salvation, leaving even the elder Lian Yu powerless to intervene. Coughing, his face pale like gold leaf, Qin Yang silently watched as the seemingly beautiful finger descended. With Dang Han dead, the array shattered by overwhelming force, the silver sea beneath him vanished without a trace, leaving only scattered silver glimmers upon the ground, reminiscent of stars, remnants of the 1 yuan heavy water, while the remaining vapor coalesced into streams flowing into the lowlands. As the jade finger approached, time appeared to freeze. Everything slowed, the finger magnifying before Qin Yang, becoming increasingly distinct. Through the translucent digit, one could even glimpse the skeletal structure within, radiating brilliant light, with halos and fingerprints intertwining, forming complex patterns. At this moment, Qin Yang was utterly subdued. Unable to move or speak, his true essence depleted to the point of powerlessness. He could only watch helplessly as the jade finger gently pressed against his chest. With a soft sound, blood erupted from Qin Yang's mouth like a fountain, and the surrounding world returned to normal. His chest caved in, and he plunged to the ground with a thud, creating a massive crater. As he lay in the pit, blood spilling from his lips, he slipped into unconsciousness, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his mouth. This master of Lian Yu would indeed spare him to achieve his ends, even at the expense of blowing off the head of his own prized disciple. Qin Yang surrendered to unconsciousness, untroubled by the prospect of death. As long as he lived, there would always be a chance for redemption. With the array shattered and another peak master intervening, the extraordinary events unfolding outside the magic stone sacred sect finally drew the attention of others. The slender jade finger descended into the pit, pointing at Qin Yang. In a flash of light, both Qin Yang and the jade finger vanished from sight. On the Ruijin Peak, Qiankun had committed a grievous offense, slaughtering his fellow disciples before the mountain gate. According to the rules, he was to have his cultivation abolished and be imprisoned in the fire prison for 300 years. However, the master of Tianqing Peak, Lian Yu, mourned for his beloved disciple and had already crushed Qiankun with a single finger, setting an example for others. At the mountain gate, an unknowing disciple, perhaps following an order, shouted loudly. Outside the mountain gate, a crowd had gathered, including Hualien, who wore a grim expression as he stood among them. It was only at this moment that most people grasped the gravity of the situation. Who was Qiankun? He had killed the senior disciple of Tianqing Peak? Unbeknownst to them, he was from Ruijin Peak, a place that had suddenly produced such a ruthless individual. Indeed, the remnants speak volumes. He had forced Dang Han to summon the primordial heavy water formation, ultimately overpowering Dang Han within it. Many disciples of the Demon Stone sacred sect stood at a distance, murmuring amongst themselves. Only Hualien understood the circumstances, his heart a tumult of shock, grief, and frustration at his own inability to penetrate the grand formation. The audacity of Tianqing Peak was astonishing, laying traps outside the mountain gate. Little did they expect, however, that junior brother Jia could kill Dang Han within the primordial heavy water formation. Even if I had fallen into the formation, I could only hope to protect myself. How did he manage to do it? Such a formidable divide. How could he have caused Dang Han's demise to be so tragic? Hualien was overwhelmed with shock. The outcome was too horrifying, and Dang Han's death was particularly gruesome. After the initial shock, a deeper sense of helplessness and sorrow surged within him. Such talent, if only he could have joined the Blood Mist Peak. He could have contended for the position of true saint in the future. Alas, he had met such a tragic end here. With this thought, Hualien sighed deeply, a profound melancholy filling his heart, disregarding any notion of offending Tianqing Peak. Approaching the pit, Hualien stood speechless, his eyes reddening as he searched the pit for any trace of the corpse, only to find nothing but emptiness. This sight caused his heart to ache, and he was nearly brought to tears, recalling their brief acquaintance, which felt so natural and comfortable, unlike other disciples who either feared or flattered him. The few who were equal in strength often regarded him with hostility, unlike junior brother Jia. Junior brother Jia, you were loyal and righteous. I hold you in deep admiration, and though I cannot compare with you, I wish to collect your remains as a token of my respect, yet I find myself unable to do so. I am filled with shame and can only raise a cup in your honor, as a gesture of apology and farewell. With that, he shattered the clay seal of a jar of honeysuckle wine, pouring its contents into the pit. The fragrance wafted through the air as it flowed to the bottom of the pit. Hualien then broke another jar's seal, downing half of it in a single gulp. Clutching the jar as he sat by the pit, his eyes reddened, lost in silence. The young saint truly is a person of sentiment. Unafraid of offending even the Peak Master, someone remarked, though they dared not speak further. Yet, a disciple of Tianqing Peak, unable to bear it, interjected, young saint. This man is a notorious criminal of our sect, killed by the Peak Master to uphold our laws. You should. Begone. Hualien's eyes blazed with fury. He turned sharply, delivering a resounding slap that sent the disciple spinning through the air. I am bidding farewell to junior brother Jia. I do not need your noise. Hualien finished the jar of wine with a final swig, smashing it to the ground, his eyes ablaze as he stepped towards the mountain gate. Those around him fell silent, none daring to utter a word, fearful of challenging Hualien's defiance of sect rules. The Tianqing Peak disciple, half of his face bloodied and bruised, gritted his teeth, bowing his head, unwilling to cry out, as if he had merely stumbled and scraped his face on the ground. With the Peak Master silent, who else would dare to speak? Hualien was filled with frustration and resentment, yet he felt powerless, gnashing his teeth as he returned to the Blood Mist Peak. Meanwhile, Qin Yang slowly regained consciousness, the first sensation being excruciating pain throughout his body. His limbs were bound, and the surrounding heat was stifling, sweat dripping onto his wounds, each drop a piercing agony, as if tiny blades were carving into him. As he opened his eyes, he was met with a dim red glow. It appeared he was in a cavern hewn from the earth, the stone walls glowing faintly red, stone tables scattered about. On one table lay dozens of storage bags, alongside a brush and a blood llama, all displayed prominently. His hands and feet were pinned to the stone wall by dark, ominous nails that exuded a chilling aura. Humph! A mocking laugh escaped Qin Yang's throat. So I have not perished. These sinister nails prevented him from exerting strength or circulating his true essence. Yet, with his vitality, even a year as a mere mural in this place would not bring his end. Is there anyone alive? Qin Yang's hoarse voice echoed through the cavern. Before long, a section of the stone wall parted, revealing a figure cloaked in black robes, hunched and entering. The newcomer walked as if treading on air, swiftly approaching Qin Yang and hovering before him. This figure, not only hunched but also grotesquely disfigured, resembled someone who had been burned and then repeatedly sliced with countless small knives, their features twisted and misshapen, enough to raise the hairs on anyone's neck. Yet, their hands appeared as exquisite as jade, translucent and delicate, emanating a soft glow, akin to fine art. A flicker of realization washed over Qin Yang, but it was swiftly followed by a jolt of confusion. Lianyu, the master of Tianqing Peak? A woman? Qin Yang's expression turned to one of horror, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. He had never anticipated that the master of Tianqing Peak would be a woman. No wonder that old fool Jiang Chuan, after ruining her appearance, had driven Lianyu to the brink, using her power to eliminate a disciple of Ruaging Peak with ruthless ease. Every action she took left the higher-ups of the Demon Stone sacred sect speechless. Previously, he had questioned how she managed to operate so seamlessly, but now he understood. A woman who had been disfigured bore a terrifying grudge, and her ability to play within the confines of the rules was already a concession to the higher-ups. Faced with her, he had killed her senior disciple, and she had refrained from slaying him. Qin Yang felt he had misjudged the situation. It seemed he might soon wish for death, facing the wrath of a deranged, cold-hearted woman consumed by vengeance. What logic could be applied when dealing with a twisted mind like hers? Her every action would surely defy reason. Lian Yu hovered before Qin Yang, scrutinizing him with chilling eyes, a murderous intent unmistakable. Her gaze was sharp, filled with malevolent thoughts that flickered like dark shadows, skin peeling, flesh flaying, gouging out eyes. And the most gruesome of tortures. Cold sweat trickled down Qin Yang's back. This woman was indeed unrestrained, her psyche twisted, and her sinister thoughts laid bare, making him acutely aware of the terror that awaited him. He felt on the verge of a complete mental breakdown. Wait, I have something to say. Qin Yang, overwhelmed, found it hard to endure, convinced that she would carry out every vile thought that crossed her mind. Lian Yu's laugh resembled that of a famished owl. Her voice a dry rasp tinged with an unsettling sharpness, her grotesque visage fixated on Qin Yang, seemingly reveling in her delight. I know a place that can restore your face. Qin Yang was resolute, striking at her weak point with unyielding determination. Really? Lian Yu's laughter abruptly ceased as he fixed his gaze on Qin Yang for a prolonged moment, unable to discern any flaws. After a while, he slowly spoke. Let us discuss it. There exists a realm known as Asia, where 4 great sacred arts, oh no, not arts, but rather sinister techniques, are governed by 4 mighty nations. Regardless of how unsightly a woman may be, after undergoing transformation through these sacred arts, she can emerge as an ethereal beauty, untouched by the mundane world, or as a seductive enchantress, alluring in every way, with every choice at her disposal. A flicker of yearning ignited in Lian Yu's eyes, only to be swiftly extinguished by a cold snort, malevolent thoughts swirling. Do not doubt my words. I hail from that very place. Among the nations wielding these 4 sinister techniques, the most terrifying is the kingdom of Sawadika. Their dark arts have reached an apex, capable of transforming even a man into a captivating woman, more feminine than any woman. Your injuries are not trivial, but merely moderate in severity. In the realm of Hulian, there has never been any so-called Asia. Lian Yu remained skeptical, yet the malevolent thoughts surrounding them had inexplicably vanished. It is impossible to find a woman who is entirely indifferent to her own appearance, given Lian Yu's extreme circumstances. Even if he believed that Qin Yang's words were mostly fabricated, a glimmer of hope still emerged. Moreover, Qin Yang spoke with such unwavering conviction, his demeanor unflinching, and his arguments well-founded, suggesting that perhaps there truly is such a place. Qin Yang, steadfast in his belief, met Lian Yu's gaze without trepidation, for Asia indeed exists. And those 4 sacred techniques are real. Whether Lian Yu can find them is of no concern to him. When did I ever claim to be in Hulian? Hulian is merely a modest island with 13 states. The place I speak of lies in the vast wilderness, where countless nations and divine empires flourish, giving rise to such unparalleled sacred techniques. It is precisely because of their unmatched power that outsiders fear and belittle them as sinister arts, causing many to yearn for them while publicly denouncing them, rendering the dissemination of the 4 sacred arts exceedingly difficult. As Qin Yang spoke, he couldn't help but feel a pang of nostalgia. In his past life, the existence of the 4 sinister techniques meant he could never truly discern the true visage of a beauty standing before him, in that most fearsome kingdom. Even undressing might not unveil the truth of whether one was indeed a woman. Lian Yu fell into contemplative silence, his eyes shimmering with insight, perceiving every nuance of Qin Yang's demeanor as if it were laid bare before him. Now, he genuinely believed that Qin Yang spoke the truth. Indeed, such a place did exist. After a moment of reflection, Lian Yu waved his hand, and the dark nails pinning Qin Yang's arms and legs were dislodged with a soft thud, causing Qin Yang to tumble to the ground. Within your storage bag lies a crystal of Imu essence. These injuries should be no obstacle. However, I advise you, even if you were unscathed and advanced to the 3rd realm, I could still crush you with a mere finger, as easily as squashing an ant. Furthermore, I have publicly declared that Qiankun is dead. Regardless of how you infiltrated the sect, it is of no consequence. You are now considered a dead man. Lian Yu's tone remained chilling, his murderous intent palpable, yet he no longer harbored thoughts of tormenting Qin Yang. Qin Yang quietly exhaled, suppressing the pain as he retrieved a Imu essence crystal from his storage bag, placing it beneath his tongue. Vital energy surged through his body, mending his physical injuries as his true essence circulated. Lian Yu had seen through his disguise, which was to be expected. What remained uncertain was whether she merely pierced his facade or had discerned his true identity, a significant distinction. After much contemplation, Qin Yang chose not to reveal his true self, opting to continue wearing Jia Yun's guise. With the aid of the Emu Essence Crystal, his superficial wounds healed rapidly. Within half an hour, he was nearly restored. He retrieved a fresh set of garments from his storage bag and, unashamed, changed in front of Lian Yu before attaching several storage bags to the inner layer of his clothing. Master Lian, when shall we depart? Qin Yang inquired, now looking prepared for action. At that moment, the stone wall parted once more. A gaunt figure stepped inside, their boisterous laughter echoing through the cavern. Ha ha, junior sister. I have already warned you that this little thief is cunning and sly. Do not be swayed by his sweet words. What he says is indeed true. Lian Yu replied calmly. Your secret technique can only discern the truth. Over the years, have I not spoken nothing but the truth? Have you grasped the profound meanings behind my words? Qin Yang smirked, inwardly cursing. Why is Jiang Chuan here? Wasn't he supposed to be away? However, at this moment, he finally comprehended the implications of the old man's previous statements. Reflecting on it, Jiang Chuan had indeed spoken nothing but the truth. He had forewarned Qin Yang that the heavenly punishment peak was preparing to take action. Moreover, he had continually hinted at creating opportunities for Qin Yang to leave the Ruijin peak. If only he had known earlier that Lian Yu was a woman, he wouldn't have felt so passive. The senior brother is correct. A lie is ultimately a lie. The most sophisticated lie is one that is entirely composed of truth, even if this boy speaks nothing but the truth. Crossing the Dead Sea to reach the great wilderness is no simple feat, Lian Yu remarked, her tone unwavering. Jiang Chuan subtly shook his head, well aware that there was a glimmer of hope that his deeply committed junior sister would not relinquish. 300 years ago, among the female cultivators vying for the title of Holy Maiden, Lian Yu had garnered the highest popularity, unparalleled strength, and exceptional grace, rivaling even the astonishing Holy Maiden of the Xiantian sacred sect. Yet, tragically, she had suffered a fate of disfigurement in her bid for survival. Jiang Chuan wished to offer words of comfort as he had done in the past, but found himself at a loss for words. Thus, he bypassed the matter of the four sinister techniques and opted for a more soothing approach. Junior sister, this endeavor appears bleak. It would be wiser to seize the present moment. If our current plans succeed, you shall undoubtedly regain your unparalleled beauty and resolve the obsessions within your heart, leading to a significant advancement in your realm. Lian Yu remained silent, standing to the side lost in thought. Jiang Chuan sighed softly, his expression softening as his voice dropped a notch. Junior sister, I understand that your hopes have been exhausted, yet this time is different. This boy possesses an extraordinarily solid foundation, and his true essence is akin to lead and mercury, of terrifying quality. It is highly likely that he has established his foundation using a secret tome. Moreover, he has inexplicably mastered the Gingjin Nashi technique. And when I taught him the Xinjing Nashi technique, he effortlessly succeeded. This time, there is at least an 80% chance of success. Lian Yu remained silent for a long while before nodding and taking a seat nearby. At that moment, Jiang Chuan finally revealed a smile, turning to Qin Yang with a beaming expression that grew increasingly satisfied. Jia Yun, my dear disciple, you have been the source of my frustrations for 300 years, and heaven has bestowed upon me a great gift. I do not inquire about your origins or how you managed to infiltrate my Mo-Shur sacred sect. As long as you assist me in accomplishing this task, you may leave or choose to join my Mo-Shur sacred sect. Hasn't Master Hualien always sought to recruit you into the Blood Mist Peak? At that time, I shall personally vouch for you and send you there. Enough of this pretense. What is the point of playing games at this juncture? You have seen through my disguise yet choose not to expose it. Exerting great effort to teach me the Xinjing Nashi technique, then laying plans to force my hand, compelling me to escape through Hualien. Was it not to let me feign death at the hands of the heavenly punishment peak, dying before all? Qin Yang decided to abandon the charade, no longer willing to circle around the truth. Indeed, have you deduced anything else? Jiang Chuan's smile broadened, his satisfaction evident. What else is there? It is merely the case that the sect is aware of your actions, yet they remain oblivious to the underlying motives, subtly offering their support. Previously, the individuals who met their untimely demise at the hands of the Ruijin Peak all perished for your ambitions. Now, you deem me the most suitable candidate. Yet you resort to elaborate schemes to stage my death, driven by selfish motives under the guise of public service, compelling me to venture into perilous realms in search of treasures to heal your sister's wounds. On the whole, Your reasoning is sound. Do you know why I hold you in such high regard? It is not solely due to your robust physical foundation, which allows you to effortlessly master the 5 metal nashi mystical arts. More significantly, it is your astute mind and decisive action. Had I only been satisfied before? The day you remained composed under duress and meticulously strategized, ultimately eliminating the formidable party Han, left me genuinely astonished. Qiankun nodded in agreement, generously offering his admiration. To my surprise, even Lian Yu beside him nodded in concurrence. This revelation sent a chill through Qin Yang. How could they possibly be aware of the events that transpired that day? Their discussions regarding the matter were filled with admiration. What was Party Han but a favored disciple? Yet they spoke of it lightly, as if discussing mere livestock, instead extolling the butcher's unparalleled skill. It was utterly deranged, devoid of humanity. If they treat their disciples in such a manner, what would prevent them from ruthlessly executing me for the slightest act of defiance? Enough of this. If you wish for me to act, just state your demands plainly without beating around the bush. Qin Yang spoke candidly, though internally he sighed. These two heartless individuals, rather than eliminate me, would have me tend to my own wounds, fearing I might harbor hidden injuries. If it were merely about my corporeal form, there are countless methods for soul extraction and spirit refinement. They need not rely on me now. It is highly unlikely they would transform me into a fool. Ultimately, I am being coerced into undertaking dangerous tasks. The preliminary preparations are merely to bolster my self-preservation capabilities. You are a clever individual, so I shall refrain from further elaboration. Once the task is accomplished, seek out Master Hua's disciple. He is a person of genuine character and will not mind that you are not a disciple of the demonic stone sacred sect. On that day, you feigned your death, disregarding any offense to Lian Yu, and publicly mourned at the mountain gate, which certainly garnered renewed respect. Qiankun expressed his admiration, though it was unclear whether he was praising Hua or commending Qin Yang's insight. What is the ultimate goal? Qin Yang scoffed, dismissing their supposed emotional depth. Originally, I intended to transform you into a Wangzhong warrior, but regrettably, none of the previously crafted Wangzhong warriors successfully procured the treasures. Qiankun lamented, sighing. It is a pity that the authentic method for crafting Wangzhong warriors has long been lost since the Huyang era. The warriors produced are overly rigid and unfit for significant tasks. Have you been tampering with the techniques? Why would I need to resort to such measures? The previous disciples lacked adequate talent and foundation, rendering them incapable of achieving greatness. Only a handful managed to master 2 sets of techniques and integrate them, yet ultimately, without a complete crafting method, success remained elusive. The methods currently passed down merely create Wangzhong puppets. True Wangzhong warriors can guard tombs for millennia, and such warriors are forged from living beings. A chill ran down Qin Yang's spine as he listened. Qiankun, sensing his reaction, chuckled and patted his shoulder. Fear not. Had I possessed the complete methods, I would have transformed you into a genuine Wangzhong warrior long ago. There was no need to wait until now. However, the ancestral tomb is fraught with peril, and our entry may not guarantee our escape. Your cultivation is weak, which ironically increases your chances of survival. Moreover, you carry an abundance of Emu essence crystals, which will allow you to withstand the overwhelming death energy there. With the protection of the blood llama and the secret treasures of the pen tube, you can ward off external evils, added to your cunning and survival instincts. Sending you there is most fitting. The ancestral tomb? Qin Yang looked utterly bewildered. Indeed, the place you are destined to visit is plagued by the rampant Yuan magnetic golden Sha. Only by mastering the 5 metal nashi mystical arts can you combat it. Additionally, we will teach you the corresponding methods to dismantle the potential prohibitive formations there. These formations will be unguarded, and if you adhere to the steps, the chances of success are considerable. Moreover, there exists a treasured forbidden stone that will allow you to forcibly dismantle 3 barriers. Qiankun elaborated in great detail. Yet Qin Yang stood there, overwhelmed by a wave of emotions, his heart aching. Good grief. So it turns out we are heading to the ancestral tomb? Alongside preparations for dismantling methods and the forbidden stone. The crux of the matter is that we are explicitly commanded to excavate graves. Why did you not disclose this sooner? Why not reveal it at the outset? You 2 scoundrels. My mindset is collapsing. Absolutely collapsing. I nearly faced death, trembling with fear, my thoughts twisted in confusion for so long. And all this was to coerce me into digging up the graves of their ancestors? Qin Yang felt a surge of bitterness, almost brought to tears, wishing to confront these 2 scoundrels with a punch that would leave them bruised. The first time he passed by the demonic stone ancestral tomb, It was as if he saw countless skill books floating in the air, those alluring and shameless beings twisting and posing, waiting to be indulged. Unfortunately, he had no opportunity at that time. Later, upon entering the thief sect, he was repeatedly warned not to touch the grass at the base of the rabbit's burrow, adamantly advised against approaching the demonic stone ancestral tomb. Certainly, there were dangers within, but that was only one aspect. In Qin Yang's plans, there was no agenda for visiting the demonic stone ancestral tomb. Naturally, he would not be venturing into the thief sect's burial site in the near future. The grand endeavor of grave robbing seemed utterly unrelated to him for a long time. Who could have anticipated that now, nearly facing death, it was all to force him to excavate their forebears' tomb? These two scoundrels are truly brazen and utterly depraved. Since that is the case, do not blame me for being ruthless. I shall cooperate with you to the end. Speak plainly, what are the specifics? The more detailed, the better. Qin Yang's expression hardened, his posture straightening, resembling a valiant warrior dedicated to a noble cause. Qiankun paused, somewhat taken aback, his mind racing as he wondered why Qin Yang's demeanor had transformed so dramatically in an instant. However, he dismissed the thought and instead smiled approvingly. You truly are a clever individual. Rest assured, once you retrieve the treasures, we shall certainly allow your departure. Enough of the pleasantries, let us discuss the matter at hand. Qin Yang was disinterested in idle chatter. As for what would transpire after the task was completed, he could not care less. Jiang Chuan did not take offense. On the contrary, he was increasingly pleased that Qin Yang was willing to engage seriously. Being coerced into action would lead to certain death, and he certainly did not wish for this rare and gifted individual to perish before the task was completed. 500 years ago, an ancient elder who had lived for 8,000 years ventured alone to the ancestral tomb as his lifespan waned. There, he discovered crucial information, but for reasons unknown. Only a message was transmitted, containing merely a few phrases. The sect, eager to obtain this information from his tomb, once risked sending 2 elders, only to receive no further word, their life lamps extinguished, indicating they had perished within the ancestral tomb. Over 300 years ago, my junior sister fell victim to treachery, succumbing to demonic influence. She was a qi refining practitioner who cultivated the 3 spirits gui water technique. After falling into madness, she nearly drowned. And only through my relentless efforts using the gung metal might, harmonizing yin and yang, was I able to suppress her injuries. But alas, it resulted in her disfigured appearance. Rumors had it that the reason for that elder's longevity lay in his possession of the ethereal water. Subsequently, adventurers who dared to venture forth intermittently reported that within the elder's tomb, the Yuan magnetic golden Sha raged, and there must be a Yuan magnetic mother iron present. However, after so long, the Yuan magnetic golden Sha had not spiraled out of control, suggesting that there must be ethereal water for balance. Your task is to retrieve the Yuan magnetic mother iron and the ethereal water. If you possess the strength, seek out the remains of that elder and acquire the information our sect desires. Indeed, a truly selfless endeavor. Qin Yang listened attentively, a hint of mockery playing at the corners of his mouth. Indeed, it was a case of using public office for private gain. No wonder this pair of unscrupulous individuals had colluded for so many years, engaging in nefarious deeds while the upper echelons of the Demon Stone Holy Sect feigned ignorance. It turned out they were burdened with a significant sect mission, though the importance of that information remained a mystery, allowing such indulgence. As for the ethereal water, it was the most renowned entity among the attributes of the water element, where the essence of heaven and earth converged, mingling with mist to become the lightest and most vibrant divine liquid among all waters. If utilized as a spiritual medicine, refining it within oneself would yield results far superior to that of the crystallized essence of the wood element. If Lian Yu were to refine the ethereal water, her injuries would surely heal completely, and the 3-spirit water technique she practiced was perfectly aligned with the ethereal water, making it highly likely that she could refine it for her own use, reaping the rewards of hard work and gaining great fortune. Moreover, the primordial magnetic mother, known as the mother of postnatal metals, would possess inherent magnetic divine light once forged into a treasure, capable of countering all artifacts made from the 5 metals. This was undoubtedly something that the old schemer desired for himself. With significant sect matters at hand, even if others were aware of the old schemer's underhanded tactics, they would merely turn a blind eye. Lian Yu seemed intolerant of Qin Yang's audacious demeanor and raised her hand, preparing to reprimand him when Jiang Chuan intervened. Smiling as he looked at Qin Yang, "Jia Yun, my dear disciple, as long as you can retrieve these items, feel free to mock me." Even if you spit in my face, I shall accept it with a smile and thank you with a feast. Should you fail, you will naturally perish within, never to escape, and I, as your master, will not hold it against you. Your shamelessness is truly admirable." Qin Yang sighed softly, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect. This old schemer was cunning and resourceful, willing to forego his pride, truly a remarkable talent. If not for being dragged down by Lian Yu, his achievements would surely have reached greater heights. For the next 3 months, Jiang Chuan and Lian Yu devoted themselves to guiding Qin Yang, striving to ensure he mastered all necessary skills. They taught him how to dismantle formations and restrictions, providing him with a clear path to follow, making the otherwise daunting task of unraveling these autonomous formations quite manageable. Additionally, they prepared detailed maps outlining potential dangers along the way, thoroughly instructing him on how to respond to any threats he might encounter. They even fulfilled every request he made that they could accommodate. After years of planning and suffering repeated defeats, Qin Yang was the most likely candidate for success. The unscrupulous duo truly invested heavily in this endeavor, and Jiang Chuan, indeed, accepted Qin Yang's sharp remarks with good humor, continuously preparing treasures and items for him. As long as Qin Yang was willing to cooperate sincerely and venture into the Demon Stone ancestral tomb, everything else was a minor issue. On a certain day, 3 months later, Jiang Chuan and Lian Yu personally escorted Qin Yang to the outskirts of the Demon Stone ancestral tomb. "Jia Yun, my disciple, this journey is fraught with peril. You must proceed with caution, taking steady steps. Do not be greedy or reckless. Prioritize preserving your life. The mission can be addressed gradually. There's no need to rush. If you fail, I shall honor your memory each year on the anniversary of your passing," Jiang Chuan said with heartfelt emotion. If it were not for the last sentence, anyone would think he was a reluctant elder, filled with worry as he sent his junior off. Qin Yang nodded, turning his back as he stepped into the tomb. Not long after entering, Jiang Chuan's figure vanished. Only then did Qin Yang produce a storage bag, emptying its chaotic contents onto the ground. "Come, let me show you why the skill is called pick up." The items in this storage bag were all prepared by the unscrupulous duo, apart from 3 magical artifacts and 1 spiritual instrument. The talismans and seals were primarily crafted by Qin Yang himself, with some materials provided by them. Having long since organized these items into a separate storage bag, he initiated his skill, reaching for one of the magical artifacts. This artifact resembled a palm-sized dark green bell, capable of changing size upon activation. Enveloping its user, a pure defensive artifact. With a swift grasp, the ethereal hand that extended from his palm easily seized it. In an instant, the dark green bell was refined, with Qin Yang's mark imprinted on both its exterior and internal restrictions, making it entirely his own. This single step saved him months of painstaking effort and allowed him to unleash its full power. Yet, to maximize its efficacy beyond that, he would need to nurture and refine it gradually until it felt as natural as an extension of himself, an endeavor requiring time. He continued to grasp the other 2 artifacts. One was a white jade skiff, a flying artifact meant for escape, and the other a gem-embedded pendant capable of activating a protective shield. Both were effortlessly acquired and refined. "Could it be that I am overthinking?" Qin Yang murmured, a hint of doubt crossing his face. The final artifact, resembling a black cloak, exuded no spiritual light, seemingly absorbing the surrounding glow. Rumored to be crafted from the hide of a bizarre beast dwelling in underground caverns, it boasted formidable defensive properties and the ability to conceal one's presence, even granting a semblance of instantaneous movement, a truly powerful item. When this spiritual instrument was given to him, Jiang Chuan had looked forlorn, as if he were parting with a cherished possession. As Qin Yang attempted to use his pickup skill on the black cloak, it failed to activate. Startled, he tried again, but it remained unresponsive. He held the cloak in his hands and attempted to refine it using conventional methods. The process went smoothly, but fully refining it would require considerable time. To forcefully refine this spiritual instrument at the foundation level would take a minimum of 10 years, requiring daily nurturing and refinement to fully integrate it. What a pity for such a splendid instrument, Qin Yang lamented, setting the black cloak aside. The inability to pick it up indicated one thing: the cloak belonged to someone else. In gaming, there are times when one cannot collect equipment dropped by monsters because it is not theirs. Only items without owners, or those that belong solely to oneself, can be picked up. Even if this cloak had been partially refined and was usable, its true owner remained someone else. In large sects, when disciples undertake tasks, elders sometimes entrust them with artifacts they have fully refined. Needing only to assist in marking the disciple's imprint to complete the initial refinement, allowing the artifact to exhibit a fraction of its power. In critical moments, the disciple can also invoke the elder's remaining strength, enabling the artifact to unleash significant potency. However, this black cloak was not one of those cases. Qiankun had clearly stated that he had not refined this cloak, presenting it as an unclaimed item for Qin Yang. After attempting to refine it, Qin Yang could indeed sense that it had never been refined before. Apart from his imprint, there were no other traces. Yet now, Qiankun, you old schemer, I knew you wouldn't be so at ease. It seems you were waiting for me here. Qin Yang scoffed, no longer glancing at the black cloak. While spiritual instruments may be valuable, who knows what pitfalls this unscrupulous duo has laid for him. It was impossible to detect them through conventional means. Upon discovering the first item, Qin Yang promptly utilized his picking skill to gather the remaining objects, which presented no surprises. However, when he reached for the storage bag, he found himself unable to pick it up, staring at the storage bag in silence. Qin Yang remained expressionless for a moment before tossing it aside. He opened his robe, revealing dozens of storage bags hanging within, and meticulously extracted the contents of each one, systematically employing his picking skill to inspect them all. Half an hour passed. After organizing the storage bags, he returned them to their place. But upon surveying the items before him, his expression darkened dangerously. With a heavy sigh directed towards the heavens, Qin Yang's tone was fraught with complexity. To his astonishment, there were indeed over a dozen items that he could not retrieve. Among them were a black cloak, 2 storage bags, 3 first-grade spirit stones, a crystal of second-grade wood essence, a coffin lid made of golden silk nanmu, a brocade pouch, a broken-handled hammer, a piece of black iron ore, a jade vial for storing pills, 2 pills, and a jade slip. Remarkably, even a wooden hairpin, typically carelessly inserted into his hair, was also unobtainable. Qin Yang was utterly astounded, struggling to fathom the insidious cunning of the 2 individuals responsible for such malevolence. Moreover, within the items he could not retrieve, some bore only a mark that Qin Yang could easily identify, while others required careful scrutiny to uncover imperfections. Some were entirely perplexing, leaving him no clue at all. Had he not employed his picking skill with utmost caution, he might have inadvertently kept some of these items. After meticulously examining everything, Qin Yang's face was a mask of rage and despair, a clear manifestation of his fury. This was a profound moral decay, a disintegration of humanity. These 2 unscrupulous individuals had prepared a plethora of items to ensnare him, and audaciously pilfered all his 3rd-grade and above spirit stones, a truly insane act. It was infuriating. After all his efforts to acquire a few 3rd-grade spirit stones at great expense, now they were all gone. Qin Yang's face flushed with anger, his teeth grinding audibly, and his eyes reddened. He had been reluctant to use those spirit stones for cultivation, as they were all intended for high-grade material use. The exchange rate between 1st, 2nd, and 3rd-grade spirit stones was roughly 10 to 1. Sometimes even exceeding that. Whereas a 4th-grade spirit stone would require at least 30 to 40,000 first-grade stones to equal in value, and no one ever made such exchanges. The 4th-grade spirit stones he possessed had been obtained through relentless bargaining with Old Wei and Meng Yi during his time in the Thieves' Guild, with a scant few acquired after defeating Zhang Wei in a friendly exchange. Now, every single 4th-grade stone, even a 5th-grade stone, alongside all his 3rd-grade stones, had vanished completely. You 2 scoundrels. Just wait. The crystal of 2nd-grade wood essence, undoubtedly more precious than 4th or 5th-grade spirit stones, was plentiful in his possession, filling several storage bags, yet he felt no appreciation for it, especially since the high-grade spirit stones remained elusive. Previously, he had been oblivious to the spirit stone situation, as the 2 rogues had not stolen his wood essence crystals, leading him to overlook the loss of other items. But now, he was seething with rage. The joy he once felt in digging through graves had diminished significantly. As he sorted through the items he could not retrieve, Qin Yang wore a visage of melancholy and regret. The black cloak was indeed a remarkable item. A top-tier tool for stealth, regrettably, it was unattainable. The jade slip contained the Qian Nashi technique, which he had already integrated into his own practices. So losing it was of little consequence. The brocade pouch, originally pilfered from the concubine, was something he had kept, realizing later that she must have recognized him through it. Yet, since escaping, it seemed unlikely they would meet again, so he had retained it. Primarily, this embroidered pouch served as a storage bag, its capacity being 7 or 8 times greater than that of a standard bag, and as he could find no better alternative, He was loath to part with it. Now, however, he had no choice but to discard it. It was uncertain whether the pouch had merely been tampered with by the concubine Da, or if the two rogues had also interfered. Better to dispose of it altogether. As for the broken-handled hammer, it was undoubtedly a fine item, yet Qin Yang's instincts told him it was not ordinary. Given the current predicament, it too must be cast aside. No matter how valuable, if it did not belong to him, it could very well be a ticking time bomb. So what use would it serve? After organizing all the items, the ones he decided to discard were secured at his waist. And only then did Qin Yang lift his head, preparing to engage in more pressing matters. The ancestral tomb of the magic stones bore some resemblance to the ghost tomb of Yin, both being secret realms that allowed free entry and exit. The term secret realm has varied interpretations throughout history, yet one widely accepted notion persists. The world itself resembles the trunk of a great tree, supporting all existence. While secret realms are akin to its scattered branches, varying in size and thickness, fundamentally dependent on the main trunk of the world. Ancient myths and legends have circulated for ages, claiming that at the dawn of this world, it was born from a celestial tree that emerged from the void, upholding a realm of existence. Once the world matured and stabilized, this divine tree mysteriously vanished for reasons unknown. Some legends suggest it was severed by primordial beings, while others assert it withered and decayed, giving rise to all living things. There are also tales of the tree gaining sentience, believing it no longer needed to support the world and thus retreating into the void, while another narrative claims it completely integrated with the world, becoming indistinguishable from it. Despite these tales being merely myths within the realm of cultivators, they lack any concrete evidence, and the origins of these stories remain a mystery. Nevertheless, many people believe in them, particularly those who are convinced that the tree has entirely merged with the world, firmly asserting that the existence of secret realms is a manifestation of the branches of the divine tree. The number of secret realms is vast, with new ones being discovered every few years, but the majority are resource-poor and devoid of any developmental value. Although both the ancestral tomb of the magic stones and the ghost tomb of Yin allow for unfettered access, their fundamental differences are significant. The ghost tomb is akin to a nascent branch grafted onto a tree, yet to fully mature, whereas the ancestral tomb of the magic stones is the branch itself, forcibly penetrated by an unparalleled power, allowing free passage at the entrance. Standing at the edge, Qin Yang gazed into the distance. The sky was dim, suffused with a sense of death that seemed to stretch infinitely, obscuring any sense of the tomb's true size. From the periphery, each hill appeared to be an independent grave, with tombstones of varying sizes dotting the landscape. During his previous passage through this area, he caught a fleeting glimpse, yet the full weight of its significance escaped him. Now, as he stepped into this secret realm, he understood why Old Wei had repeatedly cautioned against venturing here. The air within felt steeped in silence, oppressive and sluggish, making each breath laborious. The spiritual energy was not only sparse but also difficult to refine, as if it had lost all vitality and transformed into a lifeless entity. The pervasive aura of death in the air did not aggressively invade his body. Rather, it seeped in gradually, akin to a frog being boiled alive, rendering it more insurmountable. Though the encroachment of death was slow, it possessed an insidious quality that was hard to resist. Here, it was impossible to constantly activate protective treasures, as the energy expenditure would be exorbitant, rendering him incapable of traveling far. Thus, he could only expel the death aura periodically, yet this too bore its drawbacks. The traces left behind by the encroachment remained long after the aura was dispelled, like an incessant cycle of injury and healing. Those with weak physical foundations cannot withstand for long. Qin Yang's gaze was vigilant as he opened the map, studying it momentarily before proceeding along the narrow path between two small hills. After a while, his steps suddenly faltered. He frowned slightly and turned back, realizing he had only traversed halfway. The path between the two hills was merely a few miles, and at his pace, he should have crossed it long ago. Why was he still lingering in the middle, seemingly unaware? A chill ran through Qin Yang's heart. He had entered this place and had already fallen into a trap. Standing still, he took out two spiritual incense sticks, placing one on each side of the ground, bowing respectfully toward the hills. Esteemed predecessors, I am Jia Yun of Ruijin Peak, sent here by the sect leader to attend to matters concerning the ancestral tomb. The intricacies involved are quite significant. I hope for your understanding. However, there was no response from the hills, and the formations and restrictions remained silent. Attempting to move forward again, He instantly sensed that the inexplicable barrier had vanished, and soon he had crossed the narrow path, leaving the two hills behind. Yet, all of a sudden, the hairs on his body stood on end, and his muscles tensed as he felt a dense aura of death surrounding him. Which esteemed elder is playing a joke on me? If I have shown any disrespect, I ask for your forgiveness. He took out 3 more sticks of spiritual incense, igniting them and placing them on the ground. The smoke billowed, and before his eyes, the scene abruptly changed. A wave of cold swept through Qin Yang as he realized he had not merely walked past, but had unknowingly ascended the right hill. Not far ahead, a figure in black robes had appeared, their eyes obliterated, their emaciated form resembling a skeleton, with flesh and blood turned to ash, leaving only a glimmering metal-like framework. An aura of death enveloped them, rising like smoke, forming faces of agony and struggle, seemingly the faces of the deceased. This figure squatted on a stone, inhaling the spiritual incense, and gazed down at Qin Yang with a sinister cackle. Another from a raging peak? This time a living person? What is this? Has Jiang Chuan completely given up on creating the Wengzhong soldiers, sending living beings to their doom instead? Jia Yun of Raging Peak pays respects to the ancestral master. Qin Yang's heart raced, yet he maintained a facade of reverence. This specter should have died not long ago, retaining some consciousness and memories. The murderous intent radiating from this being was palpable. He recognized that most of the faces manifesting were likely those of adversaries it had defeated in life. These memories were not deliberately conjured but were remnants of consciousness, memories, and emotions slowly fading away. Once these faces vanished, he would be left with nothing but a hollow shell. In my lifetime, I too was of raging peak, once a senior to Jiang Chuan's foolish master. Finally seeing a living descendant, perhaps Jiang Chuan has had a change of heart and ceased to harm my raging peak. The specter questioned, how fares raging peak now? Reporting to the ancestral master, there are few living souls left in Ruijing Peak. You should be able to see. Those of us with talent have been sent here to perish, and Ruijing Peak has fallen into decline, with no one joining us anymore. Qin Yang maintained his composure while internally sounding alarms, casually slandering Jiang Chuan. If I were not already dead, I would return to the sect immediately and deal with that scoundrel Jiang Chuan. The specter's murderous aura intensified, and several of the faces conjured from its despair shattered into pieces. With the sect's covert support, there is no one to blame. An important message was left by an elder in the ancestral tomb, and not long ago, Master Wu Yu emerged from the tomb again. Thus, the sect is determined to achieve their goals, and some sacrifices seem warranted. Qin Yang discreetly surveyed his surroundings while his mind raced, contemplating an escape. Oh, it seems Ruijing Peak is indeed in decline. I observe your physical foundation is robust. You should not be here to perish. Come, let me have a good look at you. The specter beckoned, signaling Qin Yang to approach. Qin Yang's heart skipped a beat, cold sweat trickling down his neck as the surrounding murderous aura thickened, painfully prickling his skin. The faces conjured by the specter's deathly essence screamed more ferociously, as if celebrating the arrival of yet another soul to their ranks. Do I appear fearsome? Come, let me see the extent of your physical foundation. If you truly are a prodigy, I shall strive to send you back, even at the cost of my own annihilation, and then deal with Jiang Chuan. The specter laughed maniacally, its voice fluctuating erratically, akin to madness. That is not the case. I merely believe that in life, your strength must have rivaled that of Master Wu Yu, perhaps even surpassing it. Qin Yang replied, taking slow steps backward, only to realize the distance between them was shrinking. It is somewhat shameful to admit, but in life, I was merely at the pinnacle of the divine sea, far inferior to a talent like Master Wu Yu. Young one, do not speak carelessly. Come, let me see you properly. Against his will, Qin Yang was drawn closer to the specter by an unseen force. The specter's skeletal hand, glistening with metallic sheen, slowly rested upon Qin Yang's shoulder. In an instant, the bony claw pierced into Qin Yang's shoulder, blood gushing forth and being devoured by the specter. The surrounding deathly aura ferociously invaded Qin Yang's body, and within a breath or two, strands of white hair appeared amidst his locks, his physical vitality waning rapidly. Meanwhile, the specter's skeletal claws began to regenerate, fresh flesh slowly covering the bony hand, infused with life energy, giving it the appearance of revival. At that moment, Qin Yang placed a hand on the specter's arm. A faint white light flickering as a spectral palm emerged from his hand, penetrating into the specter's body. What are you doing? The specter shrieked in terror, as the faces conjured by its deathly aura shattered with loud cracks. Qin Yang remained still, gritting his teeth. His eyes filled with madness as he retrieved a crystal of wood essence and placed it under his tongue, a mocking glint in his gaze. "Release me," the specter screamed, the deathly aura crashing against Qin Yang like a tidal wave. He grunted but held on tightly. As his hair turned nearly white, the specter's voice gradually weakened, turning into desperate pleas, as if on the verge of expiring. "Release me, and I will help you escape, even at the cost of my own destruction. I will assist you in eliminating Jiangquan." "Huh?" Qin Yang sneered coldly, unfazed, as he yanked his hand sharply, releasing two orbs of light that shattered the overwhelming deathly aura surrounding the specter. The murderous intent dissipated in an instant, leaving the specter's last words unspoken. The specter collapsed to the ground, transforming into a complete corpse, far inferior to the terrifying souls like Wu Yu, yet daring to put on airs before him. Qin Yang chuckled coldly. Beings like Wu Yu, even after exiting the ancestral tomb, remained immensely powerful, capable of obliterating him with a mere release of their deathly aura. How could he dare to approach? In contrast, this specter would likely disintegrate the moment it left the tomb. He casually pulled the claw from his shoulder and tossed it aside before striking the two orbs of light against his own head. The two blue skill books resonated with the first, revealing the 5-metal Nashi marvelous technique. Qin Yang couldn't help but curse inwardly. What a loss. After the fusion was completed, Qin Yang's expression shifted, filled with a sense of astonishment. Was there truly an overlay effect? Following the fusion, a significant amount of content had been added, and more importantly, many insights were included that Qin Yang had not previously possessed. By slightly operating his cultivation method according to the new techniques, he immediately sensed that his body refinement practice began to progress gradually. If this trend continued, with further training, he would at least be able to enhance his strength by over 30%. Upon experiencing another blueskin skill book, he realized it contained the array and restriction cultivation notes of the deceased. This specter was indeed a benefactor, a true gentleman who delivered aid in times of need. After completing the fusion, Qin Yang opened his eyes, his face alight with joy. The extreme caution he had exercised stemmed from self-awareness, understanding that his skills in array restrictions were indeed limited. In the ancestral tomb of the magic stones, any careless mistake could lead to irreversible consequences. What does it mean to receive timely assistance? This exemplifies it. Unlike that fellow party Han, who had merely unearthed 2 skill books, one detailing the refinement method of primary heavy water and the other a primary heavy water array. Refining primary heavy water required time, necessitating a substantial duration to slowly accumulate sufficient amounts in the right locations before being able to set up a primary heavy water array. What use was that? After an hour had passed, Qin Yang had healed from his external injuries, replenishing vitality with the essence of Emu crystals and fully recovering. Only then did he retrieve a coffin to lay the specter to rest, digging a pit on the mountaintop to inter him. Standing before the grave, Qin Yang sighed. Logically, since you were not my client and wished to eliminate me, I should not assist in your burial. However, considering the 2 skill books, which are now of great utility, and my inherently kind nature, having touched the corpse, I must ensure a proper burial. Consider it a benefit to you. Having laid the specter to rest, Qin Yang did not hastily depart. Instead, he remained on the reverse side of the hill, calming his mind to thoroughly study the notes on array restrictions. Although all the content had been infused into his mind as if he had learned it himself, understanding it and being able to apply it flexibly were entirely different matters. Mastering the art of array restrictions merely marked the beginning. Application was the crux. Moreover, the specter's level was not particularly high. Qin Yang surmised that in the context of the thieves' sect, his abilities would only be comparable to that of a 3-story building. To truly comprehend these concepts was no easy task, especially for a foundation-building practitioner. After achieving a basic understanding, many methods of breaking arrays and dismantling restrictions were beyond his reach. He could only strive to simplify all techniques to a level that foundation-building cultivators could deftly utilize. At this juncture, Qin Yang did not underestimate the situation. In truth, had it not been for this fortuitous encounter, he would never have ventured here. The inherent dangers of this place were crystal clear in his mind. Now that he had arrived, he pondered how to proceed. His initial plan was to advance slowly inward, utilizing the map to identify the safest path, and he would refrain from attempting to dismantle any tombs encountered along the way. However, His proficiency in array restrictions had barely escalated from a single-story level to that of a three-story one, yet Qin Yang's thoughts suddenly turned tranquil. For an entire month, he refrained from recklessly pushing inward again. It took him a month to barely integrate the array restriction cultivation notes. This precious tome was valuable not merely for explaining a single array or restriction, as those were exceedingly few, but for fundamentally discussing the composition, principles, compatibility, and evolution of array restrictions. The previously learned primary heavy water array detailed how to set up and control the formation. But Qin Yang did not understand the reasoning behind such actions. He merely knew the facts without comprehending their rationale. This manual taught him to understand the rationale, providing methods and foundations. Even upon encountering a new array, Qin Yang could derive and unravel it step by step from the most fundamental aspects. Given sufficient time, he would thoroughly grasp every aspect of the array. It was merely a matter of time. Consequently, having acquired this knowledge, Qin Yang felt increasingly cautious, sensing that the dangers within the ancestral tomb were far greater than he had previously imagined. A moment's carelessness could lead to his demise, completely entombing him here. Of course, a month had passed, and Qin Yang had contemplated much, his confusion deepening. Logically, after death, the vast majority of cultivators should completely perish, their cultivation dissipating into nothingness. Returning to the heavens, their souls might vanish, merge with the earth, or enter the legendary cycle of reincarnation. Only a scant few, particularly powerful cultivators, retained their consciousness after death, their divine might undiminished. After burial, some strong individuals could maintain their awareness for millennia, and in some cases, those who had successfully laid plans during their lifetimes might even give rise to new life from their remains. However, these scenarios should have no connection to the previous specter. With his level of power, he should not be able to endure for so long, and the chances of mere survival were exceedingly slim. Yet he was capable of devouring the life force and blood vitality of the living, reviving his own flesh. This was clearly illogical, as cultivators of the divine sea level should not possess such strength. As he pondered these matters, all questions pointed to a singular conclusion. The ancestral tomb of the magic stones was exceedingly bizarre, and this secret realm was inherently peculiar. After a month had elapsed, Qin Yang descended the hill, refraining from hastening his progress. Instead, he turned to embark upon the left hill. Here, many of the array restrictions had become ineffective with the passage of time. The excavated array foundations had also decayed. Only the tomb entrance retained its intact restrictions, which were not protective barriers, but rather pure confinement arrays. Anyone could enter from the outside, but once inside, the only path to exit was to break the restrictions. Standing before the tomb entrance, Qin Yang pondered for a long while. His gaze shimmered with divine light, his eyes transforming into lanterns. Upon looking again, he observed the tomb door adorned with intricate, dimly glowing patterns and runes, layered and intertwined, resembling an immensely complex net composed of numerous levels, each interconnected, where pulling one thread would affect the entire system. To unravel it from the outside, he would need to determine the sequence and method for breaking through the final layer while simultaneously dismantling the first layer. Otherwise, he might discover at the end that he had reached a dead end, akin to a three-dimensional Sudoku, where initial placements might seem correct, only to reveal errors in the final entries, rendering all previous efforts futile. Breaking such layered restrictions followed the same principle. While countless seemingly correct paths existed, only a handful, or perhaps just one, would lead to success. This was the most challenging aspect. Qin Yang's eyes shimmered with divine light as he wove intricate patterns and runes, step by step, tracing back the composition of the restrictions from the most fundamental level. After 3 hours, Qin Yang closed his eyes, rubbing the fatigue from them. Moments later, he reopened his eyes, his fingers dancing as they sketched out runes and patterns, continuously imprinting them into the restrictions. The softly glowing purplish runes seemed to flow like a gentle spring, gradually washing over and melting the tomb door's restrictions. This was Qin Yang's humble method, the most fundamental approach to unraveling, albeit the most intricate yet safest technique, an approach deemed infallible. Only those at a foundational level would employ such methods, while true masters could dismantle restrictions with a mere wave of their hands. Here, the numerous layers of restrictions intertwined like fragile paper. Qin Yang indeed possessed knowledge of other advanced methods, yet he felt it prudent to first solidify his foundational skills. Another hour passed, and finally, all the prohibitions on the tomb door dissipated entirely. with a resounding crash as the final barrier melted away. The iron-forged tomb door crumbled as if it were mere decayed wood, disintegrating into fine powder. Qin Yang stepped back, retreating dozens of paces in an instant, quietly observing the transformations within the tomb. A dense aura of death permeated the air, manifesting as black-gray smoke that continuously seeped outward. Yet it was not significantly more potent than the atmosphere outside. All that remained was an overwhelming silence. Nothing else emanated from within. Qin Yang furrowed his brow slightly and waited another half-hour before he ventured into the tomb. The moment he entered, he halted, an icy chill enveloping him. The tomb lay in utter chaos. The coffin was shattered, and dust blanketed the ground, rendering everything inside irretrievable. Only on the wall facing him were there some markings, seemingly etched by fingernails, that pierced Qin Yang's eyes with discomfort, suggesting that the individual who inscribed these characters had poured their entire essence into their creation. Mockery, resentment, loathing, and unwillingness, all five sentiments were present. What an absurd joke. A farcical jest. A mockery.